alternative to the British judicial institutions. They did not want to follow the British judicial institutions, because the British judicial institutions had negated the importance of the patils in some of the regions. So, they wanted to collect taxes for themselves, so that they can maintain the movement, maintain the expenses of the movement. And we find that after the death of Dudu Mian, the movement again rises in 1870s, when Naya Mian joins in 1870s. But apart from this kind of a movement, we also have movements like the movements in South India, where you have Mapilas, who were the descendants of the Arab traders, and these Arab traders, they had settled in this region, and they had married the local women, and later their ranks you see on the screen as well. They inflated through the conversion of lower caste Hindus, like the Charumars, which was a slave caste, whose emancipation under Slavery Abolition Act of 1843 had put them in greater social problems. So, we find that especially in South India, these kinds of uprising, Mapila or Mufla uprising, and at different points of time, Mapilas, they rose in revolt against the British. And we also find that how this kind of a community, it over a period of time became dependent on agriculture, and when they became dependent on agriculture, they had to come in contact with the British apparatus, which was there in the context of the agrarian relations, and how these people, they were also being exploited by the agrarian relations which were established by the British. So, we find that how British, they brought some kind of changes in the land relations, and how individual ownership rights, they were being created in the land. And if you see the earlier system, we will find that the equal sharing was there between the Janmi, Kanamdar and the cultivator. But on the other hand, when the British, they brought this kind of a change in the land relation, we find that British, they upset this kind of an arrangement which was there earlier. And now Janmi or Janmi tenure, he was regarded as the absolute owner of the land, and with the right to evict the tenants, and it reduced the other two categories to the status of tenants and the leaseholders. So, we find this kind of a change came, and because of this we find that the other categories, they were not happy, and that how they could be evicted from the land, and their status also decreased. And when these people resisted the British, they realized that they themselves have to bring this kind of a change, and British, they will only work for their own personal benefit. And we find that how during the British rule, over assessment was always an issue, and not only over assessment, where British, they were trying to extract as much as possible from these regions, but at the same time a number of illegal cesses or taxes, they were also being imposed by the British. And the attitude of the British was always pro landlord, and how the different apparatus of the state in the framework of judiciary, in the framework of police, they were being used by these people to support the zamindars and the other landed sections. And scholars like Panikkar, they have seen that the peasantry in the Malabar lived and worked in the conditions of extreme poverty, which entailed by twin exactions of the lord and the state. And the important aspect was that the majority of the Janmis were the high caste Hindus, and the peasants were the Muslim Muflas. So, some kind of a communal dimension could also be seen in this framework, that how these people, those who were the poor peasants in these regions, they were living under the extreme poverty at that point of time, that how lord was, or the landlord was trying to exploit them in the different ways, and the state was also supporting the landlord in this aspect. And this dimension where we find that both these the high caste Hindus, they were the Janmis, and the peasants on the other hand, they were the Muslim Muflas. So we find that during this time how the mosques, they were being used as the centers of mobilization, as you can see on the screen as well. And their targets were the Hindu Janmi, their temples, and the British officials who came to their rescue, and how the British armed forces, they were being employed or deployed to suppress the revolt. So we find that how religion or the idea of communal different community in the framework of communal thing could also be seen in this framework, when you find that two communities which were competing against each other if they belong to different religions, and how these people, they were being supported by the British at that point of time. And if we see this kind of a situation at different points of time before 1857 and thereafter as well, that how this was the fight for the resources, and how British they wanted to use as much as resources for themselves, and they did not want that the peasant communities and the tribal communities, those who had the customary rights with themselves in the context of using those resources. British, they wanted to appropriate these resources for themselves, and they did not want that these communities, they should use those resources for themselves. So that was another kind of thing which we find in the various kinds of revolts which were in the context of the tribals as well, that how Bhils and the Kolis of Ahmednagar, they in a way revolted against the British, and how British, they wanted to impose their ideas and their laws, and these laws which were being imposed by the British, they were posing some kind of threat, as you can see on the screen as well, that how they were posing a threat to the power of the hereditary tribal chiefs during this time. You can see on the screen that how the Raja of Chota Nagpur, he started evicting the tribal peasants by farming out land to the outsiders for the higher rents. So these kinds of things which were happening in the framework of the peasants as well as the tribals, and how the areas of the tribals, they were being given to the outsiders, which was not liked by the tribals, that the way their lands, they were being taken away by the outsiders, which were known as Sudh. We also find an important or one of the most important tribal uprising in the framework of the Santhal Hul in 1855-56, as you can see on the screen as well, that how Santhals they were living in the various districts of eastern India, and how they were being driven away from their homeland, and they cleared the area around the Rajmahal hills and called it Damin-e-Koho. Gradually they were driven to a desperate situation as the tribal lands were leased out to the non-Santhals. So this kind of a conflict between the Britishers or the East India Company as well as the native population in the framework of Santhal, we find that these people, Santhals, which are living now in the Jharkhand district, they were in a way living in the region of the eastern India, and how they were spread in the different districts at that point of time. And because of the colonial policies, they were not able to stay within their own homeland, and when they settled themselves in the Rajmahal hills, then also their lands, they were being leased out to the non-Santhals. And Sidhu and Kanu, they were the two important leaders of the Santhal revolt or the Santhal movement, if we see, and how the outsiders, those who were in a way trying to come to their own areas. They were referred to as the Dikus by them, and the way these Dikus, they were trying to completely destroy their own native world. This is what we find, and with the connivance of the state apparatus, whether the police or the local courts, these tribals, they were in a way exploited by the British in every way. Natarajan argues that in July 1855, when the ultimatum to the zamindars and the government, it went unheeded, then the Santals, they were armed with the bows and the arrows, and then they started an open insurrection against the holy trinity of their oppressors, whether the zamindars, mahajans and the government. So, we find that in most of the peasant resistances and the tribal revolts, how the moneylenders and the zamindars and the state apparatus was the major target of the wrath of the people, those who were attacked by the rebels. And these rebels, they realized that how the moneylenders or the mahajans, their account books etc., they were also being burnt by the people, those who were revolting, and some kind of reverberations we find in some of the films which were made during the later times, especially the film called Mother India, where you have this kind of an issue of the moneylender, that how a moneylender was in a way exploiting all the villagers. And this we are talking about independent India, and it was happening during the colonial period as well. So, these kind of reflections which we find in the literature and in the audiovisual media as well. And we find that Santals, they were in a way were able to capture in a way many areas. They were trying to rebel in different areas, and they were also helped by the low caste non-tribal populations as well. And on the other hand, if you see the British, then you find that they were involved in the counter insurgency. They were trying to in a way control the Santals, they were trying to crush their rebellion, and many people they died. It was being suggested that 15 to 20,000 people, one of the estimates suggests that they were being killed before the Santhal movement was finally crushed. And British, they became more cautious in that context, and Santhal Parganas, they were also being created after some time. Some of the distinct areas in which Santhal lived, they were created into the Santhal Parganas so as to protect their culture and identity. And we find that Sidhu and Kanu, who were in a way both the important leaders of the revolt, and they were trying to in a way attack every symbol of the colonial authority, whether the moneylender or the police. All these kinds of symbols of the colonial authority, they were being attacked by these people, and it in a way shows that they had this kind of a political understanding, that how they had to fight their oppressors. And we also find that Santhals, they attacked the railway lines as well, from which they were earning their livelihood as well. So, their attack was not concerned with their economic considerations. Their attack was more in concern with the way they were being crushed by the Dikus or the outsiders. So, if we try to understand it, then we will find it that it was more political in nature, and how these people they in a way tried to use the outside authority or the upper authority in the framework that it was the will of the God, and how God in a way, or the will of the Thakur or the God who was trying to communicate these kinds of who was trying to communicate these ideas to them, and they were just following the orders of the God in this context. And we find that the scholars, they have also seen that British rule was identified with Christianity. As you can see on the screen as well, and Rudranshu Mukherjee has also argued from this perspective that how they were in a way undermining the beliefs and the customs of both the Hindus as well as the Muslims. We also find that how Indian peasant economy, it was based on the subsistence ethic, and how British they were trying to relate or connect the Indian economy to the world capitalist system in the framework of the commercialization of agriculture, and how it had some kind of a devastating impact during this time, and how the land relations or the property relations they also change at this point of time, and the high land revenue demand of the state at this point of time was creating such kind of situation where a lot of corrupt practices and the way the revenue was being collected during this time. So, these were the kind of issues which we see during this period, and we also find that because of the British policies, the way British, they were using all such kind of a nexus of the zamindars and the daroga, and how the various courts etc. also supported the British in every way, and because of which we find that the various kinds of laws, especially the sunset laws etc., they were being used, and the new kind of a credit nexus which emerged during this period. All of this contributed to a situation where we find that the peasants as well as the tribals, they were at the receiving ends, and how the lands of the tribals, they were being encroached during this period, and their autonomous domains of power, freedom and culture, they were also being taken away. And scholars they have tried to understand the peasant resistances from these perspectives, and as you can see on the screen as well, the idea of Ranjit Guha, that how the peasants, they were aware of the relations of power in the rural society, and they were determined to overturn that structure of society. So, I would like to end this discussion on this note, that how we can understand the peasant resistances in this particular framework, in the way the subaltern school, they have functioned, and how Ranjit Guha, he has made some kind of a pioneering effort where peasant resistances could be seen in the political framework, and how the consciousness of the peasant was very real, and he was very well aware of what he was doing. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome, dear friends. Today we are here to talk about community and its characteristics. To begin with, let me give you a brief introduction of community. The concept of community is very old and can be traced back to the times of theophrastus. A community, also known as biotic community or ecological community or biosynosis, refers to a group of coexisting and interacting populations in a given space and time. In other words, it is the biological part of ecosystem distinct from the abiotic part. Now let us talk about community characteristics. There are various characteristics of community such as species diversity, structure and composition, dominance, succession, and trophic structure. To study the details of these aspects of any community, there are taken into consideration a number of characters. These various characters are broadly classified into two major categories: A. Analytical characters, B. Synthetic characters. Analytical characters are those which can be either described or measured, while as synthetic characters are generalizations based on analytical characters. So friends, let us now talk about analytical characters. Analytical characters are of two types, namely qualitative characters which can only be described and not measured, and B. Quantitative characters which are expressed in quantitative terms. First, qualitative characters. These include floristic composition, that is kinds of species in the community. B. Stratification of organisms or their parts above or below ground. C. Periodicity, that is phenology, aspect. D. Vitality. E. Life forms, vegetation, habitat and growth form. Sociability or gregariousness. G. Association of species. Now let me explain these qualitative characters one by one. First, floristic composition. It is the study of composition of vegetation in terms of species present in a particular region to determine the floristic composition in whole community. Periodic collection and identification of plant species is done, and the keys, descriptions, habitats, phenology and all other specific characters are recorded. Second is stratification. Stratification or layering is the occurrence of organisms or their parts at different levels in a community. Stratification usually occurs because life forms such as trees, shrubs, herbs differ in their requirements and amplitudes, and therefore grow at various levels, which differ in light intensity, temperature, moisture conditions, organic content of the soil and other factors. Third is periodicity. Periodicity refers to the regular seasonal occurrence of various processes such as photosynthesis, growth, pollination, flowering, ripening of fruits, and ripening of seeds. And the manifestations of these processes such as formation of leaves, elongation of shoots, appearance of flowers, and dissemination of seeds. Fourth is vitality. Vitality is the ability of plant species to complete its life cycle in the prevailing conditions of the community, while vigor refers more specifically to the state of health or development within a certain stage. A seedling or mature plant may be vigorous or it may be feeble and poorly developed. Fifth, life form, vegetation form, habitat form or growth form. It is the vegetative appearance of plants based on the size of plants, shape of leaves, branching of stem, crown of foliage, longevity, etc. Rankier classified life forms into 5 categories: A. Phanerophytes, B. Chemophytes, C. Hemicryptophytes, D. Cryptophytes, E. Therophytes. Let us know about these 5 categories of life forms. Phanerophytes. Phanero means visible, phytes plants. These are those plants whose buds are situated high upon the plant, on the top of the shoots. These are either naked or covered with scales. Second, chemophytes. These are those plants whose buds are close to ground or up to a maximum 25 centimeters above ground. These plants are found in colder regions at high altitudes or latitudes. Example, temperate America. Hemicryptophytes. These are also found in the cold regions where buds remain covered under surface soil, but are not deep-seated and are protected. These include annuals, plants which complete their life cycle in 1 year or 1 season, or biennial, which complete their life cycle in 2 years or 2 seasons. Cryptophytes. These are also known as geophytes. In these plants, the buds remain buried under soil, such as bulbs and rhizomes. Such plants are mostly found in the arid regions of the world. Therophytes. These are the ephemerals or seasonal plants that complete their life cycle quickly under favorable conditions, and during the rest of the unfavorable conditions remain in the form of seeds. After life forms, sixth qualitative character is sociability. Sociability refers to the proximity of plants or shoots to one another. It is dependent upon the life form and vigor of the plants, habitat conditions, and competitive and other relations between individuals. Seventh is association of species. Association of species is the growing together of 2 or more species. Association of species may be brought about by the similarity in the ecological amplitudes of 2 or more species, similarity in geographic ranges, differences in life form, so that excessive competition is avoided. Dependence of one species upon another for shade or for food, as in parasites, in close proximity to one another. Now friends, after qualitative characters, let us talk about quantitative characters. These include A. Population density, that is number of individuals or abundance per unit area. B. Cover, height of plants, weight of plants, volume occupied by plants, and frequency. First, population density. Population density denotes the number of individual plants or stalks in an area, but in a strict sense, it refers to the number of individuals or stalks in a unit of space. Second is cover. Cover is expression of the percentage area of the ground covered or occupied by individuals of a species. It is of two types: a crown cover, that is canopy cover in case of trees, and herbage cover in case of grassland species. B. Basal cover, that is area of ground actually covered by the foliage or by stems penetrating the soil. Third is height of plants. The height of plants is usually a very good indicator of their condition or vigor, and therefore can be employed as a criterion of the success of a species in various habitats. It can also be used as a measure of the favorableness of the environment and is much used by foresters as an index of site quality for various species of trees. Fourth is frequency. Frequency is another important parameter of vegetation analysis, which reflects the spread, distribution, or dispersion of a species in a given area. For example, a species which is distributed uniformly in an area has greater probability of its occurrence in all quadrants, and it would have high frequency. In another case, a species may be clustered or present only in part of the area. In this case, it will occur only in few quadrants, and hence it would have lesser frequency. The frequency of a species in a given area is studied by either quadrant method or transects and is calculated by the formula frequency is equal to number of quadrants in which species occurs divided by total number of quadrants laid multiplied by 100. Now let us talk about second major category of community characters, that is synthetic characters. Synthetic characters are generalizations or abstractions that are derived from data on analytical qualities and integrate many of the analytical characteristics. They are presence and constants, fidelity, dominance, and physiognomy. First, presence and constancy. Presence and constancy refers to how uniformly a species occurs in a number of stands of same type of community. For example, when a species is found in 18 of 20 stands in one community type, the presence or constancy is 90%. Second is fidelity. Fidelity refers to the degree that a species is restricted in its occurrence to a particular kind of community. Those with low fidelity occur in a number of different communities. Those with high fidelity in a few or in only one kind. Third is dominance. Dominance is the characteristic of vegetation which expresses the predominating influence of one or more species in a stand, so that populations of other species are more or less suppressed or reduced in number or vitality. Dominants are those species which are so highly successful ecologically in their relation to the environment and with other species. Last is physiognomy. This is general appearance of vegetation as determined by growth of dominant species. Such a characteristic appearance can be expressed by single term. For example, a simple look to such community of plants where larger trees are dominant with some shrubs would tell that it is a forest. Similarly, on basis of appearance, it may be grassland, desert, etc. Dear friends, this was all about community and its characteristics. Hope you liked it. Thanks.
Look at the sheer variety of ways in which we clean and groom ourselves. Notice the materials that are used in these activities. Some of these materials are solid, some liquid, yet others semi-solid or gels, and one of them is largely air, a foam. Yet they share the common function of removing dirt, grease or oil or materials stuck on surfaces. Their basic ingredient is common, a substance called soap or detergent, meaning cleaning agent. Other materials are added in these formulations suited to their end use. The basic component, soap or detergent, is used to dissolve material that does not mix with water or get removed when washed with water. Here, in this test tube, we have oil and water. We can clearly see them as separate layers. No matter how much we agitate the mixture of oil and water, they do not mix. Now, add a bit of soap and shake up the tube. We see the oil taken up in the water layer.
Two features are notable in this little experiment. One is that soap solubilizes oil in water. The other is that soap solution foams and bubbles, thus increasing the area it covers. These two features arise due to the chemical structure of the molecules of soap.
Here are the structures of several detergent molecules. Some carry negative electric charge and are anionic salts. Some carry positive charge and are cationic in nature, while some others are non-ionic, that is, they are uncharged. Typically, soap molecules have two parts in them. One is the long, worm-like, oily or hydrocarbon tail part. This is essentially the structure of oils and many fats. This oily part will not dissolve or mix in water and is called hydrophobic or water-hating. The other part is the head, which has ionic or polar groups and is similar in structure to salts and other water-soluble substances. This part is called hydrophilic or water-loving. A soap molecule is thus a two-in-one combination of oily or hydrophobic tail part and a water-soluble or hydrophilic head. The soap structure is thus amphiphilic and acts as a link between water and grease or dirt particles. When soap molecules are put in water, the hydrophilic part wants to interact and dissolve in water. The hydrophobic tail wants to avoid water and act like oil it is derived from. The result of these conflicting tendencies is to seek and stay at the surface and avoid the interior or bulk of the water. Soaps are therefore surface active agents or surfactants. This behavior makes the soap cover up the surface of water, wet it, and occupy as much of the surface as possible. Using the instrument called the tensiometer, we measure the surface tension. With pure water, the value is seen to be about 74 dynes per centimeter. As we add soap, the value progressively drops. With 4 millimolar solution of the soap called SDS, it is reduced to about 54. With 20 millimolar SDS, it has dropped to 42. This variation of surface tension with soap concentration is plotted in this graph. Beyond a particular concentration, which is 8 mm with SDS, the surface tension levels off to a constant value of 42. At this concentration, all the water surface is covered by the soap molecules and no more surface is available.
That soap reduces the surface tension of water is seen easily in this experiment.
These steel pins, though denser than water, float on it thanks to the high surface tension of water, which acts as a skin on the water layer. Adding soap reduces the surface tension or weakens the skin, and the pins sink. When the water surface is completely covered with soap, what happens when we shake or agitate or blow air in it? We are mixing air in it. This air will carry the soap as bubbles or foam with a film of the liquid around it. This is why surface active substances foam or lather. Only surfactants will foam. Salt solution or oil will not. This foaming is an important feature of soap action. It helps dislodge dirt particles stuck onto surfaces. This is the reason why we beat, scrub or lather up when we wash with soap. Shaving is another activity where soap is used. While shaving, the lather helps the hairs stand up, which is necessary for a good shave. The bubbles of air help in cushioning up the surface of the cheeks and chin, and the razor flows smoothly without cutting the skin.
Special additives like glycol, glycerol and some gases are added to shaving soap and foams that help in solubilizing the foam and help it stay longer. Washing soap, which does not have these additives, is thus not suitable for shaving purposes.
Similarly, shampooing hair requires plenty of foam for intimately contacting each strand of hair and the scalp. Hence, a shampoo has additional wetting agents like some polymers and foam stabilizers in addition to surfactants. It also has cosmetic substances such as fragrances. Many of us do not feel satisfied if our toothpaste does not foam enough while brushing our teeth, isn't it? Here too, certain additives are added. When we wash clothes in a washing machine, it is desired that the soap does not foam much, and so here foam cutters are added.
Let us now move to the second important feature of soap action, which is to solubilize grease, oil and such water-insoluble materials from surfaces like cloth.
For this, soap needs to be in solution and not just on the interface. But we know that the soap molecules are surface active.
To force it to be inside water, we need to add more soap so that the molecules will be forced to be inside water.
When this happens, the amphiphilic molecules of soap do not completely dissolve but aggregate in bunches to produce assemblies called micelles or small particles. Here we see a structure of micelles. The formation of micelles occurs only beyond a characteristic concentration called the critical micelle concentration or CMC. Soap dissolved in water beyond the CMC exists as micelles. Look at the micellar assembly. It is described as an oil drop with an ionic or polar coat. It is in the micelles that the grease or oil enters and gets solubilized. That is, a micelle acts like a vehicle which carries away the grease or dirt. This picture shows in a schematic form how grease is taken in by the soap micelle from a dirty cloth. An experiment of oil dissolving in water in this test tube illustrates this. Here we have oil and water which obviously do not mix. But when soap is added, oil dissolves in water, forming a single layer. There are many other substances that are not soluble in water. The highly fluorescent compound fluorescein diacetate or FDA is one such substance. In this experiment, we note that when shaken with just water, FDA is not solubilized. The solution is barely fluorescent. But soap can help in solubilizing FDA. We have here soap solutions of different concentrations used to dissolve FDA. Note that soap above its CMC of 7 mm in this case is able to solubilize the compound, and the solution turns strongly fluorescent at 18 and 30 mm soap. In summary, soap molecules are surface active. This leads them to foam and froth and lather. Foaming helps soap in dislodging dirt, lubricating surfaces, and helps in cleaning. In solution, soap molecules aggregate to produce micellar assemblies. The micelles act as small containers or vehicles to solubilize hydrophobic substances and thereby clean materials like cloth and other fabrics.
These are the twin features that form the basis of soap action: foaming and micelle formation in water. The molecular basis of these features is the two-in-one nature or the amphiphilicity of the molecules of soap.
Depending on the type of application, one or the other feature, foaming and micelle formation, is highlighted through addition of other substances as fillers, gelling agents, foam stabilizers, and so on.
So, the next time you use soap, think how well it bridges the gulf between oil and water.
लोगो, आया है बाबू लोगो। हर चीज बिक रही है, हर चीज बिक रही है, हर चीज बिक रही है। बिकता है दाना दाना, बिकता है दाना दाना, बिकता है दाना दाना। हर चीज बिक रही है, पानी भी बिक रहा है, पानी भी बिक रहा है, पानी भी बिक रहा है। बस आदमी का दुनिया में, बस आदमी का दुनिया में मोल घट रहा है, जी मोल घट रहा है।
यदि ये सब नाटकों तक ही सीमित रहता तो कोई बात नहीं थी, किंतु ये नाटक नहीं, हकीकत है। ये लोग सोना चांदी नहीं, पानी खरीद रहे हैं। यह दृश्य है सागर शहर का। शायद इसी झील के कारण इस नगर का नाम सागर रखा गया होगा। सागर झील, जिसे लोग सागर तालाब के नाम से भी जानते हैं, वास्तव में यह प्राकृतिक झील है। इस प्राकृतिक झील का पुनरुद्धार किया लाखा बंजारे ने लगभग 600 बरस पहले। गहरा कर बांधा और आकार दिया उसके साथियों ने। किंतु आज लोगों की उपेक्षा की शिकार हुई इस झील में बढ़ता जा रहा है प्रदूषण। पहले के समय में नहाने धोने से लेकर पीने के पानी तक सभी जरूरतों को पूरा करती थी ये झील। किंतु जैसे जैसे शहर बसता गया, झील सिकुड़ती चली गई। आज झील का क्षेत्रफल मात्र 82 हेक्टेयर रह गया है। सन 1959 में नल से पानी पहुंचने लगा था घरों में। म्यूनिसिपैलिटी की यह व्यवस्था झील के लिए अभिशाप बन गई।
हमारे बाप दादा इसी से अपनी जीविका चलाते रहे और हम लोग भी आज इससे अपनी जीविका चला रहे हैं। इस तालाब का पानी बिल्कुल स्वच्छ था। इतने ज्यादा जानवर थे नहीं कि जिससे माने कि इसमें गंदगी उत्पन्न करते थे। इतना नालियों का पानी नहीं आता था, आदमी कुओं से उतना पानी लाते थे जितना वे दैनिक उपयोग कर सकते थे। अब परंतु नलों की वजह से नालियों का पानी इसमें जुड़ चुका है और ये पानी पीने योग्य नहीं रहा।
ये है संजय ड्राइव। एक ओर का हिस्सा मुख्य तालाब और दूसरी ओर के हिस्से को कहा जाता है उथला तालाब, जिसमें होती है सिंघाड़े की खेती। अधूरी पड़ी इस योजना और मवेशियों के आने जाने से मिट्टी कटकर पहुंचती है झील में। प्रसिद्ध जियोलॉजिस्ट डॉक्टर W.D. वेस्ट ने एक सर्वे किया था 1959 में। झील के भूगर्भीय महत्व पर आधारित इस सर्वे के अनुसार डेक्कन ट्रेप की विंध्य चट्टानों की तलहटी में बनी है यह झील, और रिपोर्ट में झील की गहराई 18 मीटर तक बताई गई थी। पहाड़ियों तक फैली इस झील का विस्तार था 6000 एकड़। सन 1660 के लगभग राजा उदन सिंह ने बनवाया था यह किला। कई प्रकार के शोध और अध्ययन होते रहे हैं झील पर। उजागर होने वाले तथ्यों से ये साफ जाहिर होता है कि कार्बनिक पदार्थ, सिल्ट और कम होती गहराई की वजह से इसमें बढ़ते जा रहे हैं खतरनाक बैक्टीरिया और मैक्रोफाइट्स, स्टेलेटा, जेसिका, रेपेंस, ट्रेपा, बिस्फेनोसा, कार्टोफाइलम, डिनमेसियम, वर्टिसाइटल, पॉलीशिजा। ये सारे मैक्रोफाइट्स डिसॉल्व ऑक्सीजन यानी पानी में घुली ऑक्सीजन को सोख लेते हैं। इसके अलावा रासायनिक कचरे की मौजूदगी और कम होती गहराई से मछलियों के प्रजनन पर उल्टा असर हुआ है।
इसमें साहब जी बाम है, पड़ीन है, कटई है और कबरा है, सौर है, सींगन है, मंगूरा है और इसके बाद अंजरा है, झंझरा है, खड्डिया है, पतोला है, सिन्निया है और बिल्ला है, कर्रा है, ये ऐसे गोंदल है, ऐसे कई प्रकार की देसी मछली हैं। परंतु ये जो रेहू कतला नर है ना, इससे हम लोगों के लिए कोई लाभ नहीं होता है, क्योंकि ये यहाँ पे ब्रीडिंग नहीं हो पाती उसकी, और जो लोकल मछलियों की ब्रीडिंग हो जाती तो 12 महीने हम लोगों की रोजी रोटी चलती रहती है। करीब 500 परिवार इस पर आश्रित हैं। एक नया हम लोगों का एक संघ है, उसमें मछुआ संघ कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी बनी है। तो मत्स्य सेवा वाले हम लोगों की कोई मदद नहीं करते, ना कोई अनुदान देते हैं, ना कोई भी। ये है कि जब से ये डिपार्टमेंट यहाँ आया है तब से इस पानी की हालत माने इस प्रकार हरी हो गई है, क्योंकि इन लोगों ने नाना प्रकार की मछलियाँ जो उनके लिए वहाँ पर छोड़ना चाहिए अपने इससे क्या बोलते हैं नर्सरी में, इसका ये है कि कम से कम 21 दिन तक किसी भी दूसरे की जलाशय की मछली ला के अपने वहाँ पर छोड़ो नर्सरी में। जब उनके पेट का खरपतवार मारने की जो उन्होंने बीट करने के बाद समाप्त हो जाए, फिर कहीं जलाशय में आप नए जलाशय में छोड़िए। तो इनने ऐसा किया नहीं, इससे इसमें हमारे तालाब में नाना प्रकार के माने कैंसर के रोग हुए यहाँ की मछली में और नाना प्रकार के खरपतवार हो गए।
सैकड़ों हजारों तालाब अचानक शून्य से प्रकट नहीं हुए थे। इनके पीछे इकाई थी बनाने वालों की, तो दहाई थी बनवाने वालों की। यह इकाई दहाई मिलकर सैकड़ा हजार बनती थी। पिछले 200 वर्षों में नई किस्म की थोड़ी सी पढ़ाई पढ़ गए समाज ने इस इकाई दहाई सैकड़ा हजार को शून्य ही बना दिया।
मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने हाल ही में एक योजना बनाई है, एक पंच एक तालाब। इसके लिए अपन मोटे तौर पे लें तो एक ग्राम पंचायत में या एक ग्राम में एक तालाब के उनकी बनाने की योजना है। अब सागर का एक तालाब तो आप बचा नहीं पा रहे हो। आप खुद स्वीकार करते हो कि हमारे 70% निस्तारी तालाब और 60% स्टाफ डैम काम के योग्य नहीं बचे हैं। ये सागर जिले में तो ठीक है, बहुत कम संख्या है, इसलिए अपन ये मान भी लेंगे चलो एक तालाब एक पंच वाली योजना सागर में लागू होनी चाहिए। टीकमगढ़ जिले में आप क्या करेंगे, वहां चंदेल युगीन युग के अकेले 950 तालाब आज भी हैं, लेकिन समस्या वहां पर भी वही है कि सिल्ट जमा हो गई है, पानी प्रदूषित हो गया है, केवल सिंचाई के उपयोग में आ रहा है। मेरा मानना है कि इस योजना से बेहतर ये होता कि आपके पास जो वर्तमान में तालाब उपलब्ध हैं आप उनको बचा लें, उनकी साफ सफाई करवा लें, उनको काम के योग्य बना लें।
सागर झील बचाओ समिति, बुंदेलखंड विकास प्राधिकरण और कई अन्य संस्थाएं सक्रिय रहीं कुछ समय तक। फलस्वरूप उस वक्त के चुनाव में झील का मुद्दा खूब उछला और घोषणाएं भी हुई, किंतु हमेशा की तरह परिणाम इस बार भी झील के पक्ष में नहीं रहे। आखिरकार झील के लिए तैयार किया गया नेशनल लेक कंजर्वेशन प्लान।
नेशनल लेक कंजर्वेशन प्लान सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का योजना है जो कि अर्बन लेक के कंजर्वेशन के लिए तैयार की गई है। हम लोग भाग्यशाली हैं कि सागर शहर की सागर लेक को इसमें लिया गया है। सागर लेक मध्य प्रदेश की केवल एक अकेली लेक है जो कि इस योजना के अंतर्गत ली गई है और इसकी पूरी योजना इस प्लान के तहत हमने बना के सबमिट की हुई है। योजना अभी केंद्र सरकार के पास पेंडिंग है और अप्रूवल मिलने के बाद उस पर काम शुरू हो सकेगा। इस योजना में हमने अवेयरनेस से लेके डिसिल्टिंग, अभी जो लेक की डेप्थ है सिल्टिंग होने की वजह से बहुत कम हो गई है और ये इस लायक नहीं बची कि बहुत अच्छा एक बायोस्फीयर इसको कह सकें हम। तो जो मिनिमम डेप्थ है उस जहाँ की लाइट जा सकती है, सनलाइट, और जो एक दैट इज नेसेसरी फॉर ए हेल्दी बायोस्फीयर, उस डेप्थ तक हमने इसको डिसिल्टिंग का प्रोविजन रखा है। उन स्थानों पर जहाँ पे कि सिल्टिंग बहुत ज्यादा हो गई, डेप्थ बिल्कुल कम बची हुई है, जैसे छोटा लेक का पोर्शन जो है, और उसके अलावा जो मोगा बियर के आसपास का क्षेत्र है वहां पे डेप्थ इसकी बहुत कम हो गई है, उसको डिसिल्टिंग करना। इसके अलावा इसका जो पूरा कैचमेंट एरिया है उसमें सीवर लाइन बनाना, सो दैट कि कोई भी डोमेस्टिक वेस्ट लेक में ना जाए, सिर्फ अच्छा पानी, बारिश का पानी जिसमें कि हार्मफुल केमिकल्स और बैक्टीरिया नहीं है, उसको रोका जा सके। तो सीवेज लाइन डालना प्लस सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट, जिससे कि हम उस सीवेज को कलेक्ट करके ट्रीट करके ही किसी और नाले या नदी में छोड़ सकें। बुंदेलखंड विकास प्राधिकरण के अंतर्गत योजना बनाई गई थी। उसमें मुख्यतः 9 नाले, गंदे नाले हैं जो कि पानी आसपास के इलाकों का लेके तालाब में आते हैं। उन 9 नालों को बाहर ले जा, उसके पानी को बाहर छोड़ने के लिए योजना बनाई गई थी। उस योजना में जोन ए, बस स्टैंड के आसपास का सारा क्षेत्र हमने उसको प्रिवेंट कर दिया है कि अब उसमें से डफरिन अस्पताल हुआ और शुक्रवारी हुआ, कृष्णगंज वार्ड हुआ, गोपालगंज हुआ, ये सारे इलाकों का गंदा पानी अब तालाब में जाना बंद हो गया। ये पिछले मार्च से हमने बंद कर दिया। तो इस योजना को अभी जो स्टेटस है उसमें 80% क्षमता पे योजना कार्य कर रही है। आप कह सकते हैं कि 80% जो पानी मिलता था उसमें से 80% मिलना बंद हो गया। 80% हमने अपना टारगेट अचीव कर लिया है। बरिया घाट और गणेश घाट के आसपास का जो इलाका है, कार्य करना उसमें काफी कठिन होता है, और वहां पे इसलिए कठिन होता है क्योंकि तालाब के किनारे से ही लोगों का घर शुरू हो गए हैं, तो वहां पे काम करने की जगह बहुत कम है। हमने लोगों के घर के नीचे से लोगों से सहमति ली है, उनके घर के नीचे से लाइन डाली है, इसलिए कि बिल्कुल भी कोई ऐसा ना बचे जिसका कि पानी तालाब में जाए। वो काम हमको करने में समय लग रहा है, लेकिन हम बहुत जल्दी उसको पूरा करेंगे और तालाब में गंदे पानी को जाने से हम पूर्णतः रोक देंगे।
पूरी दुनिया आज जल संकट से जूझ रही है। खासकर तीसरी दुनिया के देशों में बढ़ती जा रही है पीने के पानी की समस्या। कम वर्षा, गिरता जल स्तर और सूखा। जल समस्या से ग्रसित भारत के कई हिस्सों की तरह गंभीर जल संकट का सामना कर रहे सागरवासी बेखबर हैं।
अरे तो पानी पीने भर के लिए मिलता है।
हम लोग पानी के लिए मोल खरीदते हैं।
कितने, कैसे खरीदते हैं पानी?
13 रुपए टंकी।
पानी बनने आए भैया, बोट के जब समय रहता ना तो कहीं हम लगवा देंगे और फिर बोट का काम निकल गया, दोबारा देखने में नहीं आना।
आवता ही नहीं, जब पानी क्या करें, आगा तो आगा, नहीं आगा तो नहीं की बात।
कुछ नहीं करते हैं, बस बोल देते हैं और जुर्माना और हो जाता है गड्ढा खोदने का, जो उनके मन में आए। 200, 250, 500। समस्या पानी की गंभीर है यहाँ पर।
तलवारें भी चली हैं, लोगों के सर भी फूटे हैं, तो बल्कि लोग यहाँ से 2 किलो 3 किलोमीटर दूर पानी से लाने में एक बच्चे की यहाँ जान भी गई है।
कुओं का घटता जलस्तर, हैंडपंपों का गिरता जलस्तर, अन्य जल स्रोतों का सूखना, ये सब बातें कहीं न कहीं से झील से जुड़ी हुई हैं।
ड्रिंकिंग वाटर स्टैंडर्ड है, उसमें MPN 0 होना चाहिए, BOD 0 होना चाहिए, लेकिन हमारी जो लेक है उसमें BOD काफी हाई है, जो कि एक बायोलॉजिकल ऑक्सीजन डिमांड का एक पैरामीटर होता है कि कितना पोल्यूशन है, काफी हाई है। MPN उसमें कई सारे पॉइंट्स पे 1600 तक है, जो कि ड्रिंकिंग वाटर में नील होना चाहिए। तो लेक तो काफी ज्यादा पोल्यूटेड है।
समय रहते प्रयास न किए गए तो परिणाम भयंकर होंगे। जुगत लगाना होगी मिलकर हम सभी को। जन सहयोग से बात बन सकती है, ताकि अगली पीढ़ी न तरसे बूंद बूंद पानी को।
हर चीज बिक रही है, पानी भी बिक रहा है, पानी भी बिक रहा है, पानी भी बिक रहा है। बस आदमी का दुनिया में, बस आदमी का दुनिया में मोल घट रहा है, जी 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 मोल घट रहा है। वो बाबू लोगो आया है, बाबू लोगो आया है, बाबू लोगो आया है, बाबू लोगो आया है।
Behind this confusion, chaos, and apparent madness, there is a method. This is the scene at 5 o'clock in the morning at Delhi's biggest sabzi mandi or vegetable market at Azadpur. There are 3 other such markets located on what used to be once the periphery of the city. These mandis or markets are the nodes which literally provide the life support to the people of Delhi. Fruits and vegetables from these markets are taken to different parts of Delhi where they are sold through a variety of outlets. Vegetable shops in a colony's market, through government-owned shops such as the Mother Dairy booths, or simply brought to the housewife's doorstep by the local vendor. Delhi, now a huge metropolis, is a cosmopolitan city, with people not only from different parts of the country, but different parts of the world. You name a fruit or a vegetable and you can find it in some market or the other. The greater part of India's population still lives in rural areas. Yet the country has changed dramatically from what it was 50 years ago in 1947. This drama of change unfolds itself before us in all spheres of our lives and activities. One would have thought that a sabzi mandi is primarily an agricultural phenomenon. But on a little reflection you realize that a vegetable market as big as Delhi's Azadpur market is essentially a creature of a modern industrial economy. In an economy which is primarily rural, people's needs are met from within the village or from a small region in the neighborhood.
यहाँ पे सौदा सामान कैसे आता है?
बुग्गिन पे आता है, ट्रैक्टरों पे आता है, उन्हीं पे लाते हैं।
क्या लाते हैं?
सौदा भी कोई चीनी लानी है, चाहे गुड़ लाना है, चाहे कोई भी सौदा लाना है, इन्हीं बाहर का सब आती है।
यहाँ सब्जी वगैरह रोज आती है?
यहाँ से रोज की बाजार को जाती है।
और
बल्लभगढ़ भी जाए, फरीदाबाद भी जाए।
यहाँ से सब्जी जाती है?
हाँ जी।
तो यहाँ क्या क्या उगता है?
यहाँ सब्जी बैंगन भी बो रखे हैं, आलू, टमाटर है, कई चीज वो रखे हैं।
अच्छा, तो बाहर से शहर से क्या सामान क्या आता है? पैकेट वाले सामान आता है जैसे बिस्कुट है और
वो तो वही दे जाते हैं पैकेट वाले।
As the economy slowly changes from an agricultural to an industrial one, certain characteristic features begin to emerge. Amongst the first to appear is the transport system. Rail, road, water, and air. It is this system which carries the products, both agricultural as well as industrial, across the length and breadth of the country. From inside the country to outside, and from outside to inside. All these modes of transport, rail, road, water, and air, are not new. They were there much before 1947. What is new is the pace at which the growth in these systems has come about. Sabzi mandis like the one at Azadpur is just a node in the growing and evolving road transport system. Sabzi mandi is only one kind of marketplace. There are other kinds of mandis as well. Mandis for food grains, cotton, and other agricultural products. So on first encounter, the chaos at Azadpur Sabzi Mandi may appear to be some kind of madness. But there is a pattern and order underlying this chaos. Over the last 50 years, the road system has increased dramatically. In 1951, the total road length in India was 4 lakh kilometers, and since then it has shown a steady increase. The road length has increased exponentially in the 80s and 90s, and now it is more than 30 lakh kilometers. In 50 years, from 1947, it has increased to more than 8 times of what the road length was in 1951. Similarly, the number of trucks moving on the roads have increased from 87,000 in 1951 to nearly 15 lakhs in 1991. In other words, the number of trucks have increased more than 16 times during the last 50 years. It is interesting to see that while increase in the road's length has been 8 times, the increase in trucks moving on these roads has doubled, that is 16 times. Therefore, it is clear from the graph which shows the number of trucks on Indian roads after every 10 years that increase is much sharper and almost exponential right from the beginning, whereas the increase in road length was slow to begin with, but which began to increase in the 80s and the 90s. Another way to look at the impact of industrialization on the Indian economy is to see how movement of goods by road has increased over the last 40 to 50 years. We combine the weight of the goods and the kilometers to define a measure called ton-kilometer. 1 ton-kilometer describes 1 ton of weight carried through a distance of 1 kilometer. So, for example, 5 ton-kilometers could be either 5 ton of goods carried through a distance of 1 kilometer or 1 ton of goods carried through a distance of 5 kilometers. In either case, the important thing is not the actual weight of the goods and the actual distance through which it is carried, but the combination of the two. This is a useful measure because, after all, weight carried by trucks on roads is what really matters. The industrialization of economy is reflected vividly through these graphs. What we notice is that the rate of industrialization has sharply increased in the 80s and 90s. One can see how an activity which is essentially a product of an industrialized society, that is, the movement of trucks on roads built by modern technologies, is so closely related to a primarily agricultural activity where agricultural produce moves from one part of the country to another. It is an interesting example of how a society which has been traditionally an agricultural society is transforming itself into an industrialized society. First at a slow pace through the 50s, 60s and late 70s, and then suddenly increasing the pace in the 80s and 90s. Roads have been with us from ancient times, but these roads were not the product of an industrialized economy. In fact, as far as surface transport is concerned, industrialization manifests itself first through the railways rather than the roads. In 1951, that is soon after independence, goods carried by the railways were more than 8 times than that by roadways. The situation has completely changed now in 1997, 50 years after independence. A greater share of goods is carried by roads than by railways. For example, in 1986-87, railways transported only 22.5% of fruits and vegetables across the country, whereas roadways carried 77.5% of this load. These graphs which we have seen are pictures for the entire country. It would not be correct, therefore, to say in what way the society or economy is transforming from an agricultural to an industrial one in different parts of the country by looking at these graphs alone. We will have to look at similar graphs for different regions of the country. As India modernizes itself, unity and diversity look more like a slogan, a mere rhetoric. People of diverse social, cultural and political backgrounds pull the national fabric apart. Ironically, what really brings them together and binds the nation are products of modern technology. It is difficult to imagine that 50 or even 30 years ago, eating habits of Kashmiris would be in any way similar to those of people living in Delhi, Bombay, Chennai or Calcutta. But the enormous development in the transport system, during the last 50 years has done just that, if not for the entire country, at least for a small but increasing part of the population. Not only have people moved on these roads from one part of the country to another, they have also carried with them their eating habits, amongst so many other things in their cultural baggage. Fruits and vegetables such as avocado, plum, and pineapple, which come from far-off places, are becoming more and more available to middle-class people in the cities and bigger towns all over India. It would be wrong to say that the network of roads is the only factor responsible for the changing lifestyles. But roads do contribute in a very significant way. There are other factors too, like the media, which plays a major role in informing people about what is available in the big marketplaces. One factor influences the other, and both influence a third. Thus, change becomes far too complex to be put under one category. Beneath the chaos of the sabzi mandi, there is not one, but several patterns of human behavior which reflect attitudes and habits, and above all, the incessant process of change, which may be primarily economic in nature, but which has a bearing on other aspects of human life. So as we drive down these roads, we seldom stop to think that the roads too have a story, a tale to tell, of changes.
On business communication. Now today we are going to discuss active listening in business communication. Now listening is important in communication, but before discussing listening, let's see what communication is. Now communication is a force that helps in decision making for the organization. It is a kind of a function which is very important for the organization because it coordinates the activities in the organization and it fulfills the basic relatedness and the connectivity of the people. Now let's see this in model. You have the sender, receiver, from where the message is encoded. The receiver receives the message which is decoded and it again comes back to the sender. In between you could have the noise or a kind of a barrier which genuinely reduces the process of listening. If listening is not proper or it is not effective in the organization, it would lead to a lot of misunderstandings, low morale of employees, a kind of a dissatisfaction, dissatisfied customers, and it could also cause serious problems related to unhappy feelings in the organization. The trust level is reduced because you don't understand each other. Listening is not only giving attention to people, but it is a kind of a building empathy where you listen to the people in an emotional way also. You get connected people in a way by which you are related to their feelings, to their basic trust, whichever they are wanting, or they want to be happy in their lives. So listening is important, though it seems to be very easy, but it is a kind of a very complex process because it requires a lot of concentration and a meditation to build up this habit. Generally, you see people complaining that nobody listens to me, and people are literally frustrated in their life, and maybe it can result into a kind of a fight or into a kind of a breakup of relationship. Most of the divorces in married life happens because husband and wife don't listen to each other. So the reason for unhappy relationship, for a kind of an unhappy existence of anything in the organization or in the private or personal life, is because you don't listen to each other. Now, let's not save our loving speeches, our loving words, and a kind of encouraging words and inspiring words for people whom you don't say only. You have to tell people that how much you respect them, and then you have to listen to their feelings and understand them in such a way that you can relate to their emotional level also. It is basically related to your time, empathy, concentration, and the power to be a kind of a person who has the relatedness and a connectivity need. Now, listening is a power which makes people feel important. It makes feel people to get a better status in life. It gives a kind of a connectivity in the organization. Why it is important to listen? Now, if you don't listen, it will result into a kind of a confusion and cohesiveness in the organization. You will not get results in the organization. Your objectives and goals will not be achieved. The power of expression of the people will be genuinely fatal if they know that they are not respected. So if you want that people express themselves, somebody has to listen. Somebody has to give the kind of importance which people need in their life. Now, it is genuinely sad that people have a kind of a habit or a power of listening 4 times faster than their speaking abilities. The process is difficult because when you speak, your mind processes faster than the listening abilities. You could daydream, you could go to the other lands also, you could think about other people, but still you can listen. So generally when the processes interlap in your mind, or when the communication is faster, then the process is interrupted and you have a bad listening habit because you don't understand the full aspect or the impact of the message, and then you are just superficially connected to people. But the active listening habit would involve a kind of a deep understanding in form of encouraging, restating what has been said, reflecting on one's behavior, and then summarizing whatever he wanted to say. So if you could perform all these functions in your mind and you could build up an empathy, then the process of listening is successful. Otherwise, it would create a barrier between the sender and the receiver. Sometimes these barriers are created or ineffective listening happens because you are not connected to people. If you don't trust the speaker, or if you have a kind of a different perception or a belief or a value system or a different religion, or if the speaker is not able to understand or speak in your own language, then genuinely this barrier is created that people don't listen. Now let's discuss the technical aspect of listening through the Fourier's model. This model discusses the components and the effectiveness of the listening process. Now the first aspect is hearing. Hearing is just paying attention to whatever is being said. Then you come to understanding. Understanding involves a kind of a comprehensive process to take the messages in a better way. Remembering. Remembering is a kind of a process where you recall the message. Then is interpreting. Interpreting is a kind of a process where you give meaning to the messages. Then is evaluating. Evaluating is a process where you evaluate on the basis of the cost, benefit, or the pros and cons of the messages, whether it is beneficial for you or it is not beneficial for you. And then is responding. If the things are beneficial to you and if they are giving you a kind of a weight or a kind of a status or importance, you would respond in a positive way. So this is the total process. Now sometimes the listening is genuinely not possible or it is ineffective because there is a kind of a information overload. Again in this graph we have shown you the process of information overload. On the x-axis we have plotted the time and on the y-axis we have plotted the information. Now, when the information is to the level where the employees can process this kind of aspect in their minds, it is taken in a better way. But if the message overload is there, or if the information is more and it crosses this boundary, then this cannot be processed by the mind. Like if many people start speaking to you, person A, B, C, and start saying everything to you, then you will not be in a mood to reply to any person, because you are not able to listen to all people simultaneously. So this kind of information overload has to be controlled. Now when you try to control the information overload, this is again by a process where you could allow to keep a gatekeeper. This gatekeeper will process the information. Either it will allow message A, B, C in a kind of a sequence, or it will allow only important messages or important people to come into your office and say their things in a systematic way. So information overload could be removed by keeping gatekeepers, which would enhance the active listening process for the human beings. Now when you talk about listening, active listening process is a kind of a process which needs strategies to be done in such a way that this process becomes successful and people do enhance their abilities to give attention to people. First strategy is sensing. Sensing is a kind of a strategy where a kind of the receiver or a person has to postpone the kind of evaluation. Now see, suppose if a speaker is saying something and before he has said or before he has completed, you start overlapping your gestures and your belief in such a way that you start evaluating people. If your evaluations are immature, then you will not hear what he wants to say, or you try to avoid interpretations. Don't give your interpretations according to your own beliefs and perceptions. Evaluation. Now evaluation is again a process where you have to empathize the kind of the speaker to whom you are related. You have to evaluate in such a way that you feel the importance what the speaker is saying. You don't have to evaluate the messages and the information according to your own convenience. Or it is responding. Now responding should be in a way that you show interest in people, you react positively to the people, you clarify the messages, and you take the things in the kind of the statement or in a kind of a convenient way or in a harmonious way. If you want to fight or if you want to come into a conflict, obviously you will not be able to listen what the speaker wants to say. So in this case, the basic strategy to enhance the active listening process is that you have to relate to people in a kind of a sustainable and a harmonious and a rhythmic way. This will foster positive kind of relationships between the people. Now listening also increases when you have a kind of a persuasive communication. Persuasive communication comes from the experts. Experts do give you a kind of a counseling or a kind of a coaching or a kind of a positive message which builds up or fosters a kind of a relationship where the listening process is enhanced. Now let's see the process of listening. It is a 5-step process of listening. First is you get a stimuli. Now you attach a meaning to that stimuli. You store for the future reference. Then you separate the fact from the opinion and evaluate the quality of the evidences. You react. Once you have evaluated the message, you respond to it, whether it could be positive or it could be negative. If you are responding in a positive way, that means the communication has been successful and it has generally done the function for which it was communicated. But if the communication fails, that means the listening has been not proper or listening has been not in the way in which the speaker wanted to say. Here the negotiation process fails because the speaker and the receiver both are not able to build an empathetic relationship. Now listening generally is a kind of a habit or it is a kind of a behavior which people do foster in their lives because some kind of negative aspects are associated with their personality. There are bad listening habits, like you genuinely are attached to both topics which the speaker takes up and it puts the other person in a depressive stage, or the speaker's delivery is very poor, so in that way people will not listen to you. Or if you are always fighting, you are always in a kind of a conflicting position, or you are always arguing with people, then generally people will not give you a kind of respect and they will not listen even to your valuable judgments. And listening is also because the speaker's knowledge is not worthwhile. So the speaker has to be learned, he has to be of a kind of a genuinely of a status where he has a kind of a expertise over whatever subject he is saying. So this would enhance the listening process. People have to overcome the bad listening habits by concentration and by meditations. Now these genuinely the bad habits of listening which come to your life spoil the kind of progress or the relativeness or the kind of connectivity which you can build up with the society. When you enter the class, you get distracted. When you enter the organization, you get a kind of a process, or you enter into a misunderstanding kind of a relationship, or you are failing in your interview, or you are failing into a negotiation. You break up the deal. The basic reason is because you are not respecting people, you are not listening to them. So you have to overcome these barriers before you come to a kind of a successful relationship. Now what could be the reasons why these processes happen and why you don't listen to people? First is, these barriers are shown in this diagram. First is, you have self-imposed barriers. Self-imposed barriers is that you believe in a certain belief and a perception. You have a kind of a domain where you say that you are always right. You don't want to change according to the people's need. You have your self-perception, and this basically binds to you. You are very much in a kind of a relationship where you don't want to allow other person to enter your life. Then it could be the selective barriers. Now selective barriers are those barriers which you select. You select in terms of environment, or you feel a kind of a discomfort in your life, or you are depressed, or your mental state is not in a proper way where you could relate to the speaker. Suppose you are in a kind of a bad mood and your child has come and said something to you, even in a lovable way, you would just shout and just ignore him. So this is like you have selected a barrier where you don't want to listen even to the good things or to the lovable things or the affection which your child wants to show to you. So listening is a kind of a technical process which is far off, or it is more mature than hearing. So listening has to be active, whereas hearing is just passive. You don't respond. Listening is a kind of a deep-rooted emotional kind of a gesture which has to be taken to the mind. It is a kind of a process which is continuously happening in your mind. Now, basically the types of listening which we are going to discuss are: first is content listening, then is critical listening, then is empathetic listening. Now when you talk about content listening, in this the message and the context or the fact is important. Here you evaluate the message not on the basis of how it is said, but on the basis of content. Like, see, suppose you ask for a price of a product. Here the price in terms of figure is important. So you would basically concentrate only on the content. Then is critical listening. Critical listening is you are always criticizing people, you are finding out their limitations. So whatever even good things they want to show to you or they want to say, you will not respond to them. Empathetic listening is a kind of listening where you enter the shoes of the other person. You empathize their feelings, you empathize their needs, and then if you listen, you try to have a kind of emotional connectivity with that person, and then you build up a relationship. So this third kind of listening is very important. And if people are ready to empathize, and if people are ready to connect, obviously the communication would happen and you will build up relationships in life. Now when you talk about levels of listening, you have a casual or a marginal level where you just don't give attention to people. Then it's attentive level. Attentive level is you start entering into a process where you start giving importance to people. And then it's active level. Active level is just getting related in terms of emotional connectivity to people. So these total levels have to be crossed before you come to a process where you involve your brain, your mind and your heart and soul into the total process of communication. And when you put your soul together, then only things happen in life. Then only empires are built up or the businesses start working. In terms of listening, there would be 4 levels of listening. First comes the non-listening level 1. The non-listener does not hear the speaker. He will not respond. Second level is the non-listener is usually considered as a kind of a social bore. He is generally like a person who wants to speak so much, and he will speak so much that people will find him a burden. He will be avoided in the society because people want people who would genuinely listen to them. Then is marginal listening level 1. Here the sounds and the words are given meaning, but you don't respond to these meanings. Marginal level 2. Here the listening is hazardous because the misunderstandings are possible because you are not emotionally getting related to people. Then it's evaluating listening. Evaluative listening level 1 is you are giving judgments at a very early stages before the speaker completes his total message. Evaluative listening 2. You tend to stay away from the speaker in an emotional way and you judge people according to your own perceptions. Now come to the active listening level 1. Here is undoubtedly and unquestionably you relate yourself to the speaker. You try to comprehend the powerful messages which the speaker wants to do. Active listening level 2 is the concentration of your thoughts to his level, what he wants to say. So you relate your thoughts to the speaker's thoughts level and you enter into the process of listening. Now these steps where we have taken the total process in terms of concentration, acknowledgement, research, exercise, emotional control, sense the non-verbals and structure it. See, once when you concentrate is you relate your thoughts to the speaker's thoughts. Then you acknowledge. Acknowledge is you say that you want to believe in him and you respect him. So acknowledging could be like nodding your head, or it could be like giving a kind of a excitement or a kind of a signal which shows the interest that the speaker is genuinely a nice person. So this will encourage the speaker and your listening habit would enhance. Then do a research. Research is try to analyze the facts in a sequence. Whatever he has said in the introduction, what is in the content, what is the conclusion. You have to rehearse that and build up a kind of a research plan in your mind that what was the basic aspect of whatever content has been given to you. Then exercise emotional control. Try not to be a person who enters into arguments, or try not to be a person who enters into fight. Try to be a normal person who would genuinely acknowledge each and every reasonable aspect of the speaker. Then sense the non-verbals. Non-verbals would be, there are few things which words cannot cover. These are the non-verbals and the body language as the gestures and the kinds of emotional aspects which the speaker wants to give, but you are not able to take it. So build up that ability that you relate to the level where people want to be understood in terms of the emotional aspects also. Then structure. Structure is like giving a shape to whatever the message or the speech has come from the speaker. You shape it according to his perception, not according to your own perception. Now when you start doing this process of listening, there are some basic guidelines which would make you an effective listener. First is control the environment, control the physical environment. Environment would be like there should be no sound or there should be no noise. If the environment is calm and peaceful, you would genuinely concentrate on whatever is being said. After the environment, you have to control the kind of a process in such a way that the basic technical aspects of the listening process are completed. Here you are going to solve the problems which are associated to your life. Maybe you are in a negative state. Try to overcome the state by genuinely building a positive outlook, or you should be spontaneous to that process in such a way that you relate to the people, or you don't evaluate people in such a way that whatever they want to say, you don't allow them to say, and build a kind of a empathy. Try to build up a kind of a relationship which is based on equal forums. If there is equality, if there is a kind of a certainty, and if there is a kind of a importance given to each other in form of respect, definitely listening will happen. Now when you have to involve into a kind of listening process, you have to be mentally alert also. Then only you would overcome the psychological barriers. Now let's see the psychological barriers which hinder the listening process. We have shown in this diagram. This is a beautiful model. First is the subject matter. Now the subject matter, whatever the speaker wants to say, you have feelings about the subject matter, and then you have the feelings about each other. See, subject matter would be like what you believe, what you have an opinion, or whatever research you have done. So that subject matter has to relate to your knowledge level. If it is higher than your knowledge level, genuinely you will not pay attention because you don't understand. But if you have knowledge level to a certain level, and if the speaker is giving you a knowledge level which is below your level, then also you will not pay attention because you already know it, and you will not respect the kind of intelligence of the speaker. Now comes the feelings of each other. Each other is the speaker and the receiver. Both have to trust each other. If the trust is lost, you will not listen, because you are genuinely not liking the person to whom you are connecting or you are communicating. Here a kind of relationship has to be built up in the mind, that you want to listen to the person, then only you would get involved into a kind of concentrated process. Now basically listening also is difficult. Again, I have shown you this in this model. This is a shared and a semantic code model where we have shown you 6 circles. This is a kind of a semantic barrier which happens between the speaker and the receiver, which hinders the listening process. First is you have your my semantic code, which is shown by these 2 circles. This is my world and my opinion world. This is other semantic code is your semantic code. This is your world and your world of opinion. So unless and until these codes do not match or do not come into a kind of a rhythm, the listening process is generally distorted, or even if you're listening is you're not emotionally connected with the people. So the communication is between my world of opinion to your world of opinion. So this bridge has to be built up so that the total process of communication is completed. When you talk about the listening habits, you have to build up a kind of environment, which I've already said, but you have to be also alert and you have to be mentally prepared. And it's not being mentally prepared in terms of attention, but you have to be emotionally matured also. You must have a capacity to judge people. You must provide feedback, which is genuinely should be positive, and you must respond. Even if you are responding in a negative way, it should be in a respectful way so that you can convey the meaning to the person. Now, why it is happening that people do want to be listened, or why it is you don't want to listen? First is listening is important because it is the transfer of key concepts and the ideas which you have to take up in form of facts. Then you must be able to distinguish between the experience and the argument, distinguish between an example and idea, and distinguish between fact and principles. Try to get involved actively. When you are listening, the habits could be analyze the key points, what the speaker is saying. Look to the unspoken messages. Keep an open-minded. It means that like you should not be conservative. You must have a kind of a broad outlook. You must have a modern outlook so that you generally anticipate the feelings of people in a positive way. Then keep asking questions to the people. This would genuinely enhance and encourage the speaker. Then reserve judgments. Don't give judgments to the people. This will spoil the state and you will enter into a kind of a conflict. Take meaningful notes and then interrupt only where it is necessary. So if you follow these rules, the speaker will be respected. Whatever he wants to say, you would understand. Now, it is a kind of a hard work where you need a kind of a judgment in terms of the speaker's ability to relate to your level. So you have to build up a kind of an action plan where you have to match up your speed difference of your judgmental ability to the speaker's ability. Now, bad listening also happens because genuinely it is your speaking ability is very fast. See, we speak at least 135 to 175 words per minute, but a speaker's ability of speaking words is less, but whereas the receiver's ability to listen and to take up words is 400 to 500 words per minute. So there is difference in these kinds of the level. So you are giving only 175 words and here the processing ability is of 500 words. So the time which is left between the processing ability will be filled up by a kind of a dream or a vision or a kind of a traveling to some other area, or you would reach up other destination. So the analyzing in between the process happens in the mind where you start taking up those aspects also. Your analysis starts happening in the mind. You could be somewhere, but the where you are stopping this process in such a way that you relate to that speed level, the process would be successful. Now, bad listening habit also happens because you have a lack of training. You have not genuinely trained yourself so that you should be a good listener. It requires a lot of kind of a concentration and a kind of a built-up habit. It's a training which you attuned your body to that process, and typically it is a kind of a biological process that people have less listening habits. Now let's see to these facts. The typical employee's listening effectiveness is only 25%. See, if you are giving 100%, nobody is going to listen your 100%. They are only taking 25%. Now, 3/4 of everything that every employee is hearing is distorted quickly. The normal listener is likely to understand only about 50% of the conversation. After 48 hours, it drops to 25%. This means that the normal forgetting of a discussion is very high. So it is a kind of a biological process that we are not able to retain whatever has been said in our life. We listen to so many lectures, so you are not able to understand the 100%. But whatever 20% your biological senses are interpreting those facts, you have to remember by a good listening habits. If you have good listening habits, it will make your life easy, it will improve relationships, it will improve trust levels, and it will also improve a kind of a life habit which genuinely builds up a kind of a relationship where there are few misunderstandings, few conflicts, and less of fights. So it is better you understand people and live life peacefully. To work out with the non-verbal aspects, you would be surprised to see that 7% of the message is genuinely given by the verbal aspects. It is the 93% of the messages which come to the people are through the non-verbal aspects. When you build up the structure is important because you index it, you give a sequence, you try to compare what you wanted and what has been said. So if your knowledge level is at a certain level and you get more than that, the respect feelings and the trust feelings are built up. So this total model of getting into a process of listening is important.
Welcome to the 6th part of the Panchakarma series. In the last 2 episodes, we dealt at length with the Vamana and Virechana therapies respectively. We saw that Vamana expels the morbid kapha, while Virechana expels the vitiated pitta from their respective sites in the body. In this episode, we will discuss the most important procedure of Panchakarma known as Vasti, which is the process of eliminating the vitiated dosha from the Pakwashaya by therapeutic enema. It is carried out mainly in Vata disorders. Vasti, which expels the morbid Vata from the body, is considered to be the most important Panchakarma procedure because of its broad spectrum of action. its multiple actions include anabolic effect, antilipidemic effect, seminotropic effect, anti-aging effect, and strengthening effect, among many others. Though Vasti is carried out primarily in Vata disorders, it is also effective in the vitiation of Pitta, Kabha and Rakta. It is useful in Shakha, Koshta and Marmaroga. Owing to its vast indications and multiple utilities, Vasti is considered to be Ardha Chikitsa, that is half of the entire Panchakarma procedure. The Vasti therapy is so named because in the early periods of Ayurveda, the procedure was carried out using the urinary bladder of animals, which is called Vasti in Sanskrit. The root word of Vasti is Vas, which means to cover or to reside. There are 3 routes for performing Vasti, and accordingly they are named as Pakwashaya Gada, Garbhashaya Gada and Mutrashaya Gada. Pakwashaya Gada is the medicated enema through the anal route. Garbhashaya Gada is the transvaginal application of medicines, and Mutrashaya Gada is the transurethral application of medicines. The focus of our discussion will be on Pakwashaya Gada, as it happens to be the most commonly followed Vasti Karma. Based on the type of medicine used, Vasti is broadly classified into 2 groups, namely Niruha Vasti and Taila Vasti. First, let us have a look at Niruha Vasti. On the basis of the mode of action of medicine, Niruha Vasti is further classified into 6 categories. These are Lekhana, which is antilipidemic. It is performed to reduce excess fat in the body. Snehana, that is oleating. Brahmana stands for anabolic effect, is performed to enhance the body weight. Utkleshana increases and liquefies dosha. Doshahara eliminates the vitiated dosha, and Shamana pacifies dosha. Now let us look at the other type of Vasti known as Taila Vasti. In Taila Vasti, medicated Sneha substances such as oils and fats alone are used. On the basis of the quantity of the medicine used, Taila Vasti is further divided into 3 types, namely Sneha Vasti, Anuvasana Vasti and Matra Vasti. The quantity of medicine in Sneha Vasti is about 300 milliliter, which is about 1/4 of the quantity used in Niruha Vasti. In the case of Anuvasana Vasti, the quantity of medicine is 150 milliliter, which is half of the quantity used in Sneha Vasti. And the amount of medicine in Matra Vasti is about 75 milliliter, which is half the quantity of Sneha used in Anuvasana Vasti. Normally, the procedure of Vasti is carried out as a combination of Niruha and Taila on alternate days. According to the condition of disease and strength of the patient, the total number of Vasti could be 30, 16 or 8. On the basis of number, the Vasti procedure is categorized into 3, namely Karma Vasti, Kala Vasti and Yoga Vasti. In the case of Karma Vasti, total number of Vasti is 30. Among these, 18 are Taila and 12 are Niruha. The 30 Vastis are given as 1 Taila Vasti followed by 12 Taila Vasti and 12 Niruha alternatively, and at the end again 5 Taila Vasti. In Kala Vasti, the total number of Vasti is 16. This includes 10 Taila and 6 Niruha. The 16 Vasti are given as 1 Taila Vasti followed by 6 Taila Vasti and 6 Niruha alternatively, and again 3 Taila Vasti at the end. The total number in Yoga Vasti is 8, which is a combination of 5 Taila and 3 Niruha. The 8 Vasti are given as 1 Taila Vasti followed by 3 Taila Vasti and 3 Niruha alternatively, and again 1 Taila Vasti at the end. The Taila Vasti and Niruha Vasti have to be performed in an alternative manner. Performing Taila Vasti continuously on successive days may reduce the status of Agni. Similarly, performing Niruha Vasti continuously may provoke the Vada dosha. Therefore, Taila and Niruha Vasti should be carried out on the patient alternatively. Let us now study about the drugs generally used to prepare the medicine for the Vasti karma. Let us now examine the indications and contraindications of each of the Vasti karma. Nirugha Vasti is indicated for gulma, that is certain abdominal afflictions, pliha, that is splenomegaly, vadarakta, rheumatoid arthritis, jeernadhisara, chronic diarrhea, shula, abdominal colic, jeernajvara, that is chronic fever, pradishaya, that is sinusitis, shukraroga, that is seminal abnormalities, malabandha, constipation, vruddhi, hernia, ashmari, urinary calculus, rajonasha, that is amenorrhea, and diseases of vata. Nirugha Vasti is contraindicated in the following clinical conditions: patients of adhisnigdha nature, urakshada, that is trauma of the chest, krisha, those who are extremely lean, amadhisara, that is diarrhea with indigestion, vamana, that is vomiting, shwasa, dyspnea, kasa, that is cough, prasega, excessive salivation, arsha, piles, hidma, hiccough, adhvana, flatulence, alpagni, that is extremely low appetite, gudakshada, that is anal injury, baddhodara, that is intestinal obstruction, kushta, skin diseases, and prameha, that is diabetes. In the case of pregnant woman, Nirugha Vasti should not be performed up to the 7th month. It should not be carried out after food. Nirugha Vasti is avoided in the case of patients who have just undergone Virejana and Nasya therapies. Generally, all the clinical conditions indicated for Nirugha Vasti are applicable in case of Taila Vasti too. However, there are a few more indications for Taila Vasti. These are Atyagni, that is increased appetite, patients with extreme Yukshada, that is dry nature, and in the vitiation of Vata dosha alone. All the contraindications of Nirugha Vasti are also applicable in the case of Taila Vasti. In addition to these, Taila Vasti also has the following contraindications: Pandu, that is anemia, prameha, that is diabetes, penasa, rhinorrhea, atisara, diarrhea, gurikoshta, heaviness of stomach, udara, ascites, sthula, extreme obesity, krimi, worm infestation, visha, that is intoxication, shlipada, filariasis, and apaji, that is cervical lymphadenitis. Taila Vasti should not be carried out on an empty stomach. Let us now discuss the procedure of preparing Nirugha. Let us now examine the procedure of Vasti Karma. Generally, the patients indicated for Vasti should have earlier undergone Snehana and Swedana. They should also have been subjected to Vamana and Virejana therapies. In all cases, Tailavasti should always be performed prior to Niruhavasti. The procedures of both are similar with certain specific precautions. Let us first examine Tailavasti. Tailavasti has three phases: Purva Karma or pre-operative measures, Pradhana Karma or main procedures, and Paschat Karma, post-operative measures. Snehavasti produces purity of blood and subsequent tissues and clarity of intelligence and sensorium. It promotes sound sleep and makes the body light but strong. The Adiyoga of Snehavasti causes nausea, giddiness, debility and fainting, besides scissoring pain in the anal region. The Ayoga of Snehavasti creates dryness in lower abdomen, legs and back. It also causes constipation and retention of urine. The procedure of Niruhavasti is similar to that of Tailavasti. Niruhavasti should be performed on an empty stomach, but at the same time the patient should not be hungry. A properly administered Niruha drugs reach the Nabhi, that is umbilicus, Kadi, that is lumbar area, Parshva, that is flanks, and Kukshi, that is abdomen. They liquefy and separate the vitiated dosha as well as fecal matter. The unctuous material in the Niruha causes oleation of the body. Finally, the Niruha material is expelled along with the morbid dosha and mala. A maximum of 1 muhurta, which is nearly equal to 45 minutes, is appreciable for the retention of medicine in the Pakwashaya. The patient is allowed to defecate whenever he has the urge to do so. If the medicine administered has not returned even after the maximum retention time, that is 1 muhurta, it may lead to certain complications. The Adiyoga and Ayoga of Niruhavasti are similar to those of Virejana, which we have discussed in the last unit. We will now conclude this unit of Panchakarma by recapitulating the important points of our discussion. We defined Vasti as the process of eliminating the vitiated doshas from the Pakwashaya by therapeutic enema, which is carried out mainly in Vata disorders. Vasti, which is often termed as Ardha Chikitsa owing to its broad spectrum of action, can be performed in 3 routes, namely Pakwashaya Gada, Garbhashaya Gada and Mutrashaya Gada Vasti. Our present discussion was limited to Pakwashaya Gada Vasti. Based on the type of medicine used, Pakwashaya Gada Vasti is broadly classified into 2 types, namely Niruha Vasti and Taila Vasti. On the basis of the mode of action of medicine, Niruha Vasti is classified into 6 categories, namely Lekhana, Snehana, Brahmana, Utkleshana, Doshahara and Shamana. On the basis of the quantity of the medicine used, Tailavasti is divided into 3 types, namely Snehavasti, Anuvasanavasti and Matravasti. Vasti has to be carried out as a combination of Niruha and Taila on alternate days. On the basis of number, the Vasti procedure is categorized into 3 types, namely Karma Vasti, Kala Vasti and Yoga Vasti. We then listed out the indications and contraindications of Niruha as well as Taila Vasti. In this unit, you also learned about the method of preparation of medicine for the Vasti Karma and the Samyak Yoga, Adi Yoga, Ayoga and other complications of Vasti. Before you attend the next session, read the books suggested here. This will help you in answering the questions. Have a nice time.
Hello friends, one of the long-standing goals of physics is to understand the gravitational force, the force that holds you to Earth, holds the moon in orbit around Earth and holds Earth in orbit around the Sun. It also reaches out through the whole of our Milky Way galaxy, holding together the billions and billions of stars in the galaxy and the countless molecules and dust particles between stars. This force is also responsible for some of the most mysterious structures in the universe called black holes. When a star considerably larger than our Sun burns out, the gravitational force between all its particles can cause the star to collapse in on itself and thereby to form a black hole. The gravitational force at the surface of such a collapsed star is so strong that neither particle nor light can escape from the surface. Any star coming too near a black hole can be ripped apart by the strong gravitational force and pulled into the hole. Enough captures like this yields a supermassive black hole. Such mysterious monsters appear to be common in the universe. Although the gravitational force is still not fully understood, the starting point in our understanding of it lies in the law of gravitation given by Isaac Newton. Newton's law of gravitation. Physicists like to study seemingly unrelated phenomena to show that a relationship can be found if the phenomena are examined closely enough. This search for unification has been going on for centuries. In 1665, Isaac Newton made a basic contribution to physics when he showed that the force that holds the moon in its orbit is the same force that makes an apple fall. We take this knowledge so much for granted now that it is not easy for us to comprehend the ancient belief that the motions of earthbound bodies and heavenly bodies were different in kind and were governed by different laws. Newton concluded not only that Earth attracts both apples and the moon, but also that everybody in the universe attracts every other body. This tendency of bodies to move toward one another is called gravitation. Newton analyzed astronomical data on the motion of moon around the Earth. From that analysis, he made the bold assertion that the force law governing the motion of planets was the same as the force law that attracted a falling apple to the Earth. Newton's law of universal gravitation states that every particle in the universe attracts every other particle with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. If the particles have masses m1 and m2 and are separated by a distance r, the magnitude of this gravitational force is F is equal to g multiplied by m1 into m2 upon r square. As shown in figure A, F is the gravitational force acting on particle 1 due to particle 2. The force is directed towards particle 2 and is said to be an attractive force because particle 1 is attracted towards particle 2. The magnitude of the force is given by equation F is equal to g into m1 m2 upon r square. We can describe F as being in the positive direction of an r axis extending radially from particle 1 through particle 2 as shown in figure B. We can also describe F by using a radial unit vector r that is directed away from particle 1 along the r axis as shown in figure C. From Newton's law, the force on particle 1 is then given by F is equal to G multiplied by m1 into m2 upon r square multiplied by unit vector r. The gravitational force on particle 2 due to particle 1 has the same magnitude as the force on particle 1, but the opposite direction. These two forces form a third law force pair, and we can speak of the gravitational force between the two particles as having a magnitude given by Newton's law. This force between two particles is not altered by other objects, even if they are located between the particles. Put another way, no object can shield either particle from the gravitational force due to the other particle. The strength of the gravitational force, that is, how strongly two particles with a given masses at a given separation attract each other, depends on the value of the gravitational constant G. If G, by some miracle, were suddenly multiplied by a factor of 10, you would be crushed to the floor by Earth's attraction. If G were divided by this factor, Earth's attraction would be so weak that you could jump over a building. Although Newton's law of gravitation applies strictly to particles, we can also apply it to real objects as long as the sizes of the objects are small relative to the distance between them. The moon and earth are far enough apart so that to a good approximation we can treat them both as particles. Kepler's laws and the motion of planets. Humans have observed the movements of the planets, stars, and other celestial objects for thousands of years. In early history, these observations led scientists to regard the Earth as the center of the universe. In 1543, Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus suggested that the Earth and the other planets revolved in circular orbits around the Sun. Tycho Brahe, a Danish astronomer, wanted to determine how the heavens were constructed and pursued a project to determine the position of both stars and planets. Those observations of the planets and stars visible to the naked eye were carried out with only a large sextant and a compass. The telescope had not yet been invented. German astronomer Johannes Kepler was Brahe's assistant for a short while before Brahe's death, whereupon he acquired his mentor's astronomical data and spent 16 long years trying to deduce a mathematical model for the motion of the planets. Such data are difficult to sort out because the moving planets are observed from a moving Earth. After many laborious calculations, Kepler found that Brahe's data on the revolution of Mars around the Sun led to a successful model. Kepler's complete analysis of planetary motion is summarized in these three statements known as Kepler's laws. All planets move in elliptical orbits with the Sun at one focus. The radius vector drawn from the Sun to the planet sweeps out equal areas in equal time intervals. The square of the orbital period of any planet is proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis of the elliptical orbit. Kepler's first law. Kepler's first law indicates that the circular orbit is a very special case and elliptical orbits are the general situation. This notion was difficult for scientists of the time to accept because they believed that perfect circular orbits of the planets reflected the perfection of heaven. Figure here shows the geometry of an ellipse which serves as our model for the elliptical orbit of a planet. An ellipse is mathematically defined by choosing 2 points f1 and F2, each of which is called a focus, and then drawing a curve through points for which the sum of the distances r1 and r2 from f1 and f2 respectively is a constant. The longest distance through the center between points on the ellipse is called the major axis, and this distance is 2a. In figure, the major axis is drawn along the x direction. The distance a is called the semi-major axis. Similarly, the shortest distance through the center between points on the ellipse is called the minor axis of length 2b, where the distance b is the semi-minor axis. Either focus of the ellipse is located at a distance c from the center of the ellipse, where a square is equal to b square plus c square. In the elliptical orbit of a planet around the sun is at one focus of the ellipse. There is nothing at the other focus. The eccentricity of an ellipse is defined as E is equal to c upon a, and it describes the general shape of the ellipse. For a circle, c is equal to 0, and the eccentricity is therefore 0. The value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1 for an ellipse. High values of eccentricity correspond to longer and thinner ellipses. Eccentricities for planetary orbits vary widely in the solar system. The eccentricity of the Earth's orbit is 0.017, which makes it nearly circular. On the other hand, the eccentricity of Mercury's orbit is 0.21, the highest of the 8 planets. Figure A shows an ellipse with an eccentricity equal to that of Mercury's orbit. Notice that even the highest eccentricity orbit is difficult to distinguish from a circle, which is one reason Kepler's first law is an admirable accomplishment. The eccentricity of the orbit of comet Halley is 0.97, describing an orbit whose major axis is much longer than its minor axis, as shown in figure B. As a result, comet Halley spends much of its 76 years period far from Sun and invisible from the Earth. It is only visible to the naked eye during a small part of its orbit when it's near the Sun. Kepler's first law is a direct result of the inverse square nature of the gravitational force. We have already discussed circular and elliptical orbits, the allowed shapes of orbits for objects that are bound to the gravitational force center. These objects include planets, asteroids, and comets that move repeatedly around the Sun, as well as moons orbiting a planet. There are also unbound objects such as meteorites from deep space that might pass by the Sun once and then never return. The gravitational force between the Sun and these objects also varies as the inverse square of the separation distance, and the allowed paths for these objects include parabolas and hyperbolas. Kepler's second law. Kepler's second law can be shown to be a consequence of angular momentum conservation for an isolated system. Consider a planet of mass mp moving around the Sun in an elliptical orbit. Let us consider the planet as a system. We model the Sun to be so much more massive than the planet that the Sun does not move. The gravitational force exerted by the Sun on the planet is a central force, always along the radius vector directed towards the Sun. The torque on the planet due to this central force is clearly 0 because Fg is parallel to r. Recall that the net external torque on a system equals the time rate of change of angular momentum of the system, that is, tau net is equal to dl upon dt. Therefore, because the external torque on the planet is 0, it is modeled as an isolated system for angular momentum, and the angular momentum L of the planet is a constant of the motion. So we can write L is equal to R into P and is again equal to mpr into V and is equal to a constant. We can relate this result to the following geometric consideration. In a time interval dt, the radius vector r sweeps out the area dA, which equals half the area of the parallelogram formed by the vector r and dr. Because the displacement of the planet in the time interval dt is given by dr is equal to v dt, dA is equal to half area of the parallelogram. So dA comes out to be half r into dr, then it is equal to half r into v dt. Again it is equal to L upon 2 mp into dt, and finally dA upon dt is equal to L upon 2 mp. Here L and mp are both constants. This result shows that the radius vector from the Sun to any planet sweeps out equal areas in equal time intervals as stated in Kepler's second law. This conclusion is a result of the gravitational force being a central force, which in turn implies that angular momentum of the planet is constant. Therefore, the law applies to any situation that involves a central force, whether inverse square or not. Kepler's third law. Kepler's third law can be predicted from the inverse square law for circular orbits. Consider a planet of mass mp that is assumed to be moving about the Sun with mass ms in a circular orbit. Because the gravitational force provides the centripetal acceleration of the planet as it moves in a circle, we model the planet as a particle under a net force and as a particle in uniform circular motion, and incorporate Newton's law of universal gravitation as Fg is equal to mp into a. This gives g ms into mp upon r square, which is equal to mp into v square upon r. The orbital speed of the planet is 2 pi r upon t, where t is the period. Therefore, the expression becomes gms upon r square is equal to 2 pi r upon t whole square upon r. So, t square is equal to 4 pi square upon gms into a cube and is equal to ks into a cube. This equation is the Kepler's third law. Because the semi-major axis of a circular orbit is its radius, the equation is valid for both circular and elliptical orbits. Notice that the constant of proportionality Ks is independent of the mass of the planet. So this equation is therefore valid for any planet. The gravitational field. When Newton published his theory of universal gravitation, it was considered a success because it satisfactorily explained the motion of the planets. It represented strong evidence that the same laws that describe phenomena on the Earth can be used on large objects like planets and throughout the universe. Nevertheless, both Newton's contemporaries and his successors found it difficult to accept the concept of a force that acts at a distance. They asked how it was possible for two objects such as the sun and the earth to interact when they were not in contact with each other? Newton himself could not answer that question. An approach to describing interactions between objects that are not in contact came well after Newton's death. This approach enables us to look at the gravitational interaction in a different way, using the concept of gravitational field that exists at every point in space. When a particle of mass m is placed at a point where the gravitational field is g, the particle experiences a force mg. In other words, we imagine that the field exerts a force on the particle rather than consider a direct interaction between two particles. The gravitational field G is defined as G is equal to Fg upon m. That is, the gravitational field at a point in space equals the gravitational force experienced by a test particle placed at that point divided by the mass of the test particle. As an example of how the field concept works, consider an object of mass m near the Earth's surface. Because the gravitational force acting on the object has a magnitude gme into m upon r square, the field G at a distance r from the center of the Earth is equal to Fg upon m and is equal to minus gme upon r square into vector r. Here the negative sign indicates that the field points towards the center of the Earth as illustrated in figure A, and vector r is a unit vector pointing radially outward from the Earth. The field vectors at different points surrounding the Earth vary in both direction and magnitude. In a small region near the Earth's surface, the downward field G is approximately constant and uniform as indicated in figure B. This equation is valid at all points outside the Earth's surface, assuming the Earth is spherical. So friends, here we come to the end of our discussion in this lecture, and therefore we sum up. In this lecture we learnt that every particle in the universe attracts every other particle with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Kepler's laws of planetary motion state all planets move in elliptical orbits with the sun at one focus. The radius vector drawn from the sun to a planet sweeps out equal areas in equal time intervals. The square of the orbital period of any planet is proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis of the elliptical orbit. So that is it for today. In the next lecture, we shall be talking about elasticity and equilibrium. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the world of learning on Vyas channel. This week, between 15th to 21st March, we will present to you the bouquet of following programs which are a must-watch. The program, A River by A.K. Ramanujan, deals with the river Vaigai, flowing through the holy city of Madurai in South India. The poem talks about the floods that happen once in a year. The poet of the past celebrated the floods instead of mourning. The people also responded to the floods with enthusiasm. Ramanujan's tone is ironic throughout the poem. A.K. Ramanujan was a major poet in English in the modern era, who also translated works from Tamil and Kannada into English. All the poetry lovers will be glad to know that they may watch this program on 17th of March.
Hello students, I am going to speak to you today about A.K. Ramanujan, one of our illustrious Indian English poets, and in particular of one poem which is much anthologized and which is justly well recognized as one of his finest achievements. The poem is called A River.
This program attempts to give the learners a brief and clear understanding of the nature, causes and treatment of peptic ulcers, asthma and sports injury. Also aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the role of stress plays as a causative factor in these specific health problems. Live stress-free, healthy life, and don't miss to watch our program on nature and conceptualization of stress on 18th of March.
Can you recall the last time that you felt stressed? Was it when you were getting late for an exam and you lost your bike keys? Or probably you had a fight with your friend and he or she stopped talking to you for a few days. Well, if you were to go by noted stress researcher Hans Selye, then in fact it is not just limited to positive or negative circumstances, but all through our life, continuously we are experiencing some or the other form of stress. In fact, to quote Selye, the absence of stress is death. Only the dead feel no stress. But the fact remains that much of this stress is so minute, so minor that we are not even aware of it, and we do not even label it as stress, at least in the way we understand it. Today in this lesson, we are going to understand as to what stress is and what is the nature of stress.
In physics, angular momentum is the rotational equivalent of linear momentum. It is an important quantity in physics because it is a conserved quantity. The total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant. To understand angular momentum with wider perspective, watch a program on 19th of March.
Figure shows a particle of mass m with linear momentum as it passes through point A in an xy plane. The angular momentum of this particle with respect to the origin O is a vector quantity defined as L is equal to R into P and is equal to m into R into V. Here R is the position vector of the particle with respect to O. As the particle moves relative to O in the direction of its momentum, position vector R rotates around O.
Nasa is the fourth of the 5 therapeutic procedures of Panchakarma. It is mainly performed in diseases affecting the head and neck region. Dear friends, if you really wish to have deeper insight into what Nasya, watch our this program on Panchakarma on 20th March.
We will learn about the fourth therapeutic procedure of Panchakarma called Nasya, the Arine therapy. Nasya is the process through which vitiated doshas in the head and neck region are removed from the body by administering medicines through the nasal route. The root word of Nasya is Nas, which means the nose.
शब्दरत्नाकरोद्भूतं शैवं रत्नचतुर्दशं शास्त्रे येन समायोजि तस्मै पाणिनये नमः।
ब्रह्मांडारण्य निर्मंथा दुत्थित ज्ञानवन्निना निर्ममे शब्दशास्त्रम यस्तस्मै पाणिनये नमः। सुधीजनों, पाणिनि अष्टाध्यायी की अध्ययन पद्धति इस विषय को लेकर जो विचार हम लोग कर रहे हैं उसमें हम पुनरावृत्ति का कार्य कर रहे हैं, जो कार्य हम लोग दूसरे अध्याय के दूसरे पाद तक कर चुके हैं। अब हम आपको संक्षेप में बता देंगे, आपका पढ़ा हुआ विषय है। तो दूसरे जिनकी हमने पहले अध्याय के चौथे पाद में कारक संज्ञा की थी उनके लिए विभक्तियों का विधान इस दूसरे अध्याय के तीसरे पाद में किया जाता है, अथवा जिनकी हमने कर्मप्रवचनी संज्ञा की थी उनके लिए भी विभक्तियों का विधान इस पाद में किया जाएगा, अथवा इसके अतिरिक्त भी कोई ऐसे पद होंगे जिन पदों के योग में किसी विभक्ति का विधान करना है, उपपद विभक्ति का विधान करना है, उनका विधान भी इसी पाद में किया जाएगा। अर्थात इस तीसरे पाद में क्या कार्य होता है? तीसरे पाद में विभक्तियां लगाई जाती हैं, इसलिए इस पाद का नाम विभक्ति पाद समझना चाहिए। इसके बाद हम द्वितीय अध्याय के चतुर्थ पाद में प्रवेश करते हैं। इस द्वितीय अध्याय के चतुर्थ पाद में पहला सूत्र जो है द्विगुर एक वचनम, यहाँ से लेकर के अर्धर्चा पुंसी च, ये 31 सूत्रों का ये प्रकरण है। इसमें पहले हम द्विगु द्वंद्व समास के वचन का निर्णय करते हैं 16 सूत्र तक, और 17वें सूत्र से हम समासों के लिंग का निर्णय करते हैं। इस प्रकार 31 सूत्रों के इस प्रकरण में समासों के लिंग वचन का निर्णय किया जाता है, इसलिए इस प्रकरण का उपयोग समास में होगा। इस प्रकरण को भी समास की सामग्री में डाल लेना चाहिए। दूसरे अध्याय के पहले दूसरे पाद के सूत्र समास करेंगे, समास का नामकरण करेंगे, पूर्णपाद परनिपाद बताएंगे, किंतु दूसरे अध्याय के चौथे पाद के सूत्र समास के लिंग वचन का निर्णय करेंगे, और लिंग वचन का निर्णय होने के बाद फिर उससे संबंधित आगे कार्य हम करेंगे। इसके बाद 32, 33, 34 3 सूत्रों का अन्वादेश प्रकरण है, और उसके बाद आर्ध धातुके का अधिकार आता है। ये 35 से लेकर के 57 तक चलता है, 2435 से 2457। ये अधिकार आर्ध धातुके का अधिकार है, अर्थात आर्ध धातुक प्रत्यय परे होने पर होने वाले कार्य। आर्ध धातुक प्रत्यय हम उन्हीं को कहते हैं जो धातुओं से लगते हैं। आर्ध धातुक संज्ञा धातुओं से लगने वाले प्रत्ययों की ही होती है, इसलिए इस अधिकार के जितने भी सूत्र हैं इनका उपयोग तब किया जाएगा जब कोई प्रत्यय धातु से लगेगा और उसकी आर्ध धातुक संज्ञा होगी। इसलिए इस प्रकरण को आप धातु संबंधी कार्यों में उपयोग करना है, ऐसा आप इसको लिख लीजिए। इसके बाद आता है लुक प्रकरण। ये लुक प्रकरण में जितने प्रकार के लुक हैं, चाहे वो तद्धित प्रत्ययों के लिए तद्धित प्रत्ययों का लुक हो अथवा धातुओं से लगने वाले प्रत्ययों का लुक हो, लुक संज्ञा से जितना भी कार्य कहा गया है, अथवा अव्ययादाप सुपह से शुभ विभक्तियों का लुक करना कहा गया हो, अथवा नाव्ययी भावाद अतुम्त पंचम्या से जहाँ शुभ लुक के स्थान पर अम आदेश हो, ये सारा प्रकरण क्षत्रियार्षियतो यूनि लुगणियों के से लुक को लेकर के 84 सूत्र जो है तृतीया सप्तम्योर बहुलम तक, इतने सूत्रों का एक लुक प्रकरण बना हुआ है। जिसको भी जिस कार्य में जहाँ लुक की आवश्यकता है वो यहाँ से आकर के इसको देख सकते हैं। इस प्रकरण का नाम लुक प्रकरण है, ऐसा जानना चाहिए। इसके साथ दूसरा अध्याय संपन्न होता है। इसके बाद हम तीसरे अध्याय में प्रवेश करते हैं। तीसरे अध्याय में प्रत्यय परश्चात द्विदातश्चेत 3 सूत्र अधिकार सूत्र हैं। ये तीनों सूत्र यहाँ से लेकर के 5वें अध्याय के अंत तक निष्प्रवानिश्च तक जाएंगे। इनमें जिसका विधान किया जाएगा उसकी प्रत्यय संज्ञा होगी, इसलिए यह अधिकार संज्ञात्वेन अधिकार है। दूसरी बात यहाँ हमें यह भी जानना चाहिए कि जिस भी प्रत्यय का हम विधान कर रहे हैं प्रत्यय का स्वर आद्युदात्त होगा। तीसरी बात अनुदात्तौ सुप्पितौ, यदि प्रत्यय सुप है और पित है तो फिर उनका स्वर अनुदात्त हो जाएगा। और जिसकी प्रत्यय संज्ञा की है वो जिससे विहित है उसके बाद में बैठेगा। ये पूरे 3 अध्यायों के लिए अनुशासन हो गया। तीसरा अध्याय, चौथा अध्याय, 5वां अध्याय, इनमें क्या कार्य होता है? इनमें केवल प्रत्यय लगाए जाते हैं। किससे लगाए जाते हैं? प्रकृतियों से। प्रकृतियां 2 प्रकार की होती हैं, धातु रूप प्रकृति और प्रातिपदिक रूप प्रकृति। धातु रूप प्रकृति से प्रत्यय तीसरे अध्याय में लगाए जाएंगे और प्रातिपदिक रूप प्रकृति से प्रत्यय चौथे 5वें अध्याय में लगाए जाएंगे। यहाँ केवल प्रत्यय ही लगाए जाएंगे। प्रत्यय लगाने के बाद क्या होगा ये इन अध्यायों में नहीं बताया जाएगा। धातुओं से लगने वाले प्रत्यय 4 प्रकार के होते हैं। सनादि द्वादश प्रत्यय प्रारंभ से लेकर के 32 सूत्र तक कहे गए हैं। 3-1-1 से 3-1-32 तक जो प्रत्यय हैं वो सनादि प्रत्यय हैं। 3-1-33 से लेकर के 3-1-90 तक जो प्रत्यय हैं वे विकर्ण प्रत्यय हैं। और उसके बाद 3-1-91 से जो प्रत्यय प्रारंभ होते हैं वो 2 प्रत्यय मिले हुए हैं। उनमें तिंग और कृत प्रत्यय मिले हुए हैं, इसलिए कृत अतिंग के द्वारा हमें पहचान लेना चाहिए कि जिनकी तिंग संज्ञा नहीं है उनका नाम कृत है। तो वस्तुतः तिंग साक्षात उपदिष्ट प्रत्यय नहीं है। साक्षात उपदिष्ट प्रत्यय तो लकार प्रत्यय ही है। वे प्रत्यय किस किस अर्थ में होते हैं ये आपको हम पूरी अष्टाध्यायी खोल के विस्फोरण करके दिखा चुके हैं। 3-4-67 से 3-4-76 के सूत्रों को हमें पहले पढ़ लेना चाहिए, तो हमें पता चल जाएगा कि कौन सा प्रत्यय कर्ता अर्थ में होता है, कौन सा कर्म अर्थ में होता है, कौन सा भाव अर्थ में होता है। तो कर्ता कर्म भाव अर्थ में कौन कौन से प्रत्यय होंगे ये विज्ञान 67 से 76 तक के सूत्रों के द्वारा हमें पहले कर लेना चाहिए। उसके बाद हमको धातुओं के अधिकार में प्रविष्ट होना चाहिए ताकि हम नवल त्रिचौ का पूरा अर्थ कर सकें। नवल त्रिचौ का अर्थ होता है धातुओं का, तो अधिकार आया कि धातु मात्र से नवल त्रिच प्रत्यय होते हैं, किंतु किस अर्थ में होते हैं ये हमको विज्ञान नहीं है। इसलिए 67 से लेकर 76 तक के सूत्रों को हम पहले पढ़ लें कि कृत प्रत्यय प्रकरण के भीतर जितने प्रत्यय आने वाले हैं उन प्रत्ययों में से किस प्रत्यय का क्या अर्थ होगा ये विचार करते हुए हम चलें। तो इसको हम पहले पढ़ लेंगे, तब हमको सूत्र का अर्थ करने में कठिनाई नहीं होगी। कि नवल त्रिचौ का अर्थ हम करेंगे अधिकार से तो हम धातु ले लेंगे और कर्तरि कृत से हम उसका अर्थ ले लेंगे, तो अर्थ बन जाएगा कि धातु कर्तरि नवल त्रिचौ प्रत्यय भवतः। धातु मात्र से कर्ता अर्थ में नवल त्रिच प्रत्यय होते हैं। जब कृत्य प्रत्यय आएंगे तो हमारे सामने सूत्र होगा तयोर्यो प्रत्यक्त खलर्थात्, कि भाव कर्म अर्थ में धातुओं से कृत्यता और खलथ जो प्रत्यय हैं भाव कर्म अर्थ में होते हैं। तो जब तव्य नियरह सूत्र आएगा तो हम तत्काल समझ जाएंगे कि धातु मात्र से भाव कर्म अर्थ में तव्य नियर प्रत्यय होते हैं। इसलिए तीसरे अध्याय का जो धातु अधिकार है इसमें इसी बात का हम ख्याल करके चलें कि पहले हम 3-4-67 से 3-4-76 तक सूत्र जो अर्थ निर्देशक हैं इनको हम पहले पढ़ लें। उसके बाद पूरा विभाजन हमने अष्टाध्यायी में एक एक करके दिखा दिया है आपको, इसको देखते जाइए और उसके साथ सूत्रों के अर्थ आप स्वयं बनाइए। आपको एक भी सूत्र का अर्थ याद करने की आवश्यकता अष्टाध्यायी में नहीं पड़ती है। पूरी सामग्री सूत्रों के अर्थ बनाने की हमारे सामने रहती है। ऊपर से अधिकार रहते हैं और सूत्रों से अनुवृत्ति रहती है, अर्थ निर्देशक सूत्र होते हैं, सबको मिला के अर्थ वहीं का वहीं तैयार हो जाता है। इसलिए वृत्ति रचने का कोई कार्य अष्टाध्यायी में नहीं करना पड़ता। इसके बाद 3-4-77 से 3-4-112 तक के जो सूत्र हैं ये जिनको हमने लकार प्रत्ययों का विधान किया है, इसमें लट लिट लुट इत्यादि जो प्रत्यय कहे गए हैं तीसरे अध्याय के भीतर, उन लकारों के स्थान पर तिप्तजी सूत्र से पहले तिबादी 18 आदेश होते हैं और फिर उन 18 आदेशों के स्थान पर और यदि कोई आदेश करना चितात्मने पदानाम चेरे इत्यादि तो वे आदेश यहाँ पर 3-4-112 तक किए जाते हैं। और उसके बाद सार्वधातुक आर्धातुक संज्ञा करके 113 से 117 तक प्रत्ययों की सार्वधातुक आर्धातुक संज्ञा करके ये पाद निष्पन्न होता है। किंतु यहाँ हमारा यही संदेश है आपसे कि पहले आप इस प्रकरण को पहले पढ़ लें। तिंशत सार्वधातुकम आर्धातुकम शेषा, इसको पहले पढ़ लें आप कि किस प्रत्यय की सार्वधातुक संज्ञा होगी, किस प्रत्यय की आर्धातुक संज्ञा होगी, और पहले ये पढ़ लें कि कौन सा प्रत्यय किस अर्थ में होगा। इसको पढ़ने के बाद आप प्रत्यय तव्य नियरह से शुरू करेंगे तो आपको बड़ा सुख इस बात का होगा कि प्रत्यय लगाने के साथ ही आप पहचानते चलेंगे कि प्रत्यय कौन सा है। जब आप गुप्तज के अभ्यस्तन लगाएंगे तो आप समझ जाएंगे इसका नाम आर्धातुक नहीं है, और जब आप लगाएंगे धातु कर्मण समान कर्तिका दिच्छायाम वा तो तत्काल आप समझ जाएंगे कि इसका नाम आर्धातुक है। इसी प्रकार तव्य नियरह आएगा तो आप जान जाएंगे इसका नाम आर्धातुक है, और जब लचश शतशान से आएंगे तो आप समझ जाएंगे इसका नाम सार्वधातुक है। तो जब पूरे प्रत्यय पढ़ लिए तब संज्ञा करने का कोई लाभ नहीं होगा। इसलिए संज्ञा करने वाले सूत्र हमने इसलिए पहले बता दिए थे, इसीलिए हमने छांट कर 88 संज्ञाएं पहले दिन ही बता दी थी, पहले इसी से प्रारंभ ही किया था, ताकि संज्ञाओं का ज्ञान होने से हम अपना काम करते हुए चलेंगे। नहीं तो पूरी बारात निकल गई, उसके बाद हमने पूछा कि तुम्हारा नाम क्या था, तो तब तक तो बाराती निकल के चले गए। तो इसलिए हम आपसे निवेदन करते हैं कि आप पहले सार्वधातुक आधातुक संज्ञा करने वाले सूत्रों को पढ़ लें और पहले आप अर्थ निर्धारक सूत्रों को पढ़ लें, यानी 3 4 67 से 3 4 76 के सूत्रों को पढ़ लें और 3 4 113 से 3 4 117 के सूत्रों को पढ़ लें। तो आपके सामने दो बातें स्पष्ट हो जाएंगी कि जो प्रत्यय हम लगाने जा रहे हैं वो प्रत्यय, उस प्रत्यय का अर्थ क्या है और उस प्रत्यय की संज्ञा क्या है। ये दो बहुत ही आवश्यक बातें हैं। और इसके बाद आप तीसरे अध्याय के प्रत्ययों को लगाना शुरू कीजिए। तीसरे अध्याय में प्रवेश करने के पहले ये दो प्रकरण आप पढ़ लीजिए, एक प्रत्ययों का अर्थ बताने वाला प्रकरण और दूसरा प्रत्ययों की संज्ञा करने वाला प्रकरण, अर्थात 3 4 67 से 3 4 76 तक का प्रकरण जो प्रत्ययों का अर्थ बता रहा है और 3 4 113 से 3 4 117 का प्रकरण जो कि सार्वधातुक आधातुक संज्ञा बता रहा है। इसको पढ़ लेने का लाभ ये होगा कि जब हम हमारे सामने प्रत्यय विधायक सूत्र आएंगे तो उनके साथ साथ हम जानते जाएंगे कि वो प्रत्यय किस अर्थ में हो रहे हैं और उन प्रत्ययों की संज्ञा सार्वधातुक है कि उन प्रत्ययों की संज्ञा आर्धधातुक है। इतना ही तीसरे अध्याय के विषय में हमें आवृत्ति में आपसे कहना है। इसके बाद हम चौथे अध्याय में प्रवेश करते हैं। चौथे अध्याय में ज्ञाप प्रातिपदिकात का अधिकार आता है, अर्थात यहाँ से जो प्रत्यय किए जाएंगे वो प्रातिपदिकों से किए जाएंगे। प्रातिपदिकों से होने वाले प्रत्यय 3 प्रकार के होते हैं, स्वादि प्रत्यय, स्त्री प्रत्यय और तद्धित प्रत्यय। स्वादि प्रत्यय करने वाला एक ही सूत्र है स्वौजस्मौ, जो चौथे अध्याय के पहले पाद का दूसरा सूत्र है। उसके बाद तीसरा सूत्र आता है स्त्रियाम, ये अधिकार सूत्र है। यहाँ से स्त्री प्रत्यय किए जाएंगे। किसी भी प्रातिपदिक से स्त्रीत्व की विवक्षा में जो प्रत्यय किए जाएंगे, टाप डाप चाप, गीप गीश गीन, ऊंग इत्यादि जो प्रत्यय हैं स्त्रीत्व की विवक्षा में लगाए जाने वाले, वे सारे प्रत्यय यहाँ से आएंगे। किंतु उसके पहले ही 76वें सूत्र में तद्धिता का अधिकार प्रारंभ हो गया है। इसलिए तद्धिता का अधिकार होने का तात्पर्य यह हुआ कि 77 से 81 तक जो स्त्री प्रत्यय हैं, इन प्रत्ययों का नाम तद्धित प्रत्यय होगा। जैसे यूनस्ती से प्रत्यय आएगा तो स्त्री प्रत्यय भी कहलाएगा और तद्धित प्रत्यय भी कहलाएगा। तो इसके लगने पर वे सारे कार्य होंगे जो तद्धित प्रत्यय लगने पर होते हैं। 82 सूत्र आता है समर्थाधिकार कहलाता है। समर्थानाम प्रथमाद्वा, यहाँ समर्थानाम प्रथमाद्वा इन तीनों पदों का अधिकार यहाँ से प्रारंभ होता है और ये अधिकार 5वें अध्याय में तीसरे पाद का जब पहला सूत्र आपको मिलेगा प्रागदिशो विभक्ति, वहाँ तक ये अधिकार जाएगा। अर्थात पूरा चौथा अध्याय और 5वें अध्याय का पहला पाद, 5वें अध्याय का दूसरा पाद, इस प्रकार 1.5 अध्यायों तक ये अधिकार जाता है और उसके बाद समर्थानाम प्रथमाद्वा का अधिकार निवृत्त हो जाता है। अधिकारों की अवधि को समझ के हमें आगे चलना चाहिए। इसके बाद जो बहुत बड़ी बात हमने आपके सामने अष्टाध्यायी के विज्ञान के अनुसार रखी, जो कि प्रक्रिया ग्रंथों से आप स्पष्ट नहीं कर सकते, वह बात पाणिनि भगवान जिस प्रकार बताते हैं कि उन्होंने अथ प्रत्याधिकार अथवा अथमत्वर्थीया, ऐसा उन्होंने कुछ नहीं कहा है। उन्होंने लोक में दिखे हुए अर्थों में से 141 अर्थों को चुना और उन 141 अर्थों को 5 प्रत्ययों के बीच में बंटवारा कर दिया। ये बंटवारा समान नहीं है, असमान बंटवारा है, किंतु 5 प्रत्ययों के बीच में बंटवारा कर दिया और प्रत्ययों को क्या दिया हिस्से में, अर्थ दे दिए। तो 141 अर्थों में से 44 अर्थ उन्होंने अण प्रत्यय के अधिकार में दिए। इसलिए इस पहले अधिकार का नाम होना चाहिए अथ अनधिकार, क्योंकि अपत्याधिकार अगर हम कहते हैं और शैषिका कहते हैं और चातुरर्थिका कहते हैं, तो यहाँ भी आप जानिए कि शैषिका, अपत्यार्थका और चातुरर्थिका ये सबके सब अनधिकार के भीतर शामिल हैं। इसलिए ये कोई 3 अलग प्रकरण नहीं है। अपत्याधिकार, शैषिक, चातुरर्थिक को तीनों को एक में मिला लीजिए और उसके बाद फिर प्राग्दिव्यतीय कहा जाता है। तो एक जो प्राग्दिव्यतीय प्रकरण का अधिकार है, एक अधिकार है, उसके 4 हिस्से करके हम प्रक्रिया ग्रंथों में देखते हैं तो हमें भ्रम हो सकता है। इसलिए हम समझें कि अथ अपत्याधिकार, ये ऐसा अधिकार कोई नहीं है। अधिकार है अथ अनधिकार। अब यहाँ से अण प्रत्यय का अधिकार शुरू होता है, अर्थात यहाँ से जितने अर्थ बताए जाएंगे उन अर्थों पर अण प्रत्यय का अधिकार होगा बाधक को छोड़कर। यदि कोई बाधक नहीं आया तो इन 44 अर्थों पर अण प्रत्यय का अधिकार होगा। कहाँ तक चलेगा, जब तक कि दूसरे किसी प्रत्यय का अधिकार नहीं कहा जाएगा। तो यहाँ से 4 1 83 सूत्र है प्राग्दिव्य तो अण, ये अधिकार सूत्र है, इसका अधिकार शुरू होता है। तो कहाँ तक जाएगा, जब तक तेन दिव्यति नहीं सुनाई पड़ेगा, तो ये उसकी अवधि हो गई। तो हमें क्या कहना चाहिए, अथ अनधिकार प्राग्दिव्यतीय। यहाँ से अण प्रत्यय का अधिकार शुरू हो रहा है जो दिव्यति शब्द सुनने के पहले तक आएगा। तो कितने अर्थ वहां दिखेंगे, तो हमने गिना दिए थे आपको कि 44 अर्थ दिखेंगे। उन 44 अर्थों पर अण प्रत्यय का अधिकार है, किंतु यदि अपवाद सूत्र कोई दूसरा प्रत्यय कहता है तो अपवाद के स्थलों पर तत्त प्रत्ययों का अधिकार होगा, अपवाद प्रत्ययों का, बाकी में अण का अधिकार होगा। इसके बाद हमको जाना चाहिए सीधे 4-4-1 में। 4-4-1 में जब हम जाएंगे, इसी के भीतर शैक्षिक अधिकार आएगा। शैक्षिक अधिकार का तात्पर्य यह है कि उस शैक्षिक अधिकार में प्रत्यय कहे गए हैं और प्रकृतियां कही गई हैं, और उसके बाद तीसरे पाद में जाकर के अर्थ कहे गए हैं। तो शैक्षिक अधिकार में जिस प्रकृति से जो प्रत्यय कहा गया है, और जितने अर्थों में 24 अर्थ हैं शैक्षिक, उन 24 अर्थों में तत्त प्रकृतियों से तत्त प्रत्यय होंगे। उसके पहले वाले अर्थों में, उसके बाद वाले अर्थों में, ये भी अनधिकार का ही हिस्सा है। शैक्षिक कोई अण से अलग हटकर नहीं है, शैक्षिक भी अनधिकार का हिस्सा है, चातुर्थिक भी अनधिकार का एक अंग है, क्योंकि वो जो 44 अर्थ हैं सारे के सारे अण के अधिकार में हैं, वहां औत्सर्गिक प्रत्यय अण ही होता है। इसलिए शैक्षिक चातुर्थिक उसी के भीतर आते हैं। तो ये कहाँ तक हम जाएंगे? अब हम जाएंगे 4-4-1, सीधा हमको 4-4-1 में जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि चौथे अध्याय के 3 पाद तक अण का अधिकार चलता है। जब चौथे अध्याय के चौथे पाद में हम पहुंचे तो यहाँ से हमको सुनाई पड़ गया तेन दिव्यति खनति जयति जितम, अर्थात प्राग दिव्यतों में कहा गया था दिव्यति शब्द जब तक वो सुनाई नहीं पड़े तब तक अण तुम्हारा अधिकार है। अब यहाँ दिव्यति सुनाई पड़ गया तो अण का अधिकार निवृत्त हो गया, अण का अधिकार क्षेत्र पूरा हो गया। अब आगे के किसी भी स्थान में उस क्षेत्र में अण का अधिकार नहीं आएगा। तो अब किसका अधिकार आएगा? तो कहते हैं प्राग वहतेश ठक। अब ठक का अधिकार शुरू होगा। यहाँ से जो अर्थ कहे जाएंगे 36 अर्थ, इन 36 अर्थों में ठक प्रत्यय का अधिकार होगा। इन 36 अर्थों को कहने के लिए इदम प्रथमतया ठक प्रत्यय आकर उपस्थित होगा। जब तक कोई इसको नहीं बाधेगा तब तक वह प्रत्यय होगा, और यदि कोई बाधक आ जाएगा तो उसके स्थान पर बाधक प्रत्यय होगा। तो हम यहाँ से गिनना शुरू करेंगे अर्थों को। पहला अर्थ मिलेगा तेन दिव्यति खनिति जयति जितम। बड़े बड़े स्थूल अक्षरों में ये अर्थ हमने आपको दिखा दिए हैं, हम दिखा चुके हैं आपको। तो कहाँ तक ये अधिकार चलेगा? तो इसकी अवधि आगे तय कर दी कि प्राग वहतेश ठक, जब वहति शब्द सुनाई पड़ेगा तब तक के अर्थ इसके हिस्से में जाएंगे, वहति सुनाई पड़ेगा तो फिर इसके हिस्से के अर्थ निवृत्त हो जाएंगे। तो यहाँ से हम चले, और चलते हुए हमने 36 अर्थों तक हम चले, और उसके बाद 4-4-76 में हम पहुँच गए। 4-4-76 सूत्र मिला, वो कहता तद वहति रथ युग प्रासंगम। यहाँ हमको वहति शब्द सुनाई पड़ गया, और वहति शब्द के सुनते साथ ही ठक प्रत्यय निवृत्त हो गया। अब प्राग वहतेश ठक से तद वहति के बीच के अर्थों को हमने गिना तो 36 अर्थ हमने जाने कि 36 प्रत्ययों पर ठक का अधिकार है अपवादों को छोड़कर। अर्थात इन 36 अर्थों में इदम प्रथमतया ठक प्रत्यय उपस्थित होगा। यदि अपवाद प्रत्यय आ जाएगा तो अपवाद प्रत्यय होगा, अन्यथा इन सब में 36 में ठक होगा। इसके बाद प्राग हितादियत जो 75वां सूत्र है, अगले को निवृत्त करने के पहले वो दूसरे का अधिकार कर देते हैं। तो प्राग हितादियत कहता है कि अब यहाँ से यत प्रत्यय का अधिकार प्रारंभ हुआ। बोले कब तक चलेगा? जब तक आपको हित शब्द नहीं सुनाई पड़ेगा। शब्द की मर्यादा शब्द से बताते हैं, शब्द की अवधि शब्द से बताते हैं, शब्द शास्त्र है। यहाँ बांधना छोड़ना दोनों काम शब्द से ही करते हैं आचार्य। तो बोले कब तक चलेगा? तो बोले जब तक हित शब्द नहीं सुनाई पड़ेगा। तो जब तक हित शब्द ना सुनाई पड़े तब तक के सारे अर्थों में जानिए कि इन अर्थों में आपको यत प्रत्यय ही लगाना है, बाधक को छोड़कर। तो चले, और चलते हुए हम पहुँचे 5वें अध्याय के पहले पाद में। जब 5वें अध्याय के पहले पाद में पहुंचे तो हमको सुनाई पड़ा प्राकृताच्छः। उसके बाद आया 5वां सूत्र तस्मै हितम। यहाँ हमको हितम शब्द सुनाई पड़ गया। तो हित शब्द को सुनते ही यत प्रत्यय का अधिकार निवृत्त हो गया, और यहाँ से छा का अधिकार प्रारंभ हो गया। 3 अर्थों में इसका अधिकार होता है। इन 3 अर्थों को छोड़ करके इसके बाद चले तो 18वां सूत्र आया प्रागवतेश ठय। प्रागवतेश ठय कहता है कि अब यहाँ से ठय का अधिकार शुरू हो गया। तो ठय का अधिकार कब तक चलेगा? तो बोलते हैं जब तक वति शब्द आपको नहीं सुनाई पड़ेगा। तो तेन तुल्यम क्रियाचेत वति ही आगे आएगा 5-1-115 में, उसके पहले तक ठय का अधिकार प्रारंभ हो गया। अब ये हमें देखना चाहिए यहाँ से कि हम प्रक्रिया ग्रंथों में ठय अधिकार को पारायण तुरायण चांद्रायणम वर्तयति से प्रारंभ करते हैं, तो ऐसा वास्तव में नहीं है। ठय अधिकार तो यहीं से प्रारंभ हो चुका है। यहाँ केवल प्रकृतियों का नियमन है कि आर्हाद को पुच्छ संख्या परिमाणार्थक, ये आर्हीय प्रत्यय जो है ये कोई अलग से प्रत्यय नहीं है। ये कहते हैं कि ठय का अधिकार तो यहाँ चल रहा है, किंतु गोपुच्छ संख्या और परिमाण से भिन्न यदि प्रकृतियां हैं तो उनसे ठक होगा, और यदि गोपुच्छ संख्या परिमाणवाची प्रकृतियां हैं तो उनसे ठय होगा। तो ठय का अधिकार वास्तव में प्रागवतेश ठय से ही प्रारंभ होता है, तेन तुल्यम क्रियाचेत वति तक। ये ठैंक अधिकार जाता है। अब पंचम अध्याय के द्वितीय पाद से कोई विशेष अधिकार नहीं किया गया है और विशेष अधिकार किए बिना यहाँ प्रत्ययों को कहा गया है। तो 5-2-94 में मतवर्थीय प्रत्यय हैं और उसके बाद 5-3 में प्रागदिशीय प्रत्यय हैं। इन प्रागदिशीय प्रत्ययों में हमें देखना चाहिए कि किन का नाम विभक्ति है, किन का नाम अव्यय है, किन का नाम विभक्ति अव्यय दोनों हैं। ये संज्ञा समझते हुए यहाँ हमको चलना चाहिए, क्योंकि तद्धितश्च सर्वविभक्ति सूत्र आएगा जो कि अव्यय संज्ञा करेगा। तसिलादिश्वाकृत सुचः सूत्र भी हमको परिगणन, उसका इकट्ठे नहीं मिलते प्रत्यय, तो उनका यहाँ पर परिगणन कर दिया गया है और हमने षष्ठाध्यायी में एकदम विस्फोरण करके आपको दिखा दिया है कि किन प्रत्ययों का नाम विभक्ति अव्यय दोनों है और किन प्रत्ययों का नाम केवल अव्यय है। इसके बाद आतिशायिक नाम का प्रकरण मिलता है जहाँ तरप तमप और इष्ठन ईसुन ये प्रत्यय होते हैं। उसके बाद स्वार्थिक प्रत्यय हैं और स्वार्थिक प्रत्ययों के बाद का प्रत्यय का अधिकार आता है और का प्रत्यय के अधिकार के बाद हम तदराज प्रत्यय बताते हैं। इसके बाद 5वें अध्याय के चौथे पाद में हम जाते हैं तो हमें कुछ अव्यय नाम के तद्धित प्रत्यय प्राप्त होते हैं और उसके बाद मुख्य बात जो 5वें अध्याय के चौथे पाद में है कि 5-4-68 से लेकर के 5-4-160 तक जो प्रत्यय हैं समासांत प्रत्यय हैं। समासांत यानी समास के अंत में ये होते हैं और समास का अवयव बन जाते हैं, साथ ही इनका नाम तद्धित होता है। इनको यहाँ क्यों रखा? समास के प्रपंच को तद्धित में रखने का प्रयोजन क्या था कि समास को समास के साथ रखते, तद्धित के साथ क्यों घुसेड़ दिया इसको? ये शंका हमारे मन में होती है। तो उसका उत्तर यही है कि ये समासांत प्रत्यय जो है इनकी संज्ञा तद्धित करना है। तद्धित संज्ञा इसलिए करना है कि जो कार्य तद्धित प्रत्यय परे होने पर होते हैं वही कार्य इनके परे होने पर होंगे। जिस प्रकार तद्धित प्रत्यय परे होने पर भावपद संज्ञा होती है उसी प्रकार इनके परे होने पर भी भावपद संज्ञा होगी। इसलिए इन समासांत प्रत्ययों को तद्धित के अधिकार के भीतर रख दिया गया है। इसलिए जब पूरा समास हमारा बन जाता है तो समास बनने के बाद हम उसमें ये समासांत प्रत्यय लगाते हैं और समासांत प्रत्यय लगाने के बाद हमें समझना चाहिए कि अब हमारा समास बन के तैयार हो गया। तब हम दूसरे अध्याय के चौथे पाद के 31 सूत्रों को पकड़ के समास के लिंग वचन का निर्णय करें और लिंग वचन का निर्णय करने के बाद स्वादि विभक्ति की उत्पत्ति वहाँ हम करके उसको सुप्तिङन्तम पदम से पद संज्ञा प्रदान करें। पर तथापि अभी कुछ कार्य उसके आएंगे जो 6वें अध्याय के 30, क्योंकि हमने बताया कि समास का प्रपंच पहले अध्याय से 8वें अध्याय तक जाता है। तो उसके एक एक अवयव आपको बताते जा रहे हैं कि समास निष्पन्न होने के बाद समासांत करने वाले प्रत्यय यहाँ पर हैं। इस प्रकार हमने 5वें अध्याय के चौथे पाद तक की जानकारी कर ली, किंतु यहाँ हमें बहुत सावधानी से जानना चाहिए कि 4-4-1 में जब सुऔजस अमौत आता है, इन 5 को छोड़ने के बाद शस से हमने प्रारंभ किया और 5वें अध्याय के चौथे पाद का अंतिम प्रत्यय आता है कब। उस शस से इस कब तक, यानी पूरे चौथे अध्याय के प्रत्यय और पूरे 5वें अध्याय के प्रत्यय सुऔजस अमौत को छोड़कर जितने भी प्रत्यय हैं ये प्रत्यय हमने इकट्ठे आपको दिखाए। इन प्रत्ययों में जो यकार आदि अजादि प्रत्यय हैं उनके परे होने पर अंग की भा संज्ञा होगी और जो यकार आदि अजादि नहीं है उनके परे होने पर अंग की पूर्व की पद संज्ञा होगी। इसलिए भा संज्ञक अंग को होने वाले कार्य भस्य के अधिकार में आगे हम दिखाएंगे और पद संज्ञकों को होने वाले कार्य हम आपको पदस्य में आगे बताएंगे। हम आप सबके हृदय में विराजमान भगवान वासुदेव को प्रणाम करते हुए अपनी वाणी को यहीं विराम देते हैं। नमस्कार।
व्याकृत्य दर्शितो येन त्रय्या वाचः परं पदम् सिद्धि सोपान भूतं यत् तस्मै पाणिनये नमः। शब्द रत्नाकरोद्भूतं शैवं रत्न चतुर्दशम् शास्त्रे येन समायोजि तस्मै पाणिनये नमः।
Welcome to the world of learning on Vyas channel. This week, between 15th to 21st March, we will present to you the bouquet of following programs which are a must watch. The program A River by A.K. Ramanujan deals with the river Vaigai, flowing through the holy city of Madurai in South India. The poem talks about the floods that happen once in a year. The poet of the past celebrated the floods instead of mourning. The people also responded to the floods with enthusiasm. Ramanujan's tone is ironic throughout the poem. A.K. Ramanujan was a major poet in English in the modern era, who also translated works from Tamil and Kannada into English. All the poetry lovers will be glad to know that they may watch this program on 17th of March.
Hello students, I am going to speak to you today about A.K. Ramanujan, one of our illustrious Indian English poets, and in particular of one poem which is much anthologized and which is justly well recognized as one of his finest achievements. The poem is called A River.
This program attempts to give the learners a brief and clear understanding of the nature, causes and treatment of peptic ulcers, asthma and sports injury. Also aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the role of stress plays as a causative factor in these specific health problems. Live stress-free, healthy life, and don't miss to watch our program on nature and conceptualization of stress on 18th of March.
Can you recall the last time that you felt stressed? Was it when you were getting late for an exam and you lost your bike keys? Or probably you had a fight with your friend and he or she stopped talking to you for a few days. Well, if you were to go by noted stress researcher Hans Selye, then in fact it is not just limited to positive or negative circumstances, but all through our life, continuously we are experiencing some or the other form of stress. In fact, to quote Selye, the absence of stress is death. Only the dead feel no stress. But the fact remains that much of this stress is so minute, so minor that we are not even aware of it, and we do not even label it as stress, at least in the way we understand it. Today in this lesson, we are going to understand as to what stress is and what is the nature of stress.
In physics, angular momentum is the rotational equivalent of linear momentum. It is an important quantity in physics because it is a conserved quantity. The total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant. To understand angular momentum with wider perspective, watch a program on 19th of March.
Figure shows a particle of mass m with linear momentum as it passes through point A in an xy plane. The angular momentum of this particle with respect to the origin O is a vector quantity defined as L is equal to R into P and is equal to m into R into V. Here R is the position vector of the particle with respect to O. As the particle moves relative to O in the direction of its momentum, position vector R rotates around O.
Nasa is the fourth of the 5 therapeutic procedures of Panchakarma. It is mainly performed in diseases affecting the head and neck region. Dear friends, if you really wish to have deeper insight into what Nasa, watch this program on Panchakarma on 20th March.
will learn about the fourth therapeutic procedure of Panchakarma called Nasya, the urine therapy. Nasya is the process through which vitiated doshas in the head and neck region are removed from the body by administering medicines through the nasal route. The root word of Nasya is Nas, which means the nose. Nasya, by which the morbid matters are expelled through the nose and mouth, is the most important treatment for diseases affecting the head and neck.
The globe is heating up. Both land and oceans are warmer now than they were. When record keeping began in 1880 and temperatures are still tickling upward, the rise in heat is global warming in a nutshell. This rise in heat is caused by humans. The burning of fossil fuels has released greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which trap warmth from the sun and drive up surface and air temperatures. To know more about this global issue, that is global warming, watch a program on 21st of March.
Global warming refers to the increase in the average temperature of the atmosphere, oceans and land masses. It is one of the greatest crises faced by mankind. Well, this problem is not only global in nature but potentially threatens the survival of life on Earth.
Hello students, I am going to speak to you today about A.K. Ramanujan, one of our illustrious Indian English poets, and in particular of one poem which is much anthologized and which is justly well recognized as one of his finest achievements. The poem is called A River. I think in all matters of poetry, we should perhaps first listen to the poem before we do anything else. So I am going to begin by reading the poem and then we'll move on to other matters. So the poem is called A River, and this is how it goes. In Madurai, the city of temples and poets who sang of cities and temples, every summer a river dries to a trickle in the sand, bearing the sand ribs, straw and women's hair, clogging the water gates, at the rusty bars under the bridges with patches of repair all over them, the wet stones glistening like sleepy crocodiles, the dry ones shaven water buffaloes lounging in the sun. The poets only sang of the floods. The new poets still quoted the old poets. No one spoke in verse of the pregnant woman, drowned, with perhaps twins in her kicking at blank walls even before birth. He was there for a day when they had the floods. People everywhere talked of the inches rising, of the precise number of cobbled steps run over by the water, rising on the bathing places, and the way it carried off 3 village houses, 1 pregnant woman, and a couple of cows named Gopi and Brinda as usual. He said, "The river has water enough to be poetic about only once a year. And then it carries away in the first half hour 3 village houses, a couple of cows named Gopi and Brinda, and one pregnant woman expecting identical twins with no moles on their bodies, with different colored diapers to tell them apart. I think you'll agree that this poem is tightly wrought and very beautifully constructed. And I think before we get to the poem itself, let me now very, very quickly trace for you something of the tradition of Indian English poetry, because we should know at what point in the tradition a poet is located. And Ramanujan is a poet basically of the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s and so on. He died in the 1990s after a very illustrious career, of which I'll also speak in a moment. But I want you to take your mind back to the 19th century and to the fact that English had become the medium of instruction in higher education in 1835. The universities, the big universities in our country, were founded soon after the mutiny of 1857, the great Indian rebellion of 1857. Calcutta University, Bombay University, Delhi University, Madras University, and so on. And Indians began to learn the English language with greater zeal because they found that was a passport to jobs in government and service. But it also triggered off a whole lot of creative writing, because when intelligent people learn a language, they also try to dabble in writing in that language. And therefore we had a large number of writers emerging in the 19th century. Even before the universities began in 1857, we've had writers. And I want to mention two major writers of the 19th century. One, a woman called Toru Dutt. The other, a man called Henry Desrosiers. Toru Dutt's poetry of that period has within it, and I'm mentioning one poem called The Lotus, which is so beautifully embodying all these concerns of race, color, ethnicity, identity, and so on. But a man like Henry Desrosiers, influenced by the principles of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, and so on, tried to transmit some of these ideas to the students in Hindu college. But Hindu college was where Henry Desrosiers was a teacher. And there he produced some very fine verse. Two poems, for example. One is called The Harp of India. The other is called To the Pupils of Hindu College, where he is talking about the need for the young people to open up their minds and to become free and tolerant of other kinds of cultures. And that is true freedom, when you have a true freedom to think. And Desrosiers, of course, was in the forefront of what is called the Young Bengal movement. Another major figure in the Indian English tradition is Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo also, like Toru Dutt and Henry Desrosiers, had an English education. But then Sri Aurobindo wrote English poetry, and he wrote about English poetry. He used quantitative rhythms, and he used Indian mythology, particularly the Savitri Satyavan story, for one of the great epics in Indian English poetry called Savitri. Now this is where Indian English poetry begins, and we can think of poetry in English by Indians from around the 1850s, 1860s onwards. But the modernists, amongst whom Ramanujan finds a place, were not very comfortable with Aurobindonian verse, because Aurobindonian verse tended to be grandiloquent, rhetorical, and unspecific. Somehow there seemed to be a kind of mystic, metaphysical dimension. Unless you were initiated into the philosophy, you won't understand what's going on there. And of course it's true. If you don't know the basic principles of Aurobindonian philosophy, you may find it difficult to understand Savitri, or the deeper meanings. You may understand it in a superficial way. And therefore, in the 1950s, a group of Indian English poets, amongst whom Ramanujan, P. Lal, R. Parthasarathi, and Nissim Ezekiel can be named, they decided that they would move away from Aurobindonian metaphysical verse into a kind of imagistic, modern, ironic, clear-cut, imagistic verse, which would spell a new era in Indian English poetry, which we may call the modern era. I shall now talk about Ramanujan the poet. We have so far tried to trace a connection between him and the larger tradition of Indian English poetry. And I said that that tradition began in the 19th century and it continues. Ramanujan, who was actually a student at Mysore University and went on to become one of the leading linguists and anthropological thinkers of the 20th century. He was a professor of linguistics and anthropology in the University of Chicago, which of course is one of the great universities of America. You have Saul Bellow, for example, who was a teacher there. And in fact, Ramanujan and Saul Bellow were very good friends because they were all together in a very well-known committee for social thought. So Ramanujan was interested in not just narrow academics, but also in the larger questions of society, the human concerns of the day, and the burning issues of the time. That is, he's a poet and a literary person, but with a social conscience. Now, Ramanujan was a man of many parts. He was, of course, basically a linguist, and he knew Sanskrit, he knew Tamil, which was his mother tongue, he knew Kannada because he was domiciled in Mysore, he knew Telugu, and he knew a number of other languages. And of course, he knew his English. And then he did some very pioneering work in linguistics. But he was also an anthropologist, interested in language in society, and language as an expression of social culture, of community culture. And therefore, he had a deep interest in what is called folklore. In fact, he produced a very, very well-known collection of Indian folklore, which has become a very important reference book for people interested in this subject. He was a translator, because you can't possibly be a good linguist and not know how to translate. Because one of the fundamental principles of being a linguist is that you go to fields, to different communities and learn their language. Therefore, translation becomes an extremely important aspect of linguistics. You can't be a good linguist without also being a good translator. Okay? So Ramanujan translated. And he translated from the Sanskrit, he translated from the Kannada, he translated from the Tamil, particularly the Tamil. He published two books. One is called Hymns for the Drowning, which is the poetry of the 12 Alvars, the 12 Vaishnava poets of Tamil Nadu, the great poetry of the 6th, 7th, 8th century, which he translated into English, and it is considered to be a superb translation. So if you don't know Tamil, you read this and you get an insight into some of the great bhakti poetry of Tamil Nadu. Similarly, he talked about Shiva, speaking of Shiva, which is the vachanas of the Kannada tradition. Many of the poems of the vachanakars of Karnataka, he translated them into English. And he did a lot of work of that kind, apart from translating folk tales and so on. But apart from being a translator, he was also an original writer in English. And that is what concerns us today. Because A River is not a Kannada poem, it's not a Telugu poem, it's an English poem written by a man who knows English. But that is something which I want to touch on a little, the problematic nature of writing in English when you also know your Kannada, when you also know your Tamil, when you also know your Sanskrit and so on. He's going to say something about that. But Ramanujan published quite a bit, but not too much in the way of original English poetry, but whatever he published is really wonderful stuff. Striders, for example, appeared in 1966. Relations appeared in 1971. Selected poems of Ramanujan appeared in 1976. Second Sight, 1986. And collected poems in 1995. So these are the two or three dimensions of Ramanujan's career. And he died much lamented in the 1990s. He was a visitor to the University of Hyderabad in its folk culture program, and many of us saw him there and interacted with him. He was such a gentle, beautiful soul. I'd like to make one more statement which has a bearing on the idea of translation, that Ramanujan speaks of the outer form of his poetry and the inner form of his poetry. When he talks of the inner form, He's saying that my familiarity with Sanskrit, with Tamil, with Kannada, that constitutes the inner structure of whatever I write. But my professional engagement with linguistics, anthropology, and the English language constitutes the outer form of my poetry. So when I write a poem, I do not know at what point the inner form merges into the outer and at what point the outer impinges on the inner. So I can only say, says Ramanujan, that in any situation where somebody who comes from India or Africa or some other country and uses the English language, he or she will be necessarily bilingual. There is no way in which you can avoid bilingualism. Even if you don't know two languages, the fact that you have a mother tongue is going to have an impact on the way you speak or read or write in the English language. So when you read a Ramanujan poem, and a river for example, you will need to worry about the manner in which, shall we say, the Tamil tradition of Sangam poetry affects his writing. The rhythms of that poetry, the imagery of that poetry, how does it impinge on his poems? And in Sangam poetry and in classical Tamil poetry, characteristically you will find that they write poetry in such a way that the inner and the outer, the personal and the political, the private and the public, in a way coalesce or merge. One seems to suggest the other. So if you have a very strong feeling of emotion within you, you need to find what T.S. Eliot called an objective correlative to that emotion. This is exactly what happens in classical Tamil poetry. The aham and the puram are two aspects of the objective correlative, the subject-object coming together. I shall now try and speak about the poem itself. So I will not read the poem out again, but I shall of course go back to the poem and read portions of it where the illustration requires it. For example, this whole idea of Madurai. We are not talking about Mathura. Mathura is near Vrindavan in Uttar Pradesh. Madurai is a major city in Tamil Nadu. So in this poem, he begins by talking about Madurai. And Madurai, as you all know, is a great city of temples, not just the Madurai Meenakshi temple, but many others too. You also have the Alagar temple, a little away from the city. It's also a city well known for the poetic tradition. And the great classical Sangam poets were all located in Madurai city. That is why it is the heart or the seat of Tamil culture. There's usually a kind of conflict between Tanjavur and Madurai on this matter of who has the primacy of culture. And it continues into politics also today. But in Madurai, which is a city of temples and poets, those poets also sang of cities and temples. And as I said, the repetitiveness of the lines, of phrases, of rhythms is a very important part of the poetic construction. And one of the things about Ramanujan is he's got a wonderful ear for poetic sound. And if you listen to the inner rhythms which are visible to you as you read a poem, then you'll find that this poem is really beautifully constructed and it has a wonderful architectonics. That's the term which Matthew Arnold used for great poetry. Okay, so Vaigai is the river in Madurai. If you go to Madurai today, even in this rainy season, you're not likely to find much water in the Vaigai. In the Sangam age, there was so much water in the river that when the rains came, there was a flood. And therefore, flooding, rain, river, these three were major images in Sangam poetry. And Ramanujan, who knows his Sangam literature, is deliberately invoking the Vaigai river in Madurai, which today is in a trickle, but which in the past days was always in flood. Every summer now, this river dries to a trickle in the sand, he says. And then he goes on to give you how this trickling, sparsely watered river also can be seen in terms of some searing images, because he's an imagist poet, right? I told you that modernism implies hard, concrete images. And those images can be seen in this lovely visual impact which you get of a river drying to a trickle in the sand, bearing the sand ribs, straw and women's hair clogging the water gates, at the rusty bars, under the bridges with patches of repair all over them. This is modern Vaigai or modern Madurai. It is completely unromantic, completely unidealistic. It is the result of depredation, result of modern civilization, if you like, a complete collapse of the old values. All these things have got to be kept in mind when he is making this kind of a statement about what happens to Madurai's great Vaigai river when there is only a trickle now. Even during the rains, it doesn't seem to have much water. Of course, the poet who comes to the Vaigai river manages to see a flood even in the modern period. But I'll come back to that point. So look at the intricacy of the images. Straw and women's hair clogging the water gates. You know, you have these dams and other things under bridges. So those gates have to be opened. But when you have no water, you can see all kinds of little, detritus in there, including straw, women's hair, and so on. Clogging the water gates at the rusty bars. The bars have become rusty over the years because it's not been maintained properly. Under the bridges with patches of repair. Some of them have been repaired a little, so patches can be seen. I think this is an excellent way of conveying the present moment of the past. The present moment of total unromantic, unidealistic culture, a culture which has simply gone to seed. The great Tamil culture is no longer the great Tamil culture of that past, because these people are unable to do anything more. The new poets only quoted the old poets. The old poets spoke only about floods. They sang of floods. Now these people only speak of floods, singing and speaking. There is a contrast going on there. No one spoke in verse now in the modern world. But whenever the new poets quoted the old poets, they completely ignored the fact that the flood took its toll of human life, and particularly of that pregnant woman who probably had twins inside her stomach, twins kicking at the blank walls of her stomach even before birth. The flood washed away that pregnant woman. Now, what I wanted to say is the overwhelming emotions which Ramanujan the poet has, the he in the poem could be Ramanujan the poet or simply a protagonist or a persona. We can't always say that the I in a poem or the he in a poem is the poet. It must be a persona or a mask. But be that as it may, the fact still remains that for this poet, the images provide a kind of an objective correlative for the emotions which he has. So that point which I made about Aham and Puram are in a way being worked out in this poem as well. Another feature of this poem is the contrast between the past and the present. There is clearly a contrast. The old poets sang, the new poets only write. The old poems talked of the floods, the new poets only quoted the old poets even when there was a flood. They didn't have anything new to say. But both the past and the present, the contrast is not entirely in a kind of binary opposition. On the other hand, Ramanujan is ironically showing that even in the past, when the Tamil poets wrote about the glorious culture of Tamil Nadu, they were not particularly interested in pregnant women who were being washed away by the flood. The human concern, the social conscience was missing even from the poetry of the past. And to that extent, the past and the present are of imagination compact, and they are saying the same thing, doing the same thing. Another point I want to make is that here is a Ramanujan who has stopped living in India. He only visits India, or was visiting India. He's dead now. He lived in America, and he's been all over Europe. So he's a kind of, what shall I call him, a diasporic Indian. An Indian who does not live in India, but lives abroad, but wants to write about India is a diasporic person. And there is a kind of constant yearning for home, constant yearning for roots, and also a sense of the exile and alienation which he or she faces in another culture. Of course, we have now come to a point where many of our diasporic poets are very comfortable wherever they are. Abroad is home. And they are not particularly worried about the fact that they are not living in India or anything like that. So there are levels and stages in diasporic consciousness. But Ramanujan, while writing in the 50s and 60s, did have a lingering nostalgia for Tamil Nadu and for Tamil culture and India and so on. But in this poem, he is equally critical of the present and the past, of India and the diasporic consciousness elsewhere. The fact that he belongs to India and lives abroad does not prevent him from looking at India with a critical gaze and to condemn both the past and the present as he does in this poem. Then I want to speak about the identity questions which this poem throws up. And as I said, because he is a diasporic writer, he is concerned about his identity. Does he belong to a modern Tamil present? Is that Tamil present a good representative of the Tamil past? Does he belong to a culture which is gone, which is no longer there, and he's only imagining a world which existed at one time but which no longer exists? All these questions are hovering around the poem as you read it. And then, of course, there is the human anguish, and the poet is saying again and again that whenever the floods come, women get washed away, pregnant women get washed away, cows get washed away, houses get washed away, the water goes inch by inch up the steps of the ghat, but it is beautiful at one level, but it also has a human cost. So unless poetry and poets also address the human condition, unless they talk about the human anguish and the sorrows of human beings, that poetry ultimately cannot mean much. And that is why he says, he was there for a day when they had the floods, and he was there is Ramanujan, or a protagonist who stands for Ramanujan, was there in Madurai on the banks of the river Vaigai for a day when the floods had come. People everywhere talked of the inches rising, of the precise number of cobbled steps run over by the water. You know, as you can see, there are steps, bathing ghats and steps, sometimes about 50, 60 steps by the time you come down to the river. And the water, you can know the rising of the water in terms of the number of steps which are submerged in the water. Beautiful, actually, when you see this sort of thing. But somewhere, a woman who was bathing at that point has been washed off. And she had twins, and those twins have not even seen the light of day. They've only seen the stomach lining, the walls of the stomach, and they're kicking at the walls. We don't know what kind of children they might have been. They might have been without any moles on their bodies, he says at the end of the poem. They may have had different colored diapers if they had been born, and yet we can't tell them apart because we don't know what kind of children these were going to be, because they've also died along with the mother. So he said, the river has water enough to be poetic only about once a year. Look at the ironic way in which he says it. And then it carries away in the very first hour 3 village houses. He's very specific, not 4 village, but 3 villages, because he has said 3 in an earlier stanza. So the repetitiveness of the images, the repetitiveness of the rhythm is very important. The first hour, 3 village houses, a couple of cows, and what are they called? Gopi and Brinda. Typically of Brindavan, one thinks of Krishna and the Gopis who are possibly called Gopi and Brinda. Cows there which may have been called Gopi and Brinda. So he is invoking an ancient classical bhakti past also in this poem. And one pregnant woman expecting identical twins with no moles on their bodies, with different colored diapers to tell them apart. I think it's a very touching and a moving poem. And it is a poem which, in my opinion, is very representative of Ramanujan, because all those concerns which I spoke about, identity questions, the contrast between the past and the present, the impact of Sangam poetry and classical Tamil culture on his English verse, the fact that he is unable to distinguish between the inner form and the outer form. The inner form is his Sanskrit Tamil culture, the English is the outer form, and the two merge, produce for you an extraordinary blend, a tapestry, a palimpsest of poetic excellence.
Even though he is a diasporic writer, most of his writings dealt with the Indianness, typical Indianness. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? That the question of identity which I spoke about in a river is about what constitutes my Indianness, or in Ramanujan's terms, what constitutes my Tamilness. But the fact that he lives outside the country makes him ask these questions. If he had lived in India, perhaps he may not have needed to ask that question at all. R.K. Narayan, for example, I don't think will ever ask himself whether I am an Indian or not. He lived in India and he simply wrote about Malgudi, which is a wonderful combination of Rayapetta in Madras city and Mysore city, where he lived for a long time. But someone who lives outside the country is more than ever, more than anybody else, compelled to ask these questions about what constitutes Indianness. And this goes along with Ramanujan's essay also, I told you. Is there an Indian way of reading? Of course, Ramanujan is deconstructing this idea of Indianness too by conflating the past and the present, which I told you, by criticizing both the past and the present, and then looking at the whole thing from a modern perspective. So for him, being a diasporic Indian, of course, creates anxieties of Indianness. At the same time, it does not overwhelm him because he lives in Chicago, he's quite at home there, and he is able to see India with a critical eye, which distance lends, an objectivity to.
Sir, being a diasporic writer, he knows past, but he doesn't know present. It's totally based on imagination, sir, his poetry.
I wouldn't say that, because I think Ramanujan knows the present conditions quite well. But he also has a wonderful sense of the past, and he's able to contrast the past with the present, compare and contrast, to see both difference and similarity. So that makes his poetry very inclusive. Right? Thank you very, very much. It's been a very nice class.
In the last occasion, we were discussing the manner in which one of the strongest southern Indian powers was ultimately defeated by the British in 1799. And we also made this point that the defeat of Tipu in 1799 was the prelude to a far more important transformation in central Indian politics in the course of the subsequent 2 decades, when the Maratha polity eventually accepted British hegemony, supremacy, signed treaties of capitulation, and ultimately the Peshwa lost his power. He was pensioned off, and the entire territory that was ruled by the Peshwa from Pune was acceded to the British Empire. So this was a very important development in the territorial expansion of British Empire in India at the turn of the 18th century. So we are actually trying to explain the long-term and the short-term reasons for the eventual failure of the Maratha polity to continue the resistance that they had occasionally put up against the British. Part of the answer has already been given in the discussion on Mysore. We have already seen how Tipu's plan to combine many of these Indian powers, the Nizam, the Marathas, together in a kind of a grand coalition against the British ultimately founded. It didn't succeed, partly because of this constant enmity among them. So there is a story within Maharashtra as well. I mean, the reason for the collapse of the Maratha polity has been assigned to certain long-term changes in the character of the Maratha states. So we have some points to make about it. Secondly, we have to talk about the way factionalism within the Pune court or factional rivalries among the great Maratha leaders, which tried to carve out their independent power basis in other parts of India, in the central India, in Gujarat, in eastern India, because as you know, Raghuji Bhosle extended Maratha control as far up to southwest Bengal. Orissa became a part of this extended Maratha frontier. But that didn't resolve the problem, and these Maratha leaders were actually frequently clashing with one another. There are frequent intrigues at Pune, which made the situation more difficult. And lastly, as a result of these factors, of these internal problems within the Maratha polity, it became easy for the British to intervene in Maratha politics, and they achieved fair amount of success, say, between 1770s and 1818, when the fate was sealed. Finally, we have to make a few points about how the defeat of the Marathas actually ushered in a new kind of imperialism.
So do you think the over-expansionist policy of Marathas to a certain extent responsible for their defeat?
Of course, you have hit the nail on the head. I mean, in the long run, we have an explanation that the extension of territory beyond the natural frontier was responsible for the creation of a large Maratha confederacy, which the imperial center at Pune was unable to control. I was actually mentioning this problem when I was introducing this question. In order to appreciate the changes that took place in the nature of Maratha state in the course of the 18th century, you have to go back a little backwards in time. The state that Shivaji created was a kind of a regional state, but it was different from the Mughal successor states. It was based on the loyalty of the Maratha peasantry and the Maratha warrior classes. So it is suggested that this regional state actually derived its sustenance from a certain regional consciousness, a regional identity, or the kind of support that the Maratha warrior classes and the gun-bearing peasantry had provided to Shivaji's regime. This regime, as you know, fought continuous wars with Bijapur on the one hand and with the Mughals. Shivaji died in 1680, and after Shivaji's death, this continuous war with the Mughals weakened them somewhat, but at the same time, we see that in the course of the 18th century, there was a change in the character of the state. Even as it is true that the house of Shivaji became increasingly insignificant with the rise of the Peshwa. I mean, Balaji Vishwanath was that prime minister who served Shahu, who returned from Delhi and took over power in Satara. But Pune was the ultimate headquarters from where Balaji Vishwanath began to control the Maratha regime, and the Marathas began to expand northwards. And this expansion reached its height around the middle of the 18th century under Bajirao I. And Bajirao I, as you know, went as far up to as Rajasthan, occupied Malwa, came to Delhi. So this northward expansion created certain territories in central India which the Maratha Sardars came to control. It is often suggested that if the Battle of Panipat hadn't happened, if the Maratha army remained intact, if there was not a power vacuum after the Battle of Panipat, as you know, Nana Sahib Peshwa Balaji Bajirao actually died within a few weeks after the disastrous defeat at Panipat in the hands of Abd Shah Abdali. Even then, it is suggested that the Marathas reasserted their power in North India again. And there is this great example of Maharji Scindia once again trying to retrieve Maratha power in North India, coming to Delhi, control the empire, control the emperor, seized power from Najib-ud-Dawla, the Afghan upstart. So, over-expansion certainly was actually weakening the control of Pune over these great Maratha leaders who eventually were carving out their independent spheres of influence in central India, North India and Gujarat. As you know, Maharji Scindia was initially located at Ujjain, but then once Malwa became the main territory under his control, he moved upwards towards Gwalior. You have Holkars at Indore, you have Bhosle at Nagpur, and as you know, Raghuji Bhosle and his successors moved towards the east, so that Orissa became a part of their territory. And then you have the Gaikwads at Baroda. So it was certainly difficult for the authorities in Pune and the family of the Peshwa, which virtually seized power from the house of Shivaji, pensioning off the house of Shivaji at Satara, ruling this large Maratha polity, this extended polity from Pune, or trying to create some kind of federation of these powerful Maratha leaders. But I would argue that even then, it might have been possible to keep this polity together if Pune remained fairly strong. So weaknesses at Pune, to a large extent, were responsible for the failure to maintain a certain kind of balance, a balance between the imperial center at Pune and the various satraps that were emerging in the northern and central India.
In this connection, I want to ask a question, sir. Wouldn't you think that the failure of the Pune authority was due to the failure of the Peshwa's family itself?
To a large extent, yes. The split in the Peshwa family was to a large extent responsible for the failure eventually to control these powerful regional satraps elsewhere in central India and Gujarat. And there is a history of this kind of factional rivalry within the Peshwa family since an earlier time. It became much more pronounced and prominent from after the defeat of the Maratha army in 1761. I was mentioning that in 1761, on the battlefield, some of the important family members died. Sadasiv Rao Bhau, the younger brother of Peshwa, Nana Sahib Peshwa, died in the battlefield, along with Nana Sahib's elder son, Vishwas Rao. Then you have the succession of young Madhav Rao as Peshwa. But Madhav Rao's Peshwaship was contested by his uncle, Raghunath Rao, popularly known as Raghoba. And eventually Raghoba and Madhav Rao came to some kind of an agreement, and they fought together in a war against Nizam. But Madhav Rao ultimately decided that he was not in a position to fight out the power hunger of Raghunath Rao. So they came to some kind of an arrangement by which Raghunath Rao managed to retain his importance at Pune, constantly intriguing against Peshwa, establishing links with powerful members of the Pune court, trying to cultivate support from the members of the Maratha aristocracy. By then, all of these great Maratha leaders were in command elsewhere in central and northern India. So the aristocracy itself became divided. Some were behind Raghunath Rao, some were behind Madhav Rao Peshwa. So this was the situation till 1773, when Madhav Rao died. It is often suggested that if Madhav Rao lived for some more time, the Maratha Empire, the future of the Maratha Empire would have been more secure, but that's a matter of speculation. But if we take the facts straight, then we find that after Madhav Rao's death, you have this continuous, frequent eruptions of what we may call factional rivalries at different moments of succession. Madhav Rao was succeeded by his younger brother Narayan Rao, whose life was made difficult by Raghunath Rao, who had his ambition to become the Peshwa. So, but there was a rival camp led by a man called Nana Fadnavis. Fadnavis was a clerk during Madhav Rao's regime, but Nana Fadnavis from now on would become much more important in Pune politics, controlling the affairs in what was known as Peshwa Daftar. So Nana Fadnavis's camp in Pune was actually pitted against Raghunath Rao, and all these great Maratha leaders were lining up against one another as supporters of Raghunath Rao or as supporters of Nana Fadnavis's choice, who was the posthumous son of Narayan Rao. In the meanwhile, Narayan Rao, as you know, was murdered by Raghunath Rao's instigation. The main strength of the Peshwa family was the kind of family unity, but this family unity broke up. The family split, particularly because of Raghunath Rao's ambition to become the Peshwa. And the entire story, eventually Raghunath Rao didn't succeed because he tried to cultivate a close relationship with the British, tried to use their power in order to become the Peshwa, entered into an agreement. That agreement was rejected by Calcutta authorities, who tried to fish in troubled waters. So such was the situation that would invite the British. It invited British intervention around 1775, 1776, 1777, and that was the time when the first Anglo-Maratha War was fought. Then it invited British intervention once again in 1795, when the Peshwa died and a new succession trouble broke out in 1795 at Pune. That was the time when Bajirao II became the Peshwa. But once again there was a contest. Some Maratha leaders wanted to prop up someone else against Bajirao's legitimate claim, and you have the occasion ready for the British to make their intervention. And that was the time when a new kind of imperialism was actually slowly raising its head. An imperialism represented by a man like Wellesley, who would like to intervene more directly, more powerfully in the affairs of the Indian states. So I think that the split in the Peshwa family, the constant intrigues in Pune, the rival claimants for power, all these were certainly responsible for certain major weaknesses in Pune, for which reason it was difficult for Pune to hold the Maratha Empire together. But the crucial turning point, of course, was another succession dispute in 1795 that I was mentioning, after Bajirao II became the Peshwa with the support of a certain group. But and once he became the Peshwa, Bajirao II tried to contain Nana Fadnavis's power. So there were once again intrigues in Pune. There were rival leaders of the Maratha aristocracy, the leaders of the Maratha confederacy lining up against one another. So that was the time when there was a significant change in British policy as well, because Wellesley represented a more assertive imperialism.
Sir, what was this new imperialism all about?
This had something to do with the change from a kind of policy of non-intervention. The non-interventionism that was practiced earlier was related to relative weaknesses of imperialism. Even though by that time the British had become fairly powerful, but still there was constant restraint being imposed on the British authorities in India by the company's directors in London, partly because of obvious reasons. Because the more you are actually engaging in wars, the more you are involved in military expeditions, you are spending money. And an East India Company, which is basically a business organization, would not actually like to lose money because of this kind of warfare. But Wellesley represented a different vision of imperialism. Wellesley felt that whatever may be the consequences for the financial well-being of the company, it is important for the British to establish their empire. And that was this new imperialism. And this was synchronizing. Wellesley's arrival in India, his attempt to create a new policy, to pursue a new policy, synchronized with a fresh bout of conflict in the Pune court, in which, as you know, as I have said a number of times, that every time this kind of a conflict broke out in Pune, the Maratha Confederacy would be divided. One set of people would be backing up one claimant for power, the other set of people will back up another claimant of power. So it is in this context that the intervention took place. Took place because Holkar was actually seizing Pune, and faced with this kind of an adversary, the Peshwa, the new Peshwa, Bajirao II, sought British protection. And as he sought British protection, the British got the opportunity to intervene. And this was the second phase of war. And when after this phase, the British were great winners. They were forced of these Maratha leaders to sign several treaties of capitulation. There are several treaties which were known as the subsidiary treaties. You are all aware of the system of subsidiary alliance that Wellesley was trying to create. 1799 was the date when Nizam also signed this subsidiary treaty. 1799 was the time when the Mysore Sultanate was wound up because of the defeat of Tipu. And this was also the time when a major intervention took place in Maharashtra, the Second Maratha War, when the British were trying to protect the Peshwa as their protege against a set of Maratha leaders, especially Holkar. And then, after achieving this success, largely due to the grand military victory of the Lord Lake's army, treaties were imposed on each of them. Scindia lost chunks of territories in Malwa. And as Scindia signed the Treaty of Capitulation, the subsidiary treaty, British had control over Malwa. The British had control over Gujarat. So this, I think, was a very important turning point in the history of British expansion in Maharashtra. For all practical purposes, Maharashtra was under their control, either through their control over the Peshwa or through their kind of treaties that they forced the Maratha leaders to sign. Settlement of 1803, these treaties provided some amount of stability under British control for about a decade. Although at times lawlessness broke out because under British direction, both the Scindia and the Holkar had to demobilize their army, and the demobilized soldiers of these two armies actually became the Pindari bands who turned dacoits. And these Pindari bands created a lot of lawlessness in the region. But 1813, another very important turning point in the history of British imperialism, when Lord Hastings of Moira became the Governor General. And he was not happy anymore with these subsidiary treaties. He inherited Wellesley's imperialism in a more aggressive form. And Lord Hastings of Moira wished to intervene in all of these states more directly. So, a system evolved, or certain arrangements were made by Lord Hastings whereby Bajirao II became a ruler without a power, without any power. I mean, he was Peshwa, but he had no power. Everything was subject to ratification by the British overlords or British residents there. So the Peshwa made a last-ditch effort to fight another war, and they failed. The last Maratha war, which happened as a consequence of the attempt by Lord Hastings to clip the powers of the Peshwa almost totally by making him completely useless or completely powerless in his own house, in his own state. And the consequence was the last war in which Peshwa managed to mobilize the Pindari bands or some soldiers against the British. Most of the Maratha leaders stood aloof except Holkar, who came to intervene at the very last moment. In the war, the Peshwa lost. He lost his power, he lost his Peshwaship, he was pensioned off, and the entire territory which had been governed by the Peshwa became a part of the British Empire. So it is important to locate this very important change that was taking place in British imperialism. The British imperialism was becoming more aggressive, more interventionist, and the first indication of this interventionism was seen in the close of the 1790s when Wellesley was there, and then later, once Hastings of Myra continued that policy after a period of non-interventionism, imperialism came to what may be called, this was a full-blown empire that was created by 1818. So that is the significance of the settlement of 1818. You see a new imperialism, and this new imperialism was not merely territorially significant, because once the Marathas were defeated, once the British became so confident about their power, they began to embark on a new policy of westernization, new policy of changing India, a new policy which was trying to establish the presence of the British in India more prominently, more pronouncedly, as reformers, as civilizers in the Indian context. So the defeat of the Marathas in 1818 was also, as you know, synchronized with the publication of one of the major texts of this new imperialism, of James Mill's History of British India, which actually announced the arrival of a new policy whereby the British just didn't wish to rule India but wished to create a new West by imposing the westernization, by westernizing this country. So this is what I actually mean by new imperialism. But it had other implications as well, in economic life, for example.
Sir, what was the consequence of the defeat of the Marathas?
The one important economic consequence of the final defeat of the Marathas was the rise of Bombay. Bombay had been certainly a British port in the region, but Bombay was not so prosperous. Bombay didn't flourish even in the 1790s. So that Cornwallis for some time contemplated the winding up the Bombay establishment or maintaining it on a very small scale. Opium from Bombay was exported to China, and it was through this export of opium that Bombay began to flourish from now on. So during the 1820s, the expansion of Bombay, the rise of Bombay as a major port, actually was a consequence of the defeat of the Marathas in 1818, because a large hinterland was now available to Bombay port, including an hinterland in which opium was grown in Malwa, in Scindia's territory. The British tried to ensure the supply of Malwa opium to Bombay so that Bombay port began to flourish. So there are consequences. So let us actually recapitulate the whole thing. We first wanted to make this point that there are structural problems. I mean, the Maratha polity became so large that the imperial center at Pune failed to hold the polity together. Then we tried to make the point that the main reason why the British were able eventually to intervene in Maharashtra, ultimately managed to create their power base at Maharashtra, was the division among the leaders, among the Maratha Sardars, among the satraps, regional satraps, and also within the Pune court, which invited British intervention, enabled the British to prop up their proteges, and eventually the final curtain was drawn between late 1790s and 1818, when a new kind of imperialism which sought greater territorial expansion, which tried to establish British presence more powerfully in South Asia, changed the balance, altered the entire story and changed the balance against the Marathas.
On this day in 1957, Ramon Magsaysay, 7th President of the Philippines and famous world politician, died in a plane crash in Cebu City near Manila. Magsaysay was born on August 31st, 1907 in Iba, Zambales. He received a baccalaureate in commerce from the Institute of Commerce at Jose Rizal College in 1932. When World War II broke out, Magsaysay joined the Philippine Army and later became the leader of the Western Luzon guerrilla forces. Magsaysay was among those instrumental in clearing the Zambales coast of the Japanese forces. On April 23, 1946, Magsaysay was elected as an independent to the Philippine House of Representatives. He won a second term in office following the elections of 1949. He was also the chairman of the House National Defense Committee. In 1950, he was appointed as the Secretary of National Defense by President Quirino in the war against the communist guerrillas. Due to Magsaysay's growing popularity, the President and his men feared that they would lose out in the next presidential election. True to their fears, Magsaysay resigned his post as Defense Secretary on February the 28th, 1953, and became the presidential candidate of the Nacionalista Party, realizing that the only way to fight the communist guerrillas was by becoming president. In the election of 1953, Magsaysay was decisively elected president over the incumbent Elpidio Quirino. As president, he was a close friend and supporter of the United States and a vocal spokesman against communism during the Cold War. He led the movement for the foundation of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, also known as the Manila Pact of 1954, that aimed to defeat communist Marxist movements in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the Southwestern Pacific. In the year 1957, during a flight to Cebu City from Manila, his presidential plane crashed, killing all but one of the passengers. Magsaysay was among those killed. Golda Mabovich, better known as Golda Meir, became the first woman Prime Minister of Israel on March 17, 1969, after serving as Minister for Labour and for Foreign Affairs. She was also the third woman in the world to hold the office of Prime Minister. Meir was known as the Iron Lady until the epithet was applied to Margaret Thatcher. A strong leader right from her teens, Meir became active in Labour, Zionism and Socialism in the 1920s. In 1948, she became Israel's first ambassador to the Soviet Union. Meir was one of the 24 signatories of the Israeli Declaration of Independence on 14th May 1948. From 1949 to 1956, she served as Minister of Labour, introducing major housing and road construction projects. After being elected as the country's foreign minister in 1956, she began working towards gaining international alliances for Israel. She promoted ties with the newly formed nation-states of Africa and said that Israel could be a role model for them. As a minister, she is credited with having rendered remarkable services for the upliftment of the Jewish community. Following Prime Minister Levi Eshkol's death in 1969, Meir was elected his successor. Her Mapai party merged with two other parties to form the Israel Labour Party. Meir was a strong advocate of peace in the Middle East and worked towards this goal by meeting prominent world leaders, including Richard Nixon. Following the Munich massacre in the 1972 Olympics, an outraged Meir ordered the hunting down and assassination of all Black September and PFLP terrorists. Though her party won the elections in December 1973, Golda Meir resigned on April 11, 1974, following allegations regarding Israel's lack of preparedness for the Yom Kippur War. University of California scientists Staley G. Thompson, Kenneth Street Jr., Albert Gurso, and Glenn Seaborg announced the discovery of a new element, californium, on March 17, 1950. A metallic chemical element with the symbol CF and the atomic number 98, it is one element, the name of which does not represent its chemical homology. Californium was soon discovered to have significant applications in nuclear reactors and also in industry. The US Atomic Energy Commission began selling and loaning californium sources to industrial and academic customers in 1970 for $10 per microgram. The only practical glitch with the element is that it can be produced only in high-flux reactors. Although californium does not occur naturally on Earth, the element and its decay products occur elsewhere in the universe. Their electromagnetic emissions are regularly observed in the spectra of supernovae. Apart from its primary use in nuclear reactors as a neutron emitter, Californium has a number of specialized applications. The element is used in the treatment of cervical and brain cancers when other radiation therapy becomes ineffective. Californium is also widely used in portable metal detectors. While under the Earth's surface, the element is used for finding water and petroleum layers in oil wells and to detect groundwater movement. Vanguard 1, the oldest satellite to remain in orbit, was launched by the United States Naval Research Laboratory on March 17, 1958. Vanguard 1 is the fourth artificial Earth satellite and the first satellite to be solar powered. It was designed to test the launch capabilities of a three-stage launch vehicle as part of Project Vanguard and the effects of the environment on a satellite and its systems in Earth orbit. The data sent by the satellite was used to show that the shape of the Earth has a north-south asymmetry, occasionally described as pear-shaped, with the stem at the North Pole. Though communication with the satellite was lost in 1964, Vanguard 1 holds the record for being in space longer than any other man-made object. On March 17, 2008, the satellite logged its 50th year in Earth orbit. On March 17, 461 AD, Saint Patrick, Christian missionary and the Apostle of Ireland, died in Seoul, Ireland. It is believed that Patrick, who was born to a well-to-do Christian family in Britain, was captured by Irish marauders. After working for years as a herder in Ireland, Patrick escaped to Britain following a voice he heard in a decisive dream. In Britain, he was reunited with his family. Much of Patrick's life is recorded in a book called Confessio that he wrote during his last years. According to the book, Patrick had another dream where Irishmen pleaded with him to return to Ireland. After studying for the priesthood and becoming a bishop, Patrick arrived in Ireland in 433 AD and started preaching the gospel. He was soon admired by many for his relentless services for the Irish people. He also built a famous church in Seoul where he breathed his last. Legend goes that Saint Patrick used to baptize hundreds of people on a single day, and also that he had driven all the dangerous reptiles out of Ireland. Hence, in art, his portraits often show him trampling on snakes. Ireland has been observing March 17th, the day of Saint Patrick's demise, as a national holiday for several centuries. Famous French poet Jean-Baptiste Rousseau died on this day in 1741. Born in Paris on April the 6th, 1671, Rousseau started with theatre at a very young age. However, his lack of aptitude for drama only landed him failures in the field. Rousseau's poems were hugely famous as there was a serious dearth of lyrical poetry in France after the times of Jean Racine and André de Chenière. However, soon, Rousseau was being accused of writing libellous poetry and was charged with a defamation case. He went into exile, shuttling from country to country. In 1722, Rousseau met Voltaire in Brussels. Voltaire's Le Pour et le Contre is said to have shocked Rousseau, who expressed his sentiments freely. Both Rousseau and Voltaire are credited with having contributed much to the intellectual traditions of modern France. Some of Rousseau's famous works are Le Café, a prose comedy in one act, in 1694, Jason and Opera in 5 acts in 1696, Venus et Adone, an opera in 5 acts in 1697, and La Noce de Village, a masque in 1700.
जब अधिकांश लोग सूरज की पहली किरण के साथ दिनचर्या प्रारंभ कर रहे होते हैं, तब रोजाना सुबह 6 बजे 10-15 किलोमीटर की दूरी तय करके निकल पड़ते हैं संघर्षपूर्ण यात्रा पर शहर को साफ रखने का जज्बा रखने वाले ये लोग हैं रैक पिकर्स, अर्थात कचरा बीनने वाले। इनका काम है धातु, कांच, प्लास्टिक या कचरे से मिलने वाली दूसरी कोई मूल्य की चीज चुनकर कबाड़ी वाले को बेचना। इनका उपयोग पुनर्चक्रीकरण के पश्चात उद्योगों में इस्तेमाल होने लायक कच्चे माल के रूप में होता है। अनुमानतः भारत में रैक पिकर्स की संख्या लगभग 15 लाख है। अकेले इंदौर में ही 8000 से ज्यादा रैक पिकर्स हैं, जिनमें से अधिकतर महिलाएं और बच्चे हैं। ये लोग प्रदेश के विभिन्न भागों से आए वो लोग हैं जिन्हें ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था पाल नहीं पाई।
हमारा धंधा यही है, बचपना गुजर गया, हमारा छोटे बच्चे भी हमारे साथ में ही रहते।
इंदौर तेजी से बढ़ता औद्योगिक शहर है। वर्तमान में इसकी जनसंख्या 29,70,000 के करीब है। इस शहर में रोजाना करीब 600 मीट्रिक टन कचरा निकलता है, जिसमें से लगभग 100 मीट्रिक टन रैक पिकर्स द्वारा एकत्रित किया जाता है। ये एक दिन में सामान्यतः 20 से 50 किलो अवशिष्ट रोजाना एकत्रित करते हैं। तत्पश्चात इसे विभिन्न श्रेणियों में छांटकर कबाड़ी वाले को बेचा जाता है। कबाड़ी वाला इसे पुनर्चक्रीय उद्योग को बेचता है। अतः रैक पिकर्स जो सबसे ज्यादा जोखिम उठाते हैं, उन्हें सबसे कम आय प्राप्त होती है। इनके द्वारा जिस प्रकार का कचरा एकत्रित किया जाता है, उसका पुनर्चक्रीकरण ही एकमात्र विकल्प है।
उन लोगों की सोशल कंडीशन के बारे में तो हमें मालूम था कि ये मुद्दे हैं कागज पन्नी बिनने वालों के, कि इन लोगों को इस प्रकार के प्रताड़ना सहन करना पड़ती। कबाड़ी जब माल लेता है तो भाव अच्छे नहीं देता है, और भाव भी देता है तो हफ्ते हफ्ते 2-2 हफ्ते में इन लोगों का हिसाब करता है।
हमारे देश में ठोस कचरा प्रबंधन की स्थिति काफी विकट है। समाज में प्लास्टिक से बने उत्पादों का उपयोग तो बढ़ता जा रहा है, परंतु इनका व्यवस्थित रूप से निष्पादन न होना पर्यावरण के लिए खतरा बन गया है। ऐसे में कचरा प्रबंधन हेतु रैक पिकर्स महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। इनके द्वारा नगर निगम को लगभग 250 करोड़ रुपए प्रतिवर्ष की बचत होती है। रैक पिकर्स अगर ठोस कचरा बीनना बंद कर दें तो संपूर्ण शहर कचरे के ढेर में तब्दील हो जाएगा और प्रदूषण के कारण रहना असंभव हो जाएगा।
खास चीज तो ये है कि जो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट है, ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन, उसमें इन लोगों की जो भूमिका है वो मेन है, क्योंकि ये कहीं ना कहीं जो MSW रूल्स जो बने हुए हैं उसके अंतर्गत खास चीज ये है कि सूखा और गीला कचरा अलग किया जाना चाहिए। लेकिन जब सूखे कचरे की बात आती है तो लोगों में इतना अवेयर नहीं है कि वो, और उनके पास उतना समय भी नहीं है कि वो कचरे को अलग अलग कर पाए। तो वहीं पर ये भूमिका कंटेनरों से उठा के सूखे कचरे को अलग और गीले कचरे को अलग करने का काम करती है।
एक तरफ ग्लोबल वार्मिंग व रिसाइकलिंग जैसे पर्यावरण संरक्षण के मुद्दों पर कार्य करने वालों को विश्व सराहना मिलती है, वहीं रिसाइकलिंग के पिरामिड का आधार हैं ये लोग जिनकी ना कोई आवाज है न पहचान। हमारे कार्बन पदचिह्न घटाने वाले इन लोगों को न जाना जाता है, न इनकी महत्ता को समझा जाता है। आज ये हमारे लिए एक कार्बन संपत्ति हैं। 8 से 10 घंटे की मेहनत के बाद ये रैक पिकर्स रोजाना 50 से 100 रुपए तक कमा लेते हैं।
मैं बाहर जाता हूँ, गावड़े में बीन लेके जाता हूँ, 6 बजे जाता हूँ यहाँ से, शाम को आता 5 बजे, तो छाँट छूट के माल देता हूँ। क्या 60-70 रुपये का काम हो जाता है मेरा, तो घर खाने वाले बाल बच्चे हैं तो गुजर बसर करते हैं।
बिनने के बाद में फिर हो जाता कचरा, लेके आते हम यहाँ है, वहाँ से फिर वो कितने निकलता, 50 रुपए की 60 रुपए बस। और फिर कभी उसमें कांच भी लग जाता, हमको कभी सुई भी लग जाती।
ये लोग अपने जीवन व कार्य क्षेत्र में कई तरह की परेशानियों से गुजरते हैं। कचरा बीनते समय इन्हें सभी प्रकार की जहरीली गैसों और अस्पताल से आए वेस्ट के संपर्क में आना पड़ता है। इनका काम कांच के टुकड़ों, ब्लेड्स, ई वेस्ट आदि गंदगियों के बीच होता है, जहां ये नंगे पांव बिना किसी दास्ताने के काम करते हैं। ये टीबी, अस्थमा, खुजली व अन्य त्वचा रोगों से पीड़ित हो जाते हैं। साथ ही कचरे के डिब्बे के आसपास घूम रहे सूअरों और कुत्तों के शिकार।
सुअर कुत्ते भी काट देते हैं काट देते हैं सुअर कुत्ते, और बच्चे उन पत्थर मारते और भगाते हैं, घुसने नहीं देते गलियों में।
जो रैक पिकर्स हैं उनकी कंडीशन अभी जो है कि उनके किसी भी प्रकार का कोई परिचय पत्र नहीं है, उन्हें घृणा की दृष्टि से देखा जाता है। जो लोगों का व्यवहार है उनके प्रति बहुत ही बेकार रहता है, क्योंकि वो लोग अगर कॉलोनियों में जाते हैं कचरा उठाने के लिए, लेकिन उन्हें उठाने नहीं दिया जाता है। लोगों ने अभी उन पे रैक पिकर्स पे इल्जाम लगाया था कि जो कचरा जल रहा है वो रैक पिकर्स जला रहे हैं, लेकिन वो रैक पिकर्स नहीं जला रहे हैं, क्योंकि सीधी सी बात है, अगर रैक पिकर्स अगर कचरा जलाएगा तो वो कमाएगा क्या? क्योंकि अगर उनको लोहा पत्थर उठाना भी है तो 50 रुपए का माल जला के वो 10 रुपए का माल तो नहीं बिनेगा। इसलिए रैक पिकर्स कचरा जलाएगा नहीं, क्योंकि उनकी आजीविका जुड़ी हुई है।
बड़ी समस्या है इनकी पहचान की। रैक पिकर्स की सामाजिक सुरक्षा के लिए सरकार ने कोई ठोस कदम नहीं उठाया है। न इनका स्वास्थ्य बीमा है और न ही कोई यूनियन या पहचान पत्र। इनकी बेहतरी के लिए हर स्तर पर सहायता आवश्यक है।
परिचय पत्र हो, इनको घर घर से कचरा उठाने की परमिशन हो, इनकी सामाजिक सुरक्षा हो। सामाजिक सुरक्षा के अंतर्गत कम से कम इनके बच्चों के लिए एजुकेशन तो हो सकती है, बच्चों के लिए एजुकेशन हो सकती है। इन लोगों को कम से कम स्वास्थ्य में प्राथमिकता दी जा सकती है, क्योंकि ये लोग मेन रोल में हैं।
सरकार जहां इनके लिए हेल्थ कैंप लगा सकती है, सुरक्षा दास्तानें मुहैया करा सकती है, वहीं इनकी सामाजिक सुरक्षा के लिए फोटो पहचान पत्र देकर अधिकृत कर सकती है। स्थानीय स्तर पर इन्हें भूमि व सुविधाएं प्रदान की जा सकती हैं और कचरे को अलग करके एक बायोगैस संयंत्र, खाद आदि निर्मित करने के लिए लगाया जा सकता है। कचरा बीनने वाले साथ ही साथ प्राइवेटाइजेशन का सामना कर रहे हैं, जो इनका काम इनसे छीन रहा है,
जिसके कारण ये होगा कि कचरा बिनने वालों को नहीं मिलेगा और डंपिंग ग्राउंड में भी कचरा पन्नी बिनने वालों को उनको घुसने नहीं दिया जाएगा, जिस कारण आज उनकी जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, वो खुद काम कर रही हैं, वो काम वो नहीं कर पाएंगी। आज उन लोग 100 रुपए कमा लेती हैं, उस समय ऐसा हो सकता है वो 40 रुपए 50 रुपए कमाए, तो जिस कारण उनकी आर्थिक स्थिति और खराब होगी। पहले ही ऑलरेडी हर चौराहे पे अगर अपन देखने जाएंगे तो लगभग हजारों की तादाद में 150 लोग खड़े रहते हैं। 11 12 बजे तक उन लोगों को रोजगार नहीं मिलता है और उसी भीड़ में ये भी उनका हिस्सा बन जाएंगी।
साथ ही साथ एक अच्छी पहल की है इंदौर के एक एनजीओ ने, जहां इनके लिए एक छोटे से बैंक की स्थापना की गई है। इसके सदस्य व मालिक खुद ये कचरा बीनने वाले हैं।
कुछ महिलाओं के साथ हम लोगों ने कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी की स्थापना की, जिसके अंतर्गत छोटी छोटी हम लोगों ने बचत चालू की थी 5 रुपए 10 रुपए से। तो वो स्टार्ट करने पर मेंबर बढ़ते गए और बस्तियां भी हम लोगों ने बढ़ा दी। तो आज कागज पन्नी बिनने वाली और असंगठित क्षेत्र की महिलाएं जो हैं, घरेलू कामकाजी महिलाएं, वो उसकी सदस्य हैं। और ये कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी हम लोगों ने बनाई इसलिए थी कि खुद की सहायता खुद के द्वारा कॉन्सेप्ट था हम लोगों का। कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी में ये है कि एक दूसरे की मदद हम किस प्रकार से करते हैं। तो जब खुद का पैसा वो लोग जमा करती हैं तो वो लोग, हम लोग जब बचत करती हैं तो बचत करने की आदत एक उन पर डलती है, लोगों में आपसी सहभागिता की आदत डलती है ना। और जब उनको जरूरत पड़ती है तो लोन भी उनको आसानी से मिल जाता है।
सब महिलाएं छोटी छोटी बचत करती है, कोई 50 रुपए, कोई 100 रुपए, ऐसे ऐसे करते करते थोड़े आगे चल रहे हैं। अभी कम से कम कुल मिलाकर 1250 सदस्य कोऑपरेटिव में बन चुके हैं। पहले 500 महिलाएं थी, थोड़े थोड़े हर साल बढ़ती ही जा रही है और सहारा भी अच्छा मिलता है। बस ऐसे कोऑपरेटिव चल रही हमारी। और इंसान क्या चाहता है, गरीबी से ऊपर उठे, उनके बच्चे पढ़े लिखे, अच्छा सहारा मिले, यही तो चाहता है।
पर आज समाज में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है इनकी पहचान का। पर्यावरण संरक्षण में इनके महत्वपूर्ण योगदान को समझते हुए जरूरत है इन्हें समाज में एक नाम, एक आवाज और एक सुरक्षित भविष्य देने की।
painted storks and pelicans set off their journey from the ice deserts of Siberia with the commencement of winter and travel around 12,000 kilometers through the Green Way to reach various places in India. In Andhra Pradesh, Uppalpadu in Guntur district, Kolleru Freshwater Lake in West Godavari district, Pulikat Saltwater Lake in Nellore district and Telinilapuram in Srikakulam district are the most popular destinations of these birds. Telinilapuram, a small village with thatched huts in Srikakulam district, has a unique place in the tourist map of Andhra Pradesh. This small village, surrounded by several water bodies, is a refuge for over 40 different species of migratory birds. The entire population of this rural community is not more than 850, but for over hundreds of years, this hamlet has been one of the favorite destinations for spot-billed pelicans and painted storks. It is very interesting to note that before the arrival of these birds in hundreds and thousands, a pilot team scrutinizes the whole locality. Once this procedure gets over, by the first week of September, the painted storks and the pelicans start coming to this village in groups. Within a span of 3 weeks, the entire tamarind and the prosopis juliflora trees in the village will be crowded by these distinguished guests and make the whole atmosphere jubilant with their clattering.
సుమారు 100 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వలస పక్షులు వస్తున్నాయి. ఎప్పుడు వస్తున్నాయి అనేది ఖచ్చితంగా ఫలానా సంవత్సరం నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పక్షులు వస్తున్నాయని ఎదుగుదంగా తెలియదు. కొన్ని 100 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పక్షులు వస్తున్నాయి. ఈ పక్షుల్ని గ్రామస్తులు కంటికి రెప్పలా కాపాడుకుంటారు. ముఖ్యంగా ఈ పక్షులు ఇక్కడ రావడానికి ముఖ్యమైన కారణం అది. గ్రామంలో వాటి కోసం ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి తమ చెట్లని, వాటి ఫలసాయాన్ని, చింత చెట్లు ఉన్నాయి, వాటికి ఫలసాయం వస్తుంది. అలాగే చాలా రకాలైనటువంటి వృక్ష జాతులు ఉన్నాయి, వాటికి వచ్చేటువంటి ఫలసాయాన్ని కూడా వాళ్ళు వదులుకున్నారు. ఆ చెట్లని వాటి కోసం వాళ్ళు విడిచిపెట్టేశారు. వాటికి ఎటువంటి ఆటంకం కానీ, వాటికి శబ్దం కలిగించడం కానీ, వాటికి ఆటంకం కలిగించే ఎటువంటి పని చేయరు.
There are different types of storks: painted stork, open-billed stork, adjutant stork, black-necked stork, white-necked stork, and bite stork. Among these varieties, only painted stork comes to Teninidapuram. This large wading bird is known for its distinct physical features. The painted stork grows almost a meter tall, has a yellow tapering bill and snow-white plumage with the shades of pink at the shoulders. The head of the stork is usually red in color. Its tail and legs are pink, and there is a dark bearing on the breast. The smoothness of the black and white feathers is as soft as a sponge. With its yellow long down curved bill and long legs, painted stork is an eye-catcher and a visual treat for connoisseurs and bird lovers. The local people call this bird with different names like Erra Javada, Erra Jada Pitta, Sengavva and Erra Kalla Konga. The elders of this village relate an interesting story which reflects the relationship between these birds and the people. Once upon a time, a British collector came to this place with a wish to hunt birds. The troubled villagers do not want any harm being done to their loved birds living in their vicinity, pleaded the official not to kill the birds. The villagers did their best to persuade the official from being brutal to the birds. Finally, the official agreed on one condition. The official told the villagers that he would not kill the birds if they proved to him that they are domesticated. In order to prove, the villagers brought a sack full of fish and kept them in an open place. The birds cleared all the fish in the sack within no time and reached the tree branches. Surprised by this incident, the official left the place without hunting, marveled by the bond shared by the birds and the innocent villagers. This incident magnifies the kind of relationship these humble villagers share with the birds around. Storks are very particular about their nesting place. they prefer wet land with trees to build their nests. It is very surprising to see the dwelling of storks are very near to the human habitations. Each tree becomes a home for about 15 to 20 pairs of birds. Storks build their large nests wedged between branches and lined with hay collected from their immediate environment. Stork is a resident breeder. November and September months are the peak breeding seasons for these birds. Female storks lay around 2 to 5 dotted dull white eggs. Each egg of a stork weighs approximately 130 to 150 grams. It will take 3 to 4 weeks for the eggs to hatch. Painted storks can go as far as 40 to 50 kilometers to fetch food. Storks commute with a speed of 80 to 100 kilometers per hour. Storks can carry a fish weighing half a kilogram to their nests by clutching them with their long bills. Sometimes, by accident, the fish brought by these birds drop from their nests. These birds do not touch the fish once they fall from their nests. The villagers collect these fallen fish and cook as they consider them as good omens. After painted storks, grey pelicans are the second most important birds we see in Telinilapuram's bird paradise. It is a splendid and a visual treat to watch these birds dry their snow-soaked wings in the morning sunlight. Pelican is a large water bird that looks like a duck with distinctive pouch under the beak. Pelican belongs to the family of the pelicanidae. There are 7 types of pelicans. Grey pelican, white pelican, brown pelican, rose pelican, Dalmatian pelican, and Australian pelican. The nomenclature depends on the hue the bird sports on its body. Pelicans are large birds with enormous pouched bills. Pelicans look plump and enormous with their pouched bills. The pouch beneath their bills is elastic and flexible in nature and looks like a bag or a sack. Pelicans carry even large fish that weighs almost 2 to 3 kilograms. Pelicans swim well with their strong legs and webbed toes. The tail is short and square with 20 to 24 feathers. Pelicans have long wings which can stretch up to 3.5 meters. The large number of secondary flight feathers appears in black, white and grey colors. A layer of special fibers deep in the breast muscles can hold the wings rigidly horizontal for gliding and soaring. Regionally, these pelicans are popular as Chinku Batulu and Gura Batulu. The average lifespan of a pelican ranges from 25 to 30. A fully grown pelican will have the following measurements: the bill 12 inches, the legs 6 inches, 2 wings 92 inches each, and the neck 13 inches. The local people show a great amount of affection and love towards these birds and give them the fullest protection possible. Years together, the people of this village share a strong bond of relationship with these birds. Local people believe that these birds bring good luck and prosperity to them, and so they do not cause any harm to these masters of air. They foresee calamities if the birds do not turn up to their village in time. The fishermen will not chase away even when the birds take fish from their catch. stay here in Telinilapuram for 8 months before leaving for Siberia. They come here as single birds, but when they go back, they go with their family and children. Modern civilizations, with their lopsided development agenda, are causing immeasurable harm to the environment and are responsible for the environmental degradation. Forests are depleting and the heat in the atmosphere is becoming intense day by day. Human actions are not in harmony with the other beings who share this world with us. Our actions are causing immeasurable pain, disturbance and damage to little creatures like birds. Innumerable species of birds have already been extinct, and thousands are on the verge of extinction. If sufficient care is not taken, we may not be able to see birds in the near future. It is everybody's social responsibility to protect the environment and save these little creatures who, with their presence, give us measureless joy.
Welcome to the world of learning on Vyas channel. This week, between 15th to 21st March, we will present to you the bouquet of following programs which are a must-watch. The program, A River by A.K. Ramanujan, deals with the river Vaigai, flowing through the holy city of Madurai in South India. The poem talks about the floods that happen once in a year. The poet of the past celebrated the floods instead of mourning. The people also responded to the floods with enthusiasm. Ramanujan's tone is ironic throughout the poem. A.K. Ramanujan was a major poet in English in the modern era, who also translated works from Tamil and Kannada into English. All the poetry lovers will be glad to know that they may watch this program on 17th of March.
Hello students, I am going to speak to you today about A.K. Ramanujan, one of our illustrious Indian English poets, and in particular of one poem which is much anthologized and which is justly well recognized as one of his finest achievements. The poem is called A River.
This program attempts to give the learners a brief and clear understanding of the nature, causes and treatment of peptic ulcers, asthma and sports injury. Also aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the role of stress plays as a causative factor in these specific health problems. Live stress-free, healthy life, and don't miss to watch our program on nature and conceptualization of stress on 18th of March.
Can you recall the last time that you felt stressed? Was it when you were getting late for an exam and you lost your bike keys? Or probably you had a fight with your friend and he or she stopped talking to you for a few days. Well, if you were to go by noted stress researcher Hans Selye, then in fact it is not just limited to positive or negative circumstances, but all through our life, continuously we are experiencing some or the other form of stress. In fact, to quote Selye, the absence of stress is death. Only the dead feel no stress. But the fact remains that much of this stress is so minute, so minor that we are not even aware of it, and we do not even label it as stress, at least in the way we understand it. Today in this lesson, we are going to understand as to what stress is and what is the nature of stress.
In physics, angular momentum is the rotational equivalent of linear momentum. It is an important quantity in physics because it is a conserved quantity. The total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant. To understand angular momentum with wider perspective, watch a program on 19th of March.
Figure shows a particle of mass m with linear momentum as it passes through point A in an xy plane. The angular momentum of this particle with respect to the origin O is a vector quantity defined as L is equal to R into P and is equal to m into R into V. Here R is the position vector of the particle with respect to O. As the particle moves relative to O in the direction of its momentum, position vector R rotates around O.
Nasa is the fourth of the 5 therapeutic procedures of Panchakarma. It is mainly performed in diseases affecting the head and neck region. Dear friends, if you really wish to have deeper insight into what Nasa, watch our this program on Panchakarma on 20th March.
We will learn about the fourth therapeutic procedure of Panchakarma called Nasya, the Arine therapy. Nasya is the process through which vitiated doshas in the head and neck region are removed from the body by administering medicines through the nasal route. The root word of Nasya is Nas, which means the nose. Nasya, by which the morbid matters are expelled through the nose and mouth, is the most important treatment for diseases affecting the head and neck.
The globe is heating up. Both land and oceans are warmer now than they were. When record keeping began in 1880 and temperatures are still tickling upward, the rise in heat is global warming in a nutshell. This rise in heat is caused by humans. The burning of fossil fuels has released greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which trap warmth from the sun and drive up surface and air temperatures. To know more about this global issue, that is global warming, watch a program on 21st of March.
Global warming refers to the increase in the average temperature of the atmosphere, oceans and land masses. It is one of the greatest crises faced by mankind. Well, this problem is not only global in nature but potentially threatens the survival of life on Earth.
Hello students, welcome to this series on business communication. Today we are going to study the formal and the informal channels of communication. Before starting this, we are going to discuss the formal and the informal organization structure. Organization is a kind of a design structure which is designed basically by the goals, objectives, policies, procedures, financial resources, the committees, the organizations, the authority structure and the channels. Now when you talk about communication in a formal way in organization, this is the process which underlines the formal authority structure of the organization. It helps in the management of the total functions of the management in terms of planning, organizing, staffing, recruiting or budgeting. The basic structure of the formal organization is designed by the authority from the boss to the subordinates or to the workers. Let's, before talking about communication, see the charts. We have an organization chart shown you in this diagram. This has three levels of authorities. First is at the president level, second is at the vice president level and third is at the managerial level. These three levels are bound together or they are connected by the communication force. The formal communication basically dissipates the official information of the organization. It is the orders, the prescribed information which is carried from one hierarchy to the another. Now let's see this formal communication chart. Here you have a president who has two vice presidents working under him and each vice president has another two managers working under him. Now when the information flows from the manager to the president, this is known as the upward communication. When the instructions come from the top to the bottom, that is from president to the manager, this is known as the instructional or the downward communication. And when the communication is between the managers or between the presidents, it is known as the horizontal communication and it helps in the coordination of the communication. Now when we talk about formal communication, it could be upward, downward or horizontal, but it is important because it is the part of the legal existence of the organization. It is important to carry out the day-to-day functions of the organization. If there was no formal communication, the organizations would have collapsed because some kind of force is necessary to put all people together to perform a particular task, and by this they are able to achieve their objectives in life. When you talk about formal networks, we see there are some kinds of nodes where the information flows from one hierarchy or from the crossroads also. So the informal and the formal organizations both have a kind of a design structure. Formal organizations are very strict in terms of the flow of the information. The directions could not be changed. And when you talk about the formal structures, they are strong in terms of giving structures or shape to the organizations. They are the legal aspects on which the total system is supported, or the system is genuinely given a kind of a shape and an idea or a kind of a value and a vision because of the formal existence. If you don't have a formal order in the organization, how people are going to execute their functions? Organization is basically the abstract part within the formal structure. This could be the ideas, beliefs, perceptions, values. It could be the feelings of trust, fear, belief, whatever it is. This forms the kind of informal glue which binds the organization structure. Now, the organizations basically have a kind of a role and a function to perform. Communication is the social glue which binds the organization together in the society. It directs the direction of the behavior of the people, it coordinates the actions of the people, it helps in the systematic sharing of information, and it also helps in the building up of the interpersonal relationship. Without communication, it is not possible that the organization will function in an effective way. Now, informal communication is important because it is a kind of a social aspect by which people are bound together in form of trust or in form of norms or in form of behavior which genuinely are alike or they are generally acceptable to each other. It is the formal communication could bind only the hierarchies or only the superiorities and the basic levels of the organization. But in case of informal communication, it is trust, it is the desires or the passions of people which are expressed in beautiful way. People form their own groups, people form their own channels, or they have their own way of communicating with each other by which the work is done in a faster way. When we talk about informal networks, they are basically a kind of a gossip or a probability or a cluster or a chain. Here they are shown beautifully in form of networks. Chain is communication flows from A to B to C, and it goes in a form of a kind of a wave or a fire to one person to another without any kind of a formal support. And yet gossip is like some thing arises in the organization, people start talking it without any kind of formal authority letter coming from the boss or from the organization, and things are discussed of interest, it is off the record and off the written record. These are kind of verbal channels which connect people, and people start giving their own comments and their own views. Maybe they are not accurate, maybe they are not fully correct, but they are the basis of the total parameters on which the organizations do exist. Gossip is important because it generally discusses and reduces the kind of resistance in the organization. Now, probability is maybe one person talks to the other person is connected to another. Now, maybe the A person is communicating to B and B is communicating to C. Now, A person would not have a relationship with C, but the kind of the information is probably flowing to directions where you genuinely don't know the people, or even if you're knowing it, you never know the direction of the communication, how it flows. When you talk about clusters, it is a form of groups of people who have same kinds of likings and dislikings, and they discuss people, they discuss ideas which are similar of their taste and behavior. So informal networks play a very powerful role in the organizations because genuinely this is the force which takes the functions in a broader perspective and makes people to come together and work in a kind of a network which is powerful than the formal networks. So the network roles are like they form a kind of a bridge between the hierarchies. They are performing the liaising functions, or they generally put people in an isolated way beyond the hierarchy structures. Now, when the communication flows from one hierarchy to another, it takes a form of channel. The channel could be centralized communication or the decentralized communication. When you talk about centralized communication, here the boss or the manager or one central person is powerful, and he is the sole person who basically dissipates informations to the other people. When we talk about centralized communication, here the powerhouse is one person who is at the crossroads of dissipating information to the other people. Let's see this communication. First structure which we will discuss is the Y shape. Here you have one boss, which is the central circle. He can give information in a downward way, or he can give information in the upward or the lateral way. Now, the other form of communication is the decentralized communication. In this, basically the information is not concentrated with one person, but the information is genuinely dissipated among all the people. Here all people have equal power and they can communicate with each other in a free way. All the members play an equal and important part in communication because they are connected by a kind of a power or a force or a channel which binds them together in form of a group or an activity. Now let's see this kind of a circle. Here one person is connected to the other is connected to other person. So in this, one person can simultaneously communicate to two persons. Any person can go to person B, to C, to A, whatever it is. Then come to ComCon. Here the communication is basically with the two persons also, but it can flow crosswords also. Now when we see this chart in form of centralized and decentralized form, it is summarized in a beautiful way. Now when you talk about centralized communication or decentralized communication, the decentralized communication is more powerful. More powerful, that means the information is dissipated with all people, and it is a kind of a freedom which all people have the power to express. When the information is centralized, here the power is with one person, and the information could be confidential, or information could be a source or a power for the organization which cannot be genuinely dissipated to people. So it takes the form of centralized organization. Now see this another chart. Here we have given the priority on the basis of the functions where these charts could be used. When you talk about centralized networks, yes, information flows from one person to the other person. The central person is doing the task alone, so he has got the total control over it, and he gives good performance. When you talk about decentralized communication, here the information flows around the network and it creates a kind of a confusion. So here the performance can be poor. Now let's come to the complex tasks, where the tasks are not simple and you have to involve many people. When centralized things are taken, here one person gets tired and he is blocked by the information overload or the noise overload, and he gives a poor performance. When we talk about decentralized, the information is genuinely dissipated in a beautiful way to give you a good performance. The charts are self-explanatory, which give you the superiority of each kind of a network. Now the problem with the communication networks is the noise overload or the message overload. One person is bombarded with so much of information that he is not able to recollect or to recall and to give meaning to information. Here the messages A, B, C pass to one person and he is confused. So now to regulate it or to solve it, you have to sort out. You have to use gatekeepers. Gatekeepers would genuinely regulate the information. They will arrange the message A, B, C. Of this, if C is important, C will get the priority and it will go to the person. All these messages could be arranged in a sequence. First is message A will go, then message B will go, and message C will go. If simultaneously if the bombardment is there, it creates a lot of confusion and it creates a kind of a disorder in the organization. When we have taken about the most powerful informal structure of the organization, which is given shape, is in form of grapevine. Now what is grapevine? Grapevine is a secret means of spreading or receiving information within the organization. This is the transmission of information from one person to another person in an unofficial way. This is the discussions of matter before they take the written shape. This is the discussion of rules and ideas before they take the formal authority structure. So it is a kind of a grapevine is always supported by a rumor also. The grapevines are always and always vocal and verbal. They do not have a kind of a written shape. They are fast and spread like fires in the organization, crossing the boundaries of the hierarchies and going beyond the organization to the environment also. The basic characteristics of the grapevine could be, they could be accurate or they could be inaccurate, but the idea of inaccuracy is very high because when one information from one person flows to another, there is a kind of a vision that the information is distorted also. So there is distortion, deletion, sharpening, addition of information at each level where information is passed from one person to another. But still the grapevines do play an important role. Here 70% of the communication of the organization occurs at the grapevine level because it is only confidential level of information which is blocked in the formal structures, but otherwise the 70% of the powerhouse of the information comes through this informal channel. Now the accuracy could be 75% to 90%, maybe 10% of the information which is spread through grapevine is wrong, but the incorrect part of the grapevine could be deleted, but it gives the basic shape of the total message which has to be carried within the organization. Now it is estimated that 80% of the grapevine information is oriented towards individual, while 20% confirms or is concerned to the company. Here people are important. Discussions about people, discussions about the power of the people, their affairs, the daily routine, the daily ideas are discussed. The company visions are not so important for people because those ideals, policy structures don't attract people in such a way. So here the people gossip becomes more powerful. Now when you talk about the factors affecting the grapevine structure, here the basic factors are the person and the speaker who is influenced by the information. If both the parties are impacted and it is impacting or interesting both the parties, then the information flow is very high. Now let's see this formula according to Gordon Elport. The importance of the subject for grapevine is both for the listener and the speaker is important, and it may be ambiguous, but the formula is R is equal to I into A. Here R is the intensity of the rumor, I is the importance of the rumor for the persons, and A is the ambiguity of the facts associated, because this information is not very accurate. So you can calculate the basic intensity. What is the intensity of the rumor is I into A. Now other factors which influence the grapevine, they are maybe the people are being threatened about the power and the position, so they start discussing in order to feel secured. It is like if people are under stress and they want to release the stress, whether the order is affecting their position or the boss is favoring him or the other person. So they start discussing these kinds of things in an informal way. And maybe there is a kind of a pending thing which has to come into the organization and which would affect people in a larger way. Like when the revolution for the computer started coming, most of the people resisted in an informal way. They were not ready to take even the training aspect. So it is a kind of a genuine force which is formed in the organization when people's life, their work styles, the basic positions, or even their behavior is changed. And here the difficult part of the management is, before coming to the formal kind of communication, people have to be convinced at the informal level, because this is a kind of a force which basically reduces the resistance in terms of things you have to change in the organization to make it more modernized, more sophisticated, because people do have a habit to resist any kind of change, whether it is the changes for their betterment, because people have an habit of living in inertia. Now the positive aspects of the grapevine are that it is a kind of a social function. It is a kind of a social force which puts people together to form agendas or forums where they get connected. It is a kind of a forum where people are relaxed. It reduces the stress, it reduces the anxiety. It also reduces the kind of resistance which could come into the kind of the hierarchical structures. So it is a kind of an early warning system which alerts the management also in order to take up any decision which could be maybe fatal for the organization, or it could be constructive for the organization. So if things are discussed beforehand, it gives a kind of a support to the management, so the decision making becomes accurate for the management. Now this is a kind of a vehicle also to form the organization culture, where people are connected by the norms, values and behavior. The desired information can be circulated to people by just giving to the leader of the informal groups, and the information can be dissipated to all the people in the organization. Like, see, suppose a teacher wants to do a function in the class. Even if one student is given a kind of order or instruction in an informal way, this information within minutes will travel to 30 students, and you will have a gathering of all the people connected in your class or in your kind of the office where you want. Now coping with grapevine or managing grapevine is a kind of a very special function where the management has to realize both the positive aspects and the negative aspects. It cannot be abolished, it cannot be rubbed, it cannot be hidden under a basket, it cannot be chopped, it cannot be stopped. So this is the force, you have to accept it. Now you need skills to manage people. This is, don't try to control and restrict it, but try to supplement it by the formal channels. Wherever the things are going wrong, try to bring out a public notice or a kind of an instruction notice through the formal channel, so the people are pacified and people start reacting in a correct way. So grapevine is a kind of a force which genuinely binds the organizations and the people together, so we cannot fight with it. Maybe it is some part of the grapevine is negative and it is affecting the organizational functions also, but then there's no way that you can stop people from talking. People will talk, whether you are right or you are wrong. People definitely going to discuss things. So it is the function of the management that they have to control it in a kind of an effective way. Now the best way to fight the rumors and the grapevine in the organization is that the management has to be alert. The management from time to time should take out their notices, should take out the public kind of bulletins or kind of newsletters which could update people. So they have little ideas to be left which are discussed informally. Or the management could also keep their doors open for the people so that anybody can come and discuss things. If the generally the higher level is closed for the lower level people, then it is a kind of a situation where the people would discuss among themselves. So if management is open to the people's idea and is welcoming everything in the organization, then there is little kind of a threat which exists in the organization that you can cope up with the kind of grapevine or the rumors. About the formal media. The formal media are important for the organization, and they could travel in the organization through the company's newsletters, employees handbooks, the company's magazines and the formal meetings. These are important because this gives a formal shape and a structure to the organization, and people get the first hand information in terms of the total accuracy and in terms of the total intelligent way by which they are bound together to take up their ideas, their decisions in a better way. Now formal media could also go to individual people through letters, through emails, through flyers or through memos. These kinds of individualization of information is necessary because if you're sitting at your home also, you have your personal information data which would connect you to the whole organization. When is the meeting held, when is the annual general kind of function is being held up. So you don't have to ask another person for any information. You have your own kind of a diary or a kind of a personal email box through which you can check your news and get yourself updated. The formal media could also take up in form of face-to-face discussions and also in form of the telephones or through the voice mails or through the emails or messaging. These are important because here the updates are necessary for the routine work, for the routine decision making and for the routine connectivity of the people. The groups can be formed, the kind of committees could be formed, the kind of decisions could be formed. So the power of formal information is very, very important for the organization, and it is the only force which will put the organization into a kind of a system to work together in an accurate way. Because unless and until there is no written information or a kind of a formal structure, how you would take decisions? Nobody can take decisions on just basis of rumors or on just basis of grapevine. You need some kind of written information on which you could decide your basic routine work. Now let's see the formal channel of communication, how it flows in the organization, and here we are going to show you a structure. All the channels are discussed over here. There are 3 levels shown in this structure. This is, you have the downward structure, the upward structure, the horizontal, diagonal. Everything is depicted over here. First is the downward. Here the darkened lined shapes coming from first level to the second level connecting to the third level is the downward communication. Then downward communication is relatively easy because it is easy for people to give orders and instructions to their juniors. It ensures efficient working in the organization. It helps you to achieve the goals and the functions. It keeps information in form of the staff updation. It is necessary that you communicate to people in a written way or even in an oral way, but a kind of a written record is essential because if you have to perform, you need a kind of a written order. When you talk about job description, it is also a kind of a downward communication. This could take up in form of responsibilities, individual needs, work unit, objectives, goals, missions, values. So these are the basic aspects which staff people needed, and they are determined by the kind of the downward communication. When you talk about downward mechanisms, this gives you the job descriptions, it gives you the training manuals, it also gives you the instructions in order to perform, and it is also in form of memos, meetings and emails that you can update people for whatever work they have to carry in the organization. Here again we have shown you in form of the orange line which is connecting the people in the organization. Now let's come to the upward communication. We have a kind of a darkened line moving from the third hierarchy to the second hierarchy and second hierarchy connecting to the top hierarchy. Now when we talk about upward communication, it is little difficult, it is little hard, because coming from juniors to the seniors is a kind of communication which is genuinely a kind of a fear exists in the organization. When you communicate to the seniors, you genuinely have to think what information has to be given and what not has to be given. So it is a kind of willingness that even the boss is willing to listen to you. But if he is a kind of a difficult person, that people genuinely keep themselves away from their bosses. So bosses must take out some time to listen to the people. Their suggestions are important, their feedback is important, their participation in decision making is important. And if you give power to the people, it helps the organization to run in a smooth way. Because if people are empowered in the organization, it is generally the organization is empowered. When we talk about the upward communication, it is very short, written, and it is a kind of a summarized way. You cannot talk in a level of putting up 100 pages to your boss. He doesn't have time to read it. So whatever you want to convey to the higher level, it has to be genuinely summarized in a shorter way and in accurate way, so that it does not hurt the organizational sentiments and the feelings of the people at the higher level also. And it tries to maintain a kind of a working relationship which is congenial for your future plans also. So this is kind of information which should go through the emails or through the bulletins or through the summaries or suggestions via through a paper media. Now let's see the horizontal communication. Again, in this diagram we have shown you three hierarchies. Here the darkened lines are basically connecting the second hierarchy together. The vice president 1 or the vice president 2 is connected. At the third level you have the manager 1 connected to manager 2 or 3. Horizontal communication is necessary because it is a kind of an interdepartmental communication. Like, see, suppose the marketing department wants to communicate to the production department. Now there could be no hierarchy by you go upward or downward. So the horizontal communication is essential, where one boss tries to dictate his requirements to the other person. The marketing person would design a product and he would want that these things should be taken up by the production department, because this is a kind of a desire and the passion of the market which has to be taken into the sentiments of the production. So horizontal communication is also important for the organization, and here the people have to be encouraged to listen to each other and to coordinate with each other. Here the interdepartmental success lies how effective is the horizontal communication. Now you have the diagonal communication. The diagonal communication has a kind of a level or a hierarchy which not only crosses the interdepartmental or the inter-level also, but it is kind of in any direction. Here the manager A could communicate to the vice president 3, and the vice president 3 could communicate to the vice president 2, or they could go to the upward direction also. So this is a little bit complicated kind of a communication. Here you have a kind of a committee kind of a structure. Committee is like basically a kind of a structure where people from all levels and all directions come together. Maybe the design person, the expert person, the color person, or the graphic person. Now they don't have a kind of a who's a senior or who's superior or who's working in which department. It is a kind of a teamwork which has to be done in a kind of a structure. So here the diagonal communication will play an important part which will give the ultimate and a beautiful shape to whatever work you are doing. Diagonal communication could be formal also, and it could be informal also. It builds a kind of a cross-cultural communication where you try to build up the communication with the other hierarchies and the other levels or the other bodies within the organization or outside the organization. It encourages a kind of friendliness and understanding environment in the organization, and it also fosters the informal bonding between the people. Though it is a kind of a formal structure of communication, but it fosters the informal bonding also. Now when you talk about the communication, the internal web of the communication or the network is formed by this diagram. Here all types of communication would exist into the organization. You will have upward communication, the downward communication, the horizontal communication, the diagonal, whatever communication is, but it will form a kind of a web or which is spread through the all over the hierarchies and all over the people. Here no person is left without being impacted or affected. Communication would impact each and every individual of the organization. Now, this is the efficiency and the effectiveness of the organization, that how effectively it builds a kind of a pool of information where people come together to share their ideas. It is a kind of a documentation, or it is a kind of a web portal which you create where people could cross their departments, which cross their specializations, which cross their hierarchies, and would share their ideas and thoughts at a common level. This could be the public domains of the web portals or the public documents, or even if you have restricted documents, you have a kind of a password. So a kind of a team related to that function is connected. Now, information is important, whether upward or downward, is through the internet also. The internet revolution has played an important part in the organization, connecting people through the electronic media, the emails, the web portals, the connectivity to the people through the websites and through the other blogs has taken up a kind of a social connectivity function. Whether it is organization or it is the environment, people are connected together, they put their thoughts, they are genuinely giving instructions, taking instructions, building up empires, sharing ideas, sharing information, encouraging each other to motivate to build up a kind of a task or a function which is built up on a common kind of a information or a common kind of a desire or a passion.
Hello friends, in the earlier discussion we talked about the rotating variables and their relationship with linear variables. In today's lecture we shall be discussing about kinetic energy of rotation, rotational inertia and torque. Kinetic energy of rotation. The rapidly rotating blade of a table saw has kinetic energy, and it is due to the rotation. But how can we express this energy? We cannot apply the familiar half mv square formula to the saw as whole, because that would give us the kinetic energy only of the saw's center of mass, which is 0. Instead, we shall treat the table saw and any other rotating rigid body as a collection of particles with different speeds. We can then add up the kinetic energies of all the particles to find the kinetic energy of the body as a whole. In this way, we obtain the kinetic energy of a rotating body as given by this formula, where K is equal to half m1 v1 square plus half m2 v2 square plus half m3 v3 square. We can write it in another way as sigma half mi vi square. Here mi is the mass of the ith particle and vi is its speed. The sum is taken over all the particles in the body. The problem with this equation is that vi is not the same for all particles. We solve this problem by substituting V is equal to omega r in above equation, so that we have K is equal to sigma half mi into omega ri whole square, and is again equal to half sigma mi r square I into omega square. Here omega is the same for all the particles. The quantity in parenthesis on the right side of the equation tells us how the mass of the rotating body is distributed about its axis of rotation. We call this quantity the rotational inertia or moment of inertia I of the body with respect to the axis of rotation. It is a constant for a particular rigid body and a particular rotation axis. The axis must always be specified if the value of I is to be meaningful. We may now say I is equal to sigma mi r square I. Substituting I into above equation, we get K is equal to half I omega square. This equation, which gives the kinetic energy of a rigid body in pure rotation, is the angular equivalent of the formula K is equal to half mv square com. This gives the kinetic energy of a rigid body in pure translation. In both formulas, there is a factor of half, where mass m appears in one equation, I, which involves both mass and its distribution, appears in the other. Finally, each equation contains as a factor the square of a speed, translational or rotational as appropriate. The kinetic energies of translation and of rotation are not different kinds of energy. They are both kinetic energy expressed in ways that are appropriate to the motion at hand. We noted previously that the rotational inertia of a rotating body involves not only its mass but also how the mass is distributed. Here is an example that you can literally feel. Rotate a long, fairly heavy rod, first around its central, that is longitudinal axis as shown in figure A, and then around an axis perpendicular to the rod and through the center as shown in figure B. Both rotations involve the very same mass, but the first rotation is much easier than the second. The reason is that the mass is distributed much closer to the rotation axis in the first rotation. As a result, the rotational inertia of the rod is much smaller in figure A than in figure B. In general, smaller rotational inertia means easier rotation. Calculating the rotational inertia. If a rigid body consists of a few particles, we can calculate its rotational inertia about a given rotation axis with rotational inertia equation. That is, we can find the product of m and r for each particle and then sum the products. But if a rigid body consists of a great many adjacent particles, using rotational inertia equation would require a computer. Thus, instead we replace the sum in rotational inertia equation with an integral and define the rotational inertia of the body as I is equal to integral r square dm. This equation gives the rotational inertia of a continuous body. The figure here gives the results of such integration for 9 common body shapes and the indicated axis of rotation. The first figure shows a circular hoop about central axis whose rotational inertia equals I is equal to mr square. The second figure shows an annular cylinder or ring about central axis whose rotational inertia equals I is equal to half m into r square 1 plus r square 2. The third shows solid cylinder or disc about central axis whose rotational inertia equals I is equal to half mr square. The fourth one shows a solid cylinder about central diameter whose rotational inertia equals I is equal to 1 by 4 mr square plus 1 by 12 ml square. The next figure shows a thin rod about axis through center and perpendicular to length. For this, the rotational inertia equals I is equal to 1 upon 12 ml square. The next figure shows a solid sphere about any diameter. In this case, the rotational inertia equals I is equal to 2 by 5 mr square. The next shows a thin spherical shell about any diameter. In this case, the rotational inertia is I is equal to 2 by 3 mr square. The next figure shows a hoop about any diameter. Here, the rotational inertia equals I is equal to half mr square. The last figure here shows a slab about perpendicular axis through center. In this case, the rotational inertia equals I is equal to 1 upon 12 m into a square plus b square. Parallel axis theorem. Suppose we want to find the rotational inertia I of a body of mass m about a given axis. In principle, we can always find I with the rotational inertia equation. However, there is a shortcut if we happen to already know the rotational inertia I of the center of mass of the body about a parallel axis that extends through the body's center of mass. Let h be the perpendicular distance between the given axis and the axis through the center of mass. Remember, these two axes must be parallel. Then the rotational inertia I about the given axis is given by this equation. I is equal to I com plus mh square. This equation is known as the parallel axis theorem. Torque. A doorknob is located as far as possible from the door's hinge line for a good reason. If you want to open a heavy door, you must certainly apply a force. That alone, however, is not enough. Where you apply that force and in what direction you push are also important. If you apply your force nearer to the hinge line than the knob at any angle other than 90 degrees to the plane of the door, you must use a greater force to move the door than if you apply the force at the knob and perpendicular to the door's plane. Figure here shows a cross section of a body that is free to rotate about an axis passing through O and perpendicular to the cross section. A force F is applied at point P, whose position relative to O is defined by a position vector r. The directions of vector F and r make an angle phi with each other. For simplicity, we consider only forces that have no component parallel to the rotation axis. Thus, F is in the plane of the screen. To determine how F results in a rotation of the body around the rotation axis, we resolve F into two components. One component, called the radial component Fr, points along r. This component does not cause a rotation because it acts along a line that extends through O. If you pull on a door parallel to the plane of the door, you do not rotate the door. The other component of F, called the tangential component Ft, is perpendicular to r and has magnitude Ft is equal to F sin phi. This component does cause a rotation. If you pull on a door perpendicular to this plane, you can rotate the door. The ability of force F to rotate the body depends not only on the magnitude of its tangential component Ft, but also on how far from O the force is applied. To include both these factors, we define a quantity called torque as the product of two factors, and we write it as torque is equal to Rf sin phi. As shown in this figure, two equivalent ways of computing the torque are torque is equal to Rf sin phi and is equal to Rft, and torque is equal to R sin phi into F and is equal to R perpendicular into F. This R here is the perpendicular distance between the rotation axis at O and an extended line running through the vector F. This extended line is called the line of action of F, and R is called the moment arm of F. Torque, which comes from the Latin word meaning to twist, may be loosely identified as the turning or twisting action of the force. When you apply a force to an object such as a screwdriver or torque wrench with the purpose of turning that object, you are applying a torque. The SI unit of torque is the Newton meter. Note that Newton meter is also the unit of work. Torque and work, however, are quite different quantities and must not be confused. Work is often expressed in joules, but torque never is. In our further discussion on torque, we shall be considering torque in a general way as being a vector quantity. Here, however, because we consider only rotation around a single axis, we do not need vector notation. Instead, a torque has either a positive or negative value depending on the direction of rotation it would give a body initially at rest. If the body would rotate counterclockwise, the torque is positive. If the body would rotate clockwise, the torque is negative. Work and rotational kinetic energy. As we discussed earlier, when a force F causes a rigid body of mass m to accelerate along a coordinate axis, the force does work on the body. Thus, the body's kinetic energy can change. Suppose it is the only energy of the body that changes, then we relate the change in kinetic energy to the work with the work kinetic energy theorem. Therefore, we can say that delta K is equal to Kf minus Ki and is equal to W or work. For motion confined to an x-axis, we can calculate the work as W is equal to integral f dx from xi to xf. This reduces to W is equal to fd, where f is a constant and the body's displacement is d. The rate at which the work is done is the power. So we can write the expression for power in one-dimensional motion as P is equal to dW upon dt and is equal to Fv. Now let us consider a rotational situation that is similar. When a torque accelerates a rigid body in rotation about a fixed axis, the torque does work W on the body. Therefore, the body's rotational kinetic energy can change. Suppose that it is the only energy of the body that changes, then we can still relate the change delta K in kinetic energy to the work W with the work kinetic energy theorem, except now the kinetic energy is a rotational kinetic energy as delta K is equal to Kf minus Ki and is equal to half I omega square f minus half I omega square I and is equal to work. Here I is the rotational inertia of the body about the fixed axis, and omega I and omega f are the angular speeds of the body before and after the work is done respectively. Also, we can calculate the work with a rotational equivalent as W is equal to integral tau d theta. Here tau is the torque doing the work W, and theta I and theta f are the body's angular positions before and after the work is done respectively. When tau is constant, the above equation reduces to W is equal to tau into theta f minus theta I. The rate at which the work is done is the power, which we can find with the rotational equivalent as P is equal to dW upon dt and is equal to tau omega. In addition to the work kinetic energy theorem, other energy principles can also be applied to rotational situations. For example, if a system involving rotating objects is isolated and no non-conservative forces act within the system, the isolated system model and the principle of conservation of mechanical energy can be used to analyze the system. Finally, in some situations, an energy approach does not provide enough information to solve the problem, and it must be combined with a momentum approach. The following illustrations summarizes the equations that apply to the rotation of a rigid body about a fixed axis and the corresponding equations for translational motion. Position, angular position; velocity, angular velocity; acceleration, angular acceleration; mass, rotational inertia; Newton's second law; work, kinetic energy; power at constant force; power with constant torque; work kinetic energy theorem. So friends, that is it for today in this lecture, and therefore we sum up. The kinetic energy K of a rigid body rotating about a fixed axis is given by K is equal to half I omega square, in which I is the rotational inertia of the body defined as I is equal to sigma mi r square I for a system of discrete particles, and defined as I is equal to integral r square dm for a body with continuously distributed mass. The parallel axis theorem relates the rotational inertia I of a body about any axis to that of the same body about a parallel axis through the center of mass. Torque is a turning or twisting action on a body about a rotation axis due to a force. So that is it for today. See you in the next lecture with more on rotation. Thank you very much.
नमस्कार, मैं प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सरोज व्यास, डायरेक्टर फेयरफील्ड इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, आपके सामने आज फिर हमारी जो लेक्चर श्रृंखला है उसमें उपस्थित हुई हूँ। फिलोसॉफिकल फाउंडेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन के स्कूल्स जो हैं उनको लेकर के, फिलोसफी में एजुकेशन के साथ साथ में जो वाद हैं, स्कूल्स है, वेरियस स्कूल ऑफ थॉट्स इन फिलोसफी ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड देयर रिलेवेंस इन एजुकेशन, उन पे हम बात कर रहे हैं। हमने इससे पूर्व की जो हमारी व्याख्यान श्रृंखला है उसमें आदर्शवाद, वास्तविकतावाद, प्रकृतिवाद और अस्तित्ववाद पर विस्तृत चर्चा की थी। आज के इस व्याख्यान श्रृंखला में हम प्रयोजनवाद पे चर्चा करेंगे कि प्रयोजनवाद आखिर है क्या, और प्रयोजनवाद को मानने वाले यानी प्रयोजनवादियों के अनुसार शिक्षा के उद्देश्य क्या होने चाहिए, पाठ्यक्रम कैसा होना चाहिए, शिक्षण विधियां कैसी होनी चाहिए और किस प्रकार से शिक्षा की व्यवस्था की जानी चाहिए, इस पर हम विस्तृत चर्चा करेंगे। तो चलिए हम प्रयोजनवाद की ओर आगे बढ़ते हैं और जानना चाहेंगे हम कि प्रयोजनवाद जो है उसके फाउंडर यानी उसके जनक कौन रहे हैं। जॉन डेवी का जब नाम आता है तो फादर ऑफ एजुकेशनल फिलोसफी उन्हें कहा जाता है, जिनका जन्म 1859 में हुआ और उनकी मृत्यु 1952 में हुई। उन्होंने अपने उसमें लिखा है कि एजुकेशन इज लाइफ ऑफ इटसेल्फ, शिक्षा अपने आप में एक जीवन है। और जॉन डेवी जो है वो प्रयोजनवाद के, प्रेगमेटिज्म के जनक माने गए हैं। प्रेगमेटिज्म एंड एजुकेशन, प्रयोजनवाद एवं शिक्षा। शिक्षा के बारे में हम विस्तृत चर्चा पूर्व की श्रृंखलाओं में कर चुके हैं। शिक्षा से हमारा अभिप्राय है बालक का सर्वांगीण विकास, यानी शिक्षा वो एक कड़ी है जिससे सर्वांगीण विकास होता है। प्रयोजनवाद, प्रेगमेटिज्म आखिर क्या है, इसका अर्थ जान लेते हैं। और प्रयोजनवाद अर्थात व्यवहारिकता एवं उपयोगिता। प्रयोजनवाद उपयोगिता के सिद्धांत पर आधारित विचारधारा है। किसी भी कार्य, मूल्य, विचार एवं सिद्धांत के व्यक्तिगत और सामाजिक जीवन में उपयोगिता है या अथवा नहीं, ये प्रयोजनवाद में कहा जाता है। प्रयोजन जैसा कि शब्द से ही तात्पर्य स्पष्ट होता है कि प्रयोजन ऐसा कार्य किया जाना जिससे हमारे उद्देश्य जो है उनकी निश्चित प्राप्ति हो जाए, यानी किसी भी कार्य को करने के पीछे कोई न कोई हमारा उद्देश्य छुपा होता है और उस उद्देश्य की प्राप्ति के लिए जब हम वो कार्य करते हैं तो यानी एक लक्ष्य होता है, हमारा प्रयोजन होता है। मैं एक उदाहरण से इसको आपको समझाना चाहूंगी कि जब द्रौपदी का स्वयंवर किया गया और स्वयंवर में जो एक शर्त रखी गई थी राजा द्रुपद के द्वारा, तो वहां पे ये था कि जो मछली घूम गई थी उसमें जो भी मनुष्य, जो भी व्यक्ति, जो भी राजा या जो भी वहां पे प्रतिभागी थे, वो मछली की आंख में को भेद देगा तो वो द्रौपदी को वरण करने योग्य हो जाएगा। द्रौपदी उसी का वरण करेगी यानी उसी से विवाह करेगी। तो प्रयोजन यानी जब जिस भी राजा ने, जो भी ने तीर का जो चलाया था, उन सब का एक ही प्रयोजन था कि जो मछली है उस मछली की आंख को भेदना, यानी किसी भी कार्य को करने के लिए एक निर्धारित लक्ष्य, एक निर्धारित उद्देश्य होता है, उसे हम प्रयोजनवाद कहते हैं। प्रयोजनवाद की परिभाषा रॉस के अनुसार, ऐसे तो अनेक हमारे पाश्चात्य और भारतीय जो दार्शनिक है उन्होंने अलग अलग जो प्रयोजनवाद को मानते हैं उन्होंने अलग अलग परिभाषाओं से प्रयोजनवाद को परिभाषित किया है। यहाँ मैं अभी आपके साथ रोस की परिभाषा पर चर्चा करना चाहूंगी। रोस महोदय कहते हैं, प्रयोजनवाद निश्चित रूप से एक मानवतावादी दर्शन है जिसमें ये माना जाता है कि मनुष्य क्रिया में भाग लेकर अपने मूल्यों का निर्माण करता है और वास्तविकता सदैव निर्माण की अवस्था में रहती है। यानी प्रयोजनवाद में निश्चित रूप से एक मनुष्य जो है वो किसी भी क्रिया को किस लिए करता है, अपने क्रिया करता है, उसमें भाग लेता है, वो मूल्यों के निर्माण के लिए करते हैं और जो निर्माण की वास्तविक अवस्था है वो हमेशा वास्तविक सदैव निर्माण की अवस्था में ही रहते हैं। प्रयोजनवाद पर आधारित शिक्षा, प्रयोजनवाद पे हमने चर्चा करी कि प्रयोजनवाद आखिर है क्या, प्रयोजनवाद किसे कहा गया है और प्रयोजनवाद की परिभाषा क्या है। उसके बाद अब हम आते हैं कि प्रयोजनवाद पर आधारित शिक्षा क्या है। एजुकेशन बेस्ड ऑफ प्रेगमेटिज्म, प्रेगमेटिज्म में शिक्षा है क्या आखिर। देखिए, शिक्षा जैसे कि बार बार हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं और बार बार के व्याख्यानों में हम ये बात कर रहे हैं, अब तक आप भी भली भांति जान चुके हैं कि शिक्षा का एक अगर हम संक्षिप्त परिभाषा उसको देते हैं, संक्षिप्त शब्दों में और विस्तृत यानी पूरे सारगर्भित रूप से यदि हम कहते हैं तो बालक का सर्वांगीण विकास ही शिक्षा है। लेकिन प्रयोजनवाद पर जो आधारित शिक्षा है उसमें माना गया है कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में प्रयोजनवाद की चर्चा करते समय ये समझ लेना आवश्यक है कि भौतिक यानी जो भौतिक दो चीजें होती है, देखिए यहाँ पे एक होता है भौतिक और एक होता है अभौतिक। भौतिक जो होते हैं वो संसाधन होते हैं जो मानव निर्मित होते हैं, और अभौतिक जो होते हैं वो हमारे सिद्धांत होते हैं, आदर्श होते हैं, मूल्य होते हैं, आचार विचार व्यवहार, ये सारे हमारे अभौतिक में आते हैं। तो प्रयोजनवाद में है कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में प्रयोजनवाद की चर्चा करते समय ये समझ लेने की नितांत आवश्यकता है कि भौतिक, यांत्रिक और जीविक तीनों ही रूप में शिक्षा है। यानी शिक्षा भौतिक भी है, यांत्रिक भी है और जैविक भी है। इसको यदि मैं संक्षिप्त में आपको समझाऊं तो इसका अभिप्राय यह है कि तमाम तरह से, किसी भी तरह से यदि शिक्षा को लिया जाए, चाहे वो मूल्य आधारित शिक्षा हो, चाहे वो यंत्र आधारित शिक्षा हो और चाहे वो मेटेरियलिस्टिक यानी भौतिक शिक्षा हो, सभी शिक्षा के रूप है। आदर्श और आध्यात्मिकता से इसका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यहाँ जो एक बात कही गई है कि आध्यात्मिकता यानी प्रयोजनवाद में आध्यात्मिकता नहीं है। आध्यात्मिकता का मतलब है कि जो हम आदर्शवाद में मानते हैं कि मनुष्य का जीवन है, उसका अंतिम और उद्देश्य होता है मोक्ष की प्राप्ति करना या स्वयं को जाने लेना। इसमें प्रयोजनवाद में जो शिक्षा है वो मूल्यों की शिक्षा तो है, जैविक शिक्षा तो है, मूल्य तो हमें चाहिए, मूल्यों के साथ तो हम बढ़ते हैं, लेकिन आध्यात्मिकता से बिल्कुल भी और आदर्शों से, यानी ऐसा नहीं कि हमें गांधी जी की जो शिक्षा है कि अगर कोई कुछ भी कहे तो तीन बंदरों की जैसे हम अपने आंख कान और मुंह बंद कर लें और जो कहे उसे सहर्ष स्वीकार कर ले, या जो गीता का ज्ञान है कि आप अपना कर्म करिए जाइए, फल की चिंता मत करिए। प्रयोजनवाद ऐसा नहीं मानता। प्रयोजनवाद में बिल्कुल प्रयोजन पर आधारित, प्रयोजित लक्षित ही शिक्षा हमारी होती है। उद्देश्यपूर्ण सामाजिक जीवन ही सर्वोपरि है। यानी जो हमारी शिक्षा है वो उद्देश्यपूर्ण होनी चाहिए, उद्देश्यों के साथ होनी चाहिए, और उसमें सामाजिक जीवन है वही सर्वोपरि है। और सामाजिक जीवन जो है वो केवल आदर्शों पर और आध्यात्मिकता पर नहीं चलता है। प्रयोजनवादी शिक्षाओं में परंपराओं का विशेष महत्व नहीं दिया गया है। बदलते परिवेश में आवश्यकता अनुरूप शिक्षा का विधान ही प्रयोजनवादी शिक्षा है। देखिए, बहुत बड़ी बात कही गई है इसमें कि प्रयोजनवादी शिक्षाओं में परंपराओं को विशेष महत्व नहीं दिया गया। परंपराएं जो सदियों से चली आ रही है। देखिए, शिक्षा की जब हम बात करते हैं तो हम सबसे पहले वैदिक काल की बात करते हैं, उसके बाद मुगल पीरियड या मुस्लिम काल की बात करते हैं, फिर ब्रिटिश काल और आधुनिक काल, और अब 21वीं सदी के बाद परंपराएं यानी वैदिक काल में जो शिक्षा की परंपरा थी वो अलग थी। जब मुस्लिम काल आया तो वहां पे महिलाओं की शिक्षा लगभग निषेध कर दी गई थी, प्रथा प्रथा शुरू हो गई थी, बाल विवाह शुरू हो गया था, सती प्रथा शुरू हो गई थी, और बाल विवाह को और प्रथा प्रथा को और महिलाएं केवल गृहस्थी संभालेगी, ये इस तरह की जो परंपराएं हमने अपनी आवश्यकता और सुविधा अनुसार जिसको हमने निर्मित कर लिया था, तो वो परंपराएं हैं, इनको महत्व नहीं दिया जाता। और परंपराओं में जब पैतृक सत्ता की हम बात करते हैं, जहां पितृ सत्ता चलती है, वहां ये चला गया था कि महिलाएं घर गृहस्थी का काम करेगी और पुरुष कमा के लेके आएंगे। लेकिन आज की परिस्थितियों में, बदलते परिवेश में आवश्यकता अनुरूप शिक्षा का विधान ही प्रयोजनवादी शिक्षा है। यानी समय बदल रहा है और समय बदलने के साथ साथ हमारी आवश्यकताएं बदल रही है, और उन आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार हमारी जो शिक्षा है उसका विधान भी हमने बदल लिया, और शिक्षा जो है वो लगभग हमारी जो एजुकेशन है वो प्रयोजनवादी हो गई है। प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा होने के बाद में ही आप देखते होंगे कि अगर आज के आप 2 दशक पहले की बात करते हैं तो सीधा सा जब कोई बालक या बालिका, छात्र या छात्रा या विद्यार्थी जो है वो 12वीं करता था तो 12वीं के बाद में उसके पास 3 ही विकल्प होते थे। विकल्प होते थे कि वो आर्ट्स लेगा, कॉमर्स लेगा या साइंस लेगा। आर्ट्स लेगा तो आप आर्ट्स के ह्यूमैनिटीज के सब्जेक्ट पढ़ेंगे, साइंस लेगा तो वो डॉक्टर इंजीनियर बनेगा, और कॉमर्स लेगा तो वो कहीं बैंक मैनेजर या बाकी सब चीजों में किसी कंपनी में मैनेजर बनेगा। यही यानी उस समय हमारे पास में जो थी वो हमारी डिग्री जो थी, ये इस तरह की हमारी वो थी। लेकिन आज जो है जैसे जैसे हमारी आवश्यकताएं बदली और परिवेश बदला, आवश्यकता बदली, वैसे वैसे शिक्षा पूरी तरह से क्या हो गई है, व्यवसायीकरण शिक्षा का हो गया है। और व्यवसायीकरण में आज जब बालक 12th पास करता है, 12वीं की परीक्षा देता है, तो 12वीं की परीक्षा के पास उसको तमाम तरह के उसके पास विकल्प है। विकल्प यानी वो 12वीं करने के बाद उसके पास केवल ये नहीं है कि डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, टीचर या बैंक मैनेजर या यही वो बनेगा। आज उसके पास में इतने सारे कोर्स है, बीबीए, बीसीए, बीजीएमसी, बीएलएलबी, बीए को, और उसके बाद में आपका बीटेक और तमाम तरह के उसके पास कोर्स है। और उन कोर्स को करने के बाद वो एक व्यावसायिक ट्रेनिंग करता है और ये सोच करके वो उस पाठ्यक्रम में प्रवेश लेता है कि उसको इस पाठ्यक्रम में प्रवेश लेने के बाद, ये डिग्री लेने के बाद 3 साल का या 5 साल का जो भी वो उसका पाठ्यक्रम रहेगा, उस डिग्री को लेने के बाद वो पर्टिकुलर अपनी रुचि के अनुसार किसी व्यवसाय में उसको नौकरी आराम से मिल जाएगी। लेकिन आज के 3 दशक पहले की बात करें तो शिक्षा जो है वो पूरी तरह से ये नहीं था कि केवल नौकरी के लिए या व्यवसाय के लिए शिक्षा की जा रही है। अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं और इसमें हम देखते हैं इंपोर्टेंस ऑफ एजुकेशन अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रैग्मेटिज्म। प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा की महत्ता, यानी शिक्षा का क्या महत्व है प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार। सबसे पहले हम बात करेंगे कि प्रयोजनवाद है उसमें बालक की सक्रियता पर बल दिया गया है। प्रयोजनवाद में जो शिक्षा का महत्व है वो बालक की सक्रियता यानी चाइल्ड एक्टिविटी, बालक को अधिक से अधिक सक्रिय रखा जाएगा। बालक जो है वो विद्यार्थी जो है वो अधिक से अधिक एक्टिविटी में शामिल होगा। क्यों होगा? क्योंकि 21वीं सदी में और प्रयोजनवाद में जो शिक्षा की दूरी है वो विद्यार्थी के इर्द गिर्द घूमती है। प्राचीन काल में शिक्षा जो थी वो शिक्षा के केंद्र में शिक्षक था और वर्तमान काल में शिक्षा के केंद्र में बालक है। तो बालक की रुचि, बालक की अभिरुचि, बालक की बुद्धि लब्धि, बालक की आवश्यकता और इन सब को ध्यान में रख करके उसे अध्ययन अध्यापन कराया जाता है, उसे शिक्षा दी जाती है। और ऐसी शिक्षा में बालक की जो सक्रियता है उस पर बल दिया जाता है। चाइल्ड एक्टिविटी विशेष महत्व रखती है। दूसरा है इसमें विद्यार्थियों और शिक्षकों को समान अवसर एवं स्थान, यानी प्रैग्मेटिज्म है वहां पर विद्यार्थी और शिक्षक को समान अवसर एवं स्थान प्रदान किया जाता है। जब हमने आदर्शवाद पढ़ा तो आदर्शवाद में जो गुरु ने जो कह दिया वो बिल्कुल अंतिम सत्य था। हमने वास्तविकतावाद पढ़ा तो वास्तविकवाद में जो रियलिटी है, वास्तविकता है जिसे हम छू सके, देख सके, वही है। अस्तित्ववाद जब हमने पढ़ा तो हमने देखा जिस चीज का अस्तित्व है उसमें, यानी अध्यापक और शिक्षक है तो ठीक है, उनका अस्तित्व है तो वो चल रहा है। और प्रकृतिवाद पढ़ा तो प्रकृतिवाद में बालक को बहुत ज्यादा विशेष महत्व दिया गया था, उसको अवसर दिए गए थे क्योंकि जो रूसो है वो निषेधात्मक शिक्षा के पक्षधर थे और वो बालक को बिल्कुल फ्री छोड़ देना चाहते थे, प्रकृति की गोद में उसको शिक्षा देना चाहते थे। लेकिन जब प्रयोजनवाद की हम बात कर रहे हैं तो वहां विद्यार्थियों और शिक्षकों को समान अवसर एवं स्थान प्रयोजनवाद है। और प्रयोजनवाद में जो अध्यापक है वो अध्यापक भी अपने किसी प्रयोजन की सिद्धि के लिए उस व्यवसाय में आया है। 2 प्रकार की जो मुख्य सिद्धियां हैं उनकी हम बात कर लेते हैं कि अध्यापक या तो अध्यापक ने अध्यापन अपना व्यवसाय बनाया है और उसके एवज में उसको अपनी आजीविका चलानी है। और दूसरा ये है कि अध्यापक बहुत ही पैशनेट यानी जुनून है उसको शिक्षण का, तो वो उस जुनून के लिए उसमें आया है। तो और विद्यार्थी जो है उनके लिए तो शिक्षा का विधान और प्रावधान हमने कर रखा है, तो उनकी रुचि, अभिरुचि, उनकी बुद्धि लब्धि, उनको सबको ध्यान में रख करके शिक्षा दी जाएगी। यानी इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड प्लेस फॉर स्टूडेंट एंड टीचर्स। प्रयोजनवाद की शिक्षा में की महत्व की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं तो तीसरे पॉइंट हमारे पास में है शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया समस्या केंद्रित। अब एक नई चीज आ गई यहाँ पे कि शिक्षा की जो प्रक्रिया है वो समस्या केंद्रित होनी चाहिए, कि ऐसे नहीं कि आप कुछ भी पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं, जो पुस्तक में लिखा हुआ है 50 साल पहले भी जो चीजें थी उनको हम पढ़ा रहे हैं और उससे उसका मूल्यांकन करके हम पास कर दे रहे। नहीं, शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया समस्या केंद्रित होनी चाहिए। एजुकेशन प्रोसेस प्रॉब्लम सेंटर्ड होना चाहिए। यानी जब हम कह रहे हैं कि प्रयोजनवाद, यानी शिक्षा ऐसी होनी चाहिए जिससे किसी समस्या का समाधान हो सके। बालक के, विद्यार्थी के मन में जो जिज्ञासा के भाव है, ऐसा क्यों होता है, किस लिए होता है, क्या करने से होता है और इसको करने से क्या होगा, ये जो क्यों, क्या और कैसे, जो मुख्य ये जो 3 क है, इनको ध्यान में रख करके किसी भी पाठ्यक्रम को, किसी भी इकाई को और किसी भी की जो गद्यांश और पद्यांश है उनको आप पढ़ाएंगे और समस्या केंद्रित पाठ्यक्रम होगा, ऐसा प्रयोजनवादियों का मानना है। अगला है योग्यता, रुचि और आवश्यकता अनुरूप शिक्षा की व्यवस्था। यानी बालक की जो योग्यता है, उसमें जो योग्यता है, उसकी जो क्षमता है, उस क्षमता को ध्यान में रख करके और बालक को शिक्षा दी जाएगी। क्षमता के बाद में मैं योग्यता के बाद में हम बात कर रहे हैं रुचि की। उसका इंटरेस्ट एरिया क्या है, वो क्या चाहता है, कैसे करना चाहता है, शिक्षा प्राप्त करके किस ओर जाना चाहता है, वो किस मेथड से पढ़ना चाहता है, वो सब देखा जाएगा। आवश्यकता अनुरूप से, और उसकी नीड कितनी है, आवश्यकता कितनी है। देखिए, जब ये वाला, इस वाले पॉइंट को हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, योग्यता, रुचि और आवश्यकता अनुरूप शिक्षा की व्यवस्था, तो इसमें यह बताना बहुत आवश्यक है कि आवश्यकता अनुरूप शिक्षा की जो व्यवस्था है, उसमें जब हम कक्ष में शिक्षण करवाते हैं तो कक्ष में 3 कैटेगरी यानी 3 समूह के विद्यार्थी होते हैं। एक होते हैं सामान्य से नीचे, एक होते हैं सामान्य बुद्धि लब्धि वाले, एक सामान्य से कम बुद्धि लब्धि वाले और एक सामान्य से अधिक बुद्धि लब्धि वाले। तो उनके लिए जो शिक्षक है उसको उस तरह से एक पाठ्यक्रम और टीचिंग मैथोलॉजी, शिक्षण विधि प्रविधि का प्रयोग करना होगा जो बीच का रास्ता निकाले, यानी सबके समझ में आ जाए। और यदि ऐसा भी नहीं है तो यदि हमारे स्लो लर्नर और एडवांस लर्नर, यानी जो धीमी गति से सीखते हैं और जो तीव्र गति से सीखते हैं, उन विद्यार्थियों के लिए भी शिक्षा की व्यवस्था प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार की जानी चाहिए। अरेंजमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन अकॉर्डिंग टू एलिजिबिलिटी, इंटरेस्ट एंड नीड्स। ये हमारी कुछ, हमने प्रयोजनवाद की जब महत्ता की बात कर रहे हैं तो इसमें एक चीज और है, मानवीय गुणों की स्थापना, यानी मानवीय गुणों की। देखिए, शिक्षित अगर किसी व्यक्ति के पास डिग्री है, उसने बहुत बड़ी बड़ी उपाधियां ले रखी हैं, तो इसका मतलब नहीं है कि वो रियल सेंस में ह्यूमन है। ह्यूमैनिटीज के लिए जो हमने पूर्व के श्रृंखला में या पूर्व की कक्षाओं में हमने पढ़ा कि ह्यूमैनिटीज के लिए मनुष्य में कौन से कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स होने चाहिए, उन कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स की जो स्थापना है उनको उनमें इनकलकेट करना भी, मानवीय गुणों की स्थापना करना भी प्रयोजनवादी शिक्षा की महत्ता है। फिर आते हैं अनुभव के आधार पर सामाजिक क्षमताओं का विकास, यानी ऐसी शिक्षा दी जानी चाहिए। प्रयोजनवादी को कहते हैं कि डेवलपमेंट ऑफ सोशल कैपेबिलिटीज बेस्ड ऑन एक्सपीरियंस, यानी क्षमताओं का जो हमारा अनुभव के आधार पर जो सामाजिक क्षमताएं हैं इनका विकास हो जाए, ये डेवलपमेंट हो जाए। इस तरह की चीजें हमारा जो प्रयोजनवाद है उसमें प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा की महत्ता पर ये कुछ चर्चा की गई है। प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा की महत्ता में एक और जो बहुत बड़ी बात है वो है संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व का विकास, लेकिन सामाजिक आधारशिला पर। संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व का विकास, देखिए 2 तरह की चीजें होती है जब हम विकास की बात करते हैं, और संपूर्ण यानी डेवलपमेंट ऑफ एंटायर पर्सनालिटी बट ऑन सोशल फाउंडेशन। एंटायर जो हमारा एक वर्ड हमने करा, एंटायर पर्सनालिटी, यानी समुचित जो हमारा व्यक्तित्व है उसका विकास होना चाहिए। ये प्रेगमेटिज्म के फॉलोवर, प्रेगमेटिज्म को मानने वाले, प्रयोजनवाद को मानने वाले ऐसा कहते हैं। लेकिन कैसी होनी चाहिए? सोशल फाउंडेशन, उसके आधारशिला सामाजिक जो हमारा आधारशिला पर होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मनुष्य क्या है, मनुष्य एक सामाजिक प्राणी है और सामाजिक प्राणी के लिए, समाज में रहने के लिए उसे जो भी उसकी योजनाएं हैं, शिक्षा है, उपलब्धियां हैं, सारी है, उसके केंद्र में कहीं न कहीं समाज है। तो ये प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार हमारी शिक्षा की जब हम बात कर रहे थे तो प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा की महत्ता पर हमने विस्तृत चर्चा करी और मैं आशा करती हूं कि आपको इस चर्चा में ये जो सारी चीजें हैं वो निश्चित रूप से समझ में आ गई होगी। पुनरावृत्ति के लक्ष्य से मैं एक बार फिर से दोहरा देती हूँ। यदि किसी बालक से या किसी विद्यार्थी से कोई पॉइंट छूट गया हो, कोई बिंदु छूट गया हो, तो मैं पुनः दोहरा देती हूँ। प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार मनुष्य शिक्षा की महत्ता, नंबर 1 बालक की सक्रियता, चाइल्ड एक्टिविटी। नंबर 2 विद्यार्थियों और शिक्षकों को समान अवसर एवं स्थान देना, इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड प्लेस ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स एंड टीचर्स। उसके बाद में जब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं तो इसमें हमारा नेक्स्ट जो आएगा, नेक्स्ट में हम चर्चा जब करेंगे इसकी, तो नेक्स्ट चर्चा के अंतर्गत हमारा आता है कि हमने जो महत्ता की बात करी उसमें बालक की सक्रियता हो गई, विद्यार्थियों और शिक्षकों के समान अवसर और स्थान हो गए, शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया सामाजिक समस्या केंद्रित होनी चाहिए, योग्यता, रुचि और आवश्यकता अनुसार शिक्षा की व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, एंड मानवीय गुणों की स्थापना की जानी चाहिए, अनुभव के आधार पर सामाजिक क्षमताओं का विकास होना चाहिए और संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व का विकास लेकिन किस पर, सामाजिक आधारशिला पर होनी चाहिए। ये कुछ हमारी जो प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा है उसके महत्व को हमने यहाँ पे विस्तृत चर्चा करी है। और अब इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और इसमें हम देखते हैं ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ एजुकेशन अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रिग्मेटिज्म। ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ एजुकेशन अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रिग्मेटिज्म, प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा के उद्देश्य क्या है। डेवलपमेंट ऑफ पर्सनैलिटी, सबसे पहले जब हम उद्देश्यों की बात करेंगे तो प्रयोजनवाद में कहा गया है कि डेवलपमेंट ऑफ पर्सनैलिटी, व्यक्तित्व का विकास करना, यानी शिक्षा कैसी होनी चाहिए। शिक्षा का उद्देश्य क्या है कि ऐसी शिक्षा जिस शिक्षा के प्रदान करने से और जिस शिक्षा को ग्रहण करने से व्यक्तित्व का संपूर्ण विकास हो सके, व्यक्तित्व का विकास हो सके, ऐसी शिक्षा होनी चाहिए। दूसरा हमारा है ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ चाइल्ड, बालक का सर्वांगीण विकास, यानी जो दूसरा हमारा प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा का उद्देश्य है वो है बालक का सर्वांगीण विकास, जो हम शुरू से चर्चा करते आए हैं। और वो आप जो फिलॉसफी के स्कूल से इनके किसी भी थॉट को उठा लीजिए, जिस भी थॉट को हम उठाएंगे उसमें सब में यही है कि एजुकेशन यानी शिक्षा का जो उद्देश्य है, हमारा जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है शिक्षा का, वो सर्वांगीण विकास, ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट है डेवलपमेंट ऑफ लीडरशिप क्वालिटी, नेतृत्व क्षमता का विकास, यानी ऐसा इस प्रकार की शिक्षा होनी चाहिए जिससे बालक में नेतृत्व करने की क्षमता आ जाए। डेवलपमेंट ऑफ सोशल कैपेबिलिटीज, यानी सामाजिक क्षमता का विकास, यानी समाज, क्योंकि बालक, विद्यार्थी, मनुष्य सब सामाजिक प्राणी हैं, हम समाज में रहते हैं, समाज से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो हमारी जो शिक्षा है उसका उद्देश्य सामाजिक क्षमता का विकास करना भी है। अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ नेचुरल एटीट्यूड ऑफ चाइल्ड, बालक की स्वाभाविक अभिवृत्ति का विकास। देखिए एक चीज यहाँ पे हमें समझ लेनी होगी कि जो बालक होता है, विद्यार्थी होता है, छात्र जो होता है, उसकी कुछ स्वाभाविक अभिवृत्ति होती है, यानी जन्मजात प्रवृत्तियां होती हैं जो उनको जन्म के साथ में मिलती है। उन जन्मजात प्रवृत्तियों में जो स्वाभाविक है, नेचुरल है, सीखी नहीं गई है, सिखाई नहीं गई है, उन अभिवृत्तियों में के विकास के लिए भी हमें शिक्षा दी जानी चाहिए। डेवलपमेंट ऑफ वर्क एथिक्स एंड स्किल्स पर्सनालिटी, नैतिकता और कौशलात्मक व्यक्तित्व का विकास, यानी जब हम आगे बात करते हैं तो नैतिकता और कौशलात्मक विकास, पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट ऑफ वर्क एथिक्स एंड स्किल्स पर्सनालिटी, यानी हमारी जो पर्सनालिटी है, हमारा आचार व्यवहार और व्यवहार है, उसका विकास हो, और नैतिकता का और जो स्किल है उनका भी विकास हो, तभी शिक्षा का कोई औचित्य है, उद्देश्य है। तो प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षा के उद्देश्यों में हमने मुख्य मुख्य बातें करी हैं। डेवलपमेंट ऑफ पर्सनैलिटी, ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ चाइल्ड, नेतृत्व क्षमता का विकास, सामाजिक क्षमता का विकास, बालक के स्वाभाविक अभिवृत्ति का विकास और नैतिकता और आध्यात्मिक व्यक्तित्व का विकास। ये कुछ जो हमारी कुछ मेन हेडलाइंस है जिनके अनुसार शिक्षा के उद्देश्यों को प्राप्त करते हैं। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार। नमस्कार। फिलोसॉफिकल फाउंडेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन की जो श्रृंखला हम चला रहे हैं उसमें हम दर्शन और शिक्षा पर बात कर रहे हैं। और अब तक की जो व्याख्यान है, अब तक की जो आपके लेक्चर हुए हैं, क्लासेज हुए हैं, व्याख्यान हुए हैं मेरे प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सरोज व्यास के द्वारा, उसमें हमने देखा है कि फिलॉसफी है क्या, दर्शन शास्त्र है क्या, दर्शन शास्त्र में मानवतावाद क्या है और दर्शन शास्त्र और शिक्षा का संबंध क्या है। जब हमने दर्शन शास्त्र और शिक्षा के संबंध की बात करी तो वहां पर हमने विस्तृत चर्चा करी वेरियस स्कूल्स की, यानी वेरियस स्कूल्स कौन से हैं फिलोसॉफिकल, जहां पर एजुकेशन से उनका रिलेवेंस है, एजुकेशन से उनका संबंध है। और उसमें हमने आइडियलिज्म आदर्शवाद, रियलिज्म वास्तविकतावाद, नेचुरलिज्म प्रकृतिवाद और एग्जिस्टिज्म अस्तित्ववाद पर विस्तृत चर्चा कर ली थी। इस व्याख्यान से पहले का जो व्याख्यान हमारा रहा है उसमें हम प्रिग्मेटिज्म पर चर्चा कर रहे थे, प्रयोजनवाद पे। और हमने प्रयोजनवाद में हमने विस्तृत देखा कि प्रयोजनवाद क्या है, प्रयोजनवाद का अर्थ क्या है, प्रयोजनवाद की परिभाषा क्या है, प्रयोजनवाद पर आधारित जो शिक्षा है उसके प्रत्यय क्या है, कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है, यानी किस प्रकार की शिक्षा को हम प्रयोजनवाद पर आधारित शिक्षा कह सकते हैं। और उसके बाद में हमने चर्चा करी कि प्रयोजनवाद जो है वो उसके अनुसार शिक्षा के उद्देश्य कौन से होने चाहिए, ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ एजुकेशन अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रिग्मेटिज्म। जब प्रिग्मेटिज्म के अकॉर्डिंग हमने एजुकेशनल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स की चर्चा करी तो उसमें पर्सनालिटी, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ पर्सनालिटी, ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ चाइल्ड, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ लीडरशिप क्वालिटी, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ सोशल कैपेबिलिटी, अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ नेचुरल एटीट्यूड ऑफ चाइल्ड और डेवलपमेंट ऑफ वर्क एथिक्स एंड स्किल्स पर्सनैलिटी, ये कुछ मुख्य बिंदु थे जिन पर हमने चर्चा करी। यानी ये जो सारे कार्य हैं इनके अनुसार शिक्षा के ये उद्देश्य है, यानी जब शिक्षा का आदान प्रदान होता है तो उसके कुछ निर्धारित उद्देश्य होते हैं। और जब प्रयोजनवाद की चर्चा कर रहे हैं तो वहां तो बिना प्रयोजनवाद के तो शिक्षा का कोई संकल्पना और आधारशिला ही नहीं है। अब हम आगे इस कक्षा में देखते हैं कि प्रोसेस ऑफ एजुकेशन क्या है, शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया क्या है, किस प्रकार से शिक्षा व्यवस्था चलती है। तो वहां पे सबसे पहले हम चर्चा करेंगे कैरिकुलम ऑफ एजुकेशन, शिक्षा का पाठ्यक्रम। अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रिग्मेटिज्म, प्रयोजनवादियों के अनुसार शिक्षा का पाठ्यक्रम जो है वो कैसा होना चाहिए। सबसे पहले उन्होंने माना है उपयोगिता का अधिनियम, एक्ट ऑफ यूटिलिटी। कैरिकुलम जो है पाठ्यक्रम में, पाठ्यक्रम ऐसा हो जहां पर उपयोगिता का अधिनियम हो, यानी एक्ट ऑफ यूटिलिटी। ऐसा पाठ्यक्रम बनाया जाए जिस पाठ्यक्रम को बनाने के बाद, पढ़ने और पढ़ाने के बाद विद्यार्थी के लिए वो जीवन में उसका कोई उपयोगिता रहे। ऐसा नहीं है कि ज्ञान हमने प्राप्त किया और पुस्तकों तक सिमट के रह गया या गुरु तक रह के गया। ऐसा ज्ञान दिया जाए जिसका बालक के जीवन से वो जुड़ा हुआ हो और बालक की उसमें अभिरुचि हो। दूसरा हमारा आता है अभिरुचि का अधिनियम, एक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, यानी बिना इंटरेस्ट के यदि कोई भी कार्य किया जाता है तो उसमें सफलता नहीं मिलती। अरुचि, जब हमारी किसी कार्य में रुचि नहीं होती तो जो कार्य हमें करना आता है वो भी हम नहीं कर पाते। तो ऐसी स्थिति में यदि नवीन ज्ञान, प्राचीन ज्ञान के आधार पर नवीन ज्ञान देना, या फिर विद्यार्थियों को ज्ञान प्रदान करना, या विद्यार्थियों का मानसिक डेवलपमेंट करना, ये सब बहुत ही पीछे रह जाएंगे, बहुत गौण हो जाएंगे। तो अभिरुचि का सिद्धांत यानी एक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कैरिकुलम में जरूर होना चाहिए। क्रिया का अधिनियम, एक्ट ऑफ एक्शन, यानी क्रिया का अधिनियम, जो भी कार्य करते हैं, प्रयोजनवाद में हमने पहले भी चर्चा करी कि क्रिया पर बल दिया गया है, यानी करने पर बल दिया गया है। तो जो क्रिया का अधिनियम है उसमें एक्ट ऑफ एक्शन, यानी एक्शन देखना है कि उसमें किस तरह की प्रक्रियाओं को शामिल किया जा सकता है, किस प्रकार की क्रियाओं को शामिल किया जा सकता है। आगे है अनुभव का अधिनियम, एक्ट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस, यानी बालक को जो पाठ्यक्रम है उसमें इस तरह का एक अधिनियम या इस तरह का पाठ्यक्रम की संरचना होनी चाहिए जिससे बालक के अनुभव को मापा जा सके, बालक का अनुभव कैसा है और उस अनुभव से उसका अधिनियम कैसा हो रहा है ये देखा जा सके। अगला है एकीकरण का सिद्धांत, एक्ट ऑफ इंटीग्रेशन, यानी एकीकरण, इंटीग्रेट हमने कर लिया, इसका सिद्धांत भी देखना शिक्षा में बहुत जरूरी है। ये शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया में माना गया है अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रैग्मेटिज्म। शिक्षा की जो हमारे अभी हमने चर्चा करी कि शिक्षा के उद्देश्यों की चर्चा करी और शिक्षा के उद्देश्यों के बाद प्रक्रिया की चर्चा करी। प्रक्रिया में हमने पहला पॉइंट लिया था कैरिकुलम ऑफ एजुकेशन, यानी शिक्षा का पाठ्यक्रम। और शिक्षा के पाठ्यक्रम जो है उसकी कुछ विशेषताएं हैं, जैसे पाठ्यक्रम अनुभव केंद्रित होता है, यानी जो पाठ्यक्रम का निर्माण किया गया है वो अनुभव केंद्रित है। पाठ्यक्रम की संरचना करने वाले, उसका निर्माण करने वाले जो लोग हैं वो अनुभव के आधार पर भी उसका निर्माण करते हैं। समन्वित पाठ्यक्रम का उपयोग होता है, समन्वित यानी इंटर डिसिप्लिन, यानी एक कोर्स से दूसरे कोर्स में भी यदि कोई विषय या पाठ्यक्रम या फिर आपकी फैकल्टी उसमें हो तो वो समन्वित पाठ्यक्रम का प्रयोग हो जाता है। तीसरा हमारा आता है पाठ्यक्रम समाज के व्यवहारिक पक्ष पर बल देता है, यानी पाठ्यक्रम जो है वो समाज की केवल सैद्धांतिक नहीं, सिद्धांत तो हमने किताबों में पढ़ा है, हमने गुरुओं से सीखा है, माता पिता अभिभावक पड़ोसी सबसे सुना है, लेकिन जो यहाँ बात कही गई है वो ये कही गई है कि पाठ्यक्रम समाज के व्यवहारिक पक्ष पर बल देता है और उस व्यवहारिक पक्ष पर बल देने के लिए उसे विद्यालय में नियमित आना होगा। सामूहिक क्रियाओं के लिए प्रावधान किया जाता है, सामूहिक क्रियाएं यानी सामूहिक क्रियाएं की जाती है। जैसे मैं अब कॉलेज लेवल की हम बात कर रहे हैं तो मैं आपको बता दूं कि सामूहिक क्रियाओं में जैसे एनसीसी आ जाता है, एनएसएस आ जाता है और बहुत सारी गतिविधियां हैं, बहुत सारी विद्यार्थियों द्वारा बनाई गई सोसाइटी होती है, उन सोसाइटियों पर ध्यान वहां पर आकर्षित हो जाता है। तो वो इस चीज को भी हमें बहुत ध्यान में लेकर के चलना है कि किस प्रकार से आगे हम बढ़ते हैं और कौन कौन सी चीजों को हमने कवर कर लिया है। तो पाठ्यक्रम में मानव और समाज को आधार माना गया है, एक तरफ मनुष्य है और एक तरफ समाज है, वो बाकी लोगों से जोड़ने की कड़ी है। अब नेक्स्ट हमारा आता है प्रोसेस ऑफ एजुकेशन, शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया जो हम पढ़ रहे थे उसमें सेकंड पॉइंट है टीचिंग मेथड्स, पेडागोगी सब्जेक्ट। यहां एक चीज आपको सीखनी होगी कि जो टीचिंग ऑफ मेथड्स है उसमें कोई मैथोलॉजी नहीं पढ़नी, किस मेथड से, किस विधि और प्रविधि से अध्यापक और अध्यापिका अपना जो उनका पाठ्यक्रम है, उन्हें जो कार्यभार दिया गया है उसको वो कैसे पूरा करेंगे और विद्यार्थियों का कोई नुकसान भी नहीं हो, किस प्रकार से उनको पढ़ाएंगे। तो यहां जब चर्चा करते हैं तो सबसे पहले लिखा हुआ है करके सीखना, करके सीखना, लर्निंग बाय डूइंग। यानी यदि मैं कोई कार्य कह रही हूं या मैं कुछ बता रही हूं तो वो मुझे एक्ट करके बताना होगा, प्रूव करके बताना होगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैंने बंद कर कमरे में कुछ सीख लिया और बाद में किसी ने पूछा नहीं जी मैं अब नहीं कर सकती, ये नहीं हो सकता है। तो करके सीखने का सिद्धांत है। अनुभव द्वारा सीखना, लर्निंग बाय एक्सपीरियंस, यानी धीरे धीरे जब विद्यार्थी जो है वो धीरे 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 जब पढ़ता है तो पढ़ते पढ़ते वो कुछ चीजों को सीखता है। और इसके लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छा वो कहा गया है, कोडिशन कहा गया है, जो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगी, और वो है करत करत अभ्यास जड़मती होत सुजान रसोई आवत जाते शिल पर परत निरात। यानी अभ्यास करते करते, करत करत अभ्यास के जड़मती हो तो सुजान, यानी जो जड़ बुद्धि है जिसमें बिल्कुल बुद्धि नहीं है वो भी सुजान यानी ज्ञानवान हो जाता है। ये पहले दिन आ गई, अध्यापक बहुत खुश हो गया, सारा हो गया। नेक्स्ट डे आपको मैसेज मिलता है कि करत करत अभ्यास के जड़मती हो तो सुजान रसवी आवत जात ते चिल पर चरस सेरान। ये मैं आपको बता दूं कि वरदराज नाम के एक कवि हुए हैं और वो गुरुकुल में जब पढ़ रहे थे तो हर वर्ष वो अनुत्तीर्ण हो जाते थे, फेल हो जाते थे, पास नहीं होते थे। जब 5-6 साल निकल गए तो गुरुजी को भी शर्म आने लगी। गुरुजी ने कहा कि तुम अब अपने घर चले जाओ, तुम्हारे बस का ये नहीं है। और वो एक तरह से जिसे कहा जाए तो आश्रम से उनको निष्कासित कर दिया गया था। वो घर अपने जा रहे थे निराश भाव से और जंगल के रास्ते से जा रहे थे। अब उनको प्यास लगी, और पानी की जब प्यास लगी तो उन्होंने देखा कि उनको एक कुआं दिखाई दिया। वो कुएं पे गए, उन्होंने देखा कुएं में पानी तो है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये थी कि कुएं में से पानी निकालने के लिए ना तो वो रस्सी थी और ना ही लोटा था, कोई पात्र भी नहीं था जिससे निकाले। और वरदराज ने जब ध्यानपूर्वक कुएं की मेड को देखा तो उन्होंने वहां पे देखा कि वहां पे एक निशान पड़ा हुआ था, यानी रस्सी के अंदर आने और जाने का निशान पड़ा हुआ है। तो ये जो करत करत अभ्यास के जड़मती होत सुजान रसवी आवत जात थे तिल पर परत निशान, ये इस चीज को प्रूव करती है कि आप जब तक खुद मेहनत नहीं करेंगे आपकी झोली में कुछ भी नहीं आने वाला है। ये चीज हमें ध्यान में रखनी होगी। प्रयोग द्वारा सीखना, लर्निंग बाय एक्सपीरियंस और लर्निंग बाय मिस्टेक, यानी जब हम कोई प्रयोग करते हैं, हम नया कोई काम करते हैं तो उसमें पूरी तरह एक्सपर्ट नहीं होते हैं और उसको हमें करने के लिए बहुत ही प्लानिंग करनी पड़ती है। तो प्रयोग द्वारा सीखना, योजना विधि, प्लानिंग करके, यानी कोई भी कार्य कर रहे हैं तो उस कार्य की पहले पूर्व योजना हो जानी चाहिए, उसके बाद ही वो कार्य हो। समस्या समाधान विधि, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग मेथड्स, यानी किसी भी तरह की यदि कोई समस्या है तो उस समस्या को समाधान करने के लिए हमारे पास में कोई ना कोई फॉर्मेट और कोई ना कोई मेथड होना चाहिए। ये हम जो अभी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, इस चर्चा के अंदर हमने बात करी कि प्रयोजनवाद की जो प्रक्रिया है उसका प्रोसेस क्या था, वो सारा हमने देखा। और उसके बाद में हमारी नेक्स्ट चीज जो निकल के आई है वो हमारा था, नेक्स्ट में हमने देखा कि शिक्षण की विधियां कैसी होनी चाहिए। तो शिक्षण की विधियों में लर्निंग बाय डूइंग, लर्निंग बाय एक्सप्रेशन, लर्निंग बाय डूइंग, लर्निंग बाय एक्सपीरियंस, लर्निंग बाय एक्सपेरिमेंट एंड प्लानिंग मेथड्स एंड प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग मेथड्स, ये कुछ मुख्य विधियां हैं जिनके बारे में हमने चर्चा करी है। अब हमारा आ जाता है स्कूल मैनेजमेंट, यानी विद्यालय का प्रबंधन कैसा होना चाहिए। प्रयोजनवादी जो है वो विद्यालय का जो प्रबंधन है उसमें विद्यार्थियों के लिए एक सजीव कार्यशाला चाहते हैं। सजीव कार्यशाला यानी वो परंपरागत कक्ष के फेवर में नहीं हो करके, ऐसा नहीं है कि कक्षा है उसमें विद्यार्थी बैठे हैं, अध्यापक व्याख्यान दे रहा है और वो पढ़ के चले गए। वो विद्यालय में विद्यार्थियों के लिए एक सजीव कार्यशाला चाहते हैं। सजीव कार्यशाला से यहाँ अभिप्राय ये है कि वहां एक्सपीरियंस से, एक्सपेरिमेंट से, लर्निंग बाय उस तरह की व्यवस्था हो और उसमें हर विद्यार्थी जो है वो सम्मिलित हो, उसमें एंगेज हो जाए। वो इस तरह की कार्यशाला की बात विद्यालय प्रबंधन में कर रहे हैं, जहां पर वे समाज की वास्तविक परिस्थितियों को शुद्ध रूप से अनुभव करते हैं। जॉन डेवी विद्यालयों को समाज के लघु रूप के में स्वीकार करते हैं। यानी जो जॉन डेवी महोदय है, जिन्हें हमने प्रयोजनवाद का जनक कहा है, जिसके आपने अभी फोटो देखी, वो उनके अनुसार विद्यालयों को समाज के लघु स्वरूप में स्वीकार करते हैं। यानी विद्यालय, नो डाउट, कोई संदेह नहीं है कि विद्यालय अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी संस्था है, लेकिन प्रयोजनवाद के जो फॉलोअर है या प्रयोजनवाद के जो जनक जिन्हें हम कहते हैं, जॉन डीवी, वो ये कहते हैं कि विद्यालयों को समाज का लघु रूप स्वीकार किया गया है और उस लघु, तो विद्यालय का जो प्रबंधन होता है वो है कि वहां पर विद्यालय और विद्यार्थियों के लिए सजीव कार्यशाला बनवाई जाए, वास्तविक परिस्थितियों में उनको ढाला जाए और उसे समाज के साथ में जोड़ करके देखा जाए। अब विद्यालय प्रबंधन में उन सभी क्रियाओं को विद्यालय में सम्मिलित करते हैं जिससे समाज में समायोजन सहज और स्वाभाविक रूप से हो सके। यानी वे सारी क्रियाएं जिससे विद्यालय में पढ़ने के बाद, विद्यालय के पाठ्यक्रम में उनको शामिल करने के बाद में समाज में बालक जो है, विद्यार्थी जो है, वो समाज में समायोजन सहज रूप से कर सके और स्वाभाविक रूप से उसका विकास और सम्मिलित हो सके। आधुनिक युग में प्रजातांत्रिक मूल्यों को सर्वोपरि स्थान दिया गया है और ये प्रयोजनवादियों को ही देन है। यानी आधुनिक युग में 21वीं सदी में जो शिक्षा है उसमें प्रजातांत्रिक मूल्यों, जो हमारी डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज है, इनको अपर रखा गया है, सबसे ऊपर स्थान दिया गया है। और ये जो एक कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये जो प्रत्यय है, वो प्रयोजनवादियों की देन है। जॉन डीवी के अनुसार आदर्श विद्यालय वे विद्यालय होते हैं जहां नैतिक शिक्षा आदर्शों और निर्देशों के रूप में नहीं दी जाती, अपितु सामाजिक क्रियाओं तथा समस्याओं के समाधान के आधार पर दी जाती। देखिए, जॉन डीवी महोदय ने विद्यालय प्रबंधन के बारे में अपने प्रेगमेटिज्म में बहुत सुंदर बात कही है। उन्होंने कहा है कि आदर्श विद्यालय वे विद्यालय होते हैं जहां पर नैतिक शिक्षा आदर्शों और निर्देशों के रूप में नहीं दी जाती, अपितु सामाजिक क्रियाओं तथा समस्याओं के समाधान के आधार पर दी जाती है। यानी आदर्श भी है, निर्देश भी है, लेकिन समाज में स्वाभाविक समायोजन के लिए उस समाज से जुड़ी हुई जो समस्याएं हैं उनके समाधान करके वो शिक्षा दी जाती है। ये प्रबंधन का काम है। विद्यार्थियों के कार्य के मूल्यांकन में वस्तुनिष्ठता को अपनाना चाहिए। विद्यालय में ऐसा वातावरण उत्पन्न किया जाए जिससे छात्रों में सृजनात्मक चिंतन तथा स्वतंत्र चिंतन की प्रवृत्ति विकसित हो। विद्यालय प्रबंधन में सृजनात्मक चिंतन और स्वतंत्र चिंतन, जो पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाएं करवाई जाती है, जिनमें आपका चाहे भाषण प्रतियोगिता हो गई, चाहे निबंध प्रतियोगिता हो गई, चाहे वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता हो गई, चाहे लेखन प्रतियोगिता हो गई, चाहे फिर आपका कोई केस स्टडी हो गई, अनुसंधान हो गए, या आपका जितनी भी चीजें हैं, इन सारी चीजों में बालक में सृजनात्मक चिंतन और स्वतंत्र चिंतन की प्रवृत्ति को विकसित किया जाता है। विद्यालय प्रबंधन के बाद में चर्चा कर लेते हैं हम विद्यालय अनुशासन की, स्कूल डिसिप्लिन, यानी स्कूल का डिसिप्लिन कैसा होना चाहिए प्रेगमेटिज्म के अनुसार, प्रयोजन के वादियों के अनुसार। क्रियाशील वातावरण से विद्यार्थी सक्रिय रहते हैं। विद्यार्थियों के विभिन्न क्रियाकलापों में व्यस्त रहने से विद्यालय का अनुशासन स्वतः ही अनुशासित हो जाता है। सामान्य बोलचाल की भाषा में कहा जाता है, चाहे वो माता पिता हैं, चाहे अभिभावक हैं, चाहे मित्र हैं, चाहे समाज के लोग हैं, चाहे समुदाय के लोग हैं, एक बोलचाल की भाषा में अक्सर कहा जाता है कि खाली दिमाग शैतान का घर होता है। जब आपके पास कोई कार्य नहीं होता है तो आपको कोई खुरापात सूझती है, तो उस खुरापात से बचने के लिए प्रेगमेटिज्म में कहा गया है कि क्रियाशील वातावरण से विद्यार्थी सक्रिय रहेंगे। ऐसा नहीं है कि किताब दे दी और बस आदर्श वाचन कर रहे हैं और अनुकरण वाचन कर रहे हैं और व्याख्यान से पढ़ रहे हैं। नहीं, जो भी पाठ्यक्रम है उसमें क्रियाशील वातावरण रहे। अब क्रियाशील में कोई ये नहीं है कि कोई एक्टिविटी, कोई फिजिकल एक्टिविटी हो। क्रियाशील का मतलब यहाँ प्रश्नोत्तर विधि भी हो सकती है, यानी प्रश्नोत्तर के माध्यम से भी पढ़ाया जा सकता है। तो इसमें विद्यार्थियों जब विभिन्न क्रियाकलापों में व्यस्त रहेंगे तो विद्यालय का अनुशासन स्वतः ही अनुशासित रहेगा। प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार कक्षा एवं विद्यालय में सदैव नैतिक उपदेश नहीं दिए जाने चाहिए, अपितु खेलकूद, रचनात्मक गतिविधियों के माध्यम से विद्यार्थियों को क्रियाशील रखा जाए। विद्यार्थी प्रसन्न एवं संतुष्ट रहने की से अनुशासन बना रहेगा। यानी विद्यार्थी जो है वो प्रसन्न एवं संतुष्ट रहेंगे तो अनुशासन बना रहेगा। इसलिए वातावरण विशेष पर ध्यान देना अति आवश्यक है। खेल कूद, रचनात्मक गतिविधियां, क्रिएटिविटी, ये सारी चीजें बनी रहे तो उससे अनुशासन बना रहेगा और इसके लिए वहां के वातावरण पर ध्यान देने की बहुत आवश्यकता है। रोल ऑफ टीचर, शिक्षक की भूमिका। प्रयोजनवाद में शिक्षक की भूमिका निर्देशक और सलाहकार के रूप में स्वीकार की गई है। विद्यार्थियों को शिक्षक इस प्रकार से प्रशिक्षण दे जिससे विद्यार्थी समस्याओं का समाधान करने में सक्षम हो सके। प्रयोजनवादी कहते हैं कि शिक्षक की जो भूमिका है वो निर्देशक और सलाहकार की यानी गाइड और काउंसलर के रूप में है और वो इस प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग दे विद्यार्थियों को। अध्यापक शिक्षक इस प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग दे कि वो जो समाज से जुड़ी हुई सामाजिक या उसके जीवन से जुड़ी हुई जो सामाजिक समस्याएं हैं उनका समाधान करने में सक्षम हो सके। शिक्षक का दृष्टिकोण प्रजातांत्रिक होना चाहिए जिससे वे विद्यार्थियों में स्वतंत्र चिंतन मनन की प्रवृत्ति को विकसित कर सके। शिक्षक का महत्वपूर्ण कार्य है विद्यार्थियों में बौद्धिक स्वतंत्रता का विकास करना जिससे उसकी मौलिक योग्यता का समुचित विकास हो सके। यानी शिक्षक जो है वो बौद्धिक स्वतंत्रता का विकास करे और बौद्धिक जब स्वतंत्रता का विकास होगा तो उससे मौलिक योग्यताओं का समुचित विकास हो जाएगा। शिक्षक की मुख्य भूमिका, प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार शिक्षक की मुख्य भूमिका क्या है? शिक्षक की भूमिका एक निर्देशक एवं सलाहकार की होती है। यानी वो गाइड करता है और वो काउंसलिंग करता है, सलाह देता है अपने विद्यार्थियों को। शिक्षक विद्यार्थियों में सृजनात्मकता को विकसित करता है यानी उनको क्रिएटिव बनाता है, उनमें सृजनशीलता विकसित करवाता है, उनसे क्रिया करवाता है। केवल सैद्धांतिक ज्ञान नहीं देता अपितु प्रयोगात्मक प्रयोग भी करवाता है न है शिक्षक की भूमिका है। शिक्षक द्वारा विद्यार्थियों की क्रियाओं को बढ़ावा दिया जाना चाहिए। यदि विद्यार्थी कोई क्रिया कर रहे हैं, कोई कार्य कर रहे हैं, कोई एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं तो अध्यापक का, शिक्षक का यह दायित्व है कि वो उसको प्रोत्साहित करे और उसको उत्साहित करे और उसको सहयोग करे। शिक्षक द्वारा विद्यार्थियों में नेतृत्व के गुणों को बढ़ावा दिया जाता है यानी नेतृत्व के जो गुण है वो भी शिक्षक विद्यार्थियों को बताता है। शिक्षा के मूल्यों को शिक्षक अपने अनुभव पर सुनिश्चित करता है। जब भी शिक्षक पठन पाठन करवाएगा तो वो जो अपने अनुभव है उनको सुनिश्चित करेगा और सुनिश्चित करके विद्यार्थियों को मूल्य आधारित शिक्षा की जानकारी देगा। विषयों का ज्ञान भी क्रिया केंद्रित होता है। उसके बाद में जो विषय है उनका ज्ञान भी क्रिया केंद्रित होता है। अब आते हैं विद्यार्थी की भूमिका पर। हमने सारी चर्चा कर ली, प्रबंधन कैसा होना चाहिए, शिक्षक कैसा होना चाहिए, अनुशासन कैसा होना चाहिए और अब विद्यार्थी में शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया में विद्यार्थियों को प्रमुख स्थान दिया गया है। लेकिन किसी भी प्रकार के पूर्व निर्धारित मूल्यों एवं आदर्शों को थोपा नहीं जाएगा। विद्यार्थी स्वयं अनुभव के आधार पर जीवन मूल्यों एवं आदर्शों की स्थापना करेंगे। प्रयोजनवादियों के अनुसार विद्यार्थी वातावरण से सीखते हैं और वातावरण को परिवर्तित करने की क्षमता भी रखते हैं। इसलिए बालक को संपूर्ण विकास ही शिक्षा का उद्देश्य है और इसके लिए विद्यार्थी क्रियाशील रहता है। तो आज हमने प्रयोजनवाद में विद्यालय प्रबंधन, अनुशासन, शिक्षक की भूमिका, पाठ्यक्रम, मेथोडोलॉजी और विद्यार्थी की भूमिका, इन सब पर विस्तृत चर्चा करी। मैं आशा करती हूं कि आप इसे आत्मसात कर पा रहे होंगे और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूं। धन्यवाद।
Hello viewers, I am Dr. Sanawar Soham from Department of Botany, Kalindi College, University of Delhi, and today I am starting with the new series on ecology and utilization of plants. So let's begin with the introduction to ecology in this lecture. Organisms, we all know, do not live in isolation. All organisms are linked to their surroundings. The survival of an organism thus depends upon its surroundings. These surroundings of an organism constitute its environment. Any change in the surrounding or environment affects the growth and survival of living organism to a significant extent. Nutrients and energy get distributed among various living components present in particular environment. So ecology is the study of relationship of organisms, that is plants, animals, microorganisms, with their surrounding or environment. So ecological study deal with the relationships of organisms with each other and the environment. As we can see in this slide, that plants are dependent on sun or solar energy to make and utilize their food. Then other organisms basically depend upon these plants and animals. So directly, indirectly, they are related to each other and their environment for survival. So what is ecology? Hence, writer gave the concept of ecology. The term ecology is derived from two words, oikos, which means home, and logos, which means study. The term was coined in 1869 by a German biologist, Ernst Haeckel. It literally meant study of home. According to him, ecology is a branch of science which deals with the study of interrelationship between living organisms and their surroundings. Woodbury in 1954 defined ecology as a science that investigates organisms in relation to their environment. E.P. Odum in 1969 defined ecology as the study of structure and function of nature. So moving on to the history of ecology. So way back, Theophrastus was the first person to introduce a scientific or ecological approach to the world. In the 18th century, European naturalist French Georges Buffon introduced the concept of ecology by describing the relationship of animals to their environment in his book on natural history. Carolus Linnaeus laid the grounds of modern ecology around 250 years ago. He studied all kinds of organisms, plants, animals, etc., as well as the type of minerals and soils. Then Alexander Humboldt studied the relationship of vegetation and environment during his travels to various parts of the world. Herbert Spencer was considered as the founder of social ecology. He gave the concept of survival of the fittest. Most of the studies carried out in the 19th century focused on animal behavior. Now moving on to the subdivisions of ecology. So basically ecology is divided into two types, namely animal and plant ecology. The division which was done was based on the category of organisms studied, say plants and animals. But in modern system, ecology has been divided into two types, horticology and synecology. The division has been made on the basis of study of individual organism or a group of organism. So horticology is the study of individual species in relationship to their environment. I will insist upon the word individual. So horticology considers the study of individual species. It includes the study of geographical distribution, taxonomic position, morphological characters, like reproduction, life cycle and behavior of species in it. Whereas sim ecology, on the other hand, is the study of population or community in relation to their environment. So it comprises of community study and ecosystem ecology. In this, the composition and behavior of communities and their relationship to the environment are studied. On the basis of the study of habitat, ecology is broadly classified into two types: aquatic ecology and terrestrial ecology. So what is aquatic ecology? This includes study of living organisms present in aquatic habitats such as freshwater, estuarine and marine habitats, whereas terrestrial ecology includes study of living organisms present in forests, grassland, cropland and desert habitats. Basically, it is the study of organisms which are living or dwelling land. Other subdivisions of ecology have also been made on the basis of the aspect of ecology studied. Now this slide shows various branches of ecology based on the aspect which is studied in it. So we can see there are so many branches such as population ecology, which deals with the study of populations, the trophic levels, the interrelationship of individual organisms belonging to a population, etc. There are community ecology, where different populations are studied all together and their trophic level is understood and its relation with the environment is also understood. Then there is pedology, which is the study of soil, etc., etc. I will be discussing each one of them in this lecture. So moving on to other subdivisions of ecology have been made on the basis of aspect of ecology studied, as I just told you. So starting with organism ecology, it is based on the relationship of living organisms, animals and plants to biotic and abiotic factors in their environment. So all relationship of living organisms are studied in organism ecology. Then what is behavioral ecology? It is the study of behavior of living organisms in relation to changing environmental conditions. So the adaptations, how they survive extreme conditions, how they adapt themselves, and allelopathy, all these are studied in behavioral ecology. Then population ecology, it is the study of structure and dynamics such as size, density, the dispersion, demographics of a population in relation to the environment. Variations in growth and regulation of a population are considered in population ecology. Now, community ecology deals with the structure and organization of biological community with respect to environmental interactions, because it considers more than one populations, so factors such as structure, biodiversity, distribution, abundance of species and interaction such as predation, herbivory, competition, parasitism, mutualism are studied in community ecology. All these help in understanding of interrelationship of individuals as well as various group of populations with each other and their environment. Now, ecosystem ecology, moving on, is the study of living organisms, that is plants, animals and microorganisms, along with the non-living component of their environment such as water, air and soil. So this aspect such as the nutrient and energy flows are also considered in ecosystem ecology. So till now, when I talked about population ecology, I talked about the community ecology, we were just talking about the relationship of organisms between each other, if they belong to one group, say population ecology, and if they were belonging to different groups in one environment, we were talking about the community ecology. But in ecosystem, the difference is that the study of living organisms is made along with the non-living component. So how the energy is flowing, how the nutrient establishment is happening, how the energy flow is happening from one organism to other, and the flow of water, air and soil, and the impact on the organism is studied in ecosystem ecology. Now, what is taxonomic ecology? It is study of different taxonomic groups of living organisms in their environment. So, we study the different taxonomic groups in relation to ecology. It includes microbial ecology, mammalian ecology, insect ecology, human ecology, etc. Now, moving on to another aspect of study of ecology, it's physiological ecology, or also known as ecophysiology. It is the study of changes in the physiological procedures, functions such as nutrition, metabolism in living organism in response to the environmental factors. Now, various adaptation in organisms under different ecological conditions are studied in physiological ecology. Paleoecology is production ecology, ecological energetics, system ecology and habitat ecology are some other important branches of ecology which help in better understanding of environment and the organisms related to or dwelling in it. So, now we will move on to the ecological hierarchy after we have very well discussed the history and various branches of ecology being studied. So, what is ecological hierarchy? First of all, in an ecological system, various levels of biological organization or hierarchy are noted. These range from individual organisms to the biosphere. Various units are included in hierarchy that include organisms, populations, communities, ecosystems and biome. So, we should know by now that hierarchy is the system of grouping of organisms at different levels. So, ecological hierarchy in this slide you can very well see has been shown, where you can see that there on the basic unit of ecological hierarchy is organism. Now, various group of organisms based on their similarity and belongingness, they are grouped into populations. So, the next level after organisms you can see is population. Then basically the communities, if we talk of, the community is the next level of organization, and it is a broader level, it is a bigger level which includes all the groups of different populations or different species which are living at the same niche at the same time. Then all the communities together group into ecosystem, which is the higher level of organization, ecological organization, and the largest one of all is biosphere, which encompasses all other levels such as deep soil up through the atmosphere, from organisms till the non-living. So, all the components are taken care in biosphere. So, this is the level of ecological hierarchy, from organism being the basic unit to the biosphere, which encompasses all other levels. So, the level of organization connected with ecological grouping is called ecological hierarchy. As I already told you that an individual or organism is the basic and distinct unit of ecological hierarchy. Individuals carry out all life processes and exchanges materials with the surroundings. And then we move on to the next level, a population, which is a group of individuals of same species living together in a common area at a particular time. The next level, as I told you, is a community, which is the assembly of populations of different organisms in a particular environment. And the next higher level is the ecosystem, which is the association of living and non-living components present in a particular environment of an area. Then the next higher level in ecological hierarchy is a biome. A biome is a group of terrestrial ecosystem present at the regional or subcontinental level. And the largest of all is the biosphere, which is the part of the earth where life is present. It comprises of atmosphere or air, the lithosphere and hydrosphere. So these three together comprise or form biosphere. So before moving further, we shall clear some of the basics of ecology. So we shall very well understand what an environment is. We all know that each living organism depends on its surrounding for survival and sustenance. Environment provides food, energy, water, oxygen, shelter and other necessities to all the living organisms. The total of all of the surroundings, land, vegetation that influence the existence of living beings is referred to as environment. So there are two components of environment, the living or the biotic one and the non-living or abiotic one. What is a biotic component? All the living components are referred to as biotic components. These include plants, animals and the microorganisms. And what are abiotic components? All living factors are called abiotic components. These include water, air, soil or land and physical factors such as light and temperature. So, second important concept or the basics of ecology, we shall understand biosphere. In brief, I had already discussed the part, zone or layer of earth where life exists is referred to as biosphere or also known as ecosphere. The global ecological system is composed of all living beings. An element of lithosphere, that is rock, the hydrosphere, the water part and the atmosphere, the air, it is a closed self-regulating system. It is regarded as the sum of all the ecosystems. Now, the concept of the term of biosphere was given by English geologist Edward Swiss and Russian physicist Vladimir Vransky. So, moving on to the first important component of ecosystem biosphere, which is hydrosphere. Hydrosphere consists, or as we can say water, constitutes around 70% of the Earth's surface, and it includes water reservoir resources such as oceans, seas, rivers, lakes, streams, ponds, glaciers, polar ice caps and the groundwater as well. About 97% water is present in the oceans and seas, 2% is in ice caps and the remaining 1% is found as fresh water. The second important component is lithosphere. It is the solid component or the hard surface, which we say crust of the earth. It consists of three layers, which is crust, mantle and core. The uppermost part consists of weathered rocks, minerals, organic matter and is known as soil. The mantle and core form the inner layer of lithosphere. Then moving on to the third component of biosphere, the atmosphere, it consists of a complex mixture of gases, water vapor and particulate matter. This layer sustains life on earth by such as oxygen, carbon dioxide, essential for photosynthesis and respiration in living organisms. So we move on to the next important aspect for the basics of ecology, that is ecosystem. As I already told you, ecosystem is an ecological unit composed of living and non-living things. The living or biotic components interact with non-living or abiotic component of the environment and they then maintain the equilibrium in the environment. Arthur Tensley proposed the term ecosystem and defined it as the interaction of all living and non-living components of the environment. Now, what is there in the abiotic components? These include the non-living or physico-chemical factors. They support the biotic component. They restrict the growth, number and diversity of population of a species and hence they are called limiting factors. These components vary from one ecosystem to another. These factors are classified broadly, the abiotic factors, into three categories, namely the climatic factors, the edaphic factors, and the physical factors. What are climatic factors? These include physical factors such as light, temperature, wind, humidity. So all the factors which define the climate of a place are included in climatic factors. What are edaphic factors? These include soil, its structure and properties. So parameters such as soil type, soil profile, organic matter present in it, the minerals, soil organisms are included in the study of edaphic factors. Then the third one is the physical factors. So what are the physical factors? These include water, air and matter. So moving on to one of the important physical factor, which is matter. It includes inorganic components such as carbon, sulfur, nitrogen, phosphorus, etc. All these elements circulate in different components of ecosystem via biogeochemical cycles. Then the organic components of an ecosystem are proteins, carbohydrates, lipids and amino acids, and these are synthesized by the biota, that is flora and fauna of an ecosystem. So matter has two components, the inorganic and the organic component. Now if we talk of the biotic components, the biotic components are the living components of the ecosystem. They include plants, animals and microorganisms. They act as autotrophs, heterotrophs and saprotrophs. Biotic components have a direct or indirect influence on other organisms present in an ecosystem. So if I talk of producers or autotrophs, they are autotrophic in nature, that is, they convert the energy produced from the sun into food. That is, they prepare their own food. They include photosynthetic organisms. They are called producers, transducers or converters. In terrestrial ecosystems, the producers are the green plants. In aquatic systems, the floating plants, which are referred to as phytoplanktons, and rooted plants known as macrophytes are the main producers. Freshwater and marine ecosystem consist of algae as the dominant producers. Now, the next ones are the consumers. They are heterotrophic organisms. They eat food produced by autotrophs. Herbivores, they take food directly from the producers, that is, they eat plant. Thus, they are primary consumers. The carnivores feed on the animals and they are referred to as secondary consumers. The tertiary or the quaternary consumers include organisms that feed on secondary carnivores. So the omnivores which mainly consist or they include humans that feed on both plants and animals. Then what are decomposers? They include microorganisms such as bacteria and fungi. They are also referred to as saprotrophs and reducers. Scavengers, detritivores and decomposers feed on dead decaying matter and produce organic constituents. So, in an ecosystem, various components interact with each other. Biotic components depend on abiotic component for the survival, and abiotic components such as soil get enriched by the organic matter added after decay and decomposition carried out by the microbes or saprotrophs. At functional level of an ecosystem, primary producers harvest energy from the sun through the process called photosynthesis. This energy transferred from plants to other organisms, that is consumers, include both herbivores and carnivores. Later on, energy gets transferred to fungi and bacteria via death and decay and decomposition process. So there is a continuous flow of nutrients and energy in an ecosystem. The organic constituents produced after decomposition can again be used by the producers. Now this slide shows the gist of what I just taught, that is components of ecosystem. You can see abiotic and biotic factors, and we can see they are further divided into climatic and edaphic, and the examples are given which I told you. Then biotic factors includes producers, consumers and decomposers. So now I will rest my lecture here and we will start with second aspect of ecology, and I will introduce you to the concept of population in my next lecture. Thank you. Hello viewers, I am Dr. Sanavar Soham from Kalandi College, Botany Department, Delhi University, and I had been taking up ecology and utilization of plants series, and I was introducing you to ecology. So let's move on to the concept of population. A population, as I discussed already, is a group of individuals of the same species present within a specific area at a particular time. It can also be defined as a group of similar individuals of the same species capable of interbreeding among themselves. The growth, survival and movement spread of population are regulated by various factors. Now changes in the physical factors significantly alter the size of the population and affect the interaction between various populations. Now populations of the same species that can interbreed are referred to as metapopulations. The characteristic of population are represented by many attributes, but the main ones are numerical attributes and structural attributes. Now let's begin with numerical attributes. These include parameters such as natality, which is birth rate, mortality, which is death rate, and the density of a population. So let's understand what is density. It is the number of individuals of a population present per unit area. And natality or the birth rate is the rate at which the numbers of individuals are added to a population, of course due to births, over the specified time. And what is mortality? It is the rate at which the individuals are lost from a population by death. The dispersal of a population is the rate at which individuals move or migrate from an area. Distribution is the total area of occurrence of a population, how well it is distributed in the area. So the total area of occurrence tells us about the distribution of a population. Now what is the abundance of a population? It is the number of individuals within a particular population. So in one population, how many individuals are present? That tells about the abundance. Now moving on to the structural attributes. These includes parameters such as age, distribution, dispersion, etc. Now, population growth, if we need to know, within a population, the individuals we know are born and they die. If there are more individuals being born than dying, then obviously the population will grow in size. While if more individuals are dying than being born, the population shrinks. The movement of individuals also affect the size of a population. The individuals enter or leave a population. This is referred to immigration and emigration. So whenever there is entry of individuals, the population size will increase, and whenever there is emigration or exit of individual from a population, then the size of a population will shrink. The population size changes with time. So the growth rate of population is calculated by the given equation. Delta n upon delta t is equal to Rn, where R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase in the population. It is the difference between birth and death rate of a population. So we calculate the natality and mortality, we subtract it, and that basically forms the intrinsic rate of natural increase in population. N in the formula, in this formula, N is basically the size of the population. The change in the size of the population is noted at a particular time, and that time in this formula is T. You can see here. So the changes in population are explained by exponential growth model. So this is a diagrammatic representation of an exponential growth of a population. When the resources are unlimited, the populations exhibit exponential growth. That is, you can see the population is plotted on the y-axis and time on the x-axis, and this graph shows that the population with time is increasing exponentially because the resources are unlimited and there are no limiting factors in the population. This results in a J-shaped curve. This exponential basically growth shows the any population with such growth shows a J-shaped curve. This means that the size of a population goes on increasing and after some times becomes constant. Maximum size of a population that environment can sustain or support at a particular time is known as its carrying capacity. Because obviously there is a limit to all the factors present in environment. So not all the time each and every population will have unlimited resources. So according to the factors, the limiting factors present in the environment, the maximum size of a population that environment can sustain or support tells us about the carrying capacity. The growth rate of population slows down when it reaches the carrying capacity. That means the resources are now limited and the populations exhibit logistic growth. So this diagram shows, or it is a diagrammatic representation of logistic growth. In logistic growth, the population growth decreases as the resources gets limited. So as the population is utilizing the resource, say water, air or soil for that matter, or any other particular resource which a population requires for its growth and development, if it becomes, any one of it becomes limited, then it levels off at carrying capacity. You can see here the K or the carrying capacity is shown here with a straight line. This shows that beyond this there will be competition and the environment will not be able to sustain anymore. So the organisms will start showing S-shaped curve. This results in a S-shaped curve and the population then becomes constant, the growth becomes constant, and this S shape shows the logistic growth. That means limited by the resources and it levels off at carrying capacity of the environment. The rate of change of population growth and distribution of individuals is referred to as the study of dynamics. Biological and non-biological factors influence the population size. The biological factors include various types of interactions within the species. Which are these? The environmental variables like temperature, precipitation, salinity and pH also play important role in regulating the population size. So moving on to community, that is where various populations dwell with each other. Now till now we understood the population, the increase decrease of population. Now we will discuss about the populations, various populations or different populations when they come together and start interacting and form a community. So let's move to community. When several populations share a common habitat and resources and interact among themselves, they develop into a community biosynosis. Community is therefore an assemblage of populations of two or more species occupying the same geographical area at a particular time. Each community exhibits a number of characteristics such as diversity, density, dominance, composition and stratification. The transitional zone between two or more communities is called ecotone. So ecotone is that zone, transitional zone, where the representatives of both the populations are present. So it is the richest of all the zones in a community. Community ecology or synecology includes the study of interactions between species in the communities on spatial and temporal scales. The parameters such as distribution, structure, abundance, demography and interaction between populations are considered in community ecology. The properties such as species richness, productivity and succession are also studied. The diversity is also related to stability of a community. The more the stable the community is, the more diverse it will be. The communities with high species diversity are more stable. This is because many alternate pathways are available to enable the individuals to obtain energy and nutrients in an area with high specific diversity. If one of the species disappears, its function can be taken over by the other relatively close species. So we have advantage over here that even if one species is disappearing, the alternate species in the community might help in making it dwell or adapt to the crisis. Now if we talk of dependence in a community, there are some species which depend upon the dominant species for their survival. For that we shall very well understand what a dominant species is and the concept of keystone species. For example, lower plants such as bryophytes or thallophytes are dependent on the shade and moisture conditions provided by the dominant species present in the area. In a community, processes such as energy flow, material cycling take place. Energy flows via feeding relationships. So the energy gets transferred through different biotic components in a chain-like manner referred to as food chain. I will be discussing all these aspects of community ecology in my upcoming lectures. Now food chains, briefly I will tell you, they form a food web. Many food chains collectively form a food web. Solar energy absorbed by the producers is transferred to food and then it is transferred to the consumers which feed upon that food. So the functioning of an organism in an ecosystem is thus referred to as ecological niche. The community dynamics change with time. The dynamic nature is reflected in succession of organisms in a habitat. A series of changes result in the development of relatively stable community which maintains its structure in a particular area. Such a stable and mature community is called a climax community. It is a final community which has established itself and adapted itself and become mature and now defines the community of an area. The communities at various stages of successions are called serial communities. Now different stages, each stage is a serial community. The community changes are gradual. The communities reach equilibrium and maintain a dynamic balance with environmental changes in the course of time. The process of change in the communities and the environment at a place in the course of time is called ecological succession. Now let's discuss the foundation and keystone species that define an ecosystem. Now if we talk of some species have strong impact on the community structure and they play a vital role in maintaining the balance of a community. Now these species include foundation and the keystone species. A foundation species plays a unique and essential role in community as it supports the other organism. Kelps, I'm now giving you an example of brown algae, the kelps. They are foundation species that form the basis of kelp forest in the sea at the coast of California. They create environments for survival of other organisms that make the forest community. The corals of a coral reef are another foundation species. How? The exoskeletons of living and dead corals make up the coral reef, the reef structure, which protects other species from waves and ocean currents. So, a species that has vast effect on community structure relative to their biomass or abundance is referred to as keystone species. So, it is not that the largest of the plant or the biggest of the plants form the keystone species. Basically, a keystone species is that species which basically belongs to high trophic levels and which, even if smaller or larger in size, independent of biomass, tends to modify or impact the environment. So, a sharp reduction in diversity or collapse structure commonly occurs when this species is removed from the community. That is why it is known as keystone species. I will give an example. In boreal and temperate forest, in high severity natural fires that occur in the canopy, keystone species, that is conifers, fail to regenerate successfully, mainly due to limitation of favorable seedbed. So what I am talking is that in boreal and temperate forest, generally the keystone species are the conifers. Now, due to the forest fires or the natural fires in high severity, the basically community or the whole area gets wiped out. The populations dwelling there, they gets wiped out. So now when everything has been burned, the conifers fail to regenerate successfully, mainly due to the limitation of favorable seedbed. They require a favorable seedbed, that is the soil structure, to develop back again in that area. On the other hand, the understory ericaceous plants regenerate vigorously by vegetative methods and form the below ground components that survive the fire. So what happens here now? That earlier, before fire, the conifers were the keystone species, but after fire, the ericaceous plants, because they can regenerate through vegetative propagation, and they basically whatever below underground parts which have survived the fire, they start vegetatively growing in that area in the boreal temperate forest. And now what happens is these becomes the keystone species. Thus, in the absence of successful conifer regeneration, the vigorously growing understory ericaceous plants become the new keystone species. The new keystone ericaceous species bring about a significant long-term habitat change by rapid accumulation of polyphenol-rich humus. So obviously, with the change in the keystone species, the change happens in the soil and its composition as well. So obviously then the keystone species will define or has basically impacted the environment of that area. Now moving on to the interaction in a community. Now we all know that in community, when we are living, the living organisms show different types of interactions which can be harmful or beneficial to the organisms and to each other. So these interactions are essential for survival, growth, reproduction and continuance of the species. Species interact in different ways in a community. We'll find some beautiful examples here. Interactions can be intraspecific, first of all, that is, intra means basically between the same, within. So between the same species, or interspecific, or between different species, that is interspecific, right? So the interaction can be either intra or interspecific. Intraspecific interactions include colonization, aggregation, while mutualism, competition, predator relationships are interspecific between various species of different populations. So the types of interactions reported in a community include competition, predation, parasitism, mutualism, commensalism, etc. We will be discussing briefly all of this today, and then later on when I take this chapter in detail, I will discuss each and every aspect of the interaction, positive and negative interactions in a community. So species present, when we talk of competition, the species present within a community compete with each other for resources. Now this is considered to be an important limiting factor of the growth of population. The competition can be of two types, as I told you. Interspecific, if the competition occurs between the individuals of different species, or intraspecific if it occurs between the individuals of the same species. Now what is predation? Predation again is a negative interaction. It is the killing of an individual of another species for food. So the predator species, that is an animal that kills and eats the other animal, we call it predator species, kills or harms the prey species. What is the prey species? The animal which is killed and is being eaten by other animals is the prey. So some predators kill their prey before eating them, while some others act as parasites and feed on them, on prey, when alive. So predation is a negative interaction in which one is benefited but the other partner is harmed. For example, feeding of herbivores on plants, that is grazing cow. Now predation affects the population of a size of predators and prey. Moving on to the next type of interaction, which is mutualism, in which both the species get benefited. Now example of such association is symbiosis. Now symbiosis is a close, prolonged association between two or more different organisms of different species that benefit each other, right? So symbiosis is because it is helping both the organism, it is helping and benefiting each one of them, so it is a positive type of interaction. Now let's move on to example. Rhizobium bacteria, you've heard of, it grows on the root nodules of the leguminous plants, right? And the leguminous plants also are helped by the rhizobium bacteria because it helps in nitrogen fixation. So this is a beautiful example of mutualism or symbiosis. Now insects pollinating the flowers of an angiosperm is another example of mutualism, where the insects get the nectar, they get the food, and in turn they help in the pollination of flowers and their perpetuation. Now moving on to the next type of interaction, which is commensalism. Now this is a type of relationship among organisms in which one organism benefits while the other organism is neither benefited nor harmed. So this is another category of interactions. As in for now, we discussed where both the partners were benefited, and then we discussed where one was benefited and other was harmed. Now this is the third type, where in which one organism is benefited whereas the other is neither benefited nor harmed. So we say it's a neutral interaction for the other one. it is neutral. Why? Because even if it is not getting benefited, it doesn't get harmed as well. So this organism that benefited is called commensal, while the other organism that is neither benefited nor harmed is called as host. For example, in epiphytes, the trees support the plants such as orchids, which get benefited, but the trees are not harmed. So the interaction between the trees and the orchids on which it dwells is an example of commensalism. Now, what is opposite of commensalism? It is amensalism, and an interspecific relationship in which product of one organism has a negative effect on the other organism. So example of such is parasitism. Now, parasitism is an interaction in which one species lives either inside or on the body of the other species, which is serving itself as a host, and that the plant which is dwelling depends upon it for the food requirements. So the organism which is dependent on food on the host plant is called as parasite. The example is cuscuta. The plant cuscuta absorbs nutrients from the host plants. There are many series of range of plants, high plants that support cuscuta. So cuscuta absorbs nutrients from the host plants through the specialized structure called hostoria. These are peg-like ingrowths which cuscuta forms and makes a connection in the xylem and then starts absorbing the nutrients from the host plants. So this is a beautiful example of parasitism. Now, moving on to the abiotic factors. As I already told you, that there are two important components, the biotic and the abiotic components, which define an ecosystem or which compose an ecosystem. So I now will be starting out with abiotic factor soil, as we know that they form an important component of an ecosystem and affect the survival of an individual. So population or community to greater extent. So in the upcoming lecture, I will be discussing about the abiotic factor soil, but just briefly I will tell you what soil is. Soil forms the outer layer of the earth crust, as we all know. The word soil is derived from the word solum, which means earthy material that supports plant growth. Now, soil acts as a substrate that provides mechanical support to plants and as a reservoir of water and nutrients for the plants. It is composed of inorganic and organic materials. Now, what are the inorganic components? They include mineral elements derived from parent rock material, and the organic matter comprises of organic wastes, dead remains of plant products. So large number of algae and microorganisms such as bacteria, virus, fungi also form important component of soil. So in the next lecture, I will be discussing what soil is and different components of it, the profile of soil and what it is composed of, and how the soil is formed. I hope you have enjoyed the lecture. Thank you very much.
Polymorphism in hydrozoa.
Today we are going to discuss a very interesting phenomenon occurring in lower grade animals like coelentrates. Phylum Coelentrata stands above Protozoa and Porifera and below the rest of the phyla in animal kingdom. They have a central gastrovascular cavity called coelenteron and hence named coelentrates. They are acoelomates as the body cavity coelom is absent. Polymorphism in the form of polyps and medusa is observed in these animals. This phylum is also termed as Cnidaria and the members are radially or biradially symmetrical and are termed as cnidarians.
The term polymorphism is derived from the Greek terms polis, that is many, and morphe, that is forms. Hence, the organisms that exhibit more than one form in their life are termed as polymorphs. The phenomenon of this occurrence is termed as polymorphism. This is prominently observed in coelentrates which exhibit the tissue grade of organization only. The tissues are made up of ectodermal and endodermal cells that are varied in nature. There is presence of an intermediate layer called mesoglea, which is thin in polyps of lower coelentrates, but in anthozoan polyps it is much thicker, and in their medusae it is like an endoskeleton and even stores food. Polymorphism in these animals ensure the division of labor among the members of the colony.
Now that we have a general idea about coelentrates, let us understand the phenomenon of polymorphism and regarding various types of polypoid and medusoid forms observed in the cnidarians.
Coelentrates are known for their polymorphism, and there are many forms like polyps and medusae that occur in a variety of forms. In many coelentrates, these forms are reducible to one form, that is either a polyp or a medusa. However, in the members of class Hydrozoa, polymorphism is prominent and all the forms performing various functions are found together in the form of a colony. Hence, polymorphism can be defined as occurrence of a single organism having more than one kind of individuals or zooids that vary in structure and function. Generally, the hydrozoans, which may be found as an individual or a colony, exhibit dimorphism, that is two basic forms. First, a polyp, that is usually sessile as a nutritive gastrozoid, and second, a medusa, that is jelly-like with tentacles on margin and with gonads. This is a free swimming form. First, polyps. They have a tube-like body having a mouth at one end surrounded by tentacles and blind at the other end. They are sessile and attached by a pedal disc to the substratum. Hence, polyps lead a sedentary life. Second, medusae. They have a saucer-shaped or umbrella-like structure with marginal tentacles and a mouth present centrally on the lower concave surface. The enteron is restricted to central gastric cavity and canals. These are free swimming forms.
Polymorphism is observed in hydrozoans and anthozoans of this phylum. Let us now have a detailed idea regarding the various polymorphic patterns that are observed in these animals.
Polymorphic patterns. In hydrozoans, a variety in degree of polymorphism is observed. First, dimorphic forms. This is the simple form which is observed in many hydrozoans like Obelia, Tubularia, etc. They have only two types of zooids, gastrozoids or hydrants related to nutrition and gonozoid or blastocyles related to reproduction. This phenomenon is termed as dimorphism. Trimorphic forms. In some forms like Plumularia, besides gastrozoids and gonozoids, a third type of individual or zooid known as dactylozoid is observed. Its function is defensive. The gonozoids or blastocyles are often enclosed in a chitinous gonotheca. Third, polymorphic forms. These are the forms having more than 3 types of zooids and are called polymorphic. Animals like Hydractinia exhibit a high degree of polymorphism in colonial form. In order Siphonophora of class Hydrozoa, pelagic colonial forms exhibit extreme polymorphism of zooids.
The polymorphic forms perform different functions and live together as a colony. We shall discuss various types of these forms and also some examples with specific type of zooids.
The polymorphic forms show 5 types of polyps: gastrozoids for nutrition, spiral dactylozoids for defense, long tentaculozoids with sensory cells, skeletozoids as spiny projections of chitin, and gonozoids for reproduction bearing male or female gonophores. Most hydrozoans show polymorphic forms, that is, a polyp and a medusa, but in Alcyonnaria there is presence of only polyps that are dimorphic. One is a nutritive and reproductive polyp called autozoid, which has tentacles, gonads and mesenteries, and the other one is a siphonozoid, which maintains the water circulation in the canals of the colony. Another example is of Corallium. The skeleton is covered by a delicate cynosac containing 2 types of polyps, that is, autozoids that are nutritive polyps having 8 pinnate tentacles bearing gonads, and siphonozoids. They are small with reduced mesenteries and function for pumping water into the canals of the colony. Coralliums are found near Japan and in deep Mediterranean seas. They are economically important as they are used in jewelry making. Panetula and Renilla also show such type of dimorphism. Panetula is found on the warm coast of Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Renilla is found in the shallow waters of the coast of North and South Carolina and West Indies in colonial forms. In swimming or floating colonies like Helistemia, Diaphyes, Staphylia and Physalia of the order Siphonophora, Vellela and Porpita of the order Chondrophora, extreme cases of polymorphism are observed. Both polypoid and medusoid stages are observed in the same individual and they are specialized for various functions.
So, now we have a clear idea that polyps are sessile forms and medusae are free swimming forms and they perform varied functions. Let us now go through the structural and functional aspects of these zooids.
Types of polypoid zooids. Gastrozoids with a tubular or sac-like structure with a mouth. There may be presence of tentacle with nematocyst. They are helpful in digestion and ingestion of liquid food. Generally, one single long and contractile tubular tentacle arises from gastrozoid's base and bears many fine lateral branches that are known as tentilla. The tentilla has nematocyst. Dactylozoids are defensive polyps without a mouth. They have a long tentacle with nematocyst. They are also known as palpons or feelers. Those associated with gonopores are termed as gonopalpons. Gonozoids are polyps for reproduction that produce sexual medusae or gonophores. They may appear like gastrozoids, may be branched, but usually take the form of branched stalk called gonodendron, bearing bunches of gonophore with gonopalpons. Types of medusoid zooids. Pneumatophores or floats are gas-filled bladders and their function is floating or swimming. They exhibit great variations in shapes in different siphonophorans. A pneumatophore is an inverted medusoid which does not have mesoglea, but the wall is muscular and possesses gas glands. Phylozoids or leaf-like bracts are thick and gelatinous, having lots of nematocyst. Their function is protective. They are also known as bracts or hydrophilia. Nectocalyces or nectophores are swimming zooids with a bell-shaped structure without mouth, manubrium, tentacles or sensory structures. They have a velum, a circular canal and radial canals. They are muscular and perform the function of locomotion of the colony by swimming and are also known as nectozoids. Gonophores bearing gonads are dioecious. These are single or occur in clusters and are present on blastostyles. They are degenerate medusae without any mouth, sense organs or tentacles. However, they have velum, canals and a manubrium bearing gonads. Male and female gonads produce germ cells for reproduction.
A question always comes up as to how did this polymorphism originate. Let us have a look at some of the theories proposed for origin of polymorphism. The popular ones are polyorgan theory and polyperson theory.
Origin of polymorphism. First, polyorgan theory. This theory states that the whole colony is a single medusoid and the components of medusoid are modified organs. Various parts like manubrium, tentacles, umbrella, etc. multiply independently and take up different functions. This theory was proposed by Huxley, Aschartz and Metchnikoff. Second, polyperson theory. This theory states that all the zooids of the colony are either polyps or medusoids but have originated from polyp type. The polymorphic forms are an aggregation of different types of zooids that get together to perform various functions. This theory was proposed by Leuckart, Vogt and Gegenber. Haeckel, Balfour and Sedgwick agree that polyperson theory is more correct, but the primitive zooid was probably medusoid that later produced other medusae by budding. Moser has recently revived the polyorgan theory. According to him, the zooids of the colony are organs that have yet not reached the grade of polymorphic form. In a way, it denies the colonial nature of siphonophores.
Alternation of generations is another important character observed in these organisms. Usually, the polyp generation, that is asexual, alternates with the sexual medusoid generation. It may or may not involve the formation of a larval stage. The larval stage is planula, that is observed in hydrozoans like Aurelia and Obelia.
Polymorphism and alternation of generations. We have seen that polymorphism is division of labor. All the members of the colony are formed from the cynosac. In forms like hydra that are monomorphic, polyps reproduce both sexually and asexually. Similar condition prevails in anthozoans also. Here, the life cycle can be considered as polyp-egg polyp, which is very simple. As polymorphism originated, there was division of labor and the functions like reproduction was divided among various zooids. So here, the polyps reproduce asexually to form medusoids that reproduce sexually to form polyps. This type of complicated life cycle observed in hydrozoans can be represented as polyp, medusa, egg, planula, polyp. This is known as alternation of generations or metagenesis.
Now we are clear about polymorphism and alternation of generations. Let us have an idea about the significance of polymorphism.
Significance of polymorphism. In the phenomenon of polymorphism in coelentrates that show tissue level of organization, the division of labor is significantly observed. Here, a colony is formed of different members termed as zooids which perform different functions.
So, to summarize the topic in all, it is well evident that coelentrates are low grade organisms that show tissue grade of organization. Polymorphism in these organisms is a noticeable character where different parts called zooids, either a polypoid or a medusoid, they all live together as a colony and perform specific functions that differ. Especially to mention the members of order Siphonophora that are called siphonophorans. They are from class Hydrozoa, where this phenomenon of polymorphism is observed at a very high level.
Indian handicrafts are symbols of cultural heritage, embodying the traditional skills of our artisans and craftsmen. Handicrafts essentially are a combination of utility and beauty of a subtle form. Currently, as the Western interest on the Eastern exotica and the demand for Indian handicrafts is spiraling up, the handicrafts sector has become a major source of foreign exchange earning for the country. Even as major export sectors have failed to achieve the required growth target during the current fiscal year, Indian handicrafts have carved a niche in exports by registering a phenomenal growth. The export of handicrafts, which have improved growth every quarter, is expected to cross the targeted 4,300 crore rupees this year against the 3,636 crore rupees of last year. The Moradabad art metalware handicraft industry came into existence during the Mughal period when the town was founded after the name of Prince Murad. While the mood of the manufacturers in Moradabad is on an upbeat note, they are learning to cope with the changing concept of product profile and adapting improved designs. The success story of this small thriving town is despite the many odds that it has to face. Moradabad brass industry is known the world over for the production of artistic and gift articles of non-ferrous metal. Although located at a remote corner in the country, the town's art metalware have international acclaim, what with the low labor costs and artistic designs. Besides exports, handicrafts also represent an important labor-oriented sector in which presently over 58 lakh artisans are engaged.
It's a very old business in Moradabad, and we've been doing it since last 20-25 years. And since last five years, the market has picked up because the people have come to know about the international quality. They are more quality conscious now.
There is a certain brightness on our brass product because of the water of Moradabad. Though Aman brassware is produced at many a place like in Aligarh, in Delhi of course, Jalesar, the bells are being made. But probably in Moradabad because of its water.
Besides creating an identity and market for Indian handicrafts in the world arena, the handicraft sector still continues to encourage traditional craftsmen by creating employment opportunities, enabling them to earn a decent livelihood. With the information gap narrowing, the production of art metalware is geared to cater to the needs and tastes of the foreign buyers, our principal markets being the United States, West Germany, United Kingdom, France and Canada.
Well, primarily right now we're looking at all the brass products made here in India, and we're very impressed by what we've seen.
Since major buyer is America, so Americans, they have different type of setups. Like some of the buyers, they buy typically Indian made products like decanters, flower vases, bowls, which carry the ancient typical Indian art. They are called typical Indian articles. And on the other hand, like some of the importers, they buy American, European style products. They, of course, many a times even the producers, we people do not understand what the items are. They are the bowls, very typical styles, European styles, American styles.
As international trading houses and their local sourcing agents are scrambling to cash in on the Indian exotica, there is an urgency to adapt Indian handicrafts to Western designs. With changing times, there is also a change in focus. Decorative items like wall hangings have given way to utility products. Moradabad, constantly in the hub of all export activity, is having to adjust to the demands of the global market. Besides brass items with a golden finish, the artisans break the monotony by producing electroplated nickel silverware. Nickel being taboo in Germany, artisans are now using alternative polishing material. Yet another unique product of Moradabad is the deco patch art, which comes as an unbreakable substitute to the fragile enameled ceramic artware.
Well, it is purely European art. Like it was innovated in Italy and then it is spread all over the world. Yeah, we are doing pretty well. Like it's selling very well in America and we are doing pretty well in Europe also, because this deco patch art, generally it is done on different kind of surfaces. On brass, probably we are only, in Moradabad we are producing. This is a simple transfer on brass items. Since it is on brass, it is called porcelain finish. It is unbreakable, number one. Generally this kind of art is being done on porcelain items which are breakable. So that way people are preferring this because unbreakable. And secondly, it is something new, different, since it's on brass. So generally overseas markets, I mean, they look for things, new things or different things. The same art is available on brass, it's new for them.
That Moradabad has a long tradition in this field. Everybody knows what he is talking about, and if you go there even with difficult samples, people can tell you whether they are able to do it, how much would it cost and how much time it would need. I think with this I mentioned already one other important plus point, that is a cost situation. So far Moradabad is on the better side regarding the competitiveness in prices.
Basically 2 points, I think, in reverse order. Because what we do is handicraft, there is a limited involvement for dies, for fixtures. It's not so capital intensive. A product made in the Far East or elsewhere in the West may have to be made from a machine-made product. Therefore, it involves a lot of setup cost. There is maybe a $5,000 cost to make a die, make a tool. In India, because it's going to be handcrafted, it doesn't need that kind of investment. So the upfront costs are lower. Then again, even in pricing cost, labor is cheap. Labor tends to be a very major factor in determining product competitiveness. So both these tend to be our major advantages.
The handicraft sector is economically viable because of low investment needs, high ratio of value addition and high potential for exports. The Moradabad brass industry has made rapid progress not only in the art sector, but it has also flourished in the export trade, but the town is still surviving against many odds. The power availability at Moradabad is rather scarce. Proper telecommunication system and regular power supply are urgent needs of Moradabad to meet its export trade. Also, the bad roads connecting Moradabad hamper connectivity to the country's capital while transporting fragile goods. The prime need for this export town is an airstrip to enable overseas businessmen to come and buy directly from the town.
There are some objective difficulties in Moradabad, especially the power supply, which is, to say it very politely, a bit erratic. This has the consequence that even though most of the manufacturers are really willing to stick to very tight time schedules, they are faced with problems.
In Moradabad, we are doing pretty good exports so long the volume is concerned, but we do not have good roads, like to buyers to come to Moradabad, or we don't have airport. We don't have really the system of containers being fed at our doorstep.
Having exported 286 crore rupees worth metalware in the first quarter of this financial year, constituting around 30% of total handicraft exports, Moradabad shows excellent opportunities for further growth. Despite the locational disadvantage, the town shows promise that exports will rise much higher once the various impediments that inhibit the exporter's thrust in the international market are removed.
Welcome to the series of lectures on textile fibers. Today we shall be discussing the synthetic fiber nylon. Now, synthetic fiber nylon was introduced in 1930s. It was an early substitute for silk. This fiber became very popular for women's stockings. The first commercial production of nylon in the United States began in 1939. This was initiated by the DuPont company and two scientists, Wallace H. Carothers and DuPont D. Nemers, worked on this. This company played a leading role in the development of nylon fiber. This man-made fiber is the world's second used popular fiber. Now, the production of nylon fiber. The term nylon refers to a family of polymers called linear polyamides. The common method of making nylon fiber for applications is using acid with a COOH group and an amine with an NH2 group. Now, the resulting nylon is named on the basis of the number of carbon atoms separating the two acid groups and the two amines. The nylon 6,6, which is widely used for fibers, is made from adipic acid and hexamethylene diamine. The two compounds stay combined together to form a salt which is called nylon salt. The exact ratio of the acid and base is 1:1. The salt is then dried and heated under vacuum to eliminate all the water vapor, and this forms the polymer. Now, this is a diagrammatic representation of the nylon salt. This in the green is acid and this in the red is amine. Connecting the acid and the amine in blue is the water. Now, once the nylon salt is formed, it is evaporated, all the moisture is evaporated, the water, these water molecules, they are eliminated, and this is the linear polymer of nylon. Now, this nylon salt, after evaporation, is made by forcing molten nylon through very small holes in a device called spinneret. This nylon salt is melted and it takes a liquid form, and then it is passed through spinnerets to obtain the nylon fiber. The The streams of nylon, when they come in contact with air, they harden to form the nylon filament. This filament is wound on the bobbins. Later on, the fibers are drawn. The molecules in the fiber, they are in the amorphous form, and drawing is essential to make them or convert them into crystalline form and give them an oriented structure. Now drawing makes the molecules in each filament fall into parallel lines. This gives nylon added strength and elasticity. After the whole drawing process, the yarns may be twisted a few turns per yard or meters, and then they can be wound onto the spools. Further treatment can be given to obtain different textures or to give novelty yarns and to produce bulk in the nylon yarns. Now this is a microscopic structure of the nylon. Nylon under the microscope looks like a rod, a glass rod, and it is absolutely clear. These lines, you can see these ones, these are the clear nylon fibers as visible under the microscope. Now we come to the properties of nylon. Now nylon is a very strong fiber. The tenacity elongation at break ranges from 8.8 grams per denier, that is 18%, to 4.3 grams per denier, that is 45%. This means the nylon fiber or the yarn can be elongated up to 18 to 45%, and it comes back to its original shape. Its tensile strength is higher than that of wool, silk, rayon and cotton. Now nylon is 100% elastic under 8% of extension. It means if nylon can be extended up to 8%, it comes back to its original 100% size. Say for instance, we take a 10 centimeter fiber or yarn length and we extend it up to 8%, it will come back to its original size of 10 centimeters. The specific gravity of nylon is 1.14. The melting point of nylon is 263 degrees Celsius, and nylon is extremely chemically stable. It is not affected by most of the chemicals. There is no mildew or bacterial formation on nylon. Now nylon moisture regain is 4 to 4.5%. It is degraded by light as all natural fibers. It can be permanently set by heat and steam. To retain the shape of nylon fabrics, usually heat setting is done to maintain the shape so that they do not get deshaped later on usage. Nylon is abrasion resistant. It is lustrous. Nylon fibers have an appearance of silk. The luster is as equivalent to that of silk. Nylon is easy to wash, easy to care. Now nylon fibers can be pre-colored or dyed in a wide range of colors. Now pre-colored means the solution when the nylon is melted before the spinning or the formation of the fibers, dye can be added into the melted solution to get a wide range of colored fibers. Dyes are applied to molten mass of nylon or to the yarn after the finished fabric. Later on dyeing can also be done, and the molten substance can be dyed before the formation of the nylon filament. Now nylon is very resilient. Resiliency means it comes back or it springs back to its original deformed stage once it is pressed or compressed under a weight. Filament yarn provides a smooth, soft, long-lasting fabric. Spun yarn lend fabrics lightweight and warmth. Spun yarns can also be used for blending the fiber with other man-made fibers or even natural fibers. Now the difference between nylon 6 and nylon 6/6. The main difference between nylon 6 and nylon 6/6 is the melting point. The melting point of nylon 6 is much lower than that of nylon 6/6. That is why nylon 6/6 is more popularly used in textiles. This is a serious disadvantage for nylon 6, as garments made of nylon 6 cannot withstand very severe ironing temperatures, or they tend to melt even at lower temperatures. Now there are non-woven usages of nylon. The fiber has outstanding durability and it has excellent physical properties. It has a high melting point which conveys good high temperature performance. The fiber is more water sensitive, but nylon is not considered to be a comfortable fabric when worn next to the skin. Its toughness makes it a major fiber of choice in carpets, ropes, and various industrial usages. It is used as a blending fiber in some cases because it conveys excellent tear strength. Even mostly nylon parachutes are used because of excellent bursting and tearing strength. Now this is a nylon wall-to-wall carpeting. Nylon is a very popular fiber that is used for carpeting, using a wall-to-wall carpeting in rooms in cooler climates. It is easy to care, it can be cleaned easily, and it does not get stained very easily. That is the reason wall-to-wall carpeting is made of nylon. Now, world consumption of nylon fibers in non-wovens. This is a statistics available between 1998 to 2007. It was forecasted that global consumption of non-wovens may reach 3.7 million tons by 2005 and 4 million tons by 2007. Consumption of man-made fibers was about 8.1 of all textile fibers in 1998. In 2005, it was expected to reach 10% and 10.4% by 2007, and a major part of the non-wovens used is made of nylon. Now the uses of nylon fibers. Nylon is a very popular fiber which is used in apparel, dress materials, blouses, dresses, foundation garments. It is a very popular fiber that is used for making stockings, socks, hosiery, lingerie, underwear, raincoats, ski apparel, windbreakers, swimwear and cycle wear. Various finishes can be given to the nylon fabrics such as anti-static finish, heat setting, molding, water repellency, and then various products can be developed from this nylon, and it is used at various places as apparel. Now these are the apparel items of nylon. This is a nylon jacket and a sleeveless jacket made of nylon that is popularly used by the adults as well as children. Now other usages of nylon are in home furnishings. It is used for bedspreads, carpets, curtains, upholstery, drapery, and because it is easy to care, easy to wash, its use is very popular in the home furnishings. Now these are the home furnishing items that you can see on the screen. These are the curtains, even shower curtains in the bathrooms, they are made of nylon. These are the laundry bags which have been made of nylon, and nylon is easy to care for. That is why home furnishings are more popular made of nylon. Nylon is also a popular fiber used in the industry. Nylon cords, hoses, conveyors, seat belts, parachutes, racket strings, ropes and nets, sleeping bags, tarpaulins, tents, thread, monofilament fishing lines, dental floss, all these items are made out of nylon filaments. Now these are the various other uses where nylon can be put to use. Nylon bags, suitcases, carry bags, the nylon brushes, even your toothbrushes, they are made of nylon, cleaning brushes, all types of brushes, they are made of nylon filaments, and the ribbons, various colored ribbons for packaging, they are all made from nylon. Now other uses of nylon are also the different types of tents which are used in various places in the playgrounds by the children, in high altitudes by the skiers and the mountaineers, and the carry bags of nylon are also very popular. Now the care of the nylon garments. Now nylon is wash and wear. It is very easy to care. It can be easily machine washed in cold water. But the only precaution that needs to be taken with nylon is it has to be washed separately from colored fabrics, because the color of any other fabric may get onto nylon and make it slightly gray. It has to be washed separately. If needed, non-chlorine bleaches should be used on nylon. Chlorine bleaches are not advisable to be used on nylon. Now before tumble drying, the setting of the washing machine has to come down to low. So far we were talking about the manufacturing process and properties of nylon. Now after the break we shall be discussing the manufacturing process and properties of synthetic fiber polyester. polyester, a purely synthetic fiber, which is derived from coal, air, water and petroleum. Developed in a 20th century laboratory, polyester fibers are formed from chemical reactions between an acid and an alcohol. In this reaction, two or more molecules combine to make a large molecule whose structure repeats throughout its length. Polyester fibers can form very long molecules that are very stable and very strong. In 1926, United States-based E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company began research into very large molecules and synthetic fibers. Soon after, in the years 1939 to 1941, British research chemists took interest in the developments of DuPont Company and they started research at their own level. Now this research was carried out in the laboratories of Calico Printers Association Limited. This work resulted in the creation of polyester fiber known in England as terylene. In 1946, the DuPont Company purchased the right to produce this polyester fiber in United States. The company conducted some more further developments and researches, and in 1951 it began to market the fiber under the name of Dacaron. Now the manufacturing process of polyester. Polyester is a chemical term which can be broken into two, poly and ester. Poly means several, many, whereas ester is the basic organic chemical compound. The principal ingredient used in the manufacture of polyester is ethylene. The process on the whole is known as polymerization. Polyester is manufactured by one of several methods. The one used depends on the form of the finished polyester. That means the end use of the polyester fiber. Accordingly, the manufacturing process is decided. The four basic forms are filament, staple, tow and fiber fill. In the filament form, each individual strand of polyester fiber is continuous in length. It can be meters long or kilometers long in length, producing smooth surface of fabrics. In staple form, filaments are cut to smaller lengths. These lengths are predetermined depending upon the end use of the fiber. In this form, polyester is easy to blend with other man-made and natural fibers. Tow is the form in which continuous filaments are drawn loosely together. Fiber fill is the voluminous form used in the manufacture of quilts, pillows and underwear. Fiber fill basically is the substance which is used as a filling material. The two forms used most frequently are filament and staple. Polymerization process. To form polyester, dimethyl terephthalate is first reacted with ethylene glycol in the presence of a catalyst at a temperature of 302 to 400 degree Fahrenheit or 150 to 210 degree Celsius. The resulting chemical, a monomer, single non-repeating molecule, alcohol, is combined with terephthalic acid and the temperature is raised to 472 degree Fahrenheit or 280 degree Celsius. Newly formed polyester, which is clear and molten, is extruded through a slot to form long ribbons. After the polyester emerges from polymerization, the long molten ribbons are allowed to cool until they become brittle. The material is cut into tiny chips and completely dried to prevent any irregularities in consistency. These polymer chips are melted at a temperature of 260 to 270 degrees Celsius to form a syrup-like substance. The solution is put in metal containers which are called spinneret. Now from the spinneret, the filament is extruded, which are usually round, but many pentagonal and other shapes can be obtained depending upon the holes of the spinneret. The number of holes in the spinneret determines the size of the yarn as the emerging fibers are brought together to form a single strand. At the spinning stage, other chemicals may be added to the solution to make the resultant material flame retardant, anti-static or easier to dye. These are all the finishing materials which are incorporated into the solution to give finishes later on to the fiber or the fabric. Now when polyester emerges from the spinneret, it is soft and easily elongated up to 5 times its length. The stretching forces the random polyester molecules to align in a parallel formation. That means the molecules are amorphous earlier and later on they are arranged and oriented into crystalline regions. This increases the strength and tenacity of the filament, and the resiliency of the fiber also increases. This time when the filaments dry, the fibers they become solid, strong instead of brittle. The fibers are further drawn to very greater lengths and various diameters can be obtained. Now it depends upon the characteristics desired in the end use of the filament. Also the fibers are drawn, they are texturized, twisted, and various other forms can be given. Novelty yarns can be produced at this stage of the filament. After drawing, the fibers are wound on huge bobbins or flat wound packages which are ready to be marketed. Now polyester was a very popular fiber once upon a time. It was introduced in 1951 in United States. Polyester quickly became very popular all over. Easy care and wash and wear qualities of the polyester fiber and also permanent press made it very popular amongst the masses. But the polyester had an image problem, and gradually the polyester clothes became out of fashion and polyester fibers were devalued and even ridiculed by the people. Several new forms of polyester were introduced in 1990s which again made polyester fabrics more popular amongst the masses. A new form of polyester fiber called microfiber was introduced in 1991. This microfiber polyester was luxurious and versatile than the traditional polyester, and microfiber fabrics are more similar to silk fabrics. It is very difficult to distinguish between a microfiber polyester and a silk fabric. Now the properties of polyester fibers. Now polyesters have very specific properties. They are resistant to stretching and shrinking. They are resistant to most of the chemicals. They are quick drying. They are crisp and resilient, and polyester fibers are very strong. The polyesters are also wrinkle resistant, they are mildew resistant, abrasion resistant, they retain heat set pleats and creases, and the most important is they are very easily maintainable, they are easy to wash and care. The chemical properties. Now we shall discuss the properties in detail. The chemical properties of polyester fibers. Polyester fibers have good resistance to weak mineral acids even at boiling temperatures and to most strong acids at room temperature, but they dissolve and partially decompose in concentrated sulfuric acid. Polyesters are highly sensitive to bases such as sodium hydroxide and methylamine. Polyesters, they display excellent resistance to oxidizing agents such as conventional textile bleaches and are resistant to cleaning solvents and surfactants. That is the reason they are very easy to maintain. Polyester is both hydrophobic and oleophilic. Hydrophobic means it does not absorb moisture or attract moisture, and oleophilic is the property of the polyester fabrics which is a detrimental property. The stains which are caused by oil on the fabric are very difficult to remove. Under normal conditions, polyester fibers have low moisture regain of around 0.4%, and this can lead to static problems that affect fabric processing and soiling. Now the optical properties of polyester. Polyester has optical characteristics of many thermoplastics, providing bright, shiny effects desirable for some end uses such as silk-like apparel. Recently developed polyester microfiber with a linear density of less than 1 denier per filament achieves the feel and luster of natural silk. It is an imitation silk which is produced by microfibers of polyester. The dyeing properties. Now polyester being hydrophobic in nature and also it has a rigid structure, well developed crystallinity and lack of reactive dye sites. Polyester absorbs very little dye in conventional dye systems. This is particularly true for the high crystalline polyesters. Polyester fibers are therefore dyed almost exclusively with dispersed dyes. No other dyes can be used on polyesters because of their hydrophobic nature and highly crystalline properties. Applications. Now polyester has got multifaceted applications. DuPont company produced the first US commercial polyester fiber in 1953. Now since then the polyester is being used for apparel in every form of clothing. It is also used in home furnishings, carpets, curtains, draperies, sheets and pillowcases, wall coverings and upholstery. The other uses which are industrial uses are hoses, power belting, ropes, nets, threads, tire cord, auto upholstery, sails, floppy disk liners and fiber fill for various products including pillows and furnitures. In today's lecture we have covered two synthetic fibers, nylon and polyester, which are both very important and they form the bulk of the textile industry.
Dear students, welcome to the lecture series on Business Regulatory Framework. As you are aware, we are discussing the contract of agency. And in contract of agency, we are talking about the principal's relation with the third party. So in my previous lecture, I have discussed the position of the principal when he is named and when he is not named, his position with the third party under these two headings. Today we are going to discuss the position of the principal with the third party if agent have not disclosed the identity of the principal. In this case, it will be known as that agent, when he enters into a contract with the third party, he have not disclosed the principal. In that case, what will be the position of the principal with the third party? The first and the foremost legal point which comes in this case is the agent will be personally responsible when he is entering into a contract with a third party and have not disclosed the identity of the principal, then agent will be personally responsible to the third party. The next point, when agent have not disclosed the identity of the principal, in that case the third party can compel the agent to perform the contract. Because when third party has entered into the contract with the agent and agent have not disclosed the identity of the principal, then third party can compel the agent to perform the contract. And if the third party somehow discovers that agent has got a principal, then in that case third party can either sue the agent or the third party can sue the principal or the third party can sue the both. Sometimes it happens the third party is in a position to find out that there is a principal. In that case, if they come out with the fact that agent has got a principal, then third party can compel either agent or the principal. The another point which comes in this is the position of the principal will be that principal can also intervene in the contract. When agent have not disclosed the name of the principal or he have not disclosed the existence of the principal when he entered into a contract with a third party, but a situation may emerge, situation may come that principal will intervene when the third party is not fulfilling the contract with the agent. So principal can come in the picture and can compel the third party to perform the contract. But here we should remember one thing, that if the third party proves this, had they known the existence of the principal earlier, or had they known about the disclosure of the principal earlier, they would not have entered into the contract. If the third party discloses this or can prove this, that they would not have entered into the contract had the principal existence would have known to them, then third party is not responsible to fulfill the contract. As far as the principal's relation with the third party, we sum up by saying when principal is named, when principal is unnamed, and when principal is undisclosed. So with this, we end the discussion on principal's relation with the third party. So we will discuss the termination of agency under the two headings. Number one is the termination of agency by agreement and termination of agency by operation of law. First of all, I will discuss with you how agency can be terminated by agreement. Agency can be terminated by agreement at any of its stage. Agent and principal, when they mutually decide to terminate the agency, they can terminate the agency. Let us take an example. A has appointed B to purchase the 50 chairs for him in 5 equal installments. B, who happens to be the agent of the A, has purchased the 1 installment, that is, he has purchased the 10 chairs. Now A and B realizes that agency should be terminated, then agency can be terminated by express agreement between the two. The another mode of termination of the agency is that it can be terminated, it can be revocated by the principal. Revocation means cancellation. Principal can revocate the agency at any of its stage. In this case, principal can put an end to the agency even before agent has exercised his right. So principal can revocate the agency. He can revocate the agency even before the object which was given to the agent in the agency or the task which was given to the agent to complete. He can revocate the agency before agent proceeds further to fulfill the task. Let us take an example. A has appointed B as his agent to sell a piece of land. Before B exercises his right to sell the piece of land, A wants to revocate the agency. A is free to revocate the agency. But we should take care of this fact in this light, that if before the object or before the fixed period, if principal is terminating the agency and agent suffers from some loss, then principal will compensate the loss. Even the agency can be terminated by the principal before the expiry of the fixed period. Let us take an example that A has appointed B for 6 months to be his agent, to act as an agent on his behalf for 6 months. But he can terminate the agency if there is a sufficient or a reasonable cause before the A to terminate the agency. But if there is no sufficient ground, if there is no sufficient reason, if there is no sufficient cause available with the principal, then he has to compensate the agent if he is terminating the agency before the time period. The third mode of termination of agency by agreement is known as the revocation by agent. As principal can revocate the agency, similarly agent can also revocate the agency. Agent can also say by an agreement that he wants to leave the agency. But here also the rule will be that if agent revocates the agency and principal suffers from some loss, then he has to compensate the loss to the principal. So these are the modes by which we can terminate the agency by express agreement. Agency can be terminated by operation of law. When we say operation of law, meaning thereby law comes in between the agent and principal and agency gets terminated. Now we will discuss the points which are related under which the law says agency will be terminated. The first point under this heading is the completion of the business. As the point itself is self-explanatory, that when agent was appointed by the principal to do a particular task or to perform a particular deal or to look after a particular business, and when it is complete, the purpose is over, the objective has been achieved by the agent, then law says that agency is terminated automatically between the two, because the business for which the agent was appointed is over now. Let us take an example. A has appointed B to buy a piece of land for him, and B, who happens to the agent of the A, purchased a piece of land for A. Then after purchase, the agency between A and B will be terminated, because the purpose for which the B was appointed, the purpose is over, the business is over. Law says there is no relationship between principal and agent now. The another point where the law comes in between and the agency gets terminated is that if a principal dies, or if he become insane, if principal dies or he become insane, agency by law is automatically terminated. We know it that principal is the one who appoints the agent, and if he is not surviving, then the agency will not exist, because agent has to follow the instruction of the principal that we have discussed when we discussed the duties of the agent, that agent has to follow the instruction in the business of agency, and the person concerned if no more now, if he is dead now, the principal is dead, agency does not exist between the two. Or if the principal became insane, in that case also agency gets terminated. The another point through which the agency gets terminated is the insolvency of the principal. We know when we were discussing the parties competent to contract. Here I would like to remind you that when we discuss the parties competent to contract, in that chapter we discussed that minors are not competent to enter into the contract, person with unsound mind is not competent to enter into a contract, and people debarred by law are also not competent to enter into the contract. And when we discuss the people debarred by law, we specifically mention that when a person is insolvent, he is not competent to enter into the contract. So here also we would like to look the point in the light that if a person become insolvent, then agency automatically gets terminated, because when a person become insolvent, his properties goes in the hands of either official receiver or the official assignee. He is no more competent to enter into the contract, so agency gets terminated by operation of law. Expiry of the time is another point through which the agency gets terminated. When we say expiry of the time, meaning thereby agency was established by the two parties for a particular time period. Now the time period is over now. In that case, agency will be automatically terminated. It is immaterial that the job for which the agency was created was performed or not. Let us take an example. A has appointed B for 6 months to purchase a piece of land for him. Now, even within the 6 months, agent could not purchase a piece of land for the A. Then the job for which he was appointed is incomplete, but agency was created for 6 months, so after the expiry of the 6 months, automatically the agency will be terminated. Then another point when the agency gets terminated is the destruction of the subject matter. When we say destruction of the subject matter, it means the agency rotates around what? It rotates around a subject matter. There is a particular object of creating the agency. Subject matter is the particular thing around which the whole agency rotates around. Now, if that is destroyed or if it is destructed, then agency will automatically get terminated. Let us take an example. A has appointed B to buy a particular house for him which is situated in Bangalore. Now, before B could purchase that house for A, which is situated in Bangalore, the house got fire and it was gutted into the fire. It reduced to ashes. In that case, now the house which was marked by the A to B to buy that house, the house was indicated, the house was marked by the principal to purchase that house is no more now, or it is not existing because its subject matter is completely destroyed, then agency will be terminated. And last but not the least is when agency is created by the principal and agent for a particular purpose, now that purpose becomes unlawful. The law or change in the law or the change in the circumstances declare that particular business unlawful, agency gets terminated. Now we will talk about that what is the effectiveness of the termination. When it will be treated that agency is completely terminated. as far as the agent part is concerned, for him, agency gets terminated when he comes to know about the termination of the agency. For example, A has appointed B his agent and A has terminated his agency, but this is not in the knowledge of B, then it will be treated that agency is not terminated because the agent himself does not know that the relation between the principal and agent are completely terminated. So as far as the agent part is concerned, he should come to know about the fact that his relation with principals are no more in existence and agency is terminated. But as far as the third party is concerned, it should also be in the knowledge of the third party when agency is terminated, but the third party will treat the agency terminated provided third party comes to know about the fact. Let us take an example. A has appointed B his agent and now has terminated the agency, but B was very frequently doing the deal with the C in the contract of agency. He was a connecting link between A and the C. But A now has terminated the agency. B is no more his agent, but C does not know. When C does not know, as far as C's position is concerned, he should know that agency has been terminated. If he does not know that agency has been terminated, and if he enters into a contract with the B, then principal A will be responsible for that particular deal. Therefore, third party, when the third party comes to know that agency has been terminated, then it will be treated that agency has been terminated. Now we will discuss irrevocable agency. Irrevocable agency means the agency cannot be put to an end by the principal. Now there are certain circumstances where agency cannot be put to end by the principal. He cannot terminate it. He cannot cancel the agency. Now the first and the foremost point in that is if agency is coupled with interest. When we say agency is coupled with interest, means the agent has got an interest in the agency. The agency has been created by the principal because the agent has got an interest in the agency. That is known as agency coupled with interest. So until and unless the agent's interest is not fulfilled, the agency cannot be terminated, it cannot be revoked by the principal. The provision regarding the agency coupled with interest is contained in section 202 in the Indian Contract Act 1872, and it says where the agent has himself an interest in the property which form the subject matter of the agency, agency cannot in the absence of an express agreement be terminated to the prejudice of such interest. Now this section 202 of Indian Contract Act says that as long as the interest of agent is existing, it cannot be terminated by the principal. But the interest in the agency should be substantial. It should not be ordinary. Let us take an example. A owes some money to the B and he has appointed B his agent to sell a piece of land and recover the money out of that revenue. Now in this case, if we analyze this, we find that A has appointed B his agent because he owes some money to the B, but he has said to the B that you sell a piece of land which is belonging to A, which is belonging to principal. Now B's recovery of the money is completely dependent upon when B will sell the piece of land of the A and will recover his money out of it. Now this is an example which indicates that agency is coupled with interest and agent has got an interest, that is his interest in selling the piece of land because he will be recovering the money out of the revenue which he is getting by selling the piece of land. So therefore, when agency is coupled with interest, in that case agency cannot be terminated. It will be known as irrevocable agency. Agency is also irrevocable when agent has partly exercised his right. When we say agent has partly exercised his right, meaning thereby the act which has been done by an agent, for that agent is not bound, principal is bound, and principal cannot revocate that act or that authority which has been exercised by the agent. Section 204 says the principal cannot revocate authority given to his agent after the authority has been partly exercised, so far as regards such act and obligation as arise from act already done in the agency. So the analysis of section says principal will be responsible for the act which has been done by the agent and he has partly exercised the authority. Let us take an example. A has appointed B to give 10,000 rupees to the C in 4 equal installments. Now in this case, suppose B has given one installment of rupees 2,500 rupees to the C, and now A, who happens to be the principal, wants to revocate the agency. In this case, agent will not be responsible for the first installment, that is when he has given the 2,500 rupees to the fee, he has partly exercised his right, and for that principal will be responsible, agent will not be responsible. And with that we say that concept of agency is now completely discussed by us. With this I end my discussion on the concept of agency. Thank you.
Hello friends, till now in our discussion on rotating bodies we have been talking about rotational variables, kinetic energy of rotation and rolling, rotational inertia and torque. The central topic of today's lecture is going to be angular momentum, a quantity that plays a key role in rotational dynamics. In analogy to the principle of conservation of linear momentum, there is also a principle of conservation of angular momentum. The angular momentum of an isolated system is constant. For angular momentum, an isolated system is one for which no external torque acts on the system. If a net external torque acts on a system, it is non-isolated. Like the law of conservation of linear momentum, the law of conservation of angular momentum is a fundamental law of physics. Angular momentum. Figure shows a particle of mass m with linear momentum as it passes through point A in an xy plane. The angular momentum of this particle with respect to the origin O is a vector quantity defined as L is equal to R into P and is equal to m into R into V. Here R is the position vector of the particle with respect to O. As the particle moves relative to O in the direction of its momentum, position vector R rotates around O. Note carefully that to have angular momentum about O, the particle does not itself have to rotate around O. Now we shall compare the torque equation tau is equal to R into F with angular momentum equation, and we find that angular momentum bears the same relation to linear momentum that torque does to force. The SI unit of angular momentum is the kilogram meter squared per second, equivalent to the joule second. To find the direction of the angular momentum vector L in figure, we slide the vector P until its tail is at the origin O. Then we use the right hand rule for vector products, sweeping the fingers from R into P. The outstretched thumb then shows that the direction of L is in the positive direction of the z axis. This positive direction is consistent with the counterclockwise rotation of positive vector R about the z axis as the particle moves. The angular momentum of a system of particles. Now we turn our attention to the angular momentum of a system of particles with respect to an origin. The total angular momentum of the system is the vector sum of the angular momentum of the individual particles, that is, L is equal to L1 plus L2 plus L3 and so on up to Ln, and this is equivalent to sigma Li from I is equal to 1 to n. With time, the angular momentum of individual particles may change because of interactions between the particles or with the outside. We can find the resulting change in the vector L by taking the time derivative of this equation. Thus, dl upon dt is equal to sigma dli upon dt from I is equal to 1 to n. Here we see that dli upon dt is the net torque T net on the ith particle. So we can write dl upon dt is equal to sigma tau net I from I is equal to 1 to n. That is, the rate of change of the system's angular momentum is equal to the vector sum of the torques on the individual particles. Those torques include internal torques due to force between the particles and external torques due to forces on the particles from bodies external to the system. However, the forces between the particles always come in third law force pairs, so their torques sum to 0. Thus, the only torques that can change the total angular momentum of the system are the external torques acting on the system. Now let tau net represent the net external torque, the vector sum of all external torques on all particles in the system. Then we can write the above equation as tau net is equal to dl upon dt. This is Newton's second law in angular form. It says that the net external torque acting on a system of particles is equal to the time rate of change of the system's total angular momentum. The Newton's second law equation in angular form is analogous to F net is equal to dP upon dt, but requires extra caution. Torques and the system's angular momentum must be measured relative to the same origin. If the center of mass of the system is not accelerating relative to an inertial frame, that origin can be any point. However, if it is accelerating, then it must be the origin. For example, consider a wheel as a system of particles. If it is rotating about an axis that is fixed relative to the ground, then the origin for applying this equation can be any point that is stationary relative to the ground. However, if it is rotating about an axis that is accelerating, such as when it rolls down a ramp, then the origin can be only at its center of mass. The angular momentum of a rigid body rotating about a fixed axis. We now evaluate the angular momentum of a system of particles that form a rigid body that rotates about a fixed axis. The fixed axis of rotation is a z-axis, and the body rotates about it with constant angular speed omega. We wish to find the angular momentum of the body about this axis. We can do this by summing the z components of the angular momentum of the mass elements in the body. As in figure, a typical mass element of mass delta mi moves around the z-axis in a circular path. The position of the mass element is located relative to the origin O by position vector Ri. The radius of the mass element's circular path is the perpendicular distance r perpendicular I between the element and the z-axis. The magnitude of the angular momentum of mass element with respect to O is given by Li is equal to Ri Pi sine 90 degrees and is equal to Ri delta Mi into Vi. Here Pi and Vi are the linear momentum and linear speed of the mass element, and 90 degrees is the angle between Ri and Pi. The angular momentum vector Li for the mass element is shown in this figure here. Its direction must be perpendicular to those of Ri and Pi. But here we are interested in the component of Li that is parallel to the rotation axis, which is the z-axis. The z component is Liz is equal to Li sin theta and is again equal to Ri sin theta into delta Mi into Vi and is equal to R perpendicular I into delta Mi Vi. The z component of the angular momentum for the rotating rigid body as a whole is found by adding up the contributions of all the mass elements that make up the body. Thus, because V is equal to omega r perpendicular, we may write Lz is equal to sigma Liz from I is equal to 1 to n, or Lz is equal to sigma delta mi vi r perpendicular I, and this is equal to sigma delta mi into omega r perpendicular I into r perpendicular I, and finally we get Lz is equal to omega into sigma delta mi into r square perpendicular I. We can remove omega from the summation here because it has the same value for all points of the rotating rigid body. The quantity sigma delta mi r square perpendicular I in equation is the rotational inertia I of the body about the fixed axis. Thus, our derived equation reduces to L is equal to I omega. We have dropped the subscript z, but we must remember that the angular momentum defined by this equation is the angular momentum about the rotation axis only. Also, I in the equation is the rotational inertia about that same axis. Conservation of angular momentum. So far, we have discussed two powerful conservation laws, the conservation of energy and the conservation of linear momentum. Now we meet a third law of this type involving the conservation of angular momentum. We start from angular momentum equation for a system of particles, which is Newton's second law in angular form. Tau net is equal to dl upon dt. If no net external torque acts on the system, this equation becomes dl upon dt is equal to 0, or L is equal to a constant. This result, called the law of conservation of angular momentum, can also be written as net angular momentum at some initial time Ti is equal to net angular momentum at some later time Tf, or Li is equal to Lf. These equations tell us if the net external torque acting on the system is 0, the angular momentum L of the system remains constant no matter what changes take place within the system. These two equations are vector equations. As such, they are equivalent to three component equations corresponding to the conservation of angular momentum in three mutually perpendicular directions. Depending on the torques acting on a system, the angular momentum of the system might be conserved in only one of the two directions, but not in all directions. In other words, if the component of the net external torque on a system along a certain axis is 0, then the component of the angular momentum of the system along that axis cannot change, no matter what changes take place within the system. We can apply this law to the isolated body which rotates around the z axis. Suppose that the initially rigid body somehow redistributes its mass relative to the rotation axis, changing its rotational inertia about that axis. Then the conservation law equation states that the angular momentum of the body cannot change. Substituting the value of L is equal to I omega into Li is equal to Lf, we write this conservation law as I into omega I is equal to If into omega f. Here the subscripts refer to the value of the rotational inertia I and the angular speed omega before and after the redistribution of mass. Like the other two conservation laws that we have discussed in earlier lectures, equation for conservation of linear momentum hold beyond the limitations of Newtonian mechanics. They hold for particles whose speed approach that of light, and they remain true in the world of some atomic particles. No exceptions to the law of conservation of angular momentum have ever been found. Examples of conservation of angular momentum. The spinning volunteer. Figure shows a student seated on a stool that can rotate freely about a vertical axis. The student, who has been set into rotation at the modest initial angular speed omega I, holds two dumbbells in his outstretched hands. His angular momentum vector L lies along the vertical rotation axis, pointing upward. The instructor now asks the student to pull in his arms. This action reduces his rotational inertia from its initial value II to a smaller value IF. Because he moves mass closer to the rotation axis, his rate of rotation increases markedly from Wi to Wf. The student can then slow down by extending his arms once more, moving the dumbbells outward. No net external torque acts on the system consisting of the student, stool and dumbbells. Thus, the angular momentum of that system about the rotation axis must remain constant, no matter how the student maneuvers the dumbbells. In figure A, the student's angular speed omega I is relatively low and his rotational inertia II is relatively high. According to equation II omega I is equal to IF omega F, his angular speed in figure B must be greater to compensate for the decreased IF. The springboard diver. Figure shows a diver doing a forward 1.5 somersault dive. As you should expect, her center of mass follows a parabolic path. She leaves the springboard with a definite angular momentum about an axis through her center of mass, represented by a vector pointing into the plane of the figure perpendicular to the screen. When she is in air, no net external torque acts on her about her center of mass, so her angular momentum about her center of mass cannot change. By pulling her arms and legs into a closed tuck position, she can considerably reduce her rotational inertia about the same axis, and thus, according to equation II omega I is equal to IF omega F, considerably increases her angular speed. Pulling out of the tuck position at the end of the dive increases her rotational inertia and thus slows her rotation rate, so she can enter the water with little splash. Even in a more complicated dive involving both twisting and somersaulting, the angular momentum of the diver must be conserved in both magnitude and direction throughout the dive. Long jump. When an athlete takes off from the ground in a running long jump, the forces on the launching foot gives the athlete an angular momentum with a forward rotation around a horizontal axis. Such a rotation would not allow the jumper to land properly. In the landing, the legs should be together and extended forward at an angle so that the heels mark the sand at the greatest distance. Once airborne, the angular momentum cannot change. It is conserved because no external torque acts to change it. However, the jumper can shift most of the angular momentum to the arms by rotating them in windmill fashion. Then the body remains upright and in the proper orientation for landing. Ballet dance. A ballet performer leaps with a small twisting motion on the floor with one foot while holding the other leg perpendicular to the body. The angular speed is so small that it may not be perceptible to the audience. As the performer ascends, the outstretched leg is brought down and the other leg is brought up, with both ending up at an angle theta to the body as shown in figure B. The motion is graceful, but it also serves to increase the rotation, because bringing in the initially outstretched leg decreases the performer's rotational inertia. Since no external torque acts on the airborne performer, the angular momentum cannot change. Thus, with a decrease in rotational inertia, the angular speed must increase. When the jump is well executed, the performer seems to suddenly begins to spin and rotates 180 degrees before the initial leg orientations are reversed in preparation for the landing. Once a leg is again outstretched, the rotation seems to vanish. So friends, here we come to the end of our discussion in this lecture, and therefore we sum up. In this lecture, we learnt that the angular momentum of a system of particles is the vector sum of the angular momentum of the individual particles. The time rate of change of angular momentum is equal to the net external torque on the system, that is, the vector sum of the torques due to interactions of the particle of the system with particles external to the system. For a rigid body rotating about a fixed axis, the component of its angular momentum parallel to the rotation axis is L is equal to I omega. The angular momentum of a system remains constant if the net external torque acting on the system is 0. So that is it for today. In the next lecture, we shall be talking about Kepler's laws. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the world of learning on Vyas channel. This week, between 15th to 21st March, we will present to you the bouquet of following programs which are a must watch. The program, A River by A.K. Ramanujan, deals with the river Vaigai, flowing through the holy city of Madurai in South India. The poem talks about the floods that happen once in a year. The poet of the past celebrated the floods instead of mourning. The people also responded to the floods with enthusiasm. Ramanujan's tone is ironic throughout the poem. A.K. Ramanujan was a major poet in English in the modern era, who also translated works from Tamil and Kannada into English. All the poetry lovers will be glad to know that they may watch this program on 17th of March.
Hello students, I am going to speak to you today about A.K. Ramanujan, one of our illustrious Indian English poets, and in particular of one poem which is much anthologized and which is justly well recognized as one of his finest achievements. The poem is called A River.
This program attempts to give the learners a brief and clear understanding of the nature, causes and treatment of peptic ulcers, asthma and sports injury. Also aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the role of stress plays as a causative factor in these specific health problems. Live stress-free, healthy life, and don't miss to watch our program on nature and conceptualization of stress on 18th of March.
Can you recall the last time that you felt stressed? Was it when you were getting late for an exam and you lost your bike keys? Or probably you had a fight with your friend and he or she stopped talking to you for a few days. Well, if you were to go by noted stress researcher Hans Selye, then in fact it is not just limited to positive or negative circumstances, but all through our life, continuously we are experiencing some or the other form of stress. In fact, to quote Selye, the absence of stress is death. Only the dead feel no stress. But the fact remains that much of this stress is so minute, so minor that we are not even aware of it, and we do not even label it as stress, at least in the way we understand it. Today in this lesson, we are going to understand as to what stress is and what is the nature of stress.
In physics, angular momentum is the rotational equivalent of linear momentum. It is an important quantity in physics because it is a conserved quantity. The total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant. To understand angular momentum with wider perspective, watch a program on 19th of March.
Figure shows a particle of mass m with linear momentum as it passes through point A in an xy plane. The angular momentum of this particle with respect to the origin O is a vector quantity defined as L is equal to R into P and is equal to m into R into V. Here R is the position vector of the particle with respect to O. As the particle moves relative to O in the direction of its momentum, position vector R rotates around O.
Nasa is the fourth of the 5 therapeutic procedures of Panchakarma. It is mainly performed in diseases affecting the head and neck region. Dear friends, if you really wish to have deeper insight into what Nasa, watch our this program on Panchakarma on 20th March.
we will learn about the fourth therapeutic procedure of Panchakarma called Nasya, the Arine therapy. Nasya is the process through which vitiated doshas in the head and neck region are removed from the body by administering medicines through the nasal route. The root word of Nasya is Nas, which means the nose. Nasya, by which the morbid matters are expelled through the nose and mouth, is the most important treatment for diseases affecting the head and neck.
The globe is heating up. Both land and oceans are warmer now than they were. When record keeping began in 1880 and temperatures are still tickling upward, the rise in heat is global warming in a nutshell. This rise in heat is caused by humans. The burning of fossil fuels has released greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which trap warmth from the sun and drive up surface and air temperatures. To know more about this global issue, that is global warming, watch a program on 21st of March.
Global warming refers to the increase in the average temperature of the atmosphere, oceans, and land masses. It is one of the greatest crises faced by mankind. Well, this problem is not only global in nature but potentially threatens the survival of life on Earth.
प्रिय मित्राणि, सम्मान्याः दर्शकाः श्रोतारश्च, अद्य वयं संस्कृतवाग्व्यवहारः इति शीर्षकम् आदाय संस्कृतभाषाम् एव आश्रित्य किञ्चित् विचारयितुम् अत्र उपस्थिताः स्मः। अद्यतनस्य पाठस्य शीर्षकं विद्यते संस्कृतवाग्व्यवहारः। अर्थात् अद्य वयं संस्कृतभाषायाः वैशिष्ट्यविषये प्रथमं विचारयिष्यामः। संस्कृतभाषा कीदृशी वर्तते, संस्कृतभाषायाः स्वरूपं कीदृशं वर्तते, संस्कृतभाषायाः वैशिष्ट्यानि कानि कानि वर्तन्ते, संस्कृतभाषायाः विश्वस्य कृते विशेषतश्च भारतस्य कृते कः इदानीम् अपि उपयोगः वर्तते, एषु विषयेषु संक्षेपेण अस्मिन् पाठे अस्माभिः चर्चा विधास्यते। सर्वप्रथमं वयं संस्कृतभाषायाः कानिचित् वैशिष्ट्यानि आदाय विचारं विधास्यामः। संक्षेपतः संस्कृतभाषायाः यानि यानि वैशिष्ट्यानि सन्ति तेषां वैशिष्ट्यानां नामानि उच्यन्ते। संस्कृतभाषा विश्वस्य सर्वासु अपि भाषासु प्राचीनतमा भाषा विद्यते। इयं पूर्णतया वैज्ञानिकी भाषा वर्तते। संस्कृतभाषा पूर्णतया भावप्रकटन समर्था भाषा विद्यते। संस्कृतभाषा अति समृद्धा भाषा वर्तते। इयं व्याकरण परिष्कृता भाषा विद्यते। अस्यां भाषायां यद् वाङ्मयं वर्तते तद् अति विशालं वर्तते। इयं प्रतिविषयम् अति सूक्ष्म विवेचनं विदधाति। एतानि नव वैशिष्ट्यानि अस्माभिः उपस्थापितानि। इदानीम् एतेषु वैशिष्ट्येषु एकैकम् आदाय वयं विचारं विदधामः। इयं प्राचीनतमा भाषा विद्यते। कथनस्य अयम् अभिप्रायः, भवन्तः जानन्ति यत् विश्वस्मिन् अनेकाः भाषाः सन्ति। अस्माकं देशे एव प्रायः शताधिकाः भाषाः सन्ति। देशभेदेन कालभेदेन याः भाषाः सन्ति अथवा याः भाषाः आसन् तासु सर्वासु अपि भाषासु संस्कृत भाषा अति प्राचीना विद्यते। प्राचीनासु अपि भाषासु इयं प्राचीनतमा विद्यते। भाषा वैज्ञानिकाः वदन्ति यद् ऋग्वेदः विश्वस्य प्राचीनतमः ग्रन्थः विद्यते। स ऋग्वेदः अस्याम् एव संस्कृत भाषायां निबद्धः वर्तते। भारते आर्यभाषा परिवारस्य प्रायः सर्वाः अपि भाषाः संस्कृतात् एव समुद्भूताः सन्ति। उत्तरभारतस्य सर्वासु अपि प्रान्तीयभाषासु प्रतिशतं 70 वा 80 वा शब्दाः इदानीम् अपि संस्कृत भाषाया एव गृहीताः सन्ति। तेषु केचन तत्समाः, केचन तद्भवाश्च सन्ति। वाक्य संरचना अपि भारतस्य प्रान्तीय भाषाणां प्रकृतिश्चापि संस्कृत समैव वर्तते। अतएव कथ्यते सर्वैरपि विद्वद्भिः यत् संस्कृत भाषा विश्वस्य अनेकासां भाषाणां, भारतस्य च प्रायः सर्वासाम् अपि आर्यभाषा परिवारस्य भाषाणां जननी वर्तते इति। सर्वाः अपि भाषाः संस्कृतात् एव शब्दसमूहम् आदाय पुष्टाः परिष्कृताश्च भवन्ति। इदानीं संस्कृतस्य द्वितीय वैशिष्ट्य विषये चर्चा विधीयते। संस्कृत भाषा वैज्ञानिकी भाषा वर्तते। अर्थात भाषा विज्ञान संबंधी यह निकषः तस्मिन् निकषे इयं भाषा परीक्षिता वर्तते। कथनस्य अभिप्रायः अयं यत् अस्यां भाषायां यद् लिख्यते तदेव उच्चार्यते। उच्चारणे अतिशयं विशुद्धा इयं भाषा वर्तते। अस्यां भाषायां सर्वान् अपि ध्वनीन् बोधयितुं प्रचुराः वर्णाः सन्ति। वर्णेषु 9 मूलस्वराः सन्ति। तेषां पुनः ह्रस्व दीर्घादि विविध भेदाः भवन्ति। एवमेव अत्र 33 व्यञ्जनानि सन्ति। अनुस्वार विसर्गौ अपि स्तः। एवं बहुविधानि संयुक्ताक्षराणि अपि अत्र वर्तन्ते। एभिः वर्णैः सर्वे अपि ध्वनयः स्पष्टतया अवगम्यन्ते। सर्वेषां वर्णानाम् उच्चारणे स्थानप्रयत्नादयः अत्र स्थापिताः सन्ति। अतः सर्वैरपि भाषावैज्ञानिकैः इयं पूर्णतया वैज्ञानिकी भाषा इति निगद्यते। तृतीयं वैशिष्ट्यम् अस्ति इयं भाषा पूर्णतया समर्था भाषा विद्यते। कथनस्य अभिप्रायः अयं यत् मानवानां सर्वविधान् अपि भावान्, विचारान्, अभिप्रायं च प्रकटयितुम् इयं भाषा पूर्णतया समर्था अस्ति। अस्याः भाषायाः माध्यमेन सर्वे अपि विषयाः, विज्ञानं, ज्योतिषं, भूगोलं, खगोलम् इत्यादीनि सर्वाणि अपि तत्त्वानि विशदतया, सुगमतया च प्रतिपादयितुं शक्यन्ते। सर्वम् अपि ज्ञानं, विज्ञानं, प्रौद्योगिकी च अस्याः माध्यमेन स्पष्टतया निगदितुं शक्यन्ते। इयं यत्र एकतः सरलातिसरला भाषा भवति तत्रैव अपरतः इयं कठिनातिकठिना अपि भवति। भावानुसारं, विषयानुसारं च अस्याः स्वरूपं विपरिवर्तते। अस्याः भाषायाः प्रधानं सामर्थ्यम् इदं यत् अत्र स्वल्पैः एव शब्दैः विद्वान् जनः अधिकतमं भावम् अभिव्यञ्जयितुं समर्थो भवति। अतः इयं भाषा पूर्णतया सामर्थ्यवती भाषा विद्यते। अस्याः भाषायाः चतुर्थं वैशिष्ट्यम् इदं वर्तते यत् इयं सर्वासु भाषासु समृद्धतमा भाषा वर्तते। कथनस्य अभिप्रायः अयं यत् अस्याः भाषायाः शब्दभण्डारः अति विशालः वर्तते, यस्य शब्दभण्डारस्य तुलना कयापि अन्यया भाषया सह कर्तुं न शक्यते। यतोहि अस्यां भाषायाम् एकैकस्य शब्दस्य कृते बहवः पर्यायाः भवन्ति। एकस्य अर्थस्य वाचकाः शब्दाः अनेके भवन्ति। यथा उदाहरणरूपेण जलम् इत्यस्य कृते संस्कृत भाषायां बहवः शब्दाः सन्ति, यथा अम्बु, सलिलं, पानीयं, तोयं, वारि, आपः, नीरं, कीलालं, जीवनं, भुवनं, वनम् इत्यादयः अनेके पर्यायवाचकाः शब्दाः अत्र सन्ति। तथैव पृथिवी इत्यस्य कृते भूः, भूमिः, धरणी, धरा, वसुमती, वसुधा इत्यादयः अनेके शब्दाः प्रयुज्यन्ते। एवमेव वायोः, अग्नेः, आकाशस्य, वृक्षस्य, पर्वतस्य इत्यादीनां सर्वेषाम् अपि अर्थानां कृते वाचकाः शब्दाः अनेके अनेके विद्यन्ते। संस्कृत भाषायां मन्यते यत् सर्वेषाम् अपि शब्दानां मूलं धातुः भवति। तैः धातुभिः प्रत्यययोजनेन नवनवाः शब्दाः निर्मीयन्ते इति अस्याः भाषायाः अद्भुतं वैशिष्ट्यं वर्तते। प्रायः संस्कृत भाषायां 2000 मूलधातवः सन्ति। एतदतिरिक्तं सर्वेषु अपि नामसु प्रत्यययोजनेन असंख्याः धातवः निर्मीयन्ते। तेषां धातूनां लडादिषु 10 लकारेषु 3 पुरुषेषु 3 वचनेषु परस्मैपदे आत्मनेपदे च प्रयोगेन अनेकानि तिङन्तानि पदानि सिद्ध्यन्ति। पुनः तेषु एव धातुषु कृत् प्रत्यययोजनेन कृदन्ताः असंख्याः शब्दाः निर्मीयन्ते। एवं अस्य शब्दभण्डारः विपुलः वर्तते। किंच नव शब्द निर्माणस्य क्षमता अस्यां भाषायां वर्तते। अतएव संस्कृत भाषायाः एव माध्यमेन वैज्ञानिक, प्राौद्योगिक, आभियन्त्रिकेत्यादि शब्दानां निर्माणं भारत सर्वकारस्य वैज्ञानिक तकनीकी शब्दावली निर्माणायोगेन निरन्तरं क्रियते। इदानीम् अग्रिम वैशिष्ट्य विषये वयं चर्चां करिष्यामः। व्याकरण परिष्कृता संस्कृत भाषा विद्यते। अर्थात संस्कृत भाषायाः यद् वाक्य निर्माणं तत् व्याकरण द्वारा संस्कृतं भवति, पूर्णतया परिष्कृतं भवति। न केवलं वाक्य निर्माणम् एव परिष्कृतं भवति, अपितु वाक्यस्य अवयवाः यानि पदानि भवन्ति तानि पदानि अपि सर्वाणि व्याकरण शास्त्र द्वारा व्युत्पादितानि भवन्ति। इदं संस्कृत भाषायाः एव वैशिष्ट्यं यत् अस्यां भाषायां प्रत्येकम् अपि पदं व्याकरण शास्त्र द्वारा परिष्कृतं, सुसंस्कृतं, शुद्धं च प्रयुज्यते। अस्याः अपरिमितः यः शब्दभण्डारः, तेषु प्रत्येकः शब्दः व्याकरण शास्त्रेण अन्वाख्यातः भवति। भवन्तः सर्वेपि जानन्ति संस्कृत शास्त्रस्य यद् व्याकरणं, संस्कृत भाषायाः यद् व्याकरणं, तादृशं व्याकरणं विश्वस्मिन् अद्यावधि कस्याम् अपि भाषायां नैव निर्मितम्। महर्षिः पाणिनिः संस्कृत भाषायाः व्याकरणकर्ता अद्भुतः भाषा वैज्ञानिकः मन्यते सर्वैरपि भाषाविद्भिः। संस्कृत भाषायाः अग्रिमं वैशिष्ट्यं वर्तते अस्याः भाषायाः वाङ्मयम् अतिविशालं वर्तते। वेदात् आरभ्य इदानीं यावत् संस्कृत भाषायां यद् उपलब्धं वाङ्मयम् अस्ति तस्य गणनापि न कर्तुं शक्यते। यतोहि 4 वेदाः सन्ति। तेषां सर्वेषाम् अपि वेदानां 4 विभागाः भवन्ति। संहिता, ब्राह्मणः, आरण्यकम्, उपनिषदं च। इदं विशालं वैदिक वाङ्मयं विद्यते। किञ्च 4 अपि वेदानाम् उपवेदाः अपि सन्ति। आयुर्वेदः, धनुर्वेदः, गन्धर्ववेदः, अर्थवेदश्च। वेदाङ्गानां गणना अपि अस्माभिः कर्तुं शक्यते। 6 वेदाङ्गानि प्रसिद्धानि सन्ति। ज्योतिषं, कल्पं, छन्दः, निरुक्तं, व्याकरणम् इत्यादि। संस्कृत भाषायां भूगोलं, खगोलं, वाक्योवाक्यम्, इतिहासः, पुराणं, धर्मशास्त्रम्, अनेकानि दर्शनानि, व्याकरणशास्त्रं, काव्यशास्त्रं, काव्यम् इत्यादि अपरिमितं वाङ्मयम्, अतिविशालं वाङ्मयं वर्तते अस्याः भाषायाः समृद्धिसूचकम्। इदं 6ठं संस्कृत भाषायाः वैशिष्ट्यम्। अग्रे वयं 7तम वैशिष्ट्यविषये विचारयामः। संस्कृत भाषायां प्रतिविषयम् अतिसूक्ष्मं विवेचनं कृतं विद्यते। ये केऽपि विषयाः स्युः, व्याकरणं वा, काव्यशास्त्रं वा, दर्शनं वा, ज्योतिषं वा, तेषु सर्वेषु अपि विषयेषु प्राचीनकालतः एव शास्त्रार्थस्य परम्परा विद्यते। शास्त्रार्थ परम्परा माध्यमेन विद्वांसः प्रतिविषयं गहनम् अतिगभीरं चिन्तनं विहितवन्तः। अतः प्रतिविषयं सूक्ष्मातिसूक्ष्मं तत्त्वचिन्तनम् अत्र कृतं विद्यते मनीषिभिः। वक्तुं शक्यते यत् संस्कृत भाषायाः यादृशं व्याकरणशास्त्रम् अतिगम्भीरं विद्यते, येन कारणेन व्याकरणम् अपि अत्र दर्शनपदवीम् आरोहति। तद्वदेव अन्येषां सर्वेषां दर्शनानाम् अनुशीलनेन अस्याः भाषायाः सूक्ष्मविवेचनस्य गणना अस्माभिः कर्तुं शक्यते। इदानीं वयं संस्कृत भाषायाः अग्रिम वैशिष्ट्यविषये चर्चां कुर्मः। आदौ अस्माभिः निगदितं यत् इयं भाषा प्राचीनतमा विद्यते। किन्तु प्राचीनतमायाम् अपि अस्यां भाषायां तादृशं लावण्यं, तादृशं लालित्यं, तादृशं माधुर्यं च विद्यते यत् इयं भाषा सर्वदा नवनवा एव प्रतिभाति। यथा इयं भाषा नवपरिणीता वधूः इव जनानां श्रोतॄणां मनांसि निरन्तरं समाकर्षति। भवन्तः जानन्ति, ये जनाः संस्कृतं नावगच्छन्ति तेऽपि संस्कृतं मधुरं श्रावं निरन्तरम् आनन्दम् अनुभवन्ति। पुनश्च वारं वारं संस्कृतं श्रोतुं वाञ्छन्ति, अभिलषन्ति च। यतोहि यथा पूर्वम् अस्माभिः कथितं यत् संस्कृत भाषायाम् एकं विलक्षणं वैशिष्ट्यं वर्तते यत् अत्र नवाः शब्दाः प्रतिदिनं निर्मीयन्ते धातुभिः। धातवः सर्वेषां शब्दानां मूलानि भवन्ति। तेषु धातुषु तत्तत् प्रत्यययोजनाद्वारा तिङन्तानां कृदन्तानां च शब्दानां निर्माणं प्रतिदिनं क्रियते। अतः इयं भाषा प्राचीनतमा सती अपि नित्यं नवीना इव प्रतिभाति। जनांश्च स्वं प्रति निरन्तरं समाकर्षति। अस्याः भाषायाः अग्रिमं यद् वैशिष्ट्यं तत्तु अद्भुतम् एव वर्तते। इयं संस्कृत भाषा भारतस्य सर्वेषु अपि भागेषु कटकम् आदाय अटकं यावत्, कश्मीरम् आरभ्य कन्याकुमारीम् आवत् सम्पूर्णेऽपि देशे, पूर्वस्यां दिशि वा पश्चिमायां दिशि वा उत्तरस्यां वा दक्षिणस्यां वा मध्यभारते वा सर्वत्र समानरूपेण समादृता वर्तते। भवतु नाम अन्यस्याः कस्याः अपि भाषायाः कस्मिंश्चित् भागे विरोधाः, किन्तु संस्कृत भाषायाः भारतवर्षे, न केवलं भारतवर्षे अपितु सर्वेपि संसारे, सर्वस्मिन्नपि संसारे कश्चन विरोधो नास्ति, अपितु सर्वत्र भारते अपि विश्वस्य अन्येषु देशेषु अपि संस्कृत भाषायाः समान भावेन समादरः भवति। यतोहि अस्याः भाषायाः उपयोगिता सर्वेषां भारतीयानां मनुष्याणां कृते जन्मनः आरभ्य मृत्युपर्यन्तं भवति। संस्कृत भाषा गेहे गेहे प्रतिदिनं येन केनापि रूपेण जनैः प्रयुज्यते। भवतु नाम सर्वैः अपि जनैः संस्कृत भाषा भाषितुं न शक्यते, किन्तु श्रोतुं शक्यते, अवगन्तुं च शक्यते। यतोहि अस्माकं सर्वेषु अपि संस्कारेषु, सर्वेषु अपि शुभ कर्मसु, सर्वेषु अपि उत्सवेषु समानरूपेण सर्वत्र भारतस्य प्रान्तेषु गेहेषु इयं भाषा सर्वैः अपि सादरं सम्प्रयुज्यते। अतः कथयितुं शक्यते यद् इयं भाषा भारतदेशम् आसेतु हिमाचलम् एकस्मिन् सूत्रे निबध्नाति। संस्कृत भाषा भाषी केरलवासी जनः स्यात्, किन्तु तमपि जनं सर्वेपि उत्तर भारतीयाः जनाः आत्मीयं जनम् एव मन्यन्ते। तथैव यदि कश्चित् दाक्षिणात्यः तमिल प्रान्तवासी उत्तर भारतम् आगच्छति, संस्कृतं च वदति, तदा तं संस्कृतं वदन्तं दाक्षिणात्यम् अपि पुरुषम् उत्तर भारतीयाः सर्वेपि जनाः स्वकुटुम्ब रूपम् एव मन्यन्ते। अतः इयं संस्कृत भाषा देशस्य एकतायाः कृते आधारभूता भाषा वर्तते इति वयं गौरवपूर्वकं वक्तुं शक्नुमः। यतोहि संस्कृतम् एव सा भाषा वर्तते या भाषा मंत्रं वदति वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम् इति। अर्थात संस्कृतज्ञः जनः न केवलं स्वकीयं देशम् अपितु सर्वम् अपि संसारम् एकं कुटुम्बम् एकं परिवारम् इव मन्यते। सर्वे च संसारवासिनः जनाः परिवार सदस्याः इव स्वीक्रियन्ते इति संस्कृत भाषायाः अद्भुतः सन्देशः विश्वस्य कृते वरीवर्ति। एवं प्रकारेण संक्षेपेण वयं संस्कृत भाषायाः केषुचित् वैशिष्ट्येषु विचारं कृतवन्तः। तद्यथा संस्कृत भाषा विश्वस्य सर्वासु अपि भाषासु प्राचीनतमा भाषा वर्तते। अन्याः अनेकाः भाषाः, बहवः भाषाः लोपं गताः, यासां नामानि अपि इदानीं भाषाविद्भिः स्मर्तुं न शक्यन्ते। काश्चित् भाषाः सन्ति याः नाममात्रेण जनैः श्रूयन्ते अवगम्यन्ते च, किन्तु तासां भाषाणां कुत्रापि देशे प्रयोगो न भवति। परन्तु संस्कृत भाषा अति प्राचीना सती अपि इदानीम् अपि सम्पूर्णे देशे समानरूपेण प्रयुज्यते। जानन्ति भवन्तः, देशस्य सर्वेषु विश्वविद्यालयेषु, सर्वेषु महाविद्यालयेषु, प्रारंभिक विद्यालयेषु च संस्कृत भाषा सर्वत्र पठ्यते जनैः। न केवलं पाठ्यक्रमे पठ्यते, अपितु अद्यापि लक्षाधिकाः जनाः सन्ति ये दैनन्दिके व्यवहारे संस्कृतं प्रयुञ्जते, येषां दैनन्दिकः सर्वोऽपि व्यवहारः संस्कृतभाषायाः माध्यमेनैव प्रचलति। केचित् ग्रामाः अपि सन्ति भारत सर्वकारेण प्रदेश सर्वकारैश्च मान्यता प्राप्ताः, यत्रत्याः सर्वेपि ग्रामवासिनः संस्कृतम् एव व्यवहरन्ति। अद्यापि संस्कृत भाषायां विशालं वाङ्मयं लिख्यते, प्रकाश्यते, प्रतिदिनं लक्षाधिकैः जनैः पठ्यते च। अतः वक्तुं शक्यते यत् संस्कृत भाषा अति प्राचीना सत्यपि इदानीम् अपि नवनवा भाषा इव वरीवर्ति। अस्याः भाषायाः माध्यमेन विश्वस्य एकता प्रतिपादयितुं शक्यते। देशस्य एकतायाः कृते तु इयं परमावश्यकी वर्तते एव। अस्याः भाषायाः समृद्धिविषये अस्माभिः चर्चा कृता। व्याकरण परिष्कृता इयं भाषा विद्यते, तद्विषये अस्माभिः संक्षेपेण चर्चा विहिता। एवं च अस्मिन् पाठे अद्य अस्माभिः संस्कृत भाषायाः कानिचित् वैशिष्ट्यानि आधृत्य काचित् चर्चा विहिता। इमां चर्चाम् अग्रिमे पाठे वयं विधास्यामः। संबद्धं विषयं संस्कृत भाषायां कीदृशी वाक्य संरचना, वाग् व्यवहारः कीदृशः, वाक्य निर्माणं कीदृशं, वाक्यस्य अवयवाः के, पदस्य किं स्वरूपं, पदस्य च के भेदाः इत्यादिषु विषयेषु अग्रिमे पाठे अस्माभिः विचारः विधास्यते। इदानीम् अत्रैव अस्माभिः विरम्यते। भवद्भ्यः सर्वेभ्यः भूयो भूयः धन्यवादाः। प्रिय मित्राणि, सम्मान्याः श्रोतारः, सम्भ्रान्ताः दर्शकाश्च, अद्य वयं संस्कृत भाषायाः माध्यमेन संस्कृत वाग्व्यवहारः इति पाठस्य द्वितीयं भागम आदाय विचारं विधास्यामः। भवन्तः जानन्ति यद् अस्य पाठस्य प्रथमे भागे अस्माभिः संस्कृतभाषायाः केषुचित् वैशिष्ट्येषु चर्चा संक्षेपेण कृता। अद्य द्वितीये अस्मिन् भागे संस्कृतभाषायाः वाक्यसंरचना विषये अस्माभिः विचारो विधास्यते। संस्कृतभाषायां वाक्यस्य संरचना कीदृशी भवति, वाक्यस्य स्वरूपं कीदृशं भवति, वाक्यस्य प्रकाराः के भवन्ति, वाक्यस्य अवयवाः के भवन्ति, तेषां लक्षणं स्वरूपं च आदाय अस्माभिः संक्षेपेण विचारो विधास्यते। सर्वप्रथमं वाक्यस्य परिभाषां वयं जानीमः। भवन्तः जानन्ति संस्कृतभाषायाम् अनेकानि दर्शनानि सन्ति। तेषु दर्शनेषु एकं प्रमुखं दर्शनं वर्तते न्यायदर्शनम्। न्यायदर्शनस्य भाष्यकारेण वाक्यस्य लक्षणं विहितं। तल्लक्षणम् इदमस्ति पदानां समूहो वाक्यम् अर्थ परिसमाप्तौ इति। अस्य लक्षणस्य अभिप्रायः अयं यत् संस्कृतभाषायां पदानां यः समूहः तद् भवति वाक्यम्, किन्तु सर्वेषां पदानां सर्वोऽपि समूहः वाक्यम् इति कथयितुं न शक्यते। अपितु यानि पदानि परस्परं साकाङ्क्षाणि भवन्ति तेषां पदानां सुबन्तानां तिङन्तानां च यः समुदायः, यः पदसमुदायः मिलित्वा एकं निराकाङ्क्षम् अर्थं बोधयितुं समर्थो भवति, स एव पदसमूहः वाक्यम् इति अभिधीयते। येषां पदानां परस्परं साकाङ्क्षता न भवति, परस्परम् अन्वयो न भवति, तानि पदानि तेषां पदानां समूहो वा वाक्यम् इति कथयितुं न शक्यते। यथा गौ, अश्वः, पुरुषः, शकुनिः, हस्ती, मृगः। अयमपि पदानां समूहः अस्ति, किन्तु इदं वाक्यम् इति कथयितुं न शक्यते, यतोहि अनेन पदसमूहेन कश्चित् निराकाङ्क्षः अर्थः न बोध्यते, न च एषां पदानां परस्परम् अन्वयः साकाङ्क्षता वा अस्ति। अतः तेषाम् एव पदानां समूहः वाक्यम्, यानि परस्परम् अन्वितानि भवन्ति, साकाङ्क्षाणि च भवन्ति, येन च समूहेन कश्चित् निराकाङ्क्षः अर्थः बोधयितुं शक्यते। यथा उदाहरणतया देवदत्तः फलानि आहर्तुम् आपणं याति। अयं पद समूहः वर्तते। अत्र देवदत्तः इति एकं पदं, फलानि द्वितीयं पदम्, आहर्तुं तृतीयं पदम्, आपणं चतुर्थं पदं, याति इति पंचमं पदं विद्यते। एवं च पंचानां पदानां समूहः इदं देवदत्तः फलानि आहर्तुम् आपणं याति इति एकं वाक्यं भवति। यतोहि अनेन पदसमूहेन कश्चन निराकाङ्क्षः अर्थः बोध्यते। यदि अस्मिन् पदसमूहे याति इति पदस्य प्रयोगः न क्रियते, तदा देवदत्तः फलानि आहर्तुम् आपणम् एषां पदानां यः समूहः, तेन समूहेन यः अर्थबोधः भवति सः साकाङ्क्षः भवति, निराकाङ्क्षो न भवति। यतोहि तत्र आकाङ्क्षा जायते, देवदत्तः किं करोति इति। तस्याः आकांक्षायाः पूर्त्यै तत्र क्रियापदस्य प्रयोगः आवश्यकः भवति। याति इति क्रियापद प्रयोगे आकांक्षायाः निवृत्तिः भवति। अतः देवदत्तः फलानि आहर्तुम् आपणं याति इति निराकांक्ष अर्थ प्रतिपादकम् एकं वाक्यं भवति। अतः निष्कर्षतया अस्माभिः कथयितुं शक्यते यत् वक्तुः लेखकस्य वा निराकांक्षम् अथवा पूर्णम् अभिप्रायं बोधयितुं यः शब्दसमूहः अस्माभिः प्रयुज्यते तद् वाक्यं भवति। येन शब्दसमूहेन पूर्णस्य अथवा निराकांक्षस्य अर्थस्य बोधः जायते। एवं च इदं निष्कृष्टतया सिद्धं यत् परिपूर्णार्थबोधने समर्थं पदानां यः समूहः तद् वाक्यं भवति इति इदं वाक्यलक्षणं सम्पन्नं। वाक्यस्य इयं परिभाषा संजाता। तस्य उदाहरणम् अपि अस्माभिः प्रदत्तं। देवदत्तः फलानि आहर्तुम् आपणं याति। इदम् एकं वाक्यमस्ति। अस्मिन् वाक्ये देवदत्तः इति एकं पदं, फलानि इति द्वितीयं पदम्, आहर्तुम् इति तृतीयं पदम्, आपणम् इति चतुर्थं पदं, याति इति पंचमं पदम्, एवं पंच पदानि अत्र सन्ति। एषां पंचानां पदानां समूहः इदम् एकं वाक्यम् अस्ति। यतोहि अनेन वाक्येन पूर्णः अर्थबोधः संजायते। अतएव न्यायभाष्यकारेण वाक्यस्य या परिभाषा लिखिता पदसमूहो वाक्यम् अर्थपरिसमाप्तौ इति, सा परिभाषा अत्र वाक्ये पूर्णतया घटते। अनया परिभाषया वयं वाक्यस्य स्वरूपं ज्ञातुं समर्थाः संजाताः। अर्थात् निराकांक्षस्य अर्थस्य बोधे समर्थो यः पदानां समूहः तद् वाक्यं भवति। वाक्यस्य एकम् अपरम् अपि लक्षणं व्याकरणशास्त्रे वार्तिककारेण श्रीमता कात्यायनमुनिना अपि कृतं वर्तते। तदपि ज्ञातव्यं। तल्लक्षणं वर्तते एक तिङ् वाक्यम् इति। अर्थात् यत्र एकं तिङन्तं पदं भवति, अन्यानि च सुबन्तानि पदानि भवन्ति, तेषां पदानां समूहः वाक्यं भवति। अनेन इदं सिद्ध्यति यद् वाक्ये सुबन्तानि पदानि तु कियन्ति अपि भवितुम् अर्हन्ति, परन्तु तिङन्तं पदं तत्र एकम् एव भवति। यतोहि तिङन्तपदं भवति क्रियावाचकं, क्रिया च एकस्मिन् वाक्ये एका एव भवति। तिङन्तपदानि सुबन्तपदानि भवन्ति कारकाणां वाचकानि, कारकाणि च एकस्मिन् वाक्ये अनेकानि अपि भवितुम् अर्हन्ति। एकः अपि भवितुम्, एकम् अपि कारकं भवितुम् अर्हति, द्वे अपि कारके भवितुम् अर्हतः, त्रीणि अपि कारकाणि वाक्ये भवितुम् अर्हन्ति। तद् यथा देवदत्तः गच्छति इत्यपि एकं वाक्यम्। अत्र देवदत्तः इति सुबन्तं पदं कर्तृवाचकं, गच्छति इति तिङन्तं पदं क्रियावाचकं। तथैव देवदत्तः विद्यालयं गच्छति इत्यपि एकं वाक्यम्। अत्र देवदत्तः विद्यालयम् इति पदद्वयं सुबन्तं वर्तते, गच्छति इति तिङन्तं। तथैव देवदत्तः फलानि आहर्तुम् आपणं गच्छति इत्यपि एकं वाक्यम्। अत्र गच्छति इति क्रियावाचकम् एकं तिङन्तम्, अन्यानि सर्वाणि पदानि सुबन्तानि सन्ति। तत्र देवदत्तः कर्तृवाचकं, फलानि इति कर्मवाचकम्, एवं च अनेकानि सुबन्तानि तत्र सन्ति। अतः निष्कर्षतया इदम् अस्माभिः ज्ञातं यत् यत्र पदसमूहे एकं तिङन्तं पदम्, अन्यानि च सुबन्तानि पदानि भवन्ति, तेषां पदानां यः समूहः तद् वाक्यं भवति इति वाक्यलक्षणं सम्पन्नम्। अनेन लक्षणेन इदं ज्ञातं यद् वाक्यम् अवयवी भवति, पदं च तस्य वाक्यस्य अवयवः भवति। अर्थात् पदवाक्ययोः परस्परम् अवयवावयवी भावः भवति। वाक्यस्य अवयविनः अवयवः यत् पदं, तस्य पदस्य विषये अपि अस्माभिः चिन्ता करणीया, यत् पदं किं भवति, तस्य स्वरूपं किं भवति, तस्य प्रकाराः के भवन्ति इत्यादि। अतः अग्रे अस्माभिः पदस्य विषये संक्षेपेण चर्चा विधीयते। यद्यपि शास्त्रेषु व्याकरणादिषु विविध प्रकारकाणि पदलक्षणानि निरूपितानि सन्ति, किन्तु अत्र व्याख्याने व्यवहारोपयोगी यत् पदलक्षणं तदेव अस्माभिः उद्धृत्य व्याख्यायते। पदस्य लक्षणं शास्त्रकारैः इत्थं कृतं वर्तते। सर्वप्रथमं व्याकरणशास्त्रे यत् पदस्य लक्षणं कृतं विद्यते तल्लक्षणम् उच्यते। तदनन्तरं न्यायशास्त्रीयम् अपि पदलक्षणम् अस्माभिः विचारयिष्यते। व्याकरणशास्त्रे सूत्रकारेण तत्र भवता महामुनिना पाणिनिना पदलक्षणं कृतं विद्यते। पाणिनीयं सूत्रम् अस्ति सुप्तिङन्तं पदम् इति। अस्मिन् सूत्रे द्वे पदे स्तः। सुप्तिङन्तम् इति एकं पदं, पुनश्च पदम् इति द्वितीयं पदम्। अत्र सुप्तिङन्तम् इति उद्देश्यवाचकं पदं विद्यते, पदम् इति विधेयवाचकं पदं विद्यते। उद्देश्य विधेययोर्मध्ये विभक्तिः समाना भवति, अत एव सुप्तिङन्तम् इत्यत्रापि प्रथमैकवचनं विद्यते, पदम् इत्यत्रापि प्रथमैकवचनं विद्यते। अनेन सूत्रेण किं क्रियते? सुप्तिङन्तस्य पदसंज्ञा विधीयते, अर्थात् सुप्तिङन्तं पदसंज्ञकं भवति। इदम् अत्र विचारणीयम् अस्माभिः यत् सुप्तिङन्तम् इत्यस्य कः अर्थः। सुप्तिङन्त पदे समासद्वयं वर्तते। प्रथमं सुप् तिङ्, अनयोः पदयोः मध्ये द्वन्द्वः समासः वर्तते। सुप् च तिङ् च इति सुप्तिङौ। पुनः सुप्तिङौ इति पदस्य अन्तपदेन सह बहुव्रीहिः समासः वर्तते। सुप्तिङौ अन्तौ यस्य पदस्य तत् सुप्तिङन्तम् इति। प्रथमं सुप्तिङौ इति द्वन्द्वः, अनन्तरं सुप्तिङ् शब्दस्य अन्तशब्देन सह बहुव्रीहिः। द्वन्द्वस्य अन्ते यः शब्दः भवति तस्य अन्वयः द्वन्द्वघटके प्रत्येकस्मिन् शब्दे भवति। अतः अत्र अन्तशब्दस्य अन्वयः सुपासः तिङासः च भवति। अतः सुप्तिङन्तम् इत्यस्य अर्थः भवति सुबन्तं तिङन्तं च इति। एवं च सुप्तिङन्तं पदम् अस्य सूत्रस्य अर्थः जायते सुबन्तं तिङन्तं च पदसंज्ञकं भवति इति। अग्रे अस्माभिः ज्ञातव्यं यत् सुबन्तम् इत्यस्य कः अर्थः, तिङन्तम् इत्यस्य कः अर्थः। सुबन्तम् इत्यस्य अर्थं ज्ञातुं प्रथमम् अस्माभिः सुप् शब्दस्य अर्थः ज्ञातव्यः। व्याकरणशास्त्रे सुप् शब्देन 21 प्रत्ययाः बोध्यन्ते। तदर्थं पाणिनीयं सूत्रं विद्यते। स्वौ जस मौट् छष्टाभ्यां भिस् ङेभ्यां भ्यस् ङसिभ्यां भ्यस् ङसो सां ङोस् सुप् इति। अनेन सूत्रेण 21 प्रत्ययाः उक्ताः। ते सन्ति सु औ जस् इति प्रथमायाः विभक्तेः त्रीणि वचनानि, अम् औट् शस् द्वितीयायाः विभक्तेः त्रीणि वचनानि, टा भ्यां भिस् इति तृतीयायाः विभक्तेः त्रीणि वचनानि, ङे भ्यां भ्यस् इति चतुर्थ्याः विभक्तेः त्रीणि वचनानि, ङसि भ्यां भ्यस् इति पंचम्याः विभक्तेः त्रीणि वचनानि, ङस् ओस् आम् इति षष्ठी विभक्तेः त्रीणि वचनानि, ङी ओस् सुप् इति सप्तमी विभक्तेश्च त्रीणि वचनानि। एते एकविंशतिः प्रत्ययाः सुप् संज्ञकाः सन्ति। एते प्रत्ययाः येषां शब्दानाम् अन्ते योज्यन्ते ते शब्दाः भवन्ति सुबन्त पदानि। तद्यथा बालशब्दस्य अग्रे एतेषां प्रत्ययानां योजनेन यानि रूपाणि भवन्ति, बालः बालौ बालाः इति प्रथमायां, बालं बालौ बाला बालान् इति द्वितीयायां, बालेन बालाभ्यां बालैः इति तृतीयायां, बालाय बालाभ्यां बालेभ्यः इति चतुर्थ्यां, बालात् बालाभ्यां बालेभ्यः इति पंचम्यां, बालस्य बालयोः बालानाम् इति षष्ठ्यां, बाले बालयोः बालेषु इति सप्तम्याम्। एतानि सर्वाणि रूपाणि सुबन्त पदानि सन्ति। एवं सर्वेषां शब्दानां सुप् प्रत्यय योजनेन सुबन्तानि पदानि भवन्ति। एतानि पदानि प्रायशः कारकाणि भवन्ति, कानिचिच्च सम्बन्धवाचकानि अपि भवन्ति। एतेषां सुबन्त पदानां संख्या वाक्ये नियता न भवति। एकं पदम् आरभ्य असंख्यम् अपि तत्र पदं भवितुम् अर्हति, किन्तु वाक्ये तिङन्त पदम् एकम् एव भवति। तिङन्त पदस्य च कः अर्थः इति इदानीम् अस्माभिर् बोद्धव्यम्। तिङन्त शब्दस्य अयम् अर्थः भवति, तिङ् अन्ते येषां ते तिङन्ताः, अथवा तिङ् अन्तः येषां ते तिङन्ताः। तिङन्त शब्दस्य अर्थं ज्ञातुं सर्वप्रथमम् अस्माभिः तिङ् पदस्य अर्थः ज्ञातव्यः। तिङ् शब्दस्य कः अर्थः? यथैव सुप् शब्दस्य अर्थः अस्माभिः ज्ञातः। सुप् प्रत्याहार बोध्याः प्रत्ययाः 21 सन्ति। तथैव तिङ् अपि प्रत्याहारः विद्यते। तिङ् प्रत्याहार बोध्याः प्रत्ययाः 18 सन्ति। एतेषां प्रत्ययानां प्रयोगः महामुनिना पाणिनिना एकस्मिन् सूत्रे कृतः विद्यते। तत् सूत्रम् अस्ति तिप्तस् झि सिप्थस्थ मिब्बस्मस् तातां झ थासाथां ध्व मिड्वहि महिं इति। अर्थात अनेन सूत्रेण 18 तिङ् संज्ञकाः प्रत्ययाः उक्ताः। तिप् तस् झि इति प्रथम पुरुषस्य त्रीणि वचनानि, सिप् थस् थ इति मध्यम पुरुषस्य त्रीणि वचनानि, मिप् वस् मस् इति उत्तम पुरुषस्य त्रीणि वचनानि। एतानि नववचनानि सन्ति परस्मैपदे। एवमेव नववचनानि अथवा नवप्रत्ययाः सन्ति आत्मनेपदे। ते सन्ति त आतां झ इति प्रथम पुरुषस्य त्रीणि वचनानि, थास् आथां ध्वम् इति मध्यम पुरुषस्य त्रीणि वचनानि, इड् वहि महिं इति उत्तम पुरुषस्य त्रीणि वचनानि। एवं परस्मैपदे नव, आत्मनेपदे च नव, मिलित्वा 18 तिङ् प्रत्ययाः सन्ति। एते प्रत्ययाः धातूनाम् अग्रे योज्यन्ते। धातूनाम् अग्रे एतेषां प्रत्ययानां योजनेन तिङन्त पदानि सिद्ध्यन्ति। एतानि तिङन्त पदानि 10 लकारेषु प्रयुज्यन्ते। लट् लकारे, लिट् लकारे, लुट् लकारे, लृट् लकारे, लोट् लकारे, लङ् लकारे, विधिलिङ् लकारे, आशीर्लिङ् लकारे, लुङ् लकारे, लृङ् लकारे च। एवं च 10 लकारेषु 18 तिङन्तानि पदानि भवन्ति। वैकल्पिकतया संख्या वर्धते अपि। एवं च तिङन्तानां पदानां विषये, सुबन्तानां पदानां च विषये अस्माभिः संक्षेपेण चर्चा कृता। अनया चर्चया अस्माभिः इदं ज्ञातं यत् मुख्यतया पदं द्विविधं भवति, एकं सुबन्तम् अपरं च तिङन्तम्। सुबन्तपदस्य अर्थः सुप् प्रत्याहार बोध्याः प्रत्ययाः येषां पदानाम् अन्ते भवन्ति तानि सुबन्तपदानि। तिङन्त शब्दस्य अर्थः तिङ् प्रत्यय बोध्याः प्रत्ययाः येषां धातूनाम् अग्रे भवन्ति तानि तिङन्तपदानि भवन्ति। अत्र इदमपि ज्ञातव्यं यत् सुबन्तपदानां प्रयोगः त्रिषु लिङ्गेषु सप्तसु विभक्तिषु त्रिषु च वचनेषु भवति। अर्थात् केचन शब्दाः पुल्लिङ्गाः भवन्ति, केचन शब्दाः स्त्रीलिङ्गाः भवन्ति, केचन शब्दाश्च नपुंसकलिङ्गाः भवन्ति। यथा बालक शब्दः पुल्लिङ्गः, बालिका शब्दः स्त्रीलिङ्गः, पुष्प शब्दश्च नपुंसकलिङ्गः अस्ति। एतेषां शब्दानां स्वेषु स्वेषु लिङ्गेषु सप्तसु विभक्तिषु प्रयोगः भवति। सप्त विभक्तयः सन्ति प्रथमाम् आरभ्य सप्तमीं यावत्। प्रथमा, द्वितीया, तृतीया, चतुर्थी, पंचमी, षष्ठी, सप्तमी च। संबोधने अपि प्रथमा एव विभक्ति भवति। आसु सर्वासु सप्तसु अपि विभक्तिषु त्रीणि वचनानि भवन्ति, एकवचनं, द्विवचनं, बहुवचनं च। एवं च सर्वेषाम् अपि द्रव्यवाचकानां शब्दानां अथवा द्रव्य गुण भाववाचकानां शब्दानां प्रयोगः त्रिषु लिङ्गेषु सप्तसु विभक्तिषु त्रिषु वचनेषु च भवति। एतानि सर्वाणि सुबन्तपदानि भवन्ति। सुबन्तपदेषु कानिचित् पदानि तथा विधानि भवन्ति येषां विभक्तिभेदेन, वचनभेदेन अथवा लिङ्गभेदेन कश्चन भेदो न भवति। अर्थात् त्रिषु अपि लिङ्गेषु सप्तसु अपि विभक्तिषु त्रिषु अपि वचनेषु च येषां शब्दानाम् एकरूपता एव भवति तानि अपि सुबन्तपदानि भवन्ति। तानि वैयाकरणैः संस्कृतज्ञैश्च अव्ययम् इति नाम्ना बोध्यन्ते। यथा च, वा, ह इत्यादीनि चादीनि अव्ययानि सन्ति निपातसंज्ञकानि। एवं स्वर, प्रातर, अंतर इत्यादीनि स्वराणि सन्ति निपातसंज्ञकानि। प्रादयः प्र, परा, अप, सम इत्यादयः उपसर्गाः निपातसंज्ञकाः अपि सन्ति अव्ययानि। एवं च अव्ययानि भवन्ति यानि द्रव्यवाचकानि न भवन्ति तेषाम् अपि गणना सुबन्तेषु पदेषु एव भवति। क्रियावाचकानि तु पदानि तिङन्तपदानि भवन्ति। तेषां तिङन्तानां पदानां सुबन्तपदैः सह योजनया सह वाक्यं निर्मीयते। एवं वाक्यस्य स्वरूपं संक्षेपेण अस्माभिः अवगतम्। प्रियाः श्रोतारः, एवं अनेन व्याख्यानेन अस्माभिः ज्ञातं यत् संस्कृते वाक्यस्य संरचना कीदृशी भवति, वाक्यस्य स्वरूपं कीदृशं भवति। मन्ये अनेन व्याख्यानेन भवद्भिः स्पष्टतया वाक्यस्य स्वरूपम् अवगतं स्यात्। वाक्यस्य लक्षणं यत् शास्त्रकारैः उक्तं तल्लक्षणं न्यायशास्त्रीयं पदसमूहो वाक्यम् अर्थपरिसमाप्तौ इति भवतु, अथवा एकतिङ् वाक्यम् इति व्याकरणशास्त्रीय वार्तिककारोक्तं लक्षणं भवतु। तस्य लक्षणस्य यद् विवेचनं संक्षेपेण अस्माभिः कृतं तेन विवेचनेन भवन्तः सर्वेपि वाक्यस्य स्वरूपं सम्यक्तया अधिगतवन्तः इति अहं विश्वासं करोमि। किञ्च वाक्यस्य प्रकाराः के भवन्ति इत्यपि अस्माभिः अत्र संक्षेपेण ज्ञातव्यम्। वाच्यानुसारं त्रिविधानि वाक्यानि भवन्ति। एकं कर्तृवाच्यं, द्वितीयं कर्मवाच्यं, तृतीयं भाववाच्यं च। एतेषां त्रयाणाम् अपि वाच्यानां विषये अस्माभिः अग्रिमे पाठे विस्तरेण चर्चा विधास्यते। अत्र तु संक्षेपेण तेषां त्रयाणां नामानि अस्माभिः प्रोक्तानि। अग्रे वाक्यस्य अवयवाः ये भवन्ति ते पदनाम्ना अभिधीयन्ते। पदस्य स्वरूपं किं, पदस्य लक्षणं किं, तदपि अस्माभिः उक्तं। मुख्यरूपेण सुप्तिङन्तं पदम् इति महामुनि पाणिनिना उक्तं यत् पदलक्षणं तत् अस्माभिः व्याख्यातम्। न्यायशास्त्रे तु शक्तं पदम् इत्यपि पदलक्षणं कृतं विद्यते। तस्य अयम् अभिप्रायः येन वर्णसमुदायेन शक्तिवृत्त्या कश्चन अर्थः बोध्यते स वर्णसमुदायः पदसंज्ञकः भवति। तद्रीत्या वर्णः अपि वर्णसमुदायः अपि किञ्च पदसमुदायः वाक्यम् अपि पदम् इति कथयितुं शक्यते। यतोहि कैश्चित् वर्णैः अपि अर्थाः ज्ञाप्यन्ते बोध्यन्ते, किञ्च वर्णसमुदायैः शब्दैः अपि पदैः अपि अर्थाः बोध्यन्ते। पदानां यः समुदायः वाक्यं तेन वाक्येनापि अर्थाः बोध्यन्ते। अतः एते सर्वे ये शब्दाः सन्ति वर्णरूपाः वा पदरूपाः वा वाक्यरूपाः वा ते सर्वे अपि शब्दाः पदशब्देन अभिधीयन्ते इति पदं शक्तं पदम् इति न्यायशास्त्रानुसारं लक्षणं कृतं विद्यते। किन्तु व्याकरणशास्त्रे यत् व्यावहारिक पदलक्षणं विद्यते तदस्ति सुप्तिङन्तं पदम् अर्थात् सुबन्तं तिङन्तं च पदसंज्ञकं व्यवहारे भवति। शास्त्रीय प्रक्रियार्थं तु पदस्य अन्यानि अपि लक्षणानि सन्ति, किन्तु तेषां लक्षणानां चर्चायाः आवश्यकता अत्र न प्रतीयते। अतः अत्र संक्षेपेण पदानां चर्चा अपि अस्माभिः कृता। अग्रिमे व्याख्याने अस्माभिः वाक्यानां वाच्य भेदेन ये भेदाः सन्ति कर्तृवाच्यं कर्मवाच्यं भाववाच्यं च एतेषां त्रयाणां भेदानां विस्तरसः विचारः अस्माभिः विधास्यते। अत्र एतावदेव उक्त्वा अस्माभिः विरम्यते। भवतां सर्वेषां कृते भूयो भूयः धन्यवादाः समर्प्यन्ते।
Hello friends, in the series which we are doing on history of India from 1750s to 1857, today we will talk about the peasant resistance to the colonial rule. As all of us are aware that how during the colonial period British they exploited Indians in every way, and peasants or the peasantry they were also not an exception, and how the kind of economic policies which were followed by the British in the context of the land revenue settlements, in the context of the commercialization of agriculture, their claim to the excess land revenue demand, then in the context of the tribals, the appropriation of the areas, or the way the customary rights of the tribals they were being denied to them. So all these kinds of things we find during the period of the British, and when the peasants they felt that they did not have much to sustain themselves, they revolted against the British, and we find that at different places we have numerous kinds of resistances in the context of the colonial rule. And some of the scholars they have argued that if we see these kind of resistances, these resistances were pre-political in nature, and on the other hand the scholars, the nationalist scholars, they have tried to see these resistance in the framework of some kind of precursor to the national movement. So these peasant resistances, scholars like Ranjit Guha, those who are seen as some sort of a proponent of the subaltern studies, he has argued in this framework that these peasant resistance they were political in nature. They cannot it cannot be said that they were pre-political in nature, because peasants they had that kind of a consciousness, they were aware about what they were doing, and with that particular kind of a consciousness, keeping in mind the kind of even the results which might be inflicted on them, the peasants they participated in these kinds of resistances. So we have a variety of viewpoints with regard to that, and on the one hand the people or the supporters of the colonial rule they argue that they were pre-political in nature, and on the other hand we have the scholars, those who find this kind of a consciousness among the peasants. And finally we find the revolt of 1857, that how even during this period before the revolt of 1857 we have a variety of peasant resistances and tribal resistances or revolts against the colonial rule. If we tend to see the kind of references, then Kathleen Gough's article Indian Peasant Uprisings, Ranjit Guha Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency, Ranjit Guha's essay The Prose of Counter-Insurgency in Subaltern Studies Volume 2, Shekhar Bandyopadhyay's From Palasi to Partition, History of Modern India. So these are some of the references which you can refer while understand the peasant resistances or the peasant revolt against the colonial rule. When we try to see these movements, then we find that some of the scholars they have tried to see as in a way that they were not premeditated, they were some sort of spontaneous kinds of movements. But on the other hand, this has also been in a way rejected by others, that how these were very well planned and they were political in nature as well. So this kind of premeditated kind of revolt that has also been argued by the scholars like Ranjit Guha, and they suggest that they were quite open in that sense. And in the context of domination and subordination, we find that the peasants, they revealed the basic understanding of the relationship of domination and subordination, and this was political in nature. It was a political relationship, and the awareness of it was political consciousness, and any task to revert it or subvert it is a political task. So scholars like Ranjit Guha, they have argued in this particular kind of a framework that how we have to see these ideas. And when we tend to see the kind of policies which were followed by the British, then we find that the revenue demand of the East India Company was very, very high. And since they got the Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa in 1765, and after that East India Company engaged itself in the collection of the revenue, and the way the various land revenue settlements, they were being imposed on the Indian masses, and all these revenue settlements, land revenue settlements, they made land as some sort of a private property. That was the kind of idea, especially in the permanent settlement. And this kind of a change in this context, that how the land control and the authority changes, and the various kinds of commercial practices which were followed by the British, this brought some kind of resentment among the masses. And we find that the nexus of the Sarkar, Sahukar and Zamindar, all these three basically was in a way exploitative for the peasants and for the other classes as well. And the issue of railway construction, we find that it also in a way created a lot of problems for the peasantry, that how it also led to deforestation. So there were a number of issues which were connected in the context of the idea of development which British had at the expense of the destruction of the flora and fauna. This is what we find, especially in the context of the peasants, especially in the context of the tribal areas, and how the peasant resistances, they have been seen by the various scholars, that how Kathleen Gough, she has argued that there are 5 categories of the kind of revolts or resistances in the context of India, and restoring the traditional authority and the agrarian form of life. That is the first one, which is the restorative kind of a revolt. And Rudhanshu Mukherjee has also argued that the restoration of the traditional and the moral universe of the peasant society was one of the categories which we see in this context. Then we have the secondary movements, in which there is an emergence of a new form of leader who is claiming some kind of messiah status and a revival of a golden age. Third one is social banditry, which is more current in European movements than in the Indian movements. So we find that the different kinds of categories which have been talked about by Kathleen Gough, where the leaders, those who are coming on the stage, they claim that they are some sort of a messiah, they are the people, those who will in a way get rid of the kind of problems which are there in the society, and some kind of a golden age will come in which people will be more comfortable. We also find that in the context of fourth stage, the kind of terrorist attacks which were being made by the peasants, that was considered as the fourth stage. And the fifth one was the mass upsurge, which is seen by Kathleen Gough, which is of 2 kinds, as you can see on the screen as well, reformative as well as transformative. And reformative was one with the large upsurge base, which contained some reformist features like Bhagat movements of Bihar that helped to raise the low status of peasantry. And the transformatives were one which fought for the total transformation of society and showed millenarian elements, though in many of them the past is glorified. So we find that these are some of the kind of distinctions which have been made in the movement, and Kathleen Goff, she has given these kinds of distinctions in a framework of categories, that how she has tried to see in the 5 categories in that context. And Eric Stokes, for example, talks about the primary resistance, which is the first phase of the traditional unmodified form of traditional structure, and secondary resistance as a millenarian movement. So we find that scholars they have tried to see these kind of resistance in different ways, and they have tried to present them in a kind of environment in which they were rooted. And scholars like Kathleen Goff or Eric Stokes, they have tried to study these peasant movements and these tribal movements and tried to reason out that the kind of features which were associated with it and the way they could be understood by the students of history. And scholars like Ranjit Guha, when they say in the context of that how when you seek to change the established notions and the relations of power to enforce justice from your point of view, then it is a political movement. So Ranjit Guha is arguing in the favor of the peasants, and he communicates that when you are trying to change the kind of notions or the relations of power which are there in the society, that the way you want to enforce justice in the society, then it can be seen in the framework of a political movement. And definitely peasants, they wanted to bring that kind of a change. They were in a way aware of their responsibilities. They were even aware of the kind of repercussions which will be imposed on them, or the kind of consequences which they will have to face if they will not succeed in their own resistances. And despite that, they were participating in these resistances, being fully aware of the kind of strength which British they had. So we basically find that how these political movements they were some sorts of the way they wanted to destroy the kind of power which the British exercised, and some of the groups like Santals, they definitely openly gave some kind of intimation and information, and that how they will have their own assemblies, and that is how this kind of an open information where they are talking in the framework of the public sphere, that provides the kind of political connotation to these movements. And when you tend to see all these kinds of revolts which were there in different points of time, and how these revolts basically were not against whites, but they were against the kind of colonial authority which was there. So we understand that these kinds of revolts which were varying in number, and these revolts they were trying to communicate that the issue of attacking the foreigner was more important rather than in the context of that you don't have to just attack the foreigner, rather the colonial authority was attacked, and the people, those who were in collaboration with the colonial authority, whether they were the Indians, they were also being attacked. So being foreigner and attack on the foreigner was not important in that context, but the more important aspect that how the people, those who were in control, those who wanted to exercise that kind of a control, they were being attacked. We also tend to see that how in a way these resistances, they have been seen in the framework of conspiracies, and how masses they were being misled to join these conspiracies. But when you tend to understand that these ideas largely belong to the historians, those who are supporting the colonialist viewpoint, and this has been rejected by the other scholars, that how peasants, they were aware that state was very powerful, and his participation can cost him his livelihood as well as his life. So there was a lot of thought process which was going on at that point of time, and the peasant, he took it as some sort of an ultimate resort when he participated in the movement. So these ideas with regard to seeing it as just some sort of a conspiracy are considered to be naive by the scholars, those who see that it is an attempt by the colonialist historians or the people, those who are supporting the colonialist viewpoint, that these kind of resistances, they did not have much substance in them. And we find that some of the local zamindars, etc., they also revolted, and one example is of Chet Singh, that how Chet Singh revolted and he was being supported by the peasants of that particular region. S.B. Chaudhary has tried to see the insurrection of the deposed Nawab of Awadh, Vizier Ali, in 1799, and he argues that it had all the appearances of a national revolt, like the revolt of Chet Singh, and it was supported by large bodies of people which were both Hindus and Muslims. So we find that these kinds of insurrections, these kind of resistances and revolts, they had some kind of a popular appeal as well, and how masses, when they participated in these revolts, they were in a way suggestion of the kinds of the suggestion that how in the later times we see the national movement. And in the context of South India, we see that how the Polygar uprising in the Tinuveli area, as you can see on the screen as well, which was in 1801, was a zamindari revolt, as the leaders and the members were zamindars. And while the East India Company treated them as zamindars who were holding the military service, and other subaltern scholars, they have criticized this or they have countered this prose of the counter-insurgency. And if we find that how in some of the regions where especially the Rangpur rebellion in Bengal, where we find that there is some kind of a revolt, and during this period how the people, those who were the revenue contractors, they unleashed reign of terror during this time. And when the appeals of the peasants, they were not looked into, then they raised their own armies, they in a way equipped themselves with the primitive weapons, and then they also attacked the local court of law or kachari, and they looted the grain stores and they released the prisoners. So in a way the peasants, they were also aware that if they have to get some kind of a justice, and when their appeals for justice, they were not being in a way heard by the colonial authorities, then they had to in a way the grain stores, etc., keep arms with themselves, or the pilgrimage routes, they were being in a way denied to them, that they cannot roam freely on those pilgrimage routes. That also happens, and because of which we find that so they turned against the British because of the kind of attack on their privileges which were there. And we find that people like Madari Fakirs, they had some kind of rent-free tenures, and how they were able to retain the armed followers during the Mughal period. And they were in a way affected by the East India Company's higher revenue demands, and the resumption of the rent-free tenures, and kind of commercial monopoly. So all these kinds of things, they affected them in different ways, and they were not being happy because of such kind of intervention by the British. And we also find during this period that their ranks, they also increased because of the various kinds of famines during this period. The people, those who were affected by famines, they also joined them. And British, we find that there was some kind of an inevitability of the conflict, because British, they were not ready to in a way leave them alone. They were there to interfere in the kinds of practices which were happening at that point of time, and they wanted to have more and more for themselves. And these kinds of things we find that they were happening in Bengal and Bihar, where you have these sannyasi and fakir rebellions. And at the same time we also find that the different kinds of land revenue settlements which were introduced by the British in different areas, and how peasants they were feeling suffocated because of these land revenue settlements, where they had to pay more than 50 to 55% of the produce. And at the same time, especially in the permanent settlement, they were at the mercy of the zamindars, and the situation in the Rayatwari and Mahalwari areas was also not better in that context. We also find during this period that how Tipu's Pagalpanthi sect held out a promise of a new regime and just rents, and thereafter this spirit it grew over different areas, and thereafter it was crushed with the help of the army in 1833. So we find that in some of the peasant resistances, how religion was also being used by the people, those who were in the those who were involved in these resistances. And religion as some sort of an ideology could be seen that how it also brought so many people together. And we also find that how different points of times they have also been studied by the different scholars, and how in a way we find that the scholars, those who are trying to in a way justify the colonial rule, they only see it as some sort of a problem of law and order. And on the other hand, how the various kinds of tribal and peasant histories, they are seen by the nationalist scholars, and these nationalist scholars, they tend to understand them in a way where they argue that they had these kinds of seeds of national revolt, and people, they were more concerned and they were aware about what they were doing. In the next discussion we will continue on this theme. Thank you very much. गर्मी है. Hello friends, today we will talk about the peasant resistance to colonial rule, as we also discussed it in one of the earlier lectures, that how the peasants at different points of time during the colonial rule, they resisted the colonial rule in different ways, and how the exploitative policies of the Britishers in different ways they affected the peasant world, and how the peasant world was affected by the colonial rule during this period. And in the series which we are doing on the history of India from 1750s to 1857, we will find that the different scholars, they have tried to study the peasant resistances in different ways, and if we tend to understand the various kinds of ideas which have been given by the scholars, then some of them they have tried to see in the framework of the law and order problem, and how the rebels, they were seen as some sort of savages, those who were trying to resist the civilization, because British, they considered themselves to be the civilians and the civilized people, and on the other hand they saw others as savage people, and they believed that it was their duty to, in a way, civilize the natives, and this was happening not only in Asia but at the same time in Africa. And on the other hand, we find that the people, those who tend to understand Indian history from the nationalist point of view, they have argued that these kind of resistances and these kinds of revolts basically were some kind of precursor to the national movement, and the idea of nationalism was definitely ingrained in these kinds of revolt, and they can be seen in the framework of the national revolts as well. And we see that some of the scholars, they see these revolts as pre-political in nature, because they tend to understand them in that context, that these revolts, they did not have any kind of organization, they were lacking any kind of a program, and at the same time they did not have any kind of ideological orientation as well. But these kinds of scholars like D. N. Dhanagare, who has argued from this perspective, and on the other hand, scholars, those who are the subaltern scholars, and the school of subaltern was pioneered by Ranjit Guha, who has argued in this framework that there was nothing in these movements which we can argue that it was not political in nature, and everything which was associated with these movements was political in nature. So this idea of being pre-political and being political has been discussed by the various scholars at in the context, and the subaltern studies, they have made a lot of important contribution in this particular framework, and we find that in this context, some of the movements, like in Bengal, we find the Tariq-e-Muhammadiyya under the T2 Mir, and how he was initiated by Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi, and how he was in a way engaged in this particular kind of a movement, and how he tried to mobilize masses so that they joined the movement, and he was quite successful in that context, in the framework of mobilizing the masses, and how the people, those who joined him, were in a way came from the poor Muslim peasants, and they were the poor weavers as well, and so peasantry was in a way trying to self-assert in some way, and it was also trying to challenge the established relations of power which were there, and how the local zamindars, they were trying to curb them in various ways by imposing, for example, a tax on beard. So the way the peasantry was trying to challenge the established notions of power, how they wanted to seek justice for themselves, the way they were being crushed by the triple burden of the Sarkar, Sahukar and Zamindar, that how Sarkar was supporting the Sahukar as well as the Zamindar, and the establishment of the law codes or the kacheris was also not in their favor, and how the various apparatus of the state, they were being used by the local powers in that context, that the kacheris, for example, or the police which was there was also supportive of the people, those who belonged to the elite sections, the people those who were wielding power at that point of time. And they also had that kind of a muscle strength that a number of lathial or lathet, they were in a way kept by these people, and they were being used to in a way crush the peasantry. We also find that these kinds of movements, especially the Titu Mir and his followers, they were trying to defy the kind of authority which was there. They did not want to in a way respect the authority which was in a way represented by the local zamindars or the indigo planters and the state, and they wanted to establish their own regime, and they wanted to start collecting taxes and struck terror in that region. And Gautam Bhadra has argued that the government mobilized army and artillery, and on 16th November 1831 blew off Titu's bamboo fortress to crush his movement. So we find that the leaders, especially Titu Mir and his followers, for example, they did not want to in a way accept the authority of the state, and when they wanted to crush the authority of the state, then they had to show that they were more powerful than the state, and they had to in a way carry on the practices which were being conducted by the state. And how this was done in the framework was how he collected taxes. He also declared himself as Badshah of that region, and he appointed someone as his wazir. So he was able to mobilize people in that framework, and when he became popular, the British realized that his power base has to be done away with, and how his symbol of authority, which was created, some sort of a bamboo fortress, that was also crushed by the kind of policies which were there in the framework of the British, that how they wanted to in a way crush all the movements and by their brute force. If they were not successful with the kind of strength which was shown by the zamindars and the police, then they were ready to deploy the army for these kinds of purposes. We also find that there was a Faraizi movement in the Eastern Bengal under Haji Shariatullah, and the Tariq movement owed its origin to the school of Sufi saint Shah Waliullah of Delhi, and derived its inspiration from the Shah Sayyid Ahmad of Rai Bareli, and the followers of Islam were commonly known in colonial parlance as Wahhabis. So Wahhabis were in a way trying to establish the Darul Islam, and they suggested that this particular place, when they were fighting against the Sikhs in Punjab, then they were suggesting that it was Darul Harb, or the land of the infidels, and they wanted to convert it into the land of Islam, which is the Darul Islam. So how religion was in a way being used by such kind of movements during this period, that can also be seen, and scholars they have also argued in the framework that how religion could also be seen in the framework where it was also an ideology, and how we find that these kinds of religious practices which were being indigenous in nature, and how they will in a way use Quran as the sole spiritual guide, as the Faraizi movement was doing at that point of time. And if we want to understand the social roots of the movement, then we will find that the Muslim poor of the Eastern Bengal, they united under this religious sect, and they revolted against the landlords, indigo planters, and the British rulers. So that was the kind of the importance of the movement, and the social roots of the movement could also be understood from this particular frame.